After the banquet, Jin Shu asked the staff to send the foreign guests to their rooms upstairs. Yu Hongwen was completely drunk. 2 staff members were supporting him. Yu Ruian could still walk, but he was already walking in circles. He was holding Zheng Xin, who was struggling to support him. Jin Shu wanted to go help, but Yu Ruian pushed her away. "Don't cause trouble, little girl. She's mine," Yu Ruian said, his words heavily tinged with alcohol. Jin Shu squinted her eyes. She felt that her brother was shamelessly pretending to be drunk. Her acting was so obvious. She didn't believe it. However, Zheng Xin genuinely believed Yu Ruian was drunk and looked worried. "Should I take General Yuan to get checked? Maybe he's alcohol poisoning? He's probably just pretending to be sick from jealousy," Jin Shu muttered softly. Sure enough, she saw a flash of sharpness in her brother's eyes. He was just pretending to be crazy with alcohol. "I want to go home." Yu Ruian leaned his head on Zheng Xion's shoulder and shouted, "I'll take you and General Yu home right now. I'm not going to the old man's house. I want to go to my own home. I want to go home." Yu Ruian suddenly hummed a famous saxophone tune, as if he was really drunk. Humming about going home? You should sing "Can't Say Goodbye." Yu Ruian glared at Jin Shu. Was this girl trying to embarrass him? How could there be such an adorable sister in the world? From a corner, where Zheng Xian couldn't see, Jin Shu silently mouthed, "I'm the justice messenger." She only stood on the side of truth, helping justice, not family. Yu Ruian was so angry, he almost snorted. Jin Shu even softly sang in Cantonese, "Riding the waves, like a tide, how could there be no longing? You and I are so sad we can't say goodbye. This is what a sister does." If she were a brother, Yu Ruian would have beaten him up. Too cheeky. "Want to know how my man chased me? The secret to marriage, family price 100,000 yuan, can be on credit, pay me back in 2 months. Jin Shu smiled and stretched out her hand. Seeing her brother's clueless look, pretending to be drunk like a silly deer, Jin Shu wanted to make a quick fortune from her brother. "I'm not interested." Yu Ruian said this aloud, but inside, he was deeply moved. Alright, if it weren't for Zheng Xiaozhu standing nearby, he really wanted to buy his scheming sister's secret. Noticing Zheng Xian looking at him, Yu Ruian straightened up and casually fixed his hair. "I, Yu Ruian, have never lacked women. Women always come to me. What secret book do I want?" "Oh no." Jin Shu couldn't bear to look directly. This foolish brother of hers was truly single-minded about staying alone. Zheng Xian, hearing this, pushed away his hand on her shoulder and said coldly, "Then let your woman support you, so you won't think I'm also chasing after you." Yu Ruian's mouth twitched. He really didn't mean it that way. "I can't bear to see you turn your back on me." Jin Shu's clear Cantonese song sounded, fitting the scene perfectly. Yu Ruian watched Zheng Xian walk ahead without looking back. Hearing his sister singing so playfully, a cold evening breeze blew, making him feel even more chilled. Suddenly, Zheng Xian's scream came from ahead. Yu Ruian immediately shook off his pretend drunkenness and hurried over to Zheng Xian, his expression serious. "What's wrong?" Someone. Zheng Xian pointed ahead, looking quite frightened. Jin Shu and Yu Ruian both looked over. They saw a person lying behind their car, motionless, unsure if alive or dead. "I remember there was no one there when we put down the boxes. Could it be our car hit someone?" Zheng Xian clutched her chest, and Yu Ruian patted her shoulder to comfort her. While they interacted, Jin Shu had already gone ahead to check. "Is that Li He?" Jin Shu recognized her. The person lying on the ground was indeed Li He. Li He was sprawled on the ground, her limbs spread out. There was a doll beside her. Was it a doll? Jin Shu wasn't entirely sure. It looked like a doll, seemingly made from some kind of plant material. The most disturbing part was that Li He was covered in bugs. Upon closer inspection, the doll's stomach was torn open, and endless small bugs crawled out. They spread densely from the doll's belly to Li He's body, like darkness creeping forward. "Ah!" Zheng Xian saw this and became frightened, clinging to Yu Ruian. "So many bugs, it's terrifying. What kind of mysterious curse ritual is she performing?" Jin Shu immediately thought. The doll, made from plants, was torn open, and bugs were pouring out. Anyone would think it was some dark ritual. Is your name on the doll? Yuan saw that there was a small note attached to the terrifying doll, little Jin. He gasped in shock. Such the malicious curse from Li He. Although Yuan often playfully argues with his sister, he still loves her very much. Li He's curse on his sister made Yuan very angry and unable to accept it. Wait a minute. Jin Shu reached out and took the note from the doll. This handwriting. Why does it look so much like Yishuan's? Lin Yishuan can write with both hands, but he is left-handed, and his left hand's writing is usually neater. This handwriting looks like it was written by Lin Yishuan, and only he calls her little Jin. I just remembered, someone sent a box earlier. I put it in the trunk, yes, that one. Zheng Xin pointed at the box near Li He's feet. She clearly put it in the trunk, so how did it end up outside? Jin Shu suddenly remembered Lin Yishuan's confident phone call yesterday, saying there was a gift. Could it be that doll? What's really going on? Li He put bugs inside the doll to scare my sister? Yuan couldn't figure it out. This scene was truly strange. Jin Shu circled around Li He, feeling confused about what was happening. The tiny black bugs kept crawling out, and Jin Shu had to avoid Li He's stomach, crouching down to pinch her between the eyebrows. Under the stimulation, Li He woke up. Ah! There are bugs. Li He screamed. What's going on? Jin Shu asked Li He. Li He was so scared she was stunned, but Jin Shu threw the doll away and helped her clean the bugs off her. Only then did Li He calm down. I don't know anything. Li He looked away nervously, seeming guilty. I'll go get the doll, Jin Shu said, about to move. Li He quickly grabbed her. Li He's fear of insects forced her to tell the truth. She had just used her own car key to open the trunk, saw the doll inside, and was furious. She thought it was a gift from Yuan to Zheng Xin, so she tore open the doll's belly in anger. Suddenly, countless bugs crawled out. Li He was so afraid of bugs she fainted. Jin Shu listened in silence for a few seconds, then figured out what happened. From Li He's description, Jin Shu deduced the truth. Lin Yishuan learned how to make dolls somewhere and made this one for her. The stuffing contained bug eggs. On the hot street, eggs hatch as bugs are wrapped inside a doll's belly. Li He cut open the doll's belly, releasing the bugs all at once. Yuan was furious with Li He. Why did you secretly copy my car keys? I only did it because I care about you. Yuan, you've spent more time with her than with me. Li He pointed at Zheng Xin, tears streaming down her face. How am I worse than her? You make excuses when you do wrong. Yuan felt a strange anger and thought Li He was wrong somewhere. Alcohol made his mind a bit slow. While he was still thinking about what was wrong, Jin Shu responded quickly. You are much worse than her. Zheng Xin graduated from a famous school, speaks 4 languages fluently, has good character, and is very capable. How can you compare to her? Yuan suddenly realized he was about to say that. Yes, that was what he wanted to say. Your whole family has been bullying me. Did you all already like her and want her to be the daughter-in-law of the Yu family? Li He lost control and shouted wildly. Yuan thought she was acting crazy. He opened the car door and told Zheng Xin to get in. Li He raised her hand to hit Zheng Xin, but Yuan grabbed her wrist. Yuan, do you want me or her? Her. Do you hear me? Yuan repeated 3 times, without caring about Li He's reaction. He got into the car and shut the door in one smooth motion. Give me back the spare key, Jin Shu said, holding out his hand. Li He felt humiliated. She took out the spare key and threw it forcefully at Jin Shu. Jin Shu sidestepped, and the key left a shallow dent on the car. He picked up the key, got into the car, and drove away, leaving only a trail of exhaust behind Li He. Li He stomped her feet in anger. Honey, what are you doing here? I've been waiting for you a long time. Peter came over, hugged Li He's waist, and kissed her on the lips. He was a returned overseas Chinese and a well-known in Beijing. Li He was also quite lively in this circle, and her reputation was known. Today, she promised to go out with him, and Peter was very happy. He packed a box of ultra-thin condoms and eagerly went to the appointment. Yuan, this unworthy dog. He actually said the secretary is better than me. Li He got angrier the more she thought about it. Did you know Yuan's family went bankrupt?
What?
Li He was shocked. This matter caused quite a stir abroad. His uncle, along with another group, froze his family's funds, and they went bankrupt. Goodness, Yuan, you went bankrupt and still dare to act so confident in front of me. Li He was furious.
Peter, help me.
Draw faces on Zheng Xin and her wild sister. Peter hesitated. If you do this well, I will sleep with you. Li He gave a harsh warning. All right, I'll find someone to do it right away. Peter, enchanted by the beautiful woman, agreed without much thought. Because of the ultra-thin in his pocket, he decided to go through with this deal. Anyway, the Yu family was already bankrupt. Teaching those two women a lesson didn't seem like a bad idea. Peter was determined to use up that box of condoms with Li He. The next day, he hired 2 thugs, found out where Jin Shu's family was, and looked for a chance to act. It was very difficult to target Jin Shu and Zheng Xin. Recently, Jin Shu was busy buying supplies and helping her brother with bank errands and airplane loan procedures. The first batch of goods had already been shipped to the other country, and she needed to prepare the second batch before leaving with the army. In a few days, she wouldn't be in Beijing anymore. Yuan arranged for company staff to handle the handover. Jin Shu went to the factory, surrounded by many people, making it hard for the thugs to find a chance. She also went to the bank for loans, so the thugs dared not approach her. Attacking her at the bank would look like a bank robbery. At night, Jin Shu stayed at the Lin family's courtyard. With so many people around, it was even harder for anyone to attack her. As Zheng Xin was Jin Shu's secretary and always followed her, the thugs had no chance to strike. They tracked her for over 10 days, but couldn't succeed. Peter felt that the box of condoms in his pocket was growing mold. He issued a final warning to the thugs. Within 2 days, he wanted to see Jin Shu and Zheng Xion's faces disfigured and beaten. Unfortunately, on the day Peter issued the warning, Jin Shu had to take the train with her family to S City to meet Lin Yixuan. Lin Yixuan had finished his studies at the rural school and was already heading to Longyuan for his official duties. Jin Shu called a car, carried her packed luggage to the train station, and loaded everything into containers. After seeing off the car, Jin Shu gazed ahead, lost in thought. Chun asked her, "What are you looking at?" "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I've felt like someone has been following me these past few days." Just now, she had again felt watched, which was very unpleasant. "You've been too tired lately and haven't rested well. Look at your dark circles," Chun said with concern, wishing for his daughter to enjoy a comfortable life as a young lady. But after her daughter returned home, she was busier than anyone else. As a mother, she looked very worried. I've been having some bad dreams lately," Jin Shu said, noticing her mother's guilty expression and realizing she misunderstood. In recent days, Jin Shu had shown her impressive workability, working non-stop. After finishing the goods procurement and handover, the loan process was almost complete and would be finalized soon. Her mother had also finished filming the tear-jerking family search program on TV, just waiting to be aired. All these big events were managed behind the scenes by Jin Shu. Jin Shu was very good at handling pressure, so this level of work didn't tire her out. She kept dreaming, probably because she was disturbed by Lin Yixuan's creepy handmade doll. She kept dreaming about bugs chasing her. The biggest bug in the dream had Lin Yixuan's face. It chased her while shouting hugs and kisses. "Lift you high." Lin Yixuan's mischievous troublemaking couldn't be shared with her mother, so she could only let her mother guess. Poor sleep might be related to the mattress. "Once we solve our problems, I'll buy you a new Hazen mattress." Chun had been struggling for over half a month. Thinking about how she couldn't afford even a few $100,000 for a mattress made her feel very sad. "Sweetheart, this brand of mattress is very good. We used it in our home abroad. It's filled with silk, wool, and long staple cotton, natural fibers. Lying on it feels like being close to nature. The filling is the smell of nature." Jin Shu thought again about Lin Yixuan's creepy doll. "Forget it. I'm just a proletariat. I can't sleep on such decayed, bug-attracting things. She planned to ask Lin Yixuan about it tomorrow when she saw him. What did he mean by making such a strange doll? In the shadows, two henchmen looked at each other. Is she moving to another city? The truck just now was a freight train container truck, I know it. Boss gave us 5,000 yuan. We must ruin her face by tomorrow night. She's about to move. How do we do it? Follow that freight truck and see where she goes. Then find a chance to strike, take her money, and do the job. At 8 p.m., Jin Shu's whole family boarded the train. Jin Shu stood at the door, looking back. What's wrong? Zheng asked. I feel like someone is watching me from behind, Jin Shu said. You're just too happy and didn't rest well, so you're imagining things, Zheng replied. Zheng thought her daughter-in-law was just like her, happy to be reunited with the family, and she happily couldn't sleep. Maybe so, Jin Shu followed her mother-in-law into the car. Behind the pillar, two top-level enforcers who had received a large sum of 5,000 yuan appeared, their faces cold and stern. Brother, are we really going to take the train to meet them? The younger enforcer asked.
Evet checked.
They're going to S City and will arrive at 6 a.m. S City isn't as strict as the capital, so we'll definitely have a chance to act. The top enforcer even planned the schedule. Arrive at the station at 6 a.m., ambush the two women, then finish the job and return by 1 p.m., back to Beijing by 10 p.m., completing the task before the deadline. What does it mean to be professional? That's what professionalism looks like. Brother, can we do it on the train? The younger enforcer asked. There are so many people on the train, including security officers. If we finish and run, we won't get away, the older enforcer replied. The younger enforcer didn't dare ask again. He took out his hard seat ticket, looking at the words no seat with a gloomy face. Sitting on a train all night without a seat. These days, earning black money is really hard. Jin Shu bought a soft sleeper, with 4 women sharing one cabin and 2 men sharing another. The green train was slow, but the soft sleeper was spacious. Everyone boarded and fell asleep immediately. At 6 a.m., the train arrived on time. At the station exit, someone from Long Yuan came to pick them up, dressed casually to avoid attracting attention. Jin Shu's family had a container of furniture. The army sent 2 vehicles, a van and a truck. Unloading the container took time, so the truck stayed to wait, while the van took the people ahead. Another family member, also arriving today, joined the group. The small van was drafty, and everyone sat inside, bouncing along. Jin Shu's family, some of whom were wealthy but invisible, sat in the battered vehicle without complaints. Even Chen, usually delicate and spoiled, said nothing. A family member named Mu Feng kept complaining along the way. Why are we riding in this broken-down vehicle? Don't your team have jeeps? The jeep can't fit so many people. Many sisters-in-law have come over these days. The officer said to prioritize the others first, the young soldier driving replied. Jin Shu knew that the officer was Lin Yixuan, and his subordinates wouldn't dare to do such things. Lin Yixuan would rather let his own family suffer a little than have other military families waiting at the station. He's so noble and upright, always picking on his own family, Zheng muttered sarcastically. Jin Shu's whole family was there, and Zheng was worried that his actions might leave a bad impression on Jin Shu's family. Our son has his difficulties. He can take any vehicle, as long as he gets there, it's fine. When we went to the countryside, riding in a horse-drawn cart was considered a good day. Chen comforted Zheng. Seeing her mother-in-law speak like that, Zheng stopped complaining. Jin Shu doesn't care about these small details. If she were Lin Yixuan, she would arrange things the same way. The Yu family members can understand this, but Mu Feng is not convinced. When she heard a good car was picking up others, she snorted in annoyance. Probably the jeep is picking up Captain Longlin's family members now. Sister-in-law, please don't say that. The soldier driving the car was nervous because Mu Feng openly discussed this. Does he dare to abuse his power? I'm not afraid to say it, Mu Feng raised her voice. Captain Longlin isn't a good person. Why isn't he a good person? Jin Shu gave the driver a look to stay quiet and asked with interest. I heard from my husband that the captain of Longlin, codenamed Wushan, was promoted unusually. He's very strict with his soldiers and has offended the entire squad. Jin Shu blinked. What did Lin do now? She counted quickly. He had only been at the training camp for a few days. In such a short time, he managed to offend everyone? What does strict mean? Sanning asked. In Northeast dialect, it describes someone who is arrogant and thinks highly of themselves, explained Yuan with a northern accent. Wuxian probably sent the good car to pick up his wife. He's so strict his wife probably isn't easy to get along with. We should avoid her when the time comes. Mu Xiaofeng decided to isolate Wuxian's wife along with all the squad's wives. Do people here have code names? Zheng Xin asked, who had been silent. Jin Shu nodded. What's your husband's code name? I didn't know before. Just found out now. Jin Shu gave Zheng Xin a look. She understood what that meant. Zheng Xin's eyes widened. Could it really be a coincidence? Jin Shu nodded. Yes, the unlucky person about to be isolated by all the squad's wives, Wuxian's wife, is her. The car drove from the city to the suburbs, with mountains in the distance and the sea along the way. The scenery was nice, with mountains and water nearby. But it was a bit remote. Is that tricycle behind us always following? Yuan asked. He had noticed earlier. A battered tricycle was trailing behind them. Everyone looked back. The tricycle was old and worn, with two men wearing sunglasses sitting on it. Big brother. They seem to have discovered us. The little on the tricycle sneezed. Last night, I stood in the corridor all night. Early this morning, I was chased by this broken tricycle again. I am tired and cold, and I think I caught a cold. Found us? So what? The top fighter looked around. No one was nearby. Now is the perfect time to act. He kicked the tricycle driver off, then sped up to chase the van. The top fighter grabbed the newly bought watermelon knife, looking fierce and shouting. Everyone in the car, get out now. Is this a robbery? Jin Shu wasn't sure. She saw the camp ahead. What kind of robber runs to the Special Forces entrance to rob? The young soldier driving looked surprised, not because he was scared, but because he was thinking the same as Jin Shu. Robbing at Long Yuan's entrance? If he remembered correctly, Captain Lin should be in the forest nearby, doing high-altitude parachuting training. Jin Shu, Zheng Xin, get out and surrender. The top fighter shouted confidently. It was okay if he didn't call Jin Shu's name, but once he did, she was in real danger. Jin Shu was a little scared at first, but when she saw the figure in the tree, her mouth couldn't help but curl into a crazy smile. Stop the car, I'm getting out. Seeing Jin Shu come down, the robbers cheered happily. Meeting top fighters like us is bad luck for you. No matter how loud you scream, no one will save you. Scream. Loudly. The top fighter was stunned by Jin Shu's shout. What was she yelling? Several figures dropped from the trees, moving swiftly. The leader, dressed in camouflage, with a green leaf disguise on his head, face painted with camouflage stripes, tall and quick in action. He descended from a tree about 10 meters high in just a few seconds, landing perfectly on a tricycle. He then kicked the top fighter off the tricycle with one leg. When the top fighter was airborne, his first reaction wasn't pain but confusion. A camouflaged person falling from the sky? Jin Shu's lips curled up. Other soldiers slid down from the trees on zip lines, all dressed the same, faces painted with oil paint, looking similar. But Jin Shu could recognize her man at first glance. His shoulder patches turned into 2 cents, and he looked very handsome. Next time, don't call me sore throat. Call me husband, Lin Yishuan said confidently. The top assassin was completely stunned when Lin Yishuan kicked him from above. The young driving the car instinctively took out a small fruit knife, about the length of a finger, as if to resist. In the next second, the knife fell to the ground, scared, and he raised both hands. A tricycle was surrounded by a group of camouflaged soldiers, with several guns pointed at the two thugs. This scared both of them silly. They had knives, but the others had guns. It's not the same level at all. Are you both stupid or just plain foolish? Lin Yishuan's combat boots pressed down on the top assassin, kicking him lightly with disdain. Spare us. We're just doing a job for others. We didn't have time to do anything, and then you just appeared out of nowhere. The top assassin knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. Compared to his dignity and life, a single penny was not worth anything. Who sent you here? Lin Yishuan asked. Someone named Boss Pai, the quickly admitted. Lin Yishuan looked at Jin Shu, who shook her head. She didn't remember knowing anyone named Pai. Give me more details about him, Lin Yishuan demanded. He's called Peter. He looks Chinese but speaks with a bit of a foreign accent. He paid us 5,000 yuan to cut the faces of you Jin Shu and Zheng Xin. Jin Shu frowned, puzzled. She didn't know anyone named Pai. Zheng Xin came over, just like the others in the car, all surprised by the sudden reinforcements. Why is there also me? Zheng Xin found it strange. Why, like Jin Shu, was she also wanted? The name Pai sounded somewhat familiar. Is his Chinese name Li He? I don't know, Zheng Xin said. Boss Pai didn't say his full name. About 1.7 meters tall, with a mole on his chin, Zheng Xin added. Hearing this, the top remembered. The employer indeed had a mole. He was short and not tall. Li He has a bad reputation in the Chinese community. They're all about casual hookups. How could he have a grudge against us? Zheng Xin couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought. Lin Yishuan's men all looked disgusted when they heard casual hookups. Oh, the evil capitalism. What kind of things has it bred? Yuan got out of the car and squeezed out 2 words from his teeth. Li He.
Huh.
Zheng Xin was confused, and Jin Shu was also puzzled. Peter is chasing Li He. I knew it a long time ago. Before ending the engagement, he had heard some rumors. They said Peter liked Li He, and his friends warned him to be careful. But Yuan's mind was never on Li He. He had already planned to break the engagement and had been pretending not to know. Unexpectedly, Li He turned out to be so malicious. Even after the engagement was broken, she still had Peter send people to chase Zheng Xin and his younger sister by train. Yuan couldn't imagine what would have happened if his brother-in-law hadn't suddenly appeared. What would have happened to his sister and Zheng Xin? Tie them up and take them to the police station, Lin Yishuan said after understanding the situation. He put away his gun and patted Yuan on the shoulder. So, it turns out your romantic troubles are to blame? Jin Shu stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then shook his head. It's not necessarily my brother's romantic trouble. It's your witch doll causing trouble. What witch doll? Lin Yishuan was surprised. Jin Shu forced a smile, knowing everyone was present, and decided to leave the matter for later at home. Li He, in a panic, sent people to chase her and Zheng Xin, not only because of her brother. The doll Lin Yishuan gave her also played a part. After Li He was frightened and fainted from the bug inside the doll, she lost her temper and argued loudly with Yuan, which led to the end of the engagement. You guys. Mu Feng only dared to come out after everything outside was settled. Her legs were trembling. On the first day, there was a car hijacking and rescue incident. For an ordinary rural woman like Mu Feng, it was quite shocking. Wife. One of the Special Forces team members stepped forward. He was Mu Feng's husband. You came with your sister-in-law? Sister-in-law.
Mu Feng was skelptightened.
Jin Shu smiled kindly at her and waved his hand. Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Jin Shu. This is my husband Lin Yishuan. You might not be familiar with his full name. His code name is War God. Mu Feng looked dazed, unable to process this big news. What had she been saying on the way? The War God isn't a good person. His wife must also be difficult to get along with, and she might lead the team to isolate the War God's wife. Mu Feng's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Wife, what's wrong? Wei Dashan rushed over to support Mu Feng, who had fainted. Why did she faint again? Take her to the medical room. When she wakes up, tell her I don't remember what happened. She'll be fine. The first part of Jin Shu's words was spoken loudly so everyone could hear, while the second part was only audible to Wei Dashan and her. Lin Yishuan was a bit far away and couldn't hear, but he understood the lip movements. It seemed he understood something. Wei Dashan is a smart man. Anyone chosen by Dragon Scale isn't foolish.
Sorry, sister-in-law.
My wife is straightforward and not very educated. She speaks without thinking. Wei Dashan felt embarrassed. He already guessed that on the way here, his wife's sharp tongue caused trouble. His wife grew up in the countryside, never went to the city, and still has the bad habit of gossiping at the village entrance, talking about neighbors and family affairs. He had told her many times, but it didn't help. On the first day she came with the army, she offended the team leader's wife. Wei Dashin was overwhelmed. It's okay, I don't take it to heart. Don't either. It's not a big deal. Lin Yixuan came over and patted Wei Dashin on the shoulder. Your sister-in-law isn't petty. Let bygones be bygones. Now, take your wife to the medical room. Yes. Wei Dashin accepted the order and carried his wife toward the camp. Come, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Jin Shu, Lin Yixuan said as he led Jin Shu to his brother. Hello, sister-in-law. Brothers, you've worked hard. Jin Shu was confident and didn't seem nervous. She carried herself like a boss, waving to everyone.
Serve the people.
Everyone responded in unison, full of energy. Seeing her, the brothers thought she was impressive, confident, and graceful. As for Jin Shu donating the armored vehicle, Lin Yixuan didn't mention it publicly. The soldiers didn't know, only the higher-ups did. Even without her patriotic and wealthy image, Jin Shu's first impression was remarkable. When she faced the gangsters shouting at her, she didn't hesitate to get out of the car. She remained calm in front of a knife-wielding and even cheerfully shouted break their throats, teasing the criminals. For this bravery, everyone admired her. Lin Yixuan watched everyone's expressions and felt two bold words in his heart: pride and arrogance. His wife was his priceless treasure. He wished everyone could see how wonderful she was. But a great person once said, "Don't boast. Boasting can lead to trouble." Lin Yixuan was feeling very proud and happy, but soon he was about to face disappointment. Jin Shu's impressive appearance earned everyone's admiration. The brothers looked at him with envy, which made Lin Yixuan feel very proud. But just a few seconds later, a brother spoke up. Captain, is your wife attracted to your secret way of winning her over? This book is really powerful. The story about Lin Yixuan's secret method to win his wife is an inside secret of Longwen. The proud Captain Lin said that only those who perform well are allowed to see his secret book. At first, everyone didn't think the secret was very impressive. Now that they saw his wife, everyone became interested in the secret. Secret book? Jin Shu's eyes twitched. So, Lin Yixuan's recent overconfidence was caused by being misled by such sneaky tricks? Ahem, don't talk nonsense. What secret book? Keep training. Lin Yixuan said seriously, showing his strict officer side. He looked very professional. When the soldiers heard the captain speak, they immediately got back into training. They grabbed the ropes hanging from the trees and quickly climbed up. Their movements were so fast it was hard to keep up. The Yu family and others watched the special forces training closely. Seeing Lin Yixuan's powerful leadership, they were all a little shocked. Zheng Xin watched with wide eyes, unable to close his mouth. This is so cool. The atmosphere was full of energy, and seeing these soldiers made everyone feel very safe. Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of danger and regretted bringing Zheng Xin here. Why are there so many men here? Lin Yixuan coolly said to Jin Shu, "Go back to the main yard and get ready. I'll come home later. I need to train now." Jin Shu raised an eyebrow, thinking, wow, he's really confident. Okay, we'll go back first. No cooking tonight. The team has a welcome ceremony, Lin Yixuan said, still looking like a cool, distant hero. Even Chen couldn't help but comment to his wife nearby, "Our son-in-law is very authoritative when he works." Of course. Soldiers have to be like that. It gives the people a sense of security, Yu Hongwen said with satisfaction. He grew to like his son-in-law more and more. Yu Hongwen admitted that when he first met Lin Yixuan, he was too superficial and judged him with worldly eyes, which was wrong. The son-in-law is a reliable man. The members of the Longyuan team in the trees thought their captain was too strict. He was so serious about such a good-looking sister-in-law and spoke in such a stern tone. Jin Shu turned to leave, took a few steps, then suddenly turned back and silently mouthed a message to Lin Yixuan. Lin Yixuan's forced display of authority was shattered by her words, which were small and delicate. His expression of complete indifference couldn't last. His eyes changed from sharp jungle wolf to a sad, confused puppy. Jin Shu's silent sign language, only he understood, was about the secret to winning his wife's heart, which she would explain later. Even though the little devil in Lin Yixuan's heart was reaching out to Jin Shu's back, calling out affectionately, "Wife, listen to my explanation." But in front of so many people, he couldn't lose his authority as captain. Lin Yixuan had to turn his pain into strength, pretend he didn't see his wife's angry expression, and continue training the soldiers. When Yu's family got into the car, before it started, Lin Yixuan's roar was heard. "Are you not full? Moving so slowly. Are you even soldiers? You, deduct 3 points." Jin Shu couldn't help but smile when she heard him roar. No wonder Mu Feng complained that he had offended people right after arriving. This strict training method really makes it understandable that he would upset others. Son-in-law.
He's not the same as at home, is he?
Chun Chin was a bit scared. He was so fierce. Just one shout like that, and no one would believe he wasn't hitting his wife. Is it appropriate for him to offend people like this? Sun Ying was already worried. If her son behaved like this, wouldn't he get beaten up or robbed? Jin Shu didn't answer directly, but asked the young soldier driving the car. With such strictness, will you hold a grudge against him? Report to sister-in-law, no. Why not? Training makes us sweat more, and during war, we bleed less. The captain is our most admired hero, and we all want to follow him. Jin Shu nodded with a smile. That was the answer. She really wanted to tell this ambitious soldier, "Good job." But she knew she couldn't say anything. Encouraging words might ruin Lin Yixuan's training plan. The Special Forces Devil Training Week used a points elimination system. Once points are deducted, you have to leave. Coming to this place, those with weak willpower can't stay even for a day. Besides training their strong bodies, they also need to be mentally tough. This is why Lin Yixuan, usually gentle and patient at home, has become cold and even irritable here. He is now the instructor and captain of the Dragon Scale team. The tough, almost harsh training, with its brutal physical and mental challenges and high elimination rate, leaves only the best fighters. As the selection instructor, Lin Yixuan must do this. It is these people's daily, harsh training that keeps this peaceful era safe. Jin Shu has seen him at work and now regrets donating the battle vehicles. They donated too few. Once she rebuilds the factory and invests in supporting the military, it will definitely involve more resources.
Jin Shu has thought a lot in a short time.
Zheng Xin observes her expression and feels something is off. Are you angry with Captain Lin? Seeing Jin Shu's smiling face and the happy look in her eyes, it seems like she's excited about reuniting with someone she cares about. But when she parted from Lin Yixuan just now, she acted cold and indifferent, almost like she was angry. I'm not angry. I was just teasing him, Jin Shu says with a gentle smile. She can't let him think he's the only one acting tough. Sometimes she has to scare him a little. The young soldier driving quietly takes the Yu family to their base, then reports to Lin Yixuan immediately after returning. Sister-in-law said she was just joking, not angry. Haha, my family status is solid. I'm not afraid of her. Lin Yixuan almost had show-off written on his face. He looks like a cool, aloof male god, full of male pride. His little inner voice is already celebrating. Haha, his wife isn't angry with him. That's great. The family quarters are 5 stories tall. Jin Shu's home is on the 3rd floor, just right, not too high or low. Next door, where the Yu family temporarily stays, Jin Shu happily unlocks her door with her key. Inside is the living room. Simple fabric sofa, light-colored curtains, a basic TV stand, and white-tiled floors. Jin Shu nods with satisfaction. Although it's a bit empty, it's clean and refreshing. She can gradually decorate the soft furnishings. She's happy with this living room. Lin Yixuan managed to set it up so quickly, and that's already good. The bedroom is also simple. A double bed, a dressing table, and army green quilted bedding. Jin Shu moved through 2 rooms in a row without any trouble and was about to check another room. Sun Ying's voice came from the small bedroom. Oh my goodness, what is this? Ah. Her scream startled Jin Shu, who quickly ran toward the small bedroom. The small bedroom was a children's room. When Jin Shu looked inside, her mouth formed an O shape. Jin Shu's mouth opened wide in shock at this room. No, this children's room. But what shocked her the most was Sunning, lying face down on the floor.
Mom,
are you okay? Jin Shu helped Sunning up. Sunning held her forehead and sat up slowly. She felt dizzy and still a bit confused about what had just happened. I just came in and saw how messy this room was. I was really angry. I saw a wrench, so I grabbed it and bent it. Sunning recalled what happened just before she fell. After she bent the wrench, she felt a flash of lightning rush toward her face and hit her forehead. She was so frightened she stepped back and bumped into an unknown object behind her. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground. Fortunately, the floor of this cellar was covered with mats used in training gyms, so she didn't get hurt. If it had been the usual tiles in the living room, Jin Shu would have had to call the hospital to check on her mother-in-law. The thing that hit your forehead was probably the handle of a zip line, and the thing that tripped you was a giant bouncy ball. Jin Shu looked around. Although she didn't see a zip line handle hitting her forehead, seeing all this made her feel dizzy. Does Lin Yixuan call this a children's room? The walls on all four sides each have different climbing holds, some movable, some wooden, some irregularly shaped, and some long. Honestly, besides being a bit lower in height, this setup is better equipped than climbing gyms in later generations. He arranged the bed as a bunk bed with a desk underneath. Strangely, there was no proper ladder to get into bed. There was a soft ladder hanging from the ceiling, but even for someone skilled like Jin Shu, it would be difficult to climb. Additionally, there was a set of rings hanging from the bed, and near the ceiling, many columns extended out. If someone had enough arm strength, they could hang from these and move around the room like walking on beams. Besides these devices, there is a special punching bag hanging by the desk, and the zip line that hit Sunning is directly connected from the bed to the door. When the lever is pressed, the handrail slides over. The most strange thing is the color scheme. The green soft mat used in the boxing gym, combined with the pink Barbie pink on the walls. Sun Ying's dark face, set against this room, somehow looks funny. This unreliable thing. Is he raising a child or a monkey? What child needs to live in a room like this? Does he think our kid is the monkey king from the mountain of flowers and fruit? Sunning is furious. Jin Shu thinks her mother-in-law's complaints are very accurate. This well-equipped room, suitable for monkeys, perfectly matches their lively and climbing-loving nature. Wait a moment. Jin Shu suddenly remembers. Before Lin Yixuan renovated, he asked her about the children's room decoration. Jin Shu gave him some advice. She thought her daughter had great athletic ability in her past life, so she suggested designing the room to be lively and active. Her idea was simply to leave enough space for the child to move around. Lin Yixuan understood her perfectly, but he created something that made Jin Shu feel overwhelmed. What kind of children's room is this? He basically shrunk a military training room to children's size and put it inside, right? No wonder the other rooms are decorated so simply. Those intense designs are all kept in this children's room. For Captain Lin, designing these training activities is his professional expertise. With full love for the child, he carefully prepared every part. Sunning was almost furious, ranting wildly to Jin Shu. When the Yu family arrived, Chun heard Sunning scolding Lin Yixuan at the door. Thinking that family harmony is important, she came over to comfort them. It's just one room, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal? Come look. Sunning pulled Chen's hand and led her to the children's room. Chen was stunned. Although she couldn't understand what all these devices were for, the strong contrast between the pink walls and green floor already left her speechless. Yu Hongwen remained silent. As a lifelong leader, his mind started to race wildly. In this situation, what should he say to keep peace and face? Zheng Xin, as the confidential secretary, should understand business flattery. But now the whole house was silent, and Zheng Xin didn't dare speak. Lin Yixuan is really a tough person. With just a simple move, he stunned the rich people in the room into silence. Ruian say a few words. Zheng Xin turned around, trying to lighten the mood with his son. But he saw that Ruian had already started playing. This climbing wall was made for kids, so he couldn't climb it. But the wooden posts were interesting. He hung on them and walked around the room, feeling like he was flying on clouds. So fun. If I grew up in a room like this, I would be so happy. Ruian got down from the wooden posts, his arms feeling sore. Mr. Yen is usually a thinker, so he rarely does physical activities. Even a little exercise made his muscles ache. But he forced himself to resist the urge to rub his arms and gently tousled Zheng Xin Zhao's hair. Zheng Xiaozhu just watched the soldiers climb the trees for a few seconds, with wide eyes. She should see that Ruian is not only handsome but also very strong. He has everything others do. Seeing Ruian's confident expression, Zheng Xion's mouth twitched repeatedly, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. You're now my employee, and I can't deduct your salary. Feel free to speak, Jin Shu said kindly. Zheng Xion's eyes lit up. Yes, she's no longer afraid of Yan's salary deduction tricks. Now she could just say what she wanted. This room seems to be prepared by Captain Lin for the future baby. In short, Mr. Yen, what are you doing in the kids' area pretending to be a flying superhero? Ruian tried to look cool but ended up being looked down upon, instantly getting angry. All the praise he gave for this room just now disappeared. What's this mess my brother-in-law made? I'll pay to redo it at a proper adult climbing wall, and you can still move freely and smoothly? Zheng Xion asked sincerely. Ruian froze awkwardly. He really couldn't do that. When Yuan returns, maybe we should talk. The kids' room probably doesn't need to be so fancy. Maybe it can be simpler? As the head of the family, Yuan finally thought of a concluding remark after holding back for a while. Everyone nodded and looked at Jin Shu at the same time. That responsibility is yours now. Don't worry, I won't let everyone down. Jin Shu clenched his fists eagerly. Lin has previously sent strange insect dolls and now created this dark, confusing room. She wants to settle both new and old accounts together. While busy training, Lin Yuan sneezed. Thinking about the time, Xiaojin should have seen his carefully decorated home. The thought of facing his wife's approving gaze and sincere praise made Lin Yuan feel a little proud. He was ready to be overwhelmed by his wife's heartfelt feelings and didn't mind if she got so moved she stayed in bed longer. The master bedroom bed was carefully chosen by him, comfortable, soft, and most importantly, quiet. In the evening, the team held a small welcome party for family members at the cafeteria. The food was very delicious, the cooks were skilled, and even those used to fancy mountain delicacies said it was good. Jin Shu also ate happily. She wasn't interested in fancy Western food. Hearty big pot dishes suited her best. The team leaders took turns speaking on stage. First the squadron leader, then the deputy squadron leader position was vacant, followed by political commissar Chu Buliang. After Chu Buliang finished, it was Lin Yuan's turn. He wore a training uniform and his camouflage was cleaned, revealing a handsome, sharp-featured face. As soon as he stepped on stage, the family members made small sounds of surprise. Sitting next to Jin Shu, a young woman's eyes sparkled. She lowered her voice and asked Jin Shu, "Who is he? Why is he so handsome? Does he have a girlfriend? I want to introduce my sister to him." "Probably not. He's married," Jin Shu replied with a smile. "With that build, he could easily farm over 10 acres in our village without breaking a sweat," said a sister-in-law with an accent, also thinking Lin Yuan was impressive. But she was speaking practically, and Jin Shu nodded, agreeing with her. Her husband was like that, handsome and practical. Seeing Jin Shu's good looks, elegant demeanor, and kind personality, the other sisters-in-law talked to her seriously, listened carefully, and responded politely. They all enjoyed chatting with her and quickly regarded her as one of their own. Sunning watched her daughter-in-law smoothly integrate into the group and couldn't help but praise Chin Chin sitting beside her. "Our Xiao Shu really is good genes. No family wealth or flaws. She's truly like your family." As Sunning interacted more with the Yu family, she realized they were very down-to-earth. She had worried that wealthy people might be proud and aloof, but after getting to know them, she saw she was overthinking. The more capable a person is, the more humble they tend to be, and they treat others with respect. Chun Chun and Yu Hongwen rode in a minivan for a bumpy journey without a single complaint. When they saw the temporary accommodation arranged by Lin Yixuan, they couldn't stop praising it. From Chun Chun's high standards for decorating the courtyard house, it was clear that they are experienced and have a strong desire for quality living. However, upon seeing the simple and modest house, they focused on Lin Yixuan's efforts and appreciated how he did his best within limited conditions. Sun Ning thinks Jin Shu is very good at getting along with others, truly understanding the essence of family. She can chat easily with anyone and never gives off a cold or aloof vibe. Usually, someone with Jin Shu's appearance might be rejected by peers, but she is rarely excluded. This is probably because she has a natural friendliness that makes her popular among others. When Lin Yixuan stepped onto the stage for just a minute, Jin Shu had already mingled with the family members and was discussing Lin Yixuan with a few sister-in-laws nearby. Sun Ying's ears twitched, as if she was thinking, Lin Yixuan might not be a good person? At first, the sister-in-laws were attracted by Lin Yixuan's extraordinary looks, but soon someone revealed his identity. Hearing that he was the man who had disciplined various men in their families, the sister-in-laws started gritting their teeth, and their expressions grew more complex. Jin Shu didn't want to stay out of the conversation. When others started criticizing, she happily joined in, enjoying the fun of teasing. I heard that Wu Xin wasn't a good person even in his youth. Jin Shu's comment immediately drew attention. The sister-in-laws hurried over, looking serious. What do you mean by not a good person? They talked endlessly about bed-related matters, imagining turning their daughters' rooms into training rooms, and sometimes mentioning strange things like sudden increases in oil content, things that definitely shouldn't be spoken about. Jin Shu changed the subject to what she could say. According to reports from his hometown, before he joined the army, he once fought off troublemakers within a 5-kilometer radius. The sister-in-laws gasped. Was he that fierce? And those troublemakers even gave him a nickname that meant Lin the Troublemaker. Jin Shu added to spice up the story. The sister-in-laws listened with great interest. The first sister-in-law who praised Lin Yixuan for being handsome was the only university graduate among them, and she seemed to sense something was off. Looking at the letter and then at Captain Lin on stage, who looked so confident, I couldn't help feeling that these two seemed oddly matched. Xiao Hong stopped talking and quietly left the group criticizing the martial god. She also noticed that Captain Lin was already looking in her direction. Lin Yixuan didn't like speaking on stage. He usually preferred to be relaxed. If it were up to him, he would just say, "Welcome everyone, enjoy your meal," and then start eating. But Chu Buliang forced him to speak and made him talk for more than 5 minutes. He said it was to make the family members feel the warmth of home. Lin Yixuan stood on stage and talked, occasionally glancing at his wife. If he couldn't read lips, it wouldn't matter. But he could understand perfectly. He wanted them to treat Long Yuan like family, not turn the team into a big village bed where they could gossip casually. And he was the one who was gossiping the most. Most importantly, his wife was the most lively gossip. After Lin Yixuan finished speaking, it was time for the meal. Seeing his wife criticize him, Lin Yixuan narrowed his eyes. He couldn't stand it. Next, we invite the family representative, Jin Shu, to come up and say a few words. Lin Yixuan's pleasant voice echoed through the dining hall. The sisters-in-law looked at each other. Who is Jin Shu? Jin Shu rolled her eyes inwardly. There was no such part in the program. He probably added it himself. He could see her even from so far away when she was criticizing him. Such pettiness. Everyone was looking for family representative Jin Shu. Jin Shu wanted to sneak away and pretend she didn't hear, but Lin Yixuan called again. Comrade Jin Shu, please come forward. There was no escape now. Jin Shu had to stand up, silently scolding Lin Yixuan in her mind, but she kept a calm and graceful face. She had seen many situations like this. Making a speech on the spot was no problem for her. In the surprised eyes of the sisters-in-law, she walked to the stage, took the microphone with a forced smile, and said, "I'm honored that Captain Lin gave me this chance to speak on behalf of the family. I believe every family member feels the same, filled with gratitude, pride, and some anxiety about the future. Although Jin Shu was speaking spontaneously, she showed her talent as soon as she opened her mouth. Yuan below watched her sister confidently on stage with a look of satisfaction, softly adding a comment. No, you still have a bit of anger compared to others. Long Yuan is a young team, born at a turning point in history. Our loved ones carry a glorious mission, coming from the bright sunlight, running on the path to catch up with the times. When Jin Shu spoke, it not only shocked Lin Yixuan but also made the captain and Chu Buliang straighten their backs at the same time. They exchanged glances, filled with disbelief. Did you arrange this? Captain asked Chu Buliang. Chu Buliang shook his head. He didn't plan this part. Could it be that Lin Yixuan wrote the speech last minute? This level of speech was more than just good. From the start, it was based on the whole team looking at the world with a broad vision and high standards. It was enough to be used as a speech. Lin Yixuan was also stunned by his wife's performance. He just wanted her to lead a group of women to talk about gossip, intentionally making her nervous. Anyway, whatever she said, he would cover for her. She just needed to say they were eating well and drinking happily, which wouldn't affect the overall effect. Unexpectedly, she performed exceptionally well. Quickly ask the publicity officer to record this and send it to the military newspaper tomorrow. Hurry. Chu Buliang originally wanted Jin Shu's speech, but then he realized she was speaking off the cuff. Such good words shouldn't be lost and published. That would be a shame. He could only record it first and organize it later at home. We gather from all over the south and north, with a clear goal and lasting faith. My husband once told me. Jin Shu looked at Lin Yixuan with a faint smile on her lips. Lin Yixuan broke out in a cold sweat from her smile. In that brief moment of eye contact, he felt what it meant to have an unbreakable family status as a wife. Our time is limited. We need to achieve a century's worth of results for foreign troops in the shortest time. Is it difficult? Yes.
So, should we do it?
Yes. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices echoing in the dining hall. Jin Shu quickly rallied the soldiers' enthusiasm with just a few words. Chu Buliang sat below, feeling it was fantastic. The young Yu's speech was so high-level that she could easily lead a pre-battle mobilization. Next came a series of thanks to the organization and leaders, with a clear and orderly list of gratitude. This involves a matter of stance. Not a single word can be wrong. Ordinary people usually don't dare speak off the cuff, but Jin Shu handles it easily, earning everyone's deep respect. If her stance and beliefs weren't clear and firm, she couldn't have spoken so smoothly without notes. Finally, Jin Shu concluded her excellent speech with a summary. Living with the army means both change and constancy. The environment and work have changed, but what remains the same is following the party's commands and staying firm in our beliefs. During the war, there was a saying, "Mother teaches children to fight the Japanese, wives send their husbands to the battlefield." Now we live in a peaceful country, far from war, but the struggle between nations never stops. The constant tests of survival are the meaning of Long Yuan's existence and why we are here. Every family member of Long Yuan has the courage to face difficulties. Stay true to your original intentions, remember your mission, open the door to victory, and march toward the new era. The applause was thunderous. The squad leader clapped until his hands turned red, then asked the officer in charge, "Has everything been recorded?" Not a single word should be changed, especially those last few sentences. The officer nodded repeatedly and confirmed everything was recorded. He, trained in a formal school, couldn't compare to this sister-in-law. If he ever struggles to write a proper report, he would definitely ask her for advice. She's an absolute public relations expert. The sisters-in-law, who had just been chatting with Jin Shu, fell silent. Whose family member is she? So young, yet her speaking skills are so high. She spoke confidently, without a trace of nervousness, her words strong and clear. It's amazing that such a top-level figure is among them, chatting casually about gossip without feeling out of place. I'm really curious about her identity. Xiaohong listened to Jin Shu's speech, feeling both moved and inspired. She also noticed a few details. At least 4 times, the female leader made eye contact with Wu Shun, each time lasting over 5 seconds. Jin Shu handed the microphone to Lin Yixuan. Lin Yixuan took it and said, "This is my wife, Jin Shu. If anyone encounters difficulties in life, you can go to her for help. This isn't just polite talk. The military is a whole unit, and the family quarters are not just simple neighbors. The wife of the leader is like a neighborhood committee aunt, a sister-in-law to everyone in the team. If there's a dispute in any family, she's the one to mediate." The squad leader's wife wasn't here, and Chu Buliang, who is widowed and single, took on this important role. Lin Yixuan was promoted unusually early because he was quite young. He is 5 years younger than Jin Shu, which creates an interesting situation. Jin Shu, the wife of the entire team, is actually the youngest. Her speech today showed her abilities and stance, but some people suspect that the speech was written by Lin Yixuan in advance. However, even if it was prepared beforehand, memorizing it is not easy. The gossiping wives whispered in surprise. Could it be the wife of the war god? Did they just overhear what was said? Xiao Hong's guess was confirmed, and it felt like a heavy stone had been lifted. She really is the war god's wife. After coming down from the stage, Jin Shu was called over to Chu Buliang's table. "Suyu, your speech was well prepared. Do you still have the original draft?" Chu Buliang asked. "Comrade Lin Yixuan didn't tell me beforehand about this part. I thought of it on the spot, so it might not be very comprehensive." Jin Shu isn't boastful. She admits that improvising is harder than preparing in advance. If she had more time, she could have spoken even more thoroughly. After she finished, the whole table fell silent. Her ability to perform on the spot was impressive. Others might not believe it easily, but with Jin Shu, it's possible. After all, this girl single-handedly went to the neighboring country and swapped 3 tanks. 1 is already in use, 2 have crossed the border, and 2 more will arrive in 2 days. Commander Long Ming from the battalion stood up, raised a cup of tea in place of wine, and thanked Jin Shu for her contribution to Long Yuan. This scene, seen from other tables, seemed incredible. Her family must have some background, right? Someone whispered in the residential area. It's surprising that the serious-looking battalion leader personally toasts her. "No, I come from an ordinary family of businesspeople," Zheng Xin smiled and explained when he heard them discussing his talented daughter. The wives fell silent again. Their repeated gossiping was caught, making things a bit awkward. Jin Shu stayed at the leader's table for a while before returning to her original position. She knew her role well. Being a family member of Lin Yixuan, she couldn't stay away from the crowd for too long. When everyone saw her return, they clearly looked less comfortable than before, speaking more cautiously and smiling stiffly. "We really didn't know you. You are Captain Lin's family member. Sorry for the earlier offense." "Offense? I was the one speaking first. I was just mentioning the troublemakers within 5 miles. Let me tell you more about their actions." Jin Shu's warm and friendly manner quickly changed the mood, easing the tension among the women. With her help, the atmosphere became lively again. The nervousness on everyone's faces disappeared. They tentatively talked with Jin Shu, realizing she didn't mind at all, and was easy to chat with, making everyone feel comfortable. "Sister-in-law, how did you meet the captain? What is the captain like at home? Who admits fault first when you argue?" "I'll answer one by one. We met through an introduction. At home, he's different from in the army. We haven't argued yet, so I don't know."
Wow.
Everyone's eyes lit up. A couple who doesn't bicker. Such a handsome man and a capable woman, like a fairy tale come true. Seeing Jin Shu smoothly blend into the group, Uncle Chu couldn't help but praise Lin Yixuan. "Boy, you're so lucky to marry such a good wife." Lin Yixuan always proudly praised his wife when talking about her, never humble. "My wife's abilities are proven. I'm very proud to have such a supportive partner. Next time, I'll hold a meeting to share how we get along as a couple, starting from my loving childhood room." Lin Yixuan spoke confidently. Because he was valued by his leaders and the army focused on ability, he was not shy and joked freely with his superiors. At first, the officials listened to his bragging, but after a while, they started to get restless. Honestly, this young man was too proud, and some wanted to scold him. Lin Yixuan wanted to continue sharing stories about his relationship with his wife, but the officials couldn't stand his bragging and asked him to leave. Not many people hated Lin Yixuan that much. Before the dinner ended, Jin Shu packed 2 portions of food for Lin Yixuan to deliver to Wei Dashan and Mu Feng. On the way, Mu Feng told Jin Shu bad things about Lin Yixuan and fainted from fright. Neither of the couple came to the dinner, probably because they didn't know how to face Jin Shu. Jin Shu sent someone to deliver food, which was a way to ease the situation. Lin Yixuan was initially pretending, thinking that since his father-in-law and mother were there, they could chat first, then he and his wife could go to the bedroom to try out his super quiet mattress. When he got home, he found his mother had gone to stay at his father-in-law's house. His father-in-law and his family came back from the cafeteria and said they were tired and needed to rest first. Only he and his wife were left in the house. This progress made Lin Yixuan very happy. As soon as he entered, he started taking off his coat, ready to rush to the bathroom for a shower. "Don't be in such a hurry. Come here, I have something to ask you," Jin Shu said with a gentle smile. It was a calm moment before a storm. She walked to the children's room and beckoned him with her finger. Lin Yixuan's eyes lit up. Was this his chance to show off? "Before I explain this room, can you tell me what inspired you to make that voodoo doll, and where you got the idea?" "That's a rose doll," Lin Yixuan corrected seriously. "I heard from a comrade that these kinds of dolls with grass growing on their heads are very popular now. I recently read The Little Prince, which gave me inspiration, and I made some improvements." Jin Shu squinted her eyes. Did Saint-Exupéry, the author of The Little Prince, come to China to learn voodoo magic? "What voodoo?" "I made it myself. Inside the doll's heart, I put a rose seed." Thinking about his proud work, Lin Yixuan couldn't help but feel inflated. In Secret to Winning a Wife, it says that giving too many gifts isn't a bad thing. When giving gifts to someone you love, it's best to choose something that shows your feelings and is romantic. Handmade gifts are even better. This was his inspiration. "To me, you're like the only rose of The Little Prince." Jin Shu's mouth twitched repeatedly. His promotional words were fierce, but the ending made her look foolish. "Unfortunately, I might not have that honor because your unique rose doll hatched a bunch of bugs, which scared Li He and then prompted her to send henchmen to chase after me and Zheng Xin."
Huh.
Lin Yixuan looked confused. The doll hatched bugs? He had researched carefully to grow the flowers successfully. He looked into what kind of soil roses needed and finally found the right mixture. Unexpectedly, the bugs also found the soil he liked and went to lay eggs. "About the child's matter. Since you took care of the enforcer, we'll call it even. Now let's move on to the next step," Jin Shu continued with a gentle smile. Lin Yixuan responded with an "oh," placing his hand on his belt. The next step, testing the mattress, he understood. Jin Shu pushed open the children's room door. Turning her head, she nearly lost her composure when she saw a man only wearing baggy shorts. His speed in taking off clothes was too fast. She quickly, silently reminded herself, focusing on the task at hand, not to be distracted by his abs, but she still couldn't help glancing a little longer. It had been a while, and Lin Erheo seemed more muscular. She really wanted to touch him. She hurriedly looked away. This was a very serious moment. She couldn't let herself be distracted by the charming man. "How did you come up with the layout and color scheme of this room?" Jin Shu asked. Lin Yixuan touched the elastic band of his shorts and gave it a tug. The color scheme was inspired by that song, Army Green Flower. "If you want to thank my daughter, you can do it later," he said, eager to get on with things. "Thank you? This bed has no ladder. How is she supposed to get up?" Jin Shu took a deep breath. Not even six-pack abs could help him now. "There are many ways."
"Let me show you," Lin Yixuan said.
He walked to the bed, grabbed the handrail, did a flip, and got on. He jumped down, then used a different method, holding onto a hanging ring, swinging slightly, and climbing up again. "She can also use a soft ladder, wooden stakes, or a zip line," he paused. "Speaking of zip lines, that's my proudest design. If the baby needs to go to the bathroom at night and is in a hurry, she can slide directly from the bed to the door. The zip line has many uses." Like knocking our mom down," Jin Shu said. Lin Yixuan was confused. He had knocked their mom down? No wonder the old lady was so angry she refused to come home and went to stay with her in-laws. Sharp as Lin Yixuan was, he suddenly realized that the elders not coming over might not be because they wanted to give him and his wife a chance to spend time together. Come on, Captain Lin, can you explain why there's that thing by the desk? Jin Shu kicked the punching bag. Lin Yixuan shrank his shoulders, feeling that she really wanted to kick him. Kids get tired from doing homework or have complaints about teachers, so they punch a few times to vent. Wife, don't you think that's very human? He considered the developmental needs of children very carefully. All the equipment in this room, from physical training to mental health, was thought out by him. That doesn't feel very human. It just feels like a lot of anger. If there was music playing with a kick, kick, kick sound, it would be like the first episode of Journey to the West, where the Monkey King is born. Jin Shu's reaction was different from what Lin Yixuan expected. The phrase Monkey King is born didn't seem like a happy comment at all. Lin Yixuan, wearing only a pair of old shorts, quickly thought. His wife used a famous story to tease him, so he had to respond with a famous story too. This scene called for a fitting reply. Don't watch Journey to the West when you're young. Wife, you're so young. Maybe we should study Dream of the Red Chamber instead.
Oh.
Jin Shu raised an eyebrow. In Dream of the Red Chamber, there's a part where Baoyu first experiences love and longing. I think that part is very good. Come on, let's try it out together. Psst, where's my face? Lin Yixuan's face, along with his old shorts, dropped to the ground freely. When the lights went out, it was quite a dramatic scene, almost like a family drama with intense emotions. Discussing classics, please do not disturb. Just a wall away, the Yu family and Zheng Xin, Sunning, and others sat on the sofa drinking tea. They said they were drinking tea, but everyone was listening carefully for any noise from next door. Yu Hongwen thought that if his daughter lost control and fought with her husband, he would send his eldest son to break it up. Chen was thinking the opposite. She still remembered her impression of her son-in-law being fierce when shouting at team members. If her son-in-law hit her daughter, she would rush over to protect her. Zheng Xin, mingling at her boss's family gathering, felt awkward and shy, so she kept drinking tea until her stomach was full. Jin Shu arranged for her to stay at the military guest house, right across the street, so she wouldn't worry about safety even if she stayed late. But with the whole family sitting there, it was a bit awkward for her to join in. Everyone else was restless, except Sunning, who remained calm. Hearing no more noise from next door, Sunning stood up and said, "Everyone, go to bed early. There's nothing going on now." She knew that her son was too stubborn to fight. The Yu family has 3 bedrooms, so Sunning can stay over without any problem. If she goes back, she will not only face her shameless son but also have to live in a room decorated like a prison. Everyone in the Yu family is very curious about the progress next door, but since they all know their place, no one dares to knock on the door and watch the couple argue. Only Zheng Xin feels relieved and quickly stands up. Then I'll go back first. I'll come again tomorrow morning. I'll see you off, Yuan says, grabbing his coat and standing up. No need, right? It's pretty safe here. Zheng Xin shivers in fear. She worries that Yan Zong might hold a grudge and take advantage when she's alone. Her timid look makes Yuan feel even more annoyed. What kind of look is this little pig Zheng giving? Is he dangerous or what? Why is she so afraid of him? Hurry up and leave. Yuan urges impatiently at the door. Seeing him like this, Zheng Xin can only grit her teeth and go out with him, her eyes lingering longingly on Jin Shu's door. Don't think about it. Your guardian angel isn't available to protect you now. Thinking of Zheng Xin being easily lured away by her sister, Yuan's tone becomes a bit sour. Zheng Xin lowers her head and follows the petty, vengeful man, not daring to make a sound. Under the night sky, with stars shining, the two walk along the asphalt road in the residential compound. A cold wind blows, and Zheng Xin instinctively shivers. The temperature difference between here and there is quite a few degrees. Don't you know to find a coat to wear? Yuan's dismissive tone makes Zheng Xin afraid to speak. Suddenly, she feels warmth envelop her. He puts his coat over her shoulders, carrying his warmth. Yenzong, I don't need. Zheng Xin sneezes suddenly. You're so stupid, Yuan says, reaching out and flicking her forehead. Zheng Xin's heart beats faster, and her fingers, clutching the coat, turn slightly white. Hurry up and go. What are you standing around for? Yuan urges. The warm yellow streetlights cast a glow on him. Without his business suit and only in a short-sleeved shirt, he looks much younger. This scene in Zheng Xin's eyes feels like time traveling. The residential compound has a small basketball court, and they happen to arrive there. Zheng Xin stops and stares at the court, lost in thought. Suddenly, she remembers, I was on the school team in college. Yuan looks at the basketball hoop with a nostalgic feeling. He hasn't played basketball for many years. Youth is sometimes like a door. When he takes off his t-shirt, puts on a suit, and walks out through that door, many things can never be undone. Back then, you played as a guard. The court was full of tall foreigners, and you were the only Asian face. Very agile. Every time you played, many girls watched you. Zheng Xin looked back at the court, recalling that the front row was where his real girlfriend used to sit. She simply couldn't squeeze in. How do you know? You probably watched me play too, right? Yuan doesn't remember ever watching her. I just happened to see a few times. You are surrounded by so many people. How could I notice an ordinary person like me? Zheng Xin said calmly. Yuan suddenly felt very sad, but he didn't know why. Zheng Xin looked up at the bright moon. She was wearing his clothes, and he was bathed in moonlight. She sighed softly. The moon is so beautiful, isn't it? What are you talking about? Yuan frowned. His English was good, but he didn't understand the moon's words. There's only one moon in the sky. No one cares what that star next to it is called. To Yuan, she was like the moon, bright, eye-catching, unique. But she, even to be just a nameless star beside him, had to put in all her effort. Is that what you mean? Yuan felt that Zheng Xin's incomprehensible moon talk seemed very important. Her long explanation afterward clearly didn't match that short sentence. His intuition told him that sentence was very significant. It means the same thing, Zheng Xin said with a slight smile. Unspoken love, unattainable feelings, secrets buried deep in the heart. Perhaps she and he would be like this forever. If only time could stop at this moment, how wonderful that would be. Lin Yixuan's experience with famous works took a bit longer. He was doing his best to make Jin Shu forget her anger. It wasn't without effect, but rather, it backfired. Jin Shu gave him an ultimatum before bed, ordering him to restore the children's room wall to its original color within a week. Originally, she wanted to remove the equipment, but Lin Yixuan said everything was built into the wall, and to take it down, they'd have to demolish the wall. The project was huge, disruptive, and embarrassing. After all, Captain Lin loved to boast loudly. Before Jin Shu lost her temper, he even considered organizing his comrades to visit. Finally, the couple negotiated and decided to keep some items, repaint the wall with a dead Barbie pink, and change the green floor mat to beige for a more elegant look, making the room less shocking. Lin Yixuan was too busy with work to do much, so he took the chance during his break. Yuan didn't sleep well all night, pondering what Zheng Xin's words meant. When he opened the door, he was startled by Lin Yixuan. What are you doing? Lin Yixuan wore a hat made of newspaper and also draped himself in newspaper. He held a paint bucket in his left hand and a bunch of breakfast in his right. Standing at the door with such a strange look, anyone would be surprised. Just touching up the wall before work starts. Breakfast for you. Lin Yixuan handed the breakfast to Yuan. It was only 6 o'clock. Jin Shu was still sleeping. Reading classics was very tiring. Yuan stroked his chin and understood. You're flattering yourself. Did your sister ask you to repaint the wall? Lin Yixuan froze. Was it that obvious? Yuan chuckled and asked before Lin Yixuan could get angry. Do you know the Japanese phrase? I learned some on my own. What's wrong? 一巡洋風月が綺麗ですね。一巡洋風. What does that mean? Although Yuan didn't understand Zheng Xin's words, he remembered the pronunciation. It means the moon tonight is really beautiful. Yuan felt a bit disappointed. Last night, Zheng Xian's expression when he said that was clearly complicated. How could it only be about praising the moon? Are you sure you didn't translate it wrong? Yuan wasn't giving up. It's just the literal meaning. Lin Yixuan wanted to go inside but saw Yuan looking so exhausted, so he added one more thing. It seems my wife wants to introduce Director Wang to Zheng Xian. What? I'm still alive. What is she introducing? Yuan was angry. It's her decision. Even I, with my family status, can't change it. You, a seasoned husband, are you proud of boasting about your family status? At least I have a wife, unlike someone. He then quoted a wise saying, when you have flowers, pick them, don't wait until they wither and then regret. Life is short. After saying that, Lin Yixuan went inside and shut the door, blocking out his brother-in-law's dark face. TSK, guys who can't win their wives are really just ugly faces. Lin Yixuan returned to the bedroom, kissed Jing Shu's peaceful sleeping face, and energetically went to paint the walls. Compared to Yuan, Lin Yixuan felt that his simple life was quite enjoyable. After a while, Jing Shu woke up. Wearing a cute cartoon nightdress, she came to find Lin Yixuan. Lin Yixuan was sitting on a ladder, painting the wall. When he saw her, he jumped down, hugged her, and kissed her. Why not sleep a little longer? I have a lot to do today. I need to contact the phone company, go shopping, and Xian will come to see me later. I can't just stay in bed all day. Jing Shu leaned on Lin Yixuan, looking sleepy and adorable. This made Lin Yixuan feel very happy. Being at home with her felt just as wonderful as he had imagined. They cuddled for a while. Then Lin Yixuan checked the time. When it was about right, he took off his newspaper armor and had breakfast with Jing Shu. The sound of the army's mealtime call came through the window. His beloved wife sat beside him eating breakfast, and Lin Yixuan felt his life was perfect. Naturally, he thought again about Yuan's dark, lonely face. He shared with Jing Shu what happened that morning with Yuan. Cough cough. Jing Shu choked on her soy milk when she heard him randomly translating. Lin Yixuan hurried to pat her back, confused about why she was so upset. What are you translating so randomly for? Jing Shu rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit sympathetic toward her brother. Isn't it the literal meaning? This is Moon's script language. What's special about their little book? They speak politely and ambiguously. You can't translate it directly. One straight man asking another straight man. What good is that? Teacher Yu, could you give some advice? Lin Yixuan asked as he helped her pick out some pickles, eager to learn. He was self-studying Moon's script language, hoping to translate their documents. Knowing their language would help him understand them better and win more battles. In the book, couples walk under the moon. If they really want to confess to someone nearby, they say, "The moon is so beautiful tonight." If the other person is interested, they reply, "Yes, the moon is really beautiful." Isn't that just talking around in circles? Why not say what they mean directly? Wait, is Secretary Zheng going to confess to our brother? Then I'd feel like I was just teasing him for nothing. Huh, how do you know those two are interested? And what did I do to tease our brother? Talking about this, Lin Yixuan immediately felt proud. Regarding the subtle atmosphere between Zheng Xian and Yuan, I don't believe there's nothing going on. He immediately told his wife about scaring Yuan, and Jin Shu nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Just a little scare was enough. Lin Era is very skilled at handling matters outside Jin Shu's scope. How far have these two gotten? Lin Yixuan asked. Like the creation of the universe. Without outside interference, neither of them would take the initiative. A real man shouldn't be so indecisive. I can't stand my overly caring nature. Lin Yixuan slammed the table. It was time for him to act. If you plan to give my brother the secret to winning his wife, I advise you to stop now. Lin Yixuan looked a bit surprised. How did she know? Jin Shu rested her chin on her hand, looking at him from the side. Hand it over. That secret to winning a wife, let me see it. What secret? I'm running late. I have to go. Fearing more trouble, Lin Yixuan grabbed his hat and ran away. Quite stubborn, TSK. Jin Shu became more curious about that secret. She would have to see it sooner or later. After breakfast, Zheng Xian came over, looking a bit exhausted with dark circles under her eyes. Jin Shu pretended not to know what happened last night and took her out to run errands. When they arrived at the new house, there was still a lot to do. They needed to install the phone and buy some appliances and decorations. Lunch was eaten outside. The two women went on a shopping spree, while Yuan stayed home feeling anxious. Lin Yixuan's words in the morning still affected him deeply. Jin Shu didn't have a mobile phone or a pager, so she was out of contact. Yuan finished his work at home and saw it was already 3 p.m., but there was no movement next door. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the persistent factory director Wang has come from the capital? Maybe his sister, who often flirts with others, is out with Zheng Xin for a blind date with director Wang. Just imagining that scene made his blood pressure rise. He wanted to make a cup of coffee to calm down, but when he went to the living room, he saw his parents sitting together, whispering. Single Yuan felt a little jealous again. Dad, you leave all the work to me, but are you just relaxing here? Why are you so angry? Isn't your sister and Secretary Zheng enough? Yu Hongwen didn't mention Jin Shu and Zheng Xin, but as soon as he did, Ruian's anger grew even more. Can't Zheng Xiaozhu stay with his sister? They've all gone bad.
Ashu, Zheng Xin said that.
Are you catching a cold? Jin Shu asked. Zheng Xin shook his head. They were currently at the newly opened home appliance mall in downtown S-City, which was also their last stop today. Jin Shu wanted to buy appliances for her new home and also take a look at the market trends. Is that Jin Shu? A slightly surprised voice came from behind. Jin Shu turned around, seeing a man in a jacket and jeans, with a baby face. Seeing him, Jin Shu's eyebrows furrowed. Do you know him? Zheng Xin asked. He's a troublemaker, Jin Shu said quietly. Long Xiang hurried over, looking excited. I thought I saw your back and thought you were in the capital. I was mistaken. Seeing him, Jin Shu remembered that this guy had tricked her twice on the train to the country. Meeting him never brought good news, so she turned to leave. This home appliance mall is mine. If you want to buy something, I'll give you a 30% discount. A 30% discount. Jin Shu paused. But your family went bankrupt, so you probably can't afford good appliances either. How do you know my family went bankrupt? Li told me. After I returned to the capital, I kept asking about you. Turns out you're from the Yu family. Jin Shu's brow furrowed slightly. Li He really thought that once she moved away, she couldn't be punished anymore? Jin Shu was busy with her new home and didn't bother with Li He. When she had free time, she still planned to settle scores with her. Those two thugs were still being interrogated at the police station. Long Xiang knew Li He, which wasn't surprising. The circle was small, and the rich kids often hung out together, which was quite normal. I want to talk to you alone, Long Xiang said with a sneaky look.
Zheng Xin YC stipet asai.
Long Xiang took Jin Shu to the TV section. Various colored TVs, different sizes, displayed together, all showing the same picture, making it easy for customers to choose. Right now, they were showing a program about hyenas. Under the display of hyenas, Long Xiang's expression looked increasingly lecherous. Your family went bankrupt, your man abandoned you and ran away, and you're alone far from home. It must be tough for you, huh?
Huh?
Were the rumors already this outrageous? Will you be with me? I will give you 2,000 yuan every month. Long Xiang said when mentioning 2,000 yuan, his face twitching slightly. He thought this was a number that Jin Shu couldn't refuse. Are you going to support me? Jin Shu understood. No wonder his expression looked so. He was probably thinking about her family's bankruptcy and trying to take advantage. 2,000 yuan, which was less than what Zwilla was paid, made Jin Shu laugh. In both her lives combined, she had never been so cheaply valued. Is Long Xiang here to pick a fight or just joking? His current behavior was no different from the hyenas on TV, always trying to others' prey very.
I really like you.
I saw you on the train and just can't forget you. Long Xiang always remembered her from the melody of White Birch in the morning light. Since returning from the Mao country, he kept dreaming of her. He had looked for many women, but none could replace her. Because he had been reckless, his father cut off his finances, and he was sent to S-City to open a shop. Unexpectedly, he met her here. Long Xiang thought this was fate. I have a husband. Don't you remember? He even saved you once, Jin Shu reminded him. He already left. You're a bankrupt woman. How can you live without a man? I may not marry you, but supporting you isn't a problem. Long Xiang stepped forward, trying to hold Jin Shu's hand. Young Master Long had used similar methods to date several female students in Beijing, paying only 500 yuan a month. He figured that S-City's cost of living was lower, and Jin Shu was a divorced, bankrupt woman. 2,000 yuan was already quite generous. After all, it was true love, so he should give more. Jin Shu stepped back, refusing to let him hold her hand. She had her own ways to deal with someone who only thought about looks. Does the 30% discount you mentioned earlier still count? Of course, but do you have money now? Think about what I said. I want to buy a TV. No problem. And a refrigerator, washing machine. Jin Shu waved at Zheng Xin, signaling her to come over. Long Xiang's smile froze, regretting that he had agreed too quickly on the 30% discount. Jin Shu's next words made Long Xiang even more upset. I want 2 sets. She not only bought appliances for her own home, but also bought a set for her parents. Xin, do you want to buy one too? Jin Shu asked Zheng Xin.
Zheng Xin note that.
She couldn't live in the guest house forever, and buying early was a good idea. Do you have so much money? Long Xiang heard Jin Shu demand 3 sets at a very low discount, and his heart ached. This bankrupt heiress spends money more freely than he does. Young Master Long can't even control the discounts, and you want to support me? Jin Shu raised an eyebrow. Support. Zheng Xin was surprised. Does Long Xiang think he's invincible? He dares to eye the wife of a special forces captain? With his small build, even 10 of him wouldn't compare to Captain Lin's kick. Jin Shu blinked at Zheng Xin, who immediately understood, and started to stir trouble. Boss Long, if you're having trouble, forget it. I heard some men are just bad at everything but still want to pretend. Trouble? As long as you can afford it, I dare to sell. Long Xiang squeezed out a few words through his teeth. He was determined to keep up the act of pretending to be rich. His inner little voice was already crying, wondering how to explain to his dad. He got into trouble for getting a minor girl pregnant, was confronted, his dad beat him, confiscated all his money, and sent him here to train. This electronic city was his dad's business, and he was just managing the store. If his dad found out about the huge discounts, he'd be scolded to death. Long Xiang hoped Jin Shu was just teasing him, but his hope was dashed. Jin Shu was serious about buying. Originally, Xiaoyu didn't care about small discounts. It was Long Xiang who was so annoying, inviting trouble. Jin Shu's eyes were very sharp. She could tell at a glance that Long Xiang was in a much worse situation than her. A real wealthy man supporting a woman wouldn't bother to haggle over just 2,000 yuan, laughing at the absurdity. It was clearly trouble that would lead to family sanctions and being sent away to reflect. With such a mess, he still didn't admit his mistake and dared to pretend to be rich in front of her. Who else would clean him up? Jin Shu quickly finished her selection, and Long Xiang was annoyed. This woman was too ruthless. Did she see the purchase list? She chose only popular items with low profit margins. Offering her a 30% discount, he wouldn't make money. He might even lose some. His dad checked the accounts daily by phone. If he found out he was losing money, his punishment would only get worse. Boss Long, do you regret it? So, about what you just said, Jin Shu deliberately teased him. Long Xiang clenched his teeth and issued the invoice. After the invoice was printed, Jin Shu took out a stack of money from her bag and calmly started counting. In the 1990s, household appliance prices, relative to income, were not cheap. Market prices. The 21-inch color TV that Jin Shu liked cost 3,400 yuan. A single-tube washing machine was 800 yuan. A refrigerator was 1,200 yuan. With Long Dasha's generous discount, the set saved over 1,600 yuan. 3 sets saved nearly 5,000 yuan, and Jin Shu was very happy. Long Xiang's feelings hurt. Would he get scolded by his father? Before tonight, deliver it to this address. Jin Shu wrote down Long Yuan's location. How do I handle what I told you? Long Xiang was still thinking about supporting Jin Shu financially. He hadn't even touched the money, and 5,000 yuan was gone. His heart ached. Just deliver the appliances, and someone will respond to you, Jin Shu said with a slight smile. He hoped Lin Yixuan wouldn't get angry. But Jin Shu, who was good at predicting things, was wrong. Lin Yixuan didn't get angry. Someone else was responsible for the trouble. After leaving the electronic city, Jin Shu took a taxi. Instead of going straight home, he asked the driver to take a detour to the developing economic zone under construction. How long does it take to drive from the development zone to our destination? Jin Shu asked. About half an hour, the driver replied. Half an hour is okay, Jin Shu nodded. I'm going back to coordinate with the head of the District Development Bureau, Zheng Xin said thoughtfully, understanding Jin Shu's plan. Zheng Xin had followed Jin Shu for a few days and had clearly seen her straightforward style. Jin Shu, in her work mode, never wasted words. S-City has an independent port with developed transportation. Considering the growth over the next 10 years, the investment potential is good. Jin Shu planned to persuade her father to move the new production line of the sanitary pad factory here. Her mother's matchmaking show was about to air in a couple of days, and with the traffic increasing, the factory would need expansion. Building a branch in this development zone offers tax benefits, policy support, and lower transportation costs. It also fulfills her promise to Uncle Chu and solves employment issues for Long Yuan's family. From the family area to here, the drive takes about half an hour. Just need a commuter bus and all problems would be solved. President Yuan wants to open a branch factory in the south. Would our approach align with his plan? There was disagreement between the siblings about the factory's location. Everyone has their own skills. He does his, I do mine. Whoever's plan is more feasible, we follow that, Jin Shu said. As long as Jin Shu was in work mode, personal feelings wouldn't affect her in the slightest. Don't say that her rival is her brother. Even if Lin Yixuan stands against her, she won't show weakness. Of course, Lin Yixuan knows how to pick sides. He wouldn't go against his wife, except in bed, and even then, overanalyzing and turning the wall into a bright pink Barbie wall doesn't count. Jin Shu's attitude toward work subtly influences Zheng Xin. After a morning of feeling troubled by love, Zheng Xin spent the day with Jin Shu and returned to normal. The eldest princess of the Yu family is more assertive than her father and more shrewd than her brother, never mixing personal feelings with work. But she's not the kind of boss who sees employees as mere tools to exploit. When shopping, Jin Shu held Zheng Xion's hand and noticed her hand was cold, so silently bought a hot roasted sweet potato and handed it to her. Small details like this make a leader likable. Zheng Xion even had a strange thought. If she were with a boss focused on her career, she would be lowering her own standards by thinking about romance, which would be a waste of the blessings given by heaven. What are you thinking about? Jin Shu asked. The 10 years I spent with Yuan and the 1,000 years with Jin Shu. My past life must have been building bridges to meet a boss like you. Tell my brother that 10 years is too short, Jin Shu said happily. After finishing their work, Jin Shu saw Zheng Xion's condition had mostly recovered, so it was time to mention her silly brother. If my brother suddenly acts strangely, don't find it odd. Zheng Xion looked at her confused, still thinking about work. My husband has a secret manual on how to win a wife, though I haven't seen it yet. From what I know, at least 80% of it is questionable. Captain Lin is so smart. He wouldn't believe that, right? Zheng Xion asked. I seriously doubt the manual was given to him by one of his superiors. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe it. Jin Shu could tell that Lin Yixuan really wanted to get along with her, but because of his lack of experience in love, he was easily fooled. Although Jin Shu found his silly behavior quite cute and looked forward to hearing more of his clever words, adding some small fun to life. But these private jokes should stay private. Sharing them publicly could be dangerous. Out of responsibility for Zheng Xion, Jin Shu decided to expose Lin Yixuan. That misguided secret manual, he might lend it to my brother. You can think of it as the second to last helping the last one. Mr. Yuan, has he taken a liking to someone again? Zheng Xion's heart suddenly tightened. He just likes whoever he sets his eyes on, Jin Shu subtly hints. This morning, Lin Yixuan was so bold with her brother, and Jin Shu, trusting her instincts, guesses that her somewhat clueless brother is probably about to act. He probably won't pursue women. Women are the ones chasing him. When I was in school, I had a friend who, just to watch him play basketball, would swap shifts with coworkers a week in advance, just to get a glimpse of him. How could such a man, adored by everyone, ever take the initiative to pursue someone? Jin Shu really wants to ask that friend, "Is it you?" But considering Zheng Xian's shy nature, she thinks revealing that might be too much. Jin Shu can only pretend to be looking at the scenery, secretly thinking that her brother and Zheng Xian are a perfect match. One has been through many relationships, but still doesn't know how to express feelings properly. The other loves so deeply, but is too afraid to say it. No wonder Lin Yixuan couldn't stand it anymore and had to step in to help. Zheng Xian isn't paying attention to Jin Shu. Her mind is full of what Jin Shu just said. Yuan has taken a liking to a woman, and this time, unlike before, he is serious about it and wants to learn how to pursue her. Zheng Xian feels the air inside the car getting thin, hard to breathe.
Huh.
Jin Shu exclaims, "Driver, slow down a bit." Her attention is caught by a familiar figure outside the car window. The car is about to leave the development zone, passing through a small town. What attracts Jin Shu is the back of a young woman. She looks so much like Yu Tingmei. The car slows down, and Jin Shu rolls down the window to look outside. She sees the figure, who looks very much like Yu Tingmei, walking with a man, holding on to him, and they enter a house. The woman never turns around, only slightly tilts her head before entering, and her profile really resembles Yu Tingmei. It's a house, and Jin Shu doesn't feel comfortable going over. "What's wrong?" Zheng Xian, no longer sad, asks Jin Shu. "Have you found out where Yu Caihua's family is?" Jin Shu asks. Yu Caihua and his family have run away, leaving pregnant Zhang Zhaodi in Beijing. The theft of the child was clearly a joint effort by Yu Caihua and his wife. The Yu family wants to pin the blame on Zhang Zhaodi alone, but Jin Shu won't agree with that. "Currently, we haven't found anything. They can go to many places, so it's hard for us to investigate," Zheng Xian honestly replied. Could it be a coincidence? Jin Shu withdrew her gaze. Since Yu Caihua's family ran away, they could have gone anywhere. How could they be right under her nose? However, Jin Shu still felt that the figure she saw earlier looked familiar, so she reminded Zheng Xian. "Check if Yu Caihua's family has any relatives in S City." Zheng Xian nodded and took note. The car headed towards Longyuan. When they reached the residential area gate, Jin Shu immediately saw a truck with the words Electronics City on it. Two people were fighting in front of the vehicle. President Yan? Zheng Xian was shocked after recognizing the fighters. The fight ahead was intense. Yuan and Long Xiang were tangled together. Yuan had the upper hand, pressing down on Long Xiang and hitting him. On the ground, a bright red rose fell. It was supposed to be a beautiful bouquet, but now it was crushed and messy. Fallen into mud and turned to dust, yet still fragrant as before, Jin Shu was inspired to recite poetry. At this moment, "You're still reciting poetry?" Zheng Xian was shocked to see Yuan fighting. How could the usually elegant and noble Yuan be so reckless, fighting openly at the residential area gate? Zheng Xian got out of the car, wanting to break up the fight, but Jin Shu held her back. "Don't rush. Let them fight a little longer." Since her own people hadn't been hurt, Jin Shu wasn't in a hurry to stop the fight. Another important reason she supported this was because she saw Lin Yixuan directing a few soldiers to help carry appliances. A group of well-trained people passed by the fighters as if they didn't see them. If Lin Yixuan hadn't approved, how could such a fight happen here? Seeing Jin Shu get out of the car, Lin Yixuan approached quickly. "What's going on?" Jin Shu pointed behind her. "Oh, that kid Long Xiang has lost his mind. Our brother is helping him out, so it's not a big problem." Lin Yixuan briefly explained what had happened. Just now, Long Xiang brought appliances over, and the security guard asked Yu family to send someone to receive them. Yuan came out and saw Long Xiang holding a bunch of roses, leaning against the car and posing. To recreate the scene, Lin Yixuan even mimicked Long Xiang's pose from that moment. He leaned his upper body against the car, one leg bent and the other stretched out. I don't know who taught him that pose, but it makes him look quite short.
Ha.
Jin Shu laughed at his funny pose. He was holding a big bunch of roses and had a single flower in his mouth. When he saw our brother, he asked very seriously, "Have you decided?" Our brother then asked, "Decided what?" He probably meant, "Have you decided to be with me for 2,000 a month?"
What?
He actually wants to support Secretary Zheng with his wallet? Lin Yixuan, enjoying the show, raised his voice even more. Actually, Long Xiang only asked, "Have you decided to be with me?" Yu Ruyan had been imagining Zheng Xin on a blind date all day at home. He was already angry, and hearing this, he couldn't hold back and started fighting. The fight between Yu Ruyan and Long Xiang was getting intense. When Lin Yixuan shouted, his forehead veins popped out. He punched Long Xiang, giving him a black eye. "With your 2,000. Zheng Xin earns a yearly salary at my place. Do you understand? Who would want your 2,000, you country bumpkin? My people are not for you to covet."
Goody.
"What, Zheng Xin? I want to support you, Jin Shu." Long Xiang, annoyed, argued back with Yu Ruyan. Although he couldn't win against this violent guy, Long Xiang was determined not to admit defeat in spirit. Lin Yixuan's smile froze on his face as he looked at Jin Shu in disbelief. Jin Shu nodded seriously. Yes, the person who was being supported with 2,000 yuan a month from start to finish was her. Lin Yixuan got angry and rolled up his sleeves, ready to go over. He had been watching the fight, thinking it was just his brother-in-law's love and hate, but it turned out to be his own family matter. "You're in uniform. No hitting civilians." Jin Shu quickly grabbed his waist to stop him. It wouldn't be good if Long Xiang, this fool, broke the rules. Long Xiang was frustrated to death, thinking he had just been beaten for nothing. "I like you, Jin Shu. Who wants a female secretary?" Yu Ruyan kicked him in the stomach. "Thinking about my sister? You're not even qualified. And what's with who wants a female secretary? Look in the mirror. What are you even? Let go. I want to beat him until he doesn't recognize his own mother." Lin Yixuan shouted at Jin Shu. If his wife hadn't been holding him, he would have gone over to fight Long Xiang. Of course, Jin Shu wouldn't let go. She was angry for her loved one, which sounds romantic, but after the punishment, it just looked embarrassing. Wearing a uniform, standing at the gate of the residential compound, openly fighting, this is no small mistake. For Lin Yixuan's future, Jin Shu used all her strength, not letting go and holding him even tighter. Only after Long Xiang staggered into the car did Jin Shu release her grip. Lin Yixuan stared at the truck driving away. He remembered the license plate number, and he also remembered Long Xiang. Turning around, he sarcastically said to Jin Shu, "Next time the team teaches Heimlich maneuver, you should be the instructor. I don't think your technique just now is very professional." His wife, from behind, hugged him. Her action was just like the Heimlich maneuver for choking patients, exactly the same. "What's really going on?" Yu Ruyan came over, and Zheng Xin, with sharp eyes, saw his hands were a bit swollen. Hitting so hard can cause this. Zheng Xin's eyes instantly turned red. He wanted to apply ice but had no materials. "A little swelling like this, just cut some potato slices and put them on," Lin Yixuan suggested. "In their place, this level of injury isn't even considered a minor wound. It's not a big deal. I just played around when I hit him," Yu Ruyan comforted Zheng Xin, who was crying. "My brother fights at Nanshan Elderly Home and kicks at Beihai Kindergarten." Jin Shu praised her brother. Although her brother sometimes lacks emotional intelligence, he still protects his family, his sister, and his future girlfriend very well. "I haven't even asked you yet. How did you get involved with such a troublesome person? Our family members only get 2,000 yuan out?" The more Yu Ruyan thought about it, the angrier he got. He had hit him lightly. Lin Yixuan strongly agreed with his brother-in-law's view. "This is a long story. We'll talk about it at home." The group returned to Yu's house. When Chen saw his son dressed in a mess, with his hair all messy, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness, what happened?" Sun Ying's catchphrase, Chen had also learned. A fool just came and wanted to support his little sister with 2,000 yuan a month.
What?
Where is he? I want to punch him in the face. Dad, grabbed the kitchen knife. Let's fight that brat. Zheng Xin was furious when he heard that his precious daughter was valued at only this much. Everyone stay calm. If a dog bites you, can you still bite the dog? Jin Shu looked at the angry crowd in the house and felt a headache coming on. Simply recount the story of buying appliances and briefly mention Long Xiang's deep confession, emphasizing how Li He spread rumors and schemed against her family in Beijing. After hearing this, everyone in the room reacts differently. Lin Yixuan, feeling jealous, frowns and secretly plans to talk to Long Xiang about life and dreams. Zheng Xin offers potato chips to Yuan to soothe her hand. Chen Chen is angry that her daughter is seriously underestimated. Only Yuan is upset for a different reason. Why does he look down on Zheng Xin? When Long Xiang leaves, he jokingly says, "Who wants a female secretary?" which makes Yuan angrier the more she thinks about it. Jin Shu quickly seizes the chance, taking advantage while her brother is confused and angry. Didn't you also say similar things about Long Xiang before? Jin Shu asks. Zheng Xin's face instantly turns pale. The words Yuan said in Beijing have always been a thorn in Zheng Xin's heart.
Don't misunderstand me.
That's not the same thing at all, Yuan says, feeling dizzy from Jin Shu's anger. Is this sister perhaps picked up from the trash? You said yourself that all the women on earth are dead, and you don't even look at Zheng Xin. Jin Shu repeats her brother's past boastful words. If you mess around, you'll eventually pay the price. Did the people bullying her ask for her permission? Chen Chen takes a deep breath, wondering if she has raised a scumbag son. Lin Yixuan clicks his tongue and pats Yuan on the shoulder. Sounds like you're more of a scumbag than Long Xiang. Nonsense. I was just speaking out of turn. That doesn't count. It wasn't sincere. So what's your true feelings? Do rabbits not eat grass near their burrows? Jin Shu continues to repeat her brother's words. I'll go back first, Zheng Xin says with a bad expression, standing up. She can't stay a second longer or she'll cry. She has finally forgotten his harsh words, but now they come back to her. Zheng Xin runs out, and Yuan impulsively chases after her, not forgetting to turn and glare at Jin Shu. You Jin Shu, wait for me to come back and settle the score with you. Jin Shu hides behind Lin Yixuan and makes a face at him. You better be able to fight my husband first. Lin Yixuan shrugs. Although I sympathize with you mentally, you said this morning that I am a wife's. A wife's? Helping family, but not reason. Yuan cursed under his breath. How much trouble did he cause to have such an unpredictable sister and that loyal wife's brother-in-law?
Ugh.
Your brother probably got really mad, right? Chen Chen had never seen his sons so angry before.
Mel.
He should thank me. Jin Shu looked out the window. Zheng Xin had already run downstairs, and Yuan followed, seeming to want to talk to her. Zheng Xin ignored him, and Yuan quickly hugged her.
Look.
Heimlich maneuver demonstration. Real-life scene. Jin Shu pointed downstairs. The whole family looked over, and everyone except Jin Shu and his wife took a deep breath. What's going on? Chen Chen was confused. Wait for the explanation. First, get the camera, quickly. Jin Shu directed his dad, who hurried to grab the camera. He took the camera and aimed it at the couple downstairs, snapping pictures quickly. After taking the photos, Jin Shu looked satisfied and patted the camera. The evidence is right here. If he dares to harm my top manager without responsibility or explanation, I'll close the shop every day and let Yixuan deal with him. Close the shop? Let me handle it? Lin Yixuan frowned.
Why did that sound so strange?
In this family, you're the strongest fighter. If not you, then who? Jin Shu said confidently. When did your brothers start liking Xiaozheng? Yu Hongwen asked curiously. They had known these two kids for years, but hadn't seen any problems. It's not official yet, but they've already hugged. It's probably soon. Don't you have any class prejudices? Yu Hongwen was silent. He needed some time to accept that the secretary suddenly liked his son. I don't care. That Li He was from a good family, but what kind of things did she do? Chen Chen was straightforward and direct. I think Xiaozheng is good, steady, polite, and proper. He's a clean young man. If anyone's not suitable, It's your son, not him. Chun Chen criticized his wife. Yu Hongwen felt wronged. He hadn't said anything. Why was he getting scolded? That lifestyle is problematic, and that's your fault. Not teaching your son properly. He's hiding what he's been doing outside, you know that, right? Yu Hongwen looked embarrassed. Did he really have to be so humiliated in front of his daughter and son-in-law? Jin Shu nodded, defending his mother. Yeah, are you aware of this? Did you join in the fun? What's all this mess? Yu Hongwen's mouth twitched. Why is his daughter so mischievous?
What?
Going out together to have fun? Chun Chen's voice almost shattered the ceiling. The family was simmering red braised pork on the stove. Honey, let's go back and check on it. Seeing his wife start a fuss, Lin Yixuan decisively took her and left quickly. Father-in-law is admirable. Mother-in-law is even better. For the sake of my wife, both can be sacrificed. Yes, yes, yes. Jin Shu happily followed Lin Yixuan and slipped away. Yu Hongwen watched Jin Shu run off, feeling both angry and amused. He thought, isn't my daughter supposed to be my little warm quilt? Why does this quilt seem to let the cold in? Before Jin Shu closed the door at home, he could still hear his mother's yelling. Relying on one person to stir up the whole family's peace. Aren't you afraid of being kicked out? Lin Yixuan raised an eyebrow. Kicked out? I'm just helping the family eliminate hidden dangers. My dad has issues with how he educates my brother, so my mom just needs to give him a good scolding. Jin Shu sees problems from a strategic, long-term perspective. In 20 years, how many CEOs of listed companies will have their stock prices affected by moral scandals? Small company bosses act recklessly, but as companies grow larger, more people watch them. Lin Yixuan's future background also leaves no room for any stain. You need to strengthen yourself first. The earlier you control the men in your family, the less likely trouble will arise in the future. If he keeps going like this, what's the difference from those scumbags like Long Xiang who objectify women? Just because he's rich, does that make it okay? Does money give him the right to openly sell and play with women? As a female entrepreneur, Jin Shu can't stand these men who indulge in reckless pleasures. If my dad didn't accept the distorted values of capitalism that objectify women, why wouldn't he care about my brother? If he wants to develop here, he must follow the rules of the mainland. I don't want our family's stock price to drop because of trivial gender issues after we grow bigger. Is our company listed? Lin Yixuan asked. Not yet, but it will be in the future. Jin Shu showed her confidence, glancing at him sideways. So, are you trying to plead for the scumbag? Although she felt that her father-in-law was somewhat innocent, being dragged down by a flirtatious person, Lin Yixuan, adhering to the principle of better to die than surrender, shook his head decisively. I am a good, honest man. The evil capitalism can't corrupt me. Jin Shu nodded with satisfaction. That's the kind of man she wanted, clean and loyal. Remember what you said today? Cucumber isn't clean, so I have no chance. Jin Shu made a scissors gesture. She has zero tolerance for infidelity. Lin Yixuan widened his eyes, as if something shocking had just happened. Girl, come here. Chun Chen knocked on the door, handed Jin Shu her big phone, then turned and stormed back to his room. She still needed to continue questioning her husband's loyalty. Hello? Jin Shu took the call, hearing Yu Fei's mother's voice. Little Shu, Zhang Zhaodi ran away.
Huh.
She's pregnant, so they let her go. She contacted Yu Saifu and fled overnight. Do you know where she went? Jin Shu asked. I overheard her talking to someone. Coincidentally, it seems she went to your place. Yu Saifu and Yu Ting are there too. After hanging up, Jin Shu's smile grew wider. What's wrong? Lin Yixuan asked. I saw someone today in the development zone who looked a lot like Yu Ting. I thought I was mistaken, but it was really her. Jin Shu didn't know how to describe how foolish Yu Saifu's family was. They tried so hard to run away, afraid of facing the consequences of their mistakes. In the end, after all that effort, they still appeared right under Jin Shu's nose. Such a big country, and they had to choose the city where we are to run? Lin Yixuan was also moved by how low their IQ was. Reduce the scope, check their relatives in S City. We can find them quickly. It doesn't matter if Zhang Zhaodi is pregnant and can't serve her sentence. First, we should sentence Yu Saifu. Lin Yixuan's location was kept secret. His relatives didn't know where he was. But with a little thinking and some inquiries, they could find out where he had gone to avoid detection. Facing such foolish opponents, Jin Shu could only say it was a blessing from heaven. Finding Yu Saifu's family was already a sure thing for Jin Shu, an unavoidable plan. Right now, she was more concerned about the little cuties downstairs. How long has it been? Still holding her? This isn't Heimlich maneuver rescue anymore. He's probably just holding her like a princess. Jin Shu rested her chin on her hand, watching her brother flirt. What's he saying?
Translate it for me.
Jin Shu asked Lin Yixuan. Lin Yixuan took out a small telescope from his pocket, stared at Yuan and lip-read. I'm not saying that. Don't be mad. Lin Yixuan moved the telescope to Zheng Xian's face and sweetly said, Let go of me. Jin Shu giggled, wondering if her husband had a talent for performing arts, especially with voice imitation. I won't let go. You promise not to get angry first. You should go find the person you like. I really like you. Lin Yixuan put down the telescope, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Sweetheart, your brother is insulting someone. It's no wonder he's single. Look at me. I've never insulted you. What does I really like you mean? Lin Yixuan reached his hand to his waist, and Jin Shu saw that he had a small loudspeaker attached there. He has quite a collection of gadgets. Recently, Lin Yixuan has been leading soldiers, and these are often used during training. He grabbed the loudspeaker to shout, but Jin Shu quickly pressed his hand down. What are you doing? Tell our brother, no swearing, be civil. You and I. Stop messing around. With his emotional intelligence, is it easy to find a partner? Don't interfere. Keep watching what he's saying. Watching her older brother date was very addictive. Lin Yixuan had to put down the loudspeaker and continue using the telescope to satisfy his wife's little hobby. Jin Shu, don't believe everything that little girl says. Wife, he's insulting you. Jin Shu immediately grabbed the loudspeaker, opened the window, and angrily shouted, To the person below who's insulting my sister, please mind your influence. Put down those pig's hooves. Surrender now, surrender now. The training loudspeaker wasn't big, but had excellent sound projection. Suddenly, Yuan froze, saying a word to the side without needing Lin Yixuan to lip-read. Jin Shu understood immediately.
Wow.
Yuan was startled by the sudden loudspeaker noise. This trash-bin sister was so unpredictable. Even more frightening, when Yuan looked up, she saw someone by the third-floor window of her sister's house, and several other windows in the building were open. With such a big commotion, who wouldn't look? Zheng Xian's face turned red. She had just been relieved that no one was home in the residential area, but now she realized everyone was watching from above. Let's go. Let's talk somewhere else. Yuan grabbed Zheng Xian's hand, ignoring her struggles, and pulled her along. Big brother, walk boldly forward, keep going, don't look back. Lin Yixuan's singing came from the loudspeaker. The song was quite nice, but the speaker was a bit distorted and a little harsh. Yuan stopped in anger, pointing upstairs and shouting, All of you wait for me. No need for a loudspeaker. His voice carried so far on its own, showing how angry the young master was. What's a bug? Jin Shu asked curiously. It's a kind of insect that lives in the northeast. TSK, calling your sister an insect. That's not very nice. Jin Shu said with a look of dislike. This is just a misunderstanding of information. Speaking of misunderstandings, I remember something. Lin Yixuan took out a small notebook from his pocket, opened it, and pulled out a piece of paper. Please, madam, explain. What's a husky? Jin Shu had previously said Lin Yixuan looked like a husky, even joking that it was a very elegant and handsome dog. She described him as brave and determined, which made Lin Yixuan suspicious of her expression at the time. Later, after seeing one, he thought, wow, what a silly, goofy dog. Jin Shu looked speechless at the paper he was holding, which had a picture of a husky and some text. He even circled the words nervous personality with a pen. What a petty guy. Still remembers something from so long ago. Captain Lin, did you tear this out of a book? You're damaging public library books. I'll report you to the captain. Don't dodge the main point. If you dare say your man is a husky, I'll make your lips swell. Then you'll understand why flowers are so red. After saying this, Li He leaned in to kiss her, but Sanning couldn't stand it and coughed loudly from inside the room. Jin Shu froze, glaring at Li He with her eyes. Her mother-in-law was home. Why didn't he say so earlier? Li He looked innocent, saying he didn't know. Grandma, what are you doing sneaking around in the study? Just tidying up. Sanning gritted her teeth. She came back for no reason. She originally wanted to help tidy up the house, but these two little rascals were so arrogant. If she didn't speak up now, her son might say even more fierce words. Jin Shu really wished she could turn into the Laogo her brother called her, find in the wall, and hide for a while. It was so embarrassing. Yuan forcefully grabbed Zheng Xian's hand and confidently approached the corner of the courtyard under a tree. This place was quite far from the main building and had trees for cover. Having learned from previous experience, Yuan didn't rush to speak, but looked around cautiously. After making sure no one was around, he finally opened his mouth. What's going on with your blind date with Director Wang? What blind date? Zheng Xian was still feeling dizzy. Her mind was full of Yuan's recent words. He liked her. Is that true? Could it be a dream? Aren't you supposed to have a blind date with Mr. Wang? Yuan had been thinking about this all day. He imagined himself as a gasoline tank, ready to ignite at any moment. You're not my person, so what I do has nothing to do with you, Zheng Xian said stubbornly. Yuan narrowed his eyes. Are you getting excited about this? Of course I am. You've had so many girlfriends. Why can't I find a man too? Her voice was cut off by his fierce kiss. Yuan forcefully pressed Zheng Xian's waist and kissed her passionately. Her beautiful little mouth became quiet from then on. She wouldn't say those things that made his blood pressure rise. After a long while, Yuan released her. He looked at her reddening lips with satisfaction. His work. Be my woman, come back to me, and stop hanging out with my sister. Yuan believed he was making a concession. His woman should stay close to him. He found Jin Shu, this little troublemaker, too scary. Zheng Xian grew up in M country, surrounded by many extreme feminists, but they didn't affect her. Just a few days with his sister, and she was already out of his control. Jin Shu's influence on women's awareness was more powerful than 100 extreme feminists. Come back to you. And then what? Zheng Xian's originally passionate heart cooled by half when he said, be my woman. He had said this to more than one person. He had said it to many. Usually, my woman meant multiple people to Yuan. Just follow me and then what? Yuan didn't understand why she looked unhappy. You can have many women, me Zheng Xian or Zhang Xian, Li Xian, all kinds of Xian. You want my world to be only you, but your world is only yourself. You greedily want to take over everything about me but won't even give me a chance to stand equally by your side. Do you want me to work with you during the day and sleep with you at night, forever just a female secretary to the outside world? What's wrong with being my secretary? Do you think I would treat you badly? Yuan finds it hard to understand why she is so emotional. The only explanation is that her sister has influenced her. Don't learn those feminist ideas from Jin Shu. If you stay with me, no matter what happens in the future, I can make sure you have a comfortable life. Isn't that good enough? Yuan never mistreats the women around him, except for Li He, who tends to cause her own problems. If Zheng Xian were with him, Yuan would buy her a house in M country so her mother could live comfortably in old age. He doesn't understand why she refuses such good conditions. Zheng Xian takes a deep breath, calming her restless heart little by little. President Yuan, thank you for your interest, but I don't plan to be your mistress. I am a professional woman with my own career. I can achieve those things on my own. Yuan's eyes turn colder. He has already made the biggest concession, but her attitude makes him very unhappy. Zheng Xian, my patience has limits. I've been good enough to you. Yuan, I am not talented enough to love you as I wish, nor humble enough to let you freely possess me, Zheng Xian says in formal language. Are you reciting lines from the Lady of the Camellias? he asks, surprised he's never seen this opera. He and she watched it together once. He was pursuing a countess who liked the opera, so he bought tickets for her. But she stood him up. Angrily, he took Zheng Xin to see it instead. At that time, Yuan sat in the audience, full of anger from being stood up, and didn't pay much attention to the singing and acting on stage. But Zheng Xin watched until the end with tears in her eyes, and those lines became deeply engraved in her memory. They symbolized her tragic, unrequited love. She can't let go of her dignity to be his secret mistress, nor does she have the noble background to stand beside him. God knows how much she envies Jin Shu, not because of her family background, nor her talent and beauty. What she envies is Jin Shu's ability to have equal love. Her relationship with Lin Yixuan, where their souls are on equal footing, is a dream Zheng Xin believes she will never reach in her lifetime. This is why we can't be together, Yuan. You have too many choices. If you lose me, you still have many options, but I am different. I have nothing, and I can't afford to lose. Zheng Xin finished quickly before her tears could fully fall. Are you trying to make me marry you? Yuan listened for a long time, but only understood that much. What's so good about marriage? It's just a meaningless piece of paper. When it's time to divorce, we will. It doesn't matter whether we are married or not. Enough.
Zheng Xin shouted.
Yuan, don't ruin the last good impression I have of you. Zheng Xin, if you keep acting like this, I won't like you anymore. Playing hard to get doesn't work on me. Think carefully. Yuan felt exhausted. He had never been so patient with another woman, giving her all his patience, but she was so greedy. I've thought this through clearly, and Zheng Xin took a deep breath, raised her hand, and slapped him hard across the face.
Snap.
Yuan's handsome face tilted to the side. He covered his face in disbelief. She actually hit him? I'm so fed up with your games. You're such a bad person. You don't deserve my liking. After cursing, Zheng Xin felt her anger vanish instantly. She turned around like a victorious warrior, walking proudly away. Only she knew how painful it was to turn around to preserve her last dignity. Tears traced down her cheeks. Her 10 years of secret love ended just like that. Yuan looked at her back, feeling that the pain on his cheek and his strange heart were insignificant. As she turned away, it felt like something inside him was missing. He pursed his lips. If that's what she wanted, then let her go. There are so many women in the world. He wasn't desperate to be with her. Jin Shu was chopping vegetables when Zheng Xin came over. Her red eyes and lost look made Jin Shu realize how serious the situation was. Jin Shu quickly handed the knife to Sunning and led Zheng Xin into the bedroom. What's going on? Jin Shu asked. Her efforts to help had brought her to this point. As long as her brother was still smart, he should be able to find happiness with someone he loved. But why did Zheng Xin look like she had lost her soul, crying so heartbreakingly? I'm sorry, I am so useless. I betrayed your trust in me. I want to resign. I will buy a ticket back to Country M right now. I want to go back to milk cows and farm. Zheng Xin couldn't finish her words and broke down in tears. Don't cry, take your time and tell me what happened. Jin Shu patted her gently. Zheng Xin slowly explained the situation, and Jin Shu was so angry she pounded the table hard. She gave him face. That scumbag.
Arschloch. F. Tiba. Bugger. Ta.
Zheng Xin had never seen her so angry before. She cursed in 5 languages at once, showing how furious she was. I'll have Lin Yixuan break his legs. 3 legs, all broken. Jin Shu's angry roar came through the door, and Lin Yixuan rolled his eyes. His wife was cursing like a fierce army of 8 nations. How many foreign languages had she learned? How many secrets does she have that he doesn't know? Noticing his wife's rising anger, Captain Lin decided to return to the team immediately. He organized a surprise training session for the soldiers, pulling them into a night mountain drill. Don't blame him, the strict drill instructor, for being harsh and adding extra training. Blame his brother-in-law. He had offended his wife. Are you really just running away? Sunning looked at her son disdainfully as he put on his coat and slipped out. Seeing Jin Shu so angry, she guessed she was about to fight her brother. Her son didn't step in to stop her. Running away was too shameful. What else can I do? Should I really break all 3 of my brother-in-law's legs? Lin Yixuan hurriedly ran away to protect his brother-in-law's legs for now. At this moment, Jin Shu, having calmed down from her initial rage, reflected on everything and reached a conclusion. I was wrong. No, it's not your fault. It's my own foolishness. No, it's my fault. Her relationship with Lin Yixuan had been too smooth, making her think love was simple and pure. She believed that mutual liking could lead to a happy marriage. She was too impatient. The core problem wasn't solved. She rushed and made mistakes, so failure was no surprise. Che Guevara once said, "Struggle is for happiness, but you don't always get it right away. When we leave, if you find happiness, it's because we once tried. So, we must fight to the end. My personal emotional issues shouldn't escalate to a fight." Zheng Xin dared not cry anymore. This time, I failed to fight the scumbag because I lost my way, but failure is meaningful. It helps us find success. Jin Shu held Zheng Xin's hand, realizing she needed to change direction quickly. If you're unhappy working with me, thinking I pay you too little and want to leave, I won't stop you. But for that scumbag, does he deserve it? He's your brother, your real brother. Even a real brother can't be trusted. He made mistakes, and he's the one objectifying women. Why should you leave? But if I stay, how will you and he get along? And I also feel uncomfortable around him. After loving a man for 10 years, he now wants to buy her with money. Zheng Xin, I can't get past this hurdle. She's too sad. If he makes you uncomfortable, I'll make him leave. I'll tell my dad to get rid of him. This is my territory, Jin Shu's, and you need to work with me. Maybe I should just endure it. And not let him leave. Zheng Xin thought about Yu Hanwu still watching closely, ready to harm her family at any moment, and she felt a pang of sympathy. You need to face your fears and not run away. Why does the scumbag dare to humiliate you with money? Because he feels too good about himself and you lack confidence in your current situation. Yes, Zheng Xin listened carefully. Marriage and love for women like us, who are well-educated and independent, are just the icing on the cake. They are not life-saving. Women's world shouldn't only be about love and marriage. Happiness is the true goal. Since the scumbag doesn't cherish you, we need to change our direction. Jin Shu slapped the table, emphasizing the eternal truth. I'll help you make money because money is the foundation of a woman's happiness. If I had focused on making money from the start, not rushing to pair you with him, you wouldn't be so miserable now. I take responsibility for that, and we'll fix it. Men are just trash, Yuan is just trash too. Their voices were quiet at first, but the last sentence was spoken louder, as if to make sure the neighbors could hear. The neighbor's room was right next door. As soon as Jin Shu entered, he heard his sister scolding him. Yuan was so angry, he kicked the wall. You Jin Shu, come out and die. Come here. Jin Shu raised his.
Come over.
The siblings shouted at each other through the wall. Then, Yuan's angry voice came from the next room. Mom, what are you doing? I'm already grown up, and you're still pulling my ear? Dealing with feelings can be complicated first, then bullying your sister second. What's wrong with scolding you? Zheng Xin finished talking to his wife and came over to settle accounts with his son. Jin Shu crossed her arms and smiled, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. She grabbed Zheng Xin's hand and made her look at the miserable scene of a scumbag being abandoned by the crowd. Zheng Xin didn't want to see Yuan now, but Jin Shu, this tough mother, didn't give her a chance to back down. She pulled her to the next room. Yuan was being chased and scolded by his mom. When he looked up and saw Jin Shu and Zheng Xin, he froze completely. You Jin Shu, you still dare to come here? I'm not the one who made a mistake. Why shouldn't I come? I'm here to tell you that from now on, Zheng Xin is cutting ties with you. She dumped you, and you're not worthy. In front of our parents, I want to ask you something. Jin Shu folded her arms, not afraid of her domineering older brother. Compared to his attitude, she was never afraid of the bossy big brother. You're angry because someone humiliated your woman with money, but why are you using the same way to humiliate my manager? Is it the same? Yuan felt a rush of heat rising to his head. How is it the same? Your woman is a person, your mom and sister are people. Aren't other women people? Just because you have money, you think you can do whatever you want? Yuan wanted to argue, but when he saw Zheng Xian's red eyes, he felt like a thorn in his throat. His sister, this trash, really knew how to hit people's sore spots. Xiao Shu, speak nicely, Yuan tried to smooth things over. He thought it wasn't right for the siblings to fight over this matter. Chun Chen wiped away tears that his daughter was moved to tears over, and didn't forget to give his wife a sharp look. Yuan didn't dare to move. I think my daughter said it very well. Xiao Shu, keep talking, mom is on your side. Yuan, I hope you can clearly understand one fact. The person who has always been kind to you and accompanied you isn't because she's weak or because she's foolish. It's because she cares more. The money you have can only attract people interested in money. Money can't keep the true people who care about you. Don't believe me? Ask Dad and Mom. How did they stay together through tough times without money and difficulties? After Jin Shu finished speaking, the whole house was silent. Even Yuan, who wanted to defend his son, started to reflect. What expression is that? Not convinced? All right, let's take this opportunity of choosing a new factory site to officially declare war on you. I swear on my dignity as a woman that I will make you apologize for your prejudice and arrogance today. The lessons your parents didn't teach you, I will make up for them. Zheng Xian's eyes blurred with tears. She would never forget this moment. There is a woman willing to see things from another woman's perspective. Girls help girls. Zheng Xian, are you going to follow her all the way to the end? Yuan asked Zheng Xian, unable to compete with Jin Shu's quick tongue. If she changes her mind now, he is still willing to give her a chance. Are you choosing her or me? Everyone in the Yu family looked at Zheng Xian at the same time. I choose General Manager Xiao Yu, Zheng Xian said without hesitation. Her voice trembled slightly, her emotions a bit excited, but her gaze was more determined than ever. Yuan was so angry he pointed at Jin Shu and Zheng Xian. These two women, so capable. Tell me, how do you decide who wins or loses? Yuan was completely carried away now. He never thought he would end up competing with his own sister for a woman. In 3 days, we each come up with a plan, simulate the profit of our chosen sites, and whoever has the higher profit wins. It's like a business war simulation. In real life, many unpredictable factors could come into play, but the projected profits are still a useful reference. If I lose, I'll work for you for free for a year. If I lose, please apologize for your rude arrogance toward Zheng Xian today. Jin Shu declared confidently. How sure are you that you'll beat me? Yuan was annoyed by Jin Shu's attitude. This bet clearly showed Jin Shu was very confident. She even said she would work for him for free if she lost. It was so humiliating. Jin Shu might as well have carved "I will definitely win" on her face. Not 100%, of course. Nothing in this world is certain, but I have about a 95% chance. Yuan felt like his head was about to explode. This girl was so frustrating. The winner in business wins. It's not about who has the bigger temper. In 3 days, I expect your apology. Zheng Xian, let's go. Jin Shu finished speaking and confidently led Zheng Xian away, not forgetting to invite her parents before leaving. Tonight, I will prepare a few simple, humble dishes. My parents will join us. As for us working-class food, the wealthy gentleman probably can't handle it. You may help yourself, sir. Yuan snorted coldly. Using food as punishment?
Who does he look down on?
You're always causing trouble for your sister. Chun Chen shook his head. Yuan maintained a bossy, commanding expression, cold and proud. But the red-rimmed eyes of Zheng Xian kept flashing in his mind, questioning his heart from time to time. Was he really in the wrong? That evening, the aroma of food wafted from the next room. Yuan looked at his instant noodle bowl, feeling bored. Laughter and cheerful voices came through the wall, making Yuan feel lonelier. He threw his chopsticks on the table and went back to his room in a bad mood. That little girl, Jin Shu, was too arrogant, relying on her clever ideas to bully him, insisting she had to win a game to boost her confidence. Down with you, Jin Shu. Take back Zheng Xin. A strong, rallying cry sounded behind Yuan, startling him. He turned around and saw Lin Yixuan standing behind him, happily gnawing on a chicken leg. So, do you think I've analyzed your mind accurately? Lin Yixuan asked playfully. Didn't you go up the mountain? Yuan rolled his eyes. It rained, so I came back early. Are you especially curious about what my wife made? Not really, Yuan said irritably. Roast chicken, braised pork knuckles, braised fish, sweet and sour pork. Besides these northern dishes, she also made some local seafood specialties. She knows she was wrong and wants to invite me over, trying to win me over with sweet talk. Yuan pretended to be proud. Lin Yixuan took a bite of the chicken leg and shook his head. No, that's not it. Then why are you here? To tell you the dishes, so your hungry soul can be nourished. Yuan felt the urge to have a real contest with Lin Yixuan. This guy is really mischievous. City has abundant seafood. Let me tell you about a typical local dish. Have you ever tried stir-fried conch slices with lotus white? The conch slices are as thin as cicada wings, lightly fried until slightly curled, tender and fresh. Fried small octopus, crispy and delicious. One makes you want a second. And look, what is this? Lin Yixuan, holding his chicken leg, somehow produced a large flying crab. A crab bigger than a palm, bright red and tempting. Lin Yixuan carried the flying crab around Yuan's nose to smell it. Smell this. Is it fragrant?
Lin Yixuan.
Are you being rude? Yuan's shout echoed through the wall to the next room. In the living room, the family was sitting together enjoying food. Hearing the shout, Sanning felt a bit embarrassed. She gently nudged Jin Shu under the table, signaling her daughter-in-law to go check on things. Her unkind son might be doing something inappropriate in front of the in-laws. It's okay. Yixuan knows his limits, Jin Shu said.
Lin Yixuan.
Get out of here. Yuan's commanding voice rang out. Jin Shu blinked. Oh dear. What a coincidence. Was he trying to embarrass her? There was a few seconds of silence at the table. Both sets of parents felt awkward. Sun Ying's feet were almost digging into the ground. She wondered what her son had done. Jin Shu picked up a fried octopus ball and handed it to Zheng Xin.
Try this.
It's my special dish, and I pay close attention to the cooking time. Zheng Xin didn't eat much that night. Jin Shu's cooking was excellent, but her mind was on the upcoming battle with Yuan in 3 days, so her appetite was poor. Having enthusiasm for work is good, but you need to be full to have strength. Eating is especially satisfying. Jin Shu scooped a crab for Zheng Xin. In a seaside city, seafood is fresh and cheap, and it tastes good even with simple cooking. Should we send some dishes to Yuan? He doesn't know what he's eating at home, Sanning said nervously. Lin Yixuan pushed the door open, holding a chicken leg in his mouth and carrying a flying crab in his hand. He couldn't finish eating it all. He says he's so hungry he won't eat our food. He's got a lot of backbone, Lin Yixuan said. Yuan was so angry, he felt full. Jin Shu and her husband were really annoying. What a disaster. Sun Ying wanted to scold her son but hesitated because her in-laws were nearby. It's nothing. His mind is full of tricks. Missing a few meals will help him lose weight. The cold dish Jin Shu made is really good, she said. Chun Chen thought her son's hunger punishment was deserved. Her daughter's cooking skills were truly impressive. It contains jellyfish head, cucumber, scallop meat, shrimp, and peanuts. The key flavor is fragrant vinegar. It's very simple. I'll write the recipe for you. Jin Shu praised her own simple yet delicious dish. She even planned to send Lin Yixuan over late at night, hiding by Yuan's bed to nibble on a crab and stir up more resentment. Double the trouble. The evil capitalist Yuan, who objectifies women and opposes the masses, deserves this outcome. The conflicts between Yu's siblings grew worse. Yuan was already upset about his sister taking away his woman, and now he was further angered by his sister-in-law's harsh words, fueling his rage even more. He called his trusted team late at night, determined to win this battle in 3 days. Yu's company in the mainland has many talented people. With so many, how could they lose to just 2 women? 2 days passed quickly. Yuan gathered the company's planning department and carefully prepared a plan. He also included Jin Shu's profits in the calculations. After thorough analysis, the profits from Jin Shu were similar to his, but the northern investment environment was special, making it difficult for her to succeed here. As long as he held onto Jin Shu's card, she was doomed to lose. You imagine his sister crying and regretting her actions, wishing she hadn't opposed him. Soon, she would prepare a big meal to apologize, and Zheng Xiaozhu would secretly come to admit her mistakes. Lin Yixuan, who caused trouble, should at least be made to drink 3 cups of wine and apologize. Thinking about that scene made Yuan feel very happy. He imagined dishes like spiral shell stir-fried lotus root, fried small octopus, steamed large, and Zheng Xiaozhu, bring them all on. As long as those 2 women admitted their mistakes and stopped rebelling, he could forgive them. While waiting for a big victory, Yuan also kept an eye on what was happening next door. During the day, Jin Shu was not at home, and Zheng Xin was also out somewhere. At night, Jin Shu would prepare a big meal. Dishes like prawn pot stickers, stone pot abalone, steamed sea urchin eggs. Yuan, the only Yu family member not invited, surprisingly knew all the dish names clearly. Lin Yixuan came every day, without fail to report the dishes. Annoyed by him, Yuan locked his bedroom door. He went to take a shower, and when he came out, he saw his brother-in-law sitting on his bed, holding a fruit tray and eating fruit. Yuan almost thought this guy was some kind of ghost creature. Did he sneak in through the door? Lin Yixuan compared the window. It was only 3 stories high. Could he be stopped by Special Forces training? Climbing with his hands, he simply got in. Yuan wished he could blink and have 3 days pass quickly, eager to see who would win. He found both of them so annoying when they teamed up to cause trouble. The sibling rivalry was intense. Yuan initially wanted to mediate, but after these 2 days, he changed his mind. It's not that I can't support my son, but supporting my daughter is more worthwhile. Healthy competition between the 2 children benefits the company. Most importantly, if he dares to side with the son, the daughter won't cook him delicious food, and his wife will kick him out of bed. Chen has always supported his daughter, enjoying her cooking, while secretly mocking his son. Every night, after returning from Jin Shu's house, he complains that the food is so good he's gaining weight, and he has also learned how to annoy his father-in-law. He pulls his son aside to describe how tasty the dishes are. Yuan can't just ask his mother to leave like his brother-in-law did. He can only endure it. Finally, the day to settle the matter arrives. The brother and sister agree to decide the winner after dinner. Early in the morning, Jin Shu takes Zheng Xin out again. Yuan, with nothing to do at home, goes for a walk. In the yard, Xiaohong, Mufeng, and his sister-in-law are picking vegetables and chatting. The women gossip as Yuan passes by. When he hears his sister's name, he hides behind a tree, wanting to listen to what they are saying. Captain's wife leaves early every morning and only comes back in the evening. She always carries big and small bags of groceries. She doesn't know how to manage a household, Mufeng says sourly. Yuan frowns. He has some disagreements with his sister, but that doesn't mean he can tolerate others talking about her, his family, or their traditions of protecting each other. Her family has many members, so it's normal to buy more vegetables. She didn't spend your money. Xiaohong speaks up for Jin Shu. Besides Mufeng, all the other sister-in-laws in the yard like Jin Shu. If you're so good at talking, why didn't you speak at the welcome party? Let Captain Lin's wife show off. You must have felt uncomfortable, Mufeng says sharply. Xiaohong, annoyed by her gossiping, walks away with her vegetable basin. Yuan's brows remain tightly furrowed. He feels upset for his sister. Jin Shu wants to set up a factory here, considering the employment arrangements for the Long Yuan family members, and Yuan knows this. She works hard, getting up early and staying late to run the factory. Yet, behind her back, this troublemaker is saying such things. Is that woman always following Captain Lin's wife a dancer? Mufeng says mysteriously. Don't talk nonsense. The remaining sister-in-law thinks Mufeng's words are too rude and also walks away with her basin. Seeing everyone leave, Mu Feng stands up and shouts at their backs. Is that nonsense? Last time, I saw her hugging and holding hands with the captain's uncle. The captain's uncle is single and has no girlfriend, who wears short skirts, stockings, and high heels in autumn. Get lost. That's a professional outfit, and you're not a proper person. Haven't you seen the world, you country bumpkin? Yuan stepped out from behind the tree, his face dark with anger.
Ah.
Mu Feng saw it was Yuan and, frightened, forgot her basin and ran away quickly. Yuan kicked over Mu Feng's basin with his foot and put a hand on his shoulder.
It was Lin Yixuan.
I saw everything. Only Mu Feng spoke up. The other sisters-in-law didn't agree with her. I'll ask the political officer to talk to her and stop this from happening again. This wasn't an ordinary residential area, so cleaning up the atmosphere was very necessary. Xiao Shu, don't bother with these uncivilized people. To give them jobs, you're going against me. Yuan thought about how Mu Feng said Zheng Xin and his sister were so rude and felt very upset. My wife is opposing you, not just to give them jobs. She's doing it for Zheng Xin, for herself, for her beliefs, and for you. Yuan looked at Lin Yixuan with confusion. Lin Yixuan suddenly became serious and stopped joking around. He was a bit uncomfortable with his usual teasing. Lin Yixuan patted his shoulder. I happen to have time. Let's find a place to drink and chat slowly. Zheng Xin and Jin Shu came out of the development bureau, both looking worried. We still haven't discussed the factory's preferential policies. Are the profits accurate? We might be running out of time. Jin Shu had been running around the development bureau for 2 days. They hadn't met anyone at first. Finally, today they saw someone, but the person in charge spoke formally and clearly didn't believe the two women. Zheng Xin knew Yuan very well. He was very sharp and could definitely guess the difficulties Jin Shu was facing now. The Yu family invested inland, so they knew well the differences in investment environments between the north and south. The relationship-based approach in the north hindered private investment, which was an objective problem. If Yuan used this issue to block Jin Shu, Xiaoyu would lose. With my brother's help, relying on the Yu family's connections, we can secure this place and get the biggest benefits for the group. It's not a problem. Jin Shu was full of confidence. Your brother would love to team up with us and beat Yuan. With his petty mind, how could he help you? Zheng Xin almost thought he heard wrong. This brother and sister were in fierce competition. Under Jin Shu's instructions, Lin Yixuan had helped stir up trouble for Yuan. Given Yuan's narrow-minded temper, she probably has long been planning to deal with Jin Shu and her. But Jin Shu said her brother would help her? No way. His eye for investment and his methods are just as good as mine, but the key to winning or losing is one word. He hasn't seen through it, but I see clearly. Which word? Taking down my brother, or even the entire northern market, only needs one word. What word?
Trust.
Lin family Yuan looked speechless at the 2 plates of cold dishes on the table. Is this how you entertain guests with snacks? Fried peanuts and smashed cucumbers.
As plain as can be.
What kind of guest are you? Family doesn't need so many rules. Where have all the big fish and meat gone these days? Aren't they happily eating fried small octopus and stir-fried lily bulbs? Mr. Yen doesn't think he's greedy. He's just curious. What do they taste like? Drinking without food just for fun. Lin Yixuan poured him more herbota. Quite a few fallacies. Yuan snorted and unreservedly ate a cucumber slice. Our sister-in-law in the yard talks unpleasantly. Why do you think she's like that? Lin Yixuan asked. Poor manners. Do you need a reason? It's better not to mention that nagging old woman. Once she's mentioned, Yuan feels like hitting someone. Some people are born bad, but she's not truly bad. She's ignorant, and the root cause of her ignorance is her shallow knowledge. Mu Feng mocked Jin Shu for being wasteful, laughed at Zheng Xin for wearing professional clothes and not being a proper person, all based on her narrow worldview. She's never seen a woman like Jin Shu with her income. Nor has she seen Zheng Xin, a professional woman who studied abroad. In her mind, women in short skirts aren't good wives. Those in the village who spend money recklessly are just wasteful daughters-in-law. If she had seen a broader world, would she think like that? She doesn't even realize that criticizing others behind their backs is wrong. Since she can remember, the people around her have always judged others this way. Mufeng comes from a relatively isolated village with no entertainment options, passing time through gossip and family affairs. Everyone talks about others, and everyone is talked about. My wife once said that entrepreneurs need to achieve 3 levels: seeing oneself, seeing the world, and seeing all living beings. The way to eliminate ignorance is not through violence, but by gaining more knowledge. The same principle applies to that sister-in-law, and to you. Why are you bringing me into this? Yuan thought for a moment, and understood. Are you mocking me for being just like that rural woman, both of us unworldly fools? No one would believe that Lin Yixuan isn't sarcastic. I didn't call you a fool. I just said you're inexperienced, like the saying, the morning mushroom doesn't know the sunset, or the cicada doesn't know spring and autumn. That's about you, especially when it comes to feelings. You think I'm inexperienced? Your brother has dated more girls than you've crossed bridges. Yuan wanted to argue fiercely. My true love only needed one bridge to reach me. Why would I go around crossing so many? Do you even know what love is after dating so many girls? Lin Yixuan raised a finger and spoke before Yuan could get angry. If you really knew what sincere love was, could you be stuck eating instant noodles for 3 days straight and still be upset about not having a wife? Talking to this troublemaker made Yuan almost burst with anger. He slammed his glass onto the table. Can you be more hurtful?
Sure.
Lin Yixuan said with a grin. What's impossible? Hearing that he was inviting trouble, Lin Yixuan was eager to continue. You look down on that talkative sister-in-law, but isn't your way of handling feelings just like hers? Yuan really wanted to argue back, but he had to admit that Lin Yixuan's words were direct and seemed to have some truth. The circle you're in is made up of the elite who control most social resources. Seeing so much of the exchange of benefits and feelings, you've come to doubt true love. Do you think love doesn't exist? Who says I don't believe in it? Yuan replied weakly. My parents are true lovers. Believe that if you want. Look in the mirror and see your guilty expression. Tiske, Lin Yixuan tossed a peanut into the air, which arced perfectly and landed precisely in his mouth. Helping the poor starts with inspiring their will. To overcome ignorance, you must first solve the problem of mental poverty. That's why my wife didn't rush to confront Mufeng. Harming Mufeng, insulting Mufeng, and driving Mufeng out of the community. All of that is easy for Jin Shu. But defeating Mufeng means there will be many others who try again.
Can they be stopped?
Create a good environment to promote positive behavior inside the family compound. Everyone is trying to improve, and even people like Mufeng can be influenced. To fit in, they need to change their bad habits. People always seek benefits and avoid harm. If you talk to her about principles and ask her not to gossip, she'll ignore you. She just listens with one ear and forgets. But if changing her can bring her real benefits, do you think she'll change? Jin Shu and Lin Yixuan used this method to change the troublemakers in the city alleys. This approach works well for improving the atmosphere in the family compound, and time will prove it. Yuan was silent for a moment and realized something.
So,
you two treat me as a mental support project? For a powerful boss, this realization was quite frustrating. Lin Yixuan patted him silently, understanding everything without words. Jin Shu never supports those who are lazy or bad, but she's willing to help, which shows she still cares about her brother. Even if you win my wife, she will apologize if she truly believes you. Zheng Xin is clinging to your leg, kneeling and begging for you to support her. Do you really want that? Of course. Yuan dreams of dealing with these 2 girls. If they really do that, the world will lose 2 independent souls. If Zheng Xin happily accepts your support, how is she different from other women? Lin Yixuan almost said, Look at how inexperienced you are. Yuan was silent and quickly thought of a phrase. When the world lose you. Through this conversation with Lin Yixuan, he intentionally let his sister win. Lin Yixuan was right. Who wins or loses doesn't matter much. Letting his sister win isn't unacceptable. He's a grown man, and bullying his sister isn't meaningful. He could also take the chance to apologize to Zheng Xin. Once this idea appeared, Yuan felt much lighter. But when he expressed his thoughts, instead of receiving admiration or approval from his brother-in-law, he was met with Lin Yishuan's ruthless mockery. You want to win my wife? That might be a bit difficult. You don't need to try hard. Just do your best. Anyway, you won't succeed. Haha, that last laugh almost made Yuan spit blood in anger. His brother-in-law's teasing was really annoying. He wanted to see what Jin Shu would do tonight. When her plan didn't work, he generously said, "Let's cancel the bet." He didn't want to bully his sister, nor did he want Zheng Xin to keep feeling sad. But he still wanted to teach that troublesome brother-in-law a lesson. At least, he wanted Lin Yishuan to stand in the corner, hands on his head, singing "The East is Red." That wouldn't be too much, right? Before dinner, the Yu family gathered in the study. In the study, Yuan sat at the main desk, acting as the judge today. Yuan carried a folder and saw his mother sitting beside their father right away. "Mom, we're having a shareholders meeting. You don't need to stay here." His mother, clearly biased, would definitely favor her daughter. "I'm also a shareholder," Zheng Xin said firmly, wanting to support his daughter. "Mom, I have some meat simmering on the stove. Please check on it," Jin Shu said with a smile. Zheng Xin stood up, giving a warning look to her son, the capitalist. "If you bully your sister, you won't get to eat the meat." I'm confident I'll win," Yuan said, crossing his legs. He had been eating instant noodles for 3 days. Today, he insisted on eating a proper meal. He had already decided that if he won against Jin Shu, he would act even more high and mighty, canceling the bet. At dinner, he would eat meat, and that troublesome brother-in-law could stand in the corner singing "The East is Red" as background music. Seeing her brother so proud, Jin Shu smiled slightly, knowing she would soon make him regret it. Zheng Xin knocked and entered, walking straight toward Jin Shu. She passed by Yuan without a glance, which made Yuan unhappy. Does she see him as heir, or as a threat? "Everyone's here, let's start," Yuan announced the meeting. First, Yuan presented his team's plan. Before officially starting, he glanced at Zheng Xin. If she were his secretary, she should be the one completing this task. Having her as a rival for his affection felt very unpleasant. The study was silent. Jin Shu remained calm on the outside. Inside, she admired her brother. Zheng Xin had told her that Yuan's original plan had been improved a lot in 3 days. He fixed the previous flaws. If Jin Shu were to do this plan, it wouldn't be more complete than it is now. This showed that her brother was a very capable successor. Yuan finished speaking. Yuan nodded with a gentle smile. It is clear that Yuan is quite satisfied with his son's plan. It was Jin Shu's turn to speak, but Zheng Xin spoke on behalf of Jin Shu. Yuan listened to Jin Shu's plan and slightly frowned. Admittedly, the daughter's plan has a very clear overall idea. If you only look at the framework, it is not inferior to her brother's. But the problem lies in the details. Regarding tax incentives and various factory construction budgets, Zheng Xin only mentioned that these were still undecided. Compared to Yuan's detailed plan, this plan is hardly more than rough sketches. It's like a person with very beautiful bones but empty muscles. Yuan's overall plan is full of life. A beautiful skeleton without flesh is hard to convince others. Yuan was a bit surprised to hear so many still undecided parts. After Zheng Xin finished his plan, Yuan spoke before his father. "At least give an estimate? There are many factors that can affect the valuation. The number can be big or small, so I can't give a careless estimate. Are you giving up early, planning to surrender?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. Although he was asking his sister, his eyes were fixed on Zheng Xin beside Jin Shu. "Hey, woman, do you think I'll grow a pimple just because you look at me?" Yuan was so annoyed by Zheng Xin's unwavering gaze, he almost exploded. Once his sister admitted defeat, he planned to take a high stance, no hard feelings, and then talk openly with Zheng Xiaozhu. Jin Shu's plan is already quite good, considering he's still young. Yuan was about to announce the results. Although he favored his daughter, he knew business decisions shouldn't be made blindly. Looking only at the plans, his son's was more complete. As a business decision-maker, he still leaned toward his son. Zheng Xin looked up, worried about Jin Shu. had he still lost? My plan isn't finished yet. To be precise, it's my brother's plan that hasn't been perfected. Jin Shu made a calm entrance, speaking slowly. Is my plan not complete? What more do you want to improve? Yuan challenged. I helped improve it a bit.
Take a look at this.
Jin Shu pulled out a piece of white paper from his pocket. Unfolded, it was as large as a newspaper, a hand-drawn map. Not only use father and son, but even Zheng Xin was surprised. When did she prepare this? Over the past few nights, Yi Xian and my older brother had a friendly meeting while I stayed alone at home. As you know, women can easily get into trouble when they feel lonely. When Yi Xian came in and heard such a shocking statement, he thought lonely? Letting his wife say she was lonely in front of so many people was really irresponsible. Soon, this brother and sister will probably reconcile, so tonight, he doesn't need to provoke his brother-in-law. There's plenty of time, and focusing on building a family definitely keeps her from feeling lonely. Jin Shu spat in her mind, thinking, I want to know why he came in at this time. He definitely shouldn't say things like that. With her father and brother looking at her in surprise, she used double-sided tape to stick the map on the wall for everyone to see clearly. These are the places you chose. Jin Shu pointed to the factory marked on the map. Then she used a pen to point to other locations on the map. Here, and here are foreign-invested factories. Inside, there are factories from country M and small companies, all big players in foreign women's products. She marked these strong competitors in red. Next, she used a yellow marker to circle certain areas. These are small local workshops. I roughly counted that there are about 2,000 registered women's hygiene product factories in the country, mostly concentrated in your chosen area. Yuan stared at the two foreign giants marked on the map. They haven't discussed expansion plans yet, but they will expand. If you also set up factories there, within 10 years, these foreign companies will take over most of our market, especially the high-end segment. Jin Shu pointed to the yellow-circled area. These domestic small factories will either be bought out or go bankrupt. The ones that survive can only develop the low-end market, handing over the entire industry. These are all unlikely events. Do you think that if we build factories there, we will also be pushed out by foreign companies? Hearing this, Yuan thought it sounded like a fairy tale. Yu Hongwen had the same expression. Jin Shu shook her head, her eyes showing a hint of sadness. What her father and brother thought was unlikely had actually happened in her time. Domestic women's products only started in the 1980s, lacking experience. During the early days of reform and opening up, everyone was just figuring things out. Foreign-invested companies, whether in business models or capital, were more mature than domestic ones. If foreign companies are like giant crocodiles, then the small local factories are still just fish fry. The giant crocodile devoured the fish fry with unstoppable force, leaving the young fish with no chance to fight back. But now, things are different from the past. She has been reborn. She is not willing to see her stronghold taken away again. She has a chance to turn the tide. The key to victory lies in the word trust. Her strength alone is not enough to succeed. She trusts her family and hopes they trust her in return. I admit, I look down on my brother's twisted view of the world.
Hey.
Yuan was angry. Jin Shu changed the subject. You can't write two you characters with one. I dislike him, but I won't cause trouble with the company. I believe that even without a betting agreement, my brother will eventually realize the truth and will apologize to Zheng Xin. Zheng Xin looked at Yuan, who was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and Zheng Xin quickly looked away. Betting with you is just to make you realize things earlier. Yuan turned his head to the window. Within a day, being seen through by Lin Yixuan and Jin Shu one after the other felt like being exposed without clothes, very awkward. Apologize, you can talk to Zheng Xin alone after the meeting. Now let's discuss business. Yu Hongwen nodded, signaling her to continue. My brother helped me settle things above, and I will build the branch factory. Jin Shu took out a map of the north from her pocket. In the north, we don't have many competitors. My brother was worried about regionalism there, but it turns out foreign investment has the same concern. Why don't we go against the trend? Places where few people go often have the best scenery. As for marketing, we have a clear advantage. I only need one word, trust me. Yu Hongwen nodded. He believed in his daughter. As for factory negotiations, I will handle it. Yu Ruyan was very confident. Although his sister often made him angry with her sharp ways, as Jin Shu said, you can't write two Yu characters with one. Jin Shu extended her hand and shook her brothers seriously. Zheng Xin was overwhelmed with feelings. She saw the power of women. Jin Shu was her role model. Lin Yixuan squinted. At the moment Jin Shu reached out her hand, others didn't notice, but he saw clearly. What was that in her hand? Wow. Why are you still carrying a shocking device? Yu Ruyan nearly got shocked by the electric shock. I slightly improved the lighter's igniter. I took off the lighter. Does it feel numb? Not just numb. At the moment she shook hands with him, Yu Ruyan thought her hand was going to be useless. Who told you to bully Zheng Xin? If you mess with my people, this is what happens. Zheng Xin won't forgive you. Next time, I have other ways to deal with you. Yu Ruyan wanted to settle her, but Lin Yixuan quickly stopped her. Don't come at me. Don't fight my wife. Fighting with a special forces captain, Yu Ruyan isn't afraid of risking her life. Lin Yixuan, do you still have principles? Are you ignoring her reckless behavior? How come my wife doesn't bully others? You should look for reasons within yourself.
Dad.
Are you going to take care of her? Yu Ruyan asked her father for help. Yu Hongwen pretended not to hear his son's plea and said to Zheng Xin, Little Zheng, stay for dinner tonight. Ruyan said some things and acted inappropriately. If she offended you, come find me, your mother, and I will support you. With a smart and caring daughter, who cares about this flirtatious son? Yu Ruyan and Lin Yixuan were in the study friendly sparring. She couldn't beat Lin Yixuan in a fight, so she chose to play chess. Each game costs 100 yuan. Yu Ruyan thought, her brother-in-law, just a martial artist, winning him is just for fun. She lost a bet with her sister's brother-in-law before and lost face, so she wanted to win some money to make up for her hurt feelings. Jin Shu couldn't be bothered with these two childish kids and went to the kitchen to cook. When the meal was ready, Yu Ruyan and Lin Yixuan's sparring ended. Yu Ruyan was dazed and expressionless, doubting her life. Lin Yixuan held a stack of cash and showed off to his wife. Sweetheart, we have enough for the groceries for the next half year. I'm amazing, right? All the cash on Yu Ruyan was gone. Lin Yixuan grinned mischievously. If it weren't time to eat, he could have won Yu Ruyan down to just his underwear. You shouldn't pick who to target. Why him? My husband is just rebellious and didn't choose the academic route. He scored third in the whole city on the college entrance exam back then. Jin Shu looked at her foolish brother with sympathy and added in her mind, playing chess is related to intelligence, but also to hand speed, right? Lin Yixuan not only has incredible brains, but also has no shame. Winning so much, who would believe he didn't cheat? Once I spend all this money for groceries, you're welcome to come to my house and play chess with me again. Idiot. Only a fool would keep playing with you. Yu Ruyan's words made the whole family laugh, and Zheng Xin also smiled. Realizing he was looking at her, Zheng Xin quickly stopped smiling. It was as if a line saying I'm not familiar with you was written on her face. During the meal, Zheng Xin sat beside Jin Shu, deliberately keeping her distance from Yu Ruyan, pretending not to notice the looks he sent her. Yu Ruyan had been looking forward to tasting his sister's cooking for a long time, but when he finally did, he was distracted and couldn't taste the food properly. His mind was all on Zheng Xin. Feeling uncomfortable, he finished eating quickly and used an excuse to take Zheng Xin back home. Learning from the last time when they were watched, he chose a quiet place this time. Zheng Xin, I want to apologize for my previous behavior. I didn't show you enough respect. Please forgive me. I forgive you, Zheng Xin said calmly. Yu Ruyan thought he would need to put in some effort, but she forgave him so quickly. Before he could feel happy, her next words pushed him into deep despair. You are my boss's brother, and we will have work-related interactions. I hope you can approach me professionally. Is it just about work? Are you still angry? I'm over it. Yu Ruyan, who was very proud, silently agreed to Jin Shu's sharp words in front of everyone, which showed he truly understood his mistake. Zheng Xin had been benefiting from the Yu family for many years, so she wouldn't hold on to this issue forever. If you're not angry, why don't you want to date me? I don't need money to bribe you. Can we treat each other equally? If she had said these words a few days ago, Zheng Xin would have been very touched. But after working on projects with Jin Shu these past few days, Zheng Xin realized her attitude had changed. Jin Shu's ideas had deeply influenced her. Thinking of this, Zheng Xin smiled, making Yuan feel nervous and uneasy. There's a great person who said women's worlds shouldn't only be about small love affairs. I'm not thinking about love right now. I want to focus on my career and making money. Who is this great person who says that? My boss, Zheng Xin said proudly. Since Jin Shu protected her from the moment they met, she decided to stay with her boss no matter what. Thank you for being with me through my youth. I've let go now, Mr. Yuan.
Goodbye.
After saying this gracefully, Zheng Xin turned and walked into the guest house. Yuan stood there, feeling confused and upset. What does it mean to let go? He hadn't let go at all. She dumped you, right?
Wow.
Yuan was startled. Lin Yixuan silently appeared behind him. Lin Yixuan, do you walk without making any sound? Are you a ghost? No. I am now a Taoist priest of the Pudu Light clan. This bachelor who was dumped, I see you have a unique bone structure and a silly face. You're unlucky and won't find a wife. Yuan wanted to hit him. Don't rush to get angry. I have a clever plan to help you find a partner. Jin Shu finished her shower and found Lin Yixuan was gone when she came out. Wrapped in a towel, Jin Shu looked at the empty bed and fell into thought. Before she showered, someone was eager and confident, promising her she would make it up to him. Recently, Jin Shu was busy inspecting the factory project and competing with her brother, so her efforts to create a new person were slow. Today, she finally settled things with her father and brother, planning to reward Lin Yixuan, but he had already run off. While she was drying her hair, she looked up and saw a head at the window. Can't you just walk through the door? Luckily, she was brave. Most people would be easily scared. Lin Yixuan turned and entered the room, taking the towel from her hand to help dry her hair. Climbing stairs is too slow. Where did you go? The Pudu Light clan, my brother just got dumped. Lin Yixuan enthusiastically described how Yuan apologized and how he was rejected. Jin Shu wasn't surprised by this outcome. She thought this was the right direction for things to develop. If Zheng Xin was the kind of man who would just flirt and then go, it would mean Jin Shu had misunderstood him. My brother brought it on himself. He should suffer a bit and learn a lesson. Wait, you just said you went where? To Pudu? Jin Shu caught the key words and took a deep breath. You're not going to give that secret manual that tricks people to my brother, are you? Zexy still had his problem of objectifying women, and now he added a bad habit of being overly greasy. He was hopeless. I didn't give it to him. Jin Shu let out a long breath. Glad it was okay. I sold it to him. The empty lot in the residential area. I want to plant some fruit trees. Our brother is generous and willing to donate, so I returned the favor by lending him the manual to look at. Although they could ask for funding from higher-ups, the team's budget was tight, so avoiding using public funds was best. Jin Shu's mouth twitched repeatedly. With such a big yard, shouldn't there be dozens of fruit trees planted? The cost adds up to quite a lot. Although her brother is about to regain his wealthy status, spending a lot of money on a tricky gadget doesn't seem to have any real benefits, and it might even completely offend Zheng Xin. This is unfair business behavior. Give me your secret manual, and I will improve it. Jin Shu thought of a compromise. Lin Yixuan shook his head like a rattle. He still hadn't tested many parts of it himself. Showing it to her would ruin the mystery. All right, I won't look at it. Just add a sentence on the title page. Jin Shu rubbed her temples. If she didn't act now, this thing might cause more trouble. Write on the title page. This manual only works for sincere people and must be based on mutual consent, especially if the woman is comfortable with it. Don't say, I didn't warn you. Lin Yixuan slightly translated her meaning and frowned. So you're saying it only works if both people are interested? If they like each other, why use this manual? Jin Shu thought to herself, If the woman isn't interested in the man using this gadget and this cheesy method, she might just end up getting upset.
Just follow what I said.
For the sake of those dozens of fruit trees, Jin Shu decided to put her conscience aside and focus on profit. Lin Yixuan nodded. Fine, then just add that sentence. He took out a small notebook and, with his back to Jin Shu, quickly wrote down her bossy rules. After finishing, as if making a secret signal, he knocked twice on the window on the balcony. Their windows are connected. Lin Yixuan knocked on his side and Yuan peeked out. Lin Yixuan handed him the notebook. Yuan opened it and looked angry. Lin Yixuan, are you fooling the foreigners? They're already in love. Who still needs this kind of thing? Refund. Yuan hated himself for trusting this guy's nonsense. Once the goods are delivered, no returns. Lin Yixuan closed the window coolly. He turned his head and gave Jin Shu a loyal dog-like smile, then, like a hungry wolf pouncing on a sheep, rushed toward her. Not being proactive about sleeping and having a strange mind. Does your soldier know you're so shameless at home? Jin Shu raised an eyebrow. If I had shame, I wouldn't have a wife. Kiss me this kiss, naturally aimed elsewhere. When the lights went out, it was Lin Yixuan's favorite part. Yuan stood on the balcony, flipping through a few pages. Is this thing reliable? I always feel like Lin Yixuan is just trying to scam money. Just about to throw it away casually, I saw out of the corner of my eye that the light next door was off. I could guess what those annoying things were doing just by using my knees. Not far away, the guest house was dimly lit. I wonder if Zheng Xin has fallen asleep. The wind blew the manual in my hand, and Yuan suddenly felt like trying some desperate measures. Since his relationship with Zheng Xin was already so strained, there was no room for it to get worse. Maybe I should try Lin Yixuan's secret trick. Yuan was in charge of building the factory, and Jin Shu checked her schedule. She had no urgent work left. After working so hard for many days, she finally had a day to rest. She planned not to go anywhere today, just stay home quietly, read a book, watch TV, and give herself a break. Sun Ying and Qin Chun went shopping together. Lin Yixuan led the team into the mountains for training. Jin Shu slept until noon before waking up. She thought about opening the window for fresh air, but as soon as she did, she closed it again. What's that smell? Why does it smell so bad? Jin Shu found it hard to describe the smell, something like rotten fish or shrimp. She thought maybe the leftover food from last night hadn't been thrown out, so she went around the kitchen. The kitchen was very clean. The trash was always taken out by Lin Yixuan, and the smell seemed to come from outside. Jin Shu changed her clothes and went downstairs to check where the smell was coming from. Downstairs, Xiao Hong and a few other sisters-in-law were discussing loudly. When they saw Jin Shu, they waved their hands quickly. Where's the smell coming from? Jin Shu saw Xiao Hong had even put on a mask. The smell outside was indeed stronger. The sisters-in-law were angry and talking over each other, each saying their piece. Soon, Jin Shu understood the whole story. There's a river in front of the family compound. Upstream, there's a seafood processing plant. They process shrimp and shellfish, and the discarded shells are thrown directly into the river ditch. Last night, it rained, washing the trash down, and it piled up near the family compound, giving off a terrible smell. We plan to go talk to the factory. They throw trash everywhere like this. How can we live like this? Xiao Yi is pregnant, and just smelling this makes her want to, Xiao Hong said angrily. Xiao Yi lives next door to her. She's been vomiting since morning, and the smell is really strong. Jin Shu looked at Xiao Yi, who looked pale and unwell. Xiao Yi, stay here. The others come with me. Jin Shu saw Mu Feng turn around from afar, as if she wanted to run away. Mu Feng, come along too. After Yuan noticed Mu Feng chewing her tongue, she had been avoiding Jin Shu these days. From a distance, Jin Shu watched her almost run away, but she was caught. Sister-in-law, why are you bringing her? She talks too much, Xiao Hong said, looking down on Mu Feng. The family compound is all connected. Everyone who can go should go, Jin Shu replied. She thought to herself, isn't it perfect for her to talk and argue? That's her specialty. Mu Feng was called by Jin Shu and didn't have time to leave. She forced herself to walk over with a forced smile. Sister-in-law, have you eaten yet? Such a strong smell, can you still eat? Come on, let's go with us to the factory to get some answers. Seeing that Jin Shu didn't mention the last time she talked behind her back, Mu Feng's worries eased a bit. Jin Shu let a few women out confidently and proudly. Zheng Xin saw this scene as she came out of the guest house. If Jin Shu had sunglasses and a big knife, she would look like a tough gang boss. Xin, come along too. Jin Shu called, trying to grow the team. Today Jin Shu didn't have official work, so Zheng Xin wasn't wearing her usual suit and skirt. She was in casual clothes and looked like a college student. Mu Feng saw Zheng Xin was coming too, and her expression became even more nervous. The political officer had talked to her, and her husband had also scolded her. They warned her that if she kept talking nonsense at the family compound, she would have to go back to her hometown. Mu Feng really didn't want to go back. Her mother-in-law was hard to deal with, so she was very worried that Jin Shu and Zheng Xin might bring up old issues. But neither Zheng Xin nor Jin Shu mentioned anything about that. Yuan hadn't told them the harsh words, and even if she had, Zheng Xin wouldn't bother with someone like her. Other sisters-in-law knew about it too. Although the political officer hadn't spoken to them alone, they all heard about Mu Feng's situation. They heard that the political officer was planning to organize family members to learn and improve the atmosphere at their hospital. Everyone was grown up, who wanted to learn. So, everyone disliked Mu Feng, and didn't give her a good look. Mu Feng sensed the exclusion and kept talking nervously, chattering non-stop. Jin Shu and Zheng Xin didn't say much either. It wasn't because they were cold, but because the smell was too strong. Her mouth felt like it was full of rotten fish and trash, making her uncomfortable. Throughout the walk, Jin Shu kept observing. The factory nearby caused quite a bit of pollution. Near Hatao, there are many shells and shrimp shells, and flies are buzzing everywhere. It looks really disgusting. Fortunately, the weather has cooled down a bit. In summer, this place would be unbearable. Why doesn't the team do something about it?
Xiao en muteur de Kietli.
People say the special forces are so tough, but they just throw trash on top of us. These men don't care about anything. The other sisters-in-law had the same expression, disappointed. Although the men's work is secret, everyone knows they can do anything, fly, jump, and move quickly. Long Yuan's goal is to build the strongest special forces in the army, capable of handling all kinds of terrain and environments. They will also train in deserts and islands. They practice parachuting, diving, shooting, and many other skills. Such a talented group of people, yet their families are surrounded by trash. While the team has good relations with local officials, we can't let things get too tense. We can't just shoot everyone who throws trash, right? Jin Shu tries to calm everyone and then asks Zheng Xin. Xin, is this farm privately owned or government-run? It's contracted to local villagers by Wangge village, with rent paid as a share of the profits to each household.
How do you know that?
Mu Feng asked. I smelled it this morning and guessed the boss would ask, so I looked into the basic details. A professional secretary needs to anticipate what the boss might ask before they speak, ensuring every question is answered properly. Mu Feng was surprised, and the other sisters-in-law were too. Where did you graduate from? Xiao Hong thought Zheng Xin must have studied somewhere, and her education seemed even higher than her own.
Harvard.
Xiao Hong gasped, such an impressive person, yet she calls her sister-in-law the boss? What does a sister-in-law do that's so amazing? Harvard? Where is that? I've never heard of it, Mu Feng said, the only one unfamiliar with the school. Near Cambridge town. Oh, a school run by the town? So you're also from the village? Yes, I grew up on a farm. Zheng Xin didn't bother to explain that she grew up on a farm abroad. Cambridge town wasn't what Mu Feng imagined. Mu Feng thought Zheng Xin was just like her, someone from the village. Her impression of Zheng Xin improved a lot. Seeing Zheng Xin's delicate appearance, Mu Feng thought she was probably one of the easiest to bully in the village. In her mind, villagers who are not a bit fiery tend to be bullied. Jin Shu didn't have time to listen to Mu Feng's chatter. She only felt something was wrong. Zheng Xin's message made Jin Shu realize that this factory would be a tough nut too. If it were a state-owned or a somewhat larger private factory, Jin Shu wouldn't be worried. Such factories usually have easier leaders to communicate with. As long as you speak reasonably, everything is negotiable. Since the village is contracted out and everyone shares the profits, with interests tangled, the villagers will definitely support the factory. Jin Shu looked at Mu Feng and thought about how she would face a dozen or 20 people like Mu Feng later, and her mind felt a bit overwhelmed. Jin Shu doesn't discriminate against rural people and strongly opposes the idea that rural areas are a barren land of human nature. There are good people everywhere, and there are bad people everywhere. The hardest part of life is the struggles of farming, and when running a business, Jin Shu is very willing to invest in helping farmers. She has also met many honest and kind farmers. But every village is different. Each village has its own unique character. Good villages have good community spirit. Villages with bad habits are often unaware of their problems. From the smell of rotten garbage along the way, Jin Shu thought Wangge village probably isn't a place where people are easy to reason with. She guessed right, the factory really was a tough nut too. When the manager heard what these women wanted, he didn't explain at all but started insulting in dialect. Jin Shu thought there was no point in arguing, so she patted Mu Feng. Tell him off. If reasoning doesn't work, at least she could vent her anger. Mu Feng immediately stepped forward, hands on her hips, and pointed her chubby finger at the manager, shouting back. They spoke different dialects, so it sounded like a chicken and a duck talking, initially shouting from a few meters apart. As they argued, they moved closer, circling each other, insulting ancestors and various organs in their dialects. Both women showed off their best insults, and everyone watching was amazed. You're really good at making the most of everything, Zheng Xin praised Jin Shu, with a thumbs up. Bringing Mu Feng over was a very wise move by the boss. The other women also felt the same. Mu Feng's fiery words were hard to say out loud. Though a bit crude to listen to, it was truly satisfying. For civilized people, we have normal ways to communicate. For unreasonable people, we have our own way of responding. This is just the beginning. We won't fight first. When they can't argue anymore, we'll call for backup. Jin Shu calmly analyzes the situation and directs the battle. Sure enough, that bald old man was getting scolded so loudly by Mu Feng that his voice was about to go hoarse. Seeing he couldn't argue back, the old man raised his voice. Someone's causing trouble here.
Come out.
The workers at the factory couldn't argue with Mu Feng and got so angry they shouted loudly for help. One loud shout, and about 10 people rushed out of the workshop. There were men and women, all wearing aprons that looked like they hadn't been washed in ages, emitting a strong seafood smell. Zheng Xin hurriedly protected Jin Shu and stepped back, still complaining. I'll report them to the health bureau. With such dirty conditions, can their food be sanitary? This factory was quite large, or it wouldn't produce so much smelly seafood waste. The workshop was a long, flat building, at least 5 or 6 rooms. There were many workers, so they should follow proper procedures, keep the place clean, and meet standards. But the village's small workshop only cared about making the most profit. They just produce whatever, without caring about cleanliness. Reporting won't help. Higher-ups send people down, they check for a few days, then leave. The factory keeps running. They'll just shut it down and open another one quickly. Maybe it will even be right next to Long Yuan. The smell would be even worse then. If this were 30 years later, Zheng Xin's approach might work, since systems would be more complete then. In the 1990s, it was almost impossible to defend rights through official channels. Zheng Xin felt a bit worried. She was good at dealing with higher authorities, but facing unreasonable people at the bottom, she really didn't know what to do. She couldn't help but sweat for Jin Shu. The issue didn't seem big, but it was hard to handle. If the boss didn't resolve it well, she might lose respect in the community. These women came here to cause trouble, saying we throw garbage everywhere. The factory has been running for years, passed down through generations. Why are you making trouble now? Go away. If you don't blame us for being rude. A big, muscular man stepped forward, looking fierce and intimidating. Definitely a local bully. Several sisters-in-law saw how fierce he was, and all stepped back together. Even Mu Feng dared not get close. Only Jin Shu and Zheng Xin stood firm, unmoving. Jin Shu remained calm and confident from experience, while Zheng Xin, though scared, showed strong professionalism and stayed calm. Can we move the trash somewhere else for safe disposal? Zheng Xin suggested. Disposal? Does moving trash cost money? You pay, the aggressive man replied. Seeing that Zheng Xin and Jin Shu were pretty, his eyes grew unkind. So, you two pretty women have other ways to make money? Quick money, by opening your legs? You want us to pay for trash transportation? His words made a group of men and women behind him laugh loudly. Some sisters-in-law behind Jin Shu couldn't stand it anymore.
How dare you speak like that? Xiao on chuté dans grilly.
She had never seen such disgusting behavior before. Shut up, woman. Did I say you could talk? The aggressive man roared. Everyone except Jin Shu and Zheng Xin was terrified. Mu Feng trembled as she grabbed Jin Shu. Can we go home now, sister-in-law? Having lived in the countryside for a long time, Mu Feng knew how to read people. She wasn't afraid of the woman she just argued with. Dogs that bark a lot usually don't bite, and those who curse loudly often don't act aggressively. This man looked like he might hit someone. Jin Shu gently pushed Mu Feng's hand away, showing no fear. She put one hand in her pocket and faced the fierce man calmly, only speaking one sentence that easily subdued him. I am a family member of the military. Are you sure you want to make a move on us? Hearing her reveal her family background, the village bully's arrogant expression froze. So, she was from a military family, no wonder they couldn't fight. Even village bullies respect soldiers. We just want a workable solution. The trash you produce is dumped outside the village. When the north wind blows in autumn, the smell reaches our family yard and seriously affects our lives, Jin Shu explained politely and reasonably. We didn't throw trash into your yard. If the wind blows the smell to your yard, you should talk to the wind. Are you taking advantage of your status to bully others? The village bully led the shout. Military family bullying ordinary people. Zheng Xin felt her temples pounding. This was just unreasonable. After the village bully finished shouting, an elderly woman stepped forward and lay down on the ground, beginning to roll around in circles. Bullying people. No more way for ordinary folks to live. Those who didn't understand often ignored reason, and some might think Jin Shu and her friends were just using their power to bully others. Rolling around on the ground. How is she doing that? Zheng Xin was amazed. Pay attention to her leg movements. She uses her waist as a pivot, pushing off the ground with her legs. Jin Shu still had time to explain the technique. The old woman in front was earning some attention, while the village bully shouted loudly. Behind him, people were shouting and crying out, accusing him of bullying. By this point, the negotiation had completely broken down. Seeing this, Jin Shu decided there was no need to stay any longer. These people were stubborn and wouldn't listen. We're leaving, Jin Shu said, leading everyone away. The elderly woman rolling on the ground suddenly jumped up. She grabbed a bucket of trash and rushed toward Jin Shu. Be careful. Zheng Xin stepped in front of Jin Shu. She couldn't dodge in time and got some dirt on her pants. Don't come back here again. Stay far away. The old woman yelled sharply. Jin Shu pressed her lips tightly together. If the person in front of her wasn't an elderly woman, she might have kicked her. But at her age, she couldn't do that. Probably before she could make a move, the old woman would just fall to the ground and shout, "Military family hit someone," and she wouldn't be able to explain. Let's go, I'm fine, Zheng Xin said, pulling Jin Shu along. Seeing her boss so angry showed how unreasonable these troublemakers were. The women hurriedly retreated, feeling embarrassed. Behind them, the village bully shouted arrogantly, "Welcome to come back and visit our factory again." The workers at the factory burst into laughter behind them, and Jin Shu and the other women looked unhappy. Jin Shu felt like she had been wronged and kept her anger inside. Although Mu Feng argued back with someone, it only eased her frustration a little. These troublemakers clearly targeted their military family status. They wouldn't dare to fight directly, which is why they acted so boldly. The army has strict rules and cares a lot about good relationships with local people. If Jin Shu didn't have her military family identity, she might have gathered a bunch of people to fight. But with her honorable status, she couldn't do that. Still, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Even Jin Shu, who usually stays calm, was very upset. Imagine how the other women felt. Ahead, some people were cleaning up trash, and Jin Shu saw they were all wearing training uniforms. It seems that Chu Buliang saw the strong smell of garbage and organized the soldiers to come and clean up. Xiao Hong saw her husband. "Come here." Xiao Hong angrily shouted at her husband. "Hong Hong, what's wrong?" Zhang Han ran over, seeing that all the sisters-in-law were there, but everyone's face looked bad. "Grab the tools and go fight. Up that village in front of us." "I'm so angry. Stop making trouble." Zhang Han heard his wife talking nonsense, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "Sister-in-law, my wife is a bit naive. Don't take it seriously."
Xiang Han expects Lanet to Jin Shu.
The team leader is very serious, so he thought Jin Shu also had that kind of personality. "I'm not angry, because I also want to protect the village. If killing people wasn't illegal, the fools in that village would have already been defeated by our sharp looks," Jin Shu said through gritted teeth. Her sisters-in-law behind her nodded in agreement. The political commissar said that if this happens again, we'll organize to clear the problem. Everyone calm down. Zhang Han's words not only failed to calm the sisters-in-law but also added fuel to Jin Shu's rising anger. The team is busy with training tasks. When do we have time to deal with these issues? They made mistakes and our soldiers should handle it. Why should we? Not only did the sisters-in-law nod, but the soldiers nearby who were cleaning also nodded. It was clear that the village was in the wrong, but the team preferred to keep peace. There's no choice. Discipline is like that. People's safety comes first. Chu Buliang's order was also a last resort. If fighting broke out, just 1 or 2 people could easily bring down the whole village. They wouldn't even need to send someone from the team. Jin Shu could handle it herself and take down a few. But the problem is they can't fight. Armed forces are meant to protect the people, not oppose them. This was the most frustrating part for Jin Shu. Mountains and rivers had been crossed, and she had suffered losses right at her own doorstep. "I'll think of a way when I get back." Jin Shu led Zheng Xin home to brainstorm solutions. Mu Feng watched their figures with complicated feelings. Jin Shu and Zheng Xin's actions today gave Mu Feng a small shock. She thought Zheng Xin was simple and honest, but she didn't expect that in the face of authority, he never backed down. Especially when the old lady threw trash and splashed water, Zheng Xin even protected Jin Shu with his own body. Jin Shu kept suppressing the other person's firepower throughout. Even when facing someone as intimidating as the village bully, she remained calm. Although Jin Shu was furious, to others she appeared composed. Mu Feng was seeing a woman like this for the first time. She was different from the women she knew in the village. Her views had started to change a little, but the real shift in her understanding was still to come. Jin Shu walked home with a serious face and met Yuan at the door. Yuan had stayed up all night reading Lin Yixuan's secret manual. He thought he had learned something useful and wanted to try it out on Zheng Xin. When he saw Zheng Xin and Jin Shu returning, his eyes lit up. He remembered what the manual said, to make her feel like she is the most charming woman in the world, not just superficial praise, but highlighting her special qualities. After thinking hard, he finally realized one thing that made Zheng Xin different from others. "Zheng Xin, you smell especially nice today." A gentle breeze blew, and Yuan sniffed. "What is that smell?" Zheng Xin thought he was being sarcastic, quickly walking upstairs without looking at him, her face turning red. Jin Shu sympathetically looked at her silly brother. "Did you find this in the trash?" Yuan couldn't help but sneeze. That smell was overwhelming. "Are you brave or not?" Jin Shu shook her head, unsure if Lin Yixuan's manual had corrupted her brother or if he was just naturally weak. Zheng Xin took a shower in Jin Shu's house, and Jin Shu handed her clothes to change into. The pants that had been splashed with trash couldn't be cleaned and were thrown away. "Not only did we not get justice, but I also lost a pair of pants. It's so humiliating." Thinking of those unreasonable people, Jin Shu's anger grew even more. Maybe we should buy the processing plant? Zheng Xin suggested. Jin Shu shook her head. If you buy that plant, they'll just open another one. They couldn't fight or reason with them, and there was no way to ask the higher authorities for help. It felt like walking into a dead end, with no solution in sight. Even at dinner, Jin Shu couldn't think of a way to solve the problem. It seemed like a waste management issue, but in reality, it was about fighting against the ignorance and selfishness passed down through generations in the area. It was too difficult. During dinner, Lin Yixuan returned. He looked dirty and disheveled, with mud all over his pants. He could stand upright even after taking them off. After a day of training in the mountains, I was exhausted and ate 3 bowls of rice in one go. Sunning served her son some braised pork and felt sad watching him eat so eagerly. The price of pork has gone up, but your wages haven't increased. That's what you call more quantity without a price increase, Sunning complained. They earn just a little money doing very hard work. Why did pork prices go up? Lin Yixuan pretended not to understand his mother's complaint. There's a pig disease outbreak. Water Spirit was so worried when she called in the afternoon. Jin Shu put down her bowl, and things kept going wrong. She was having a tough time here, and Water Spirit was also worried in Beijing. Luckily, Jin Shu had stored a large amount of pork earlier, so she didn't have to worry about delivering supplies to Maogu for now. The retail business of the food factory's domestic sales was badly affected. Pork prices changed daily, and the cost of processed foods increased, so fewer people bought them. Right after Jin Shu hung up with Water Spirit, Li Duo called crying about money. The raw materials at the food factory had increased in price, and the kids doing distribution had seen their income drop sharply. Cassette tapes weren't selling as well as before either. People couldn't afford meat, so they cut back on other expenses. Everyone was having a hard time. Yuan absent-mindedly ate his plain rice, constantly glancing at Zheng Xin. He thought Zheng Xin smelled nice, but she misunderstood and thought he was teasing her, so she stopped talking to him. He looked down and saw his mother putting shrimp shells into his bowl. Mom, what are you doing? Did you upset Xiaojing again? Eat some shrimp shells to make up for it, Qin Qin said, putting all the shells into his bowl. Why eat shrimp shells to make up? Jin Shu asked curiously. Back in the day, I raised pigs at the forest farm. There was a small Guangxi pig I liked very much. I named it Yan Yan. Zheng Xin put down her chopsticks, full of curiosity. Which Yan Yan? Yuan looked serious, hoping it wasn't his own name. The Yan Yan doesn't matter. What matters is I liked it very much. I gave it all the leftover shrimp shells. It was stronger than other pigs. Back then, we barely had enough food. Where did you get the shrimp? The river shrimp raised by the production team. Your dad went to catch them at midnight. He always caught a bucketful, and we couldn't finish eating them all. Ahem, let's not talk about old stories. Yuan cleared his throat. Stealing shrimp from the production team wasn't something to be proud of. He wanted to keep his dignity in front of the children. Everyone laughed, including Jin Shu. No wonder her mother always said her brother was a Guangxi small pig breed with such a story behind it. As they laughed, Jin Shu suddenly had a bright idea. Mom, can shrimp shells be used as animal feed? Probably yes. Yan Yan is growing so well, and your brother is doing great too. Why are you glaring? If I hadn't eaten so many shrimp when I was pregnant with you, would you be so tall? It's because I only ate shrimp meat and not the shrimp brains, so now you lack brains. You're either bothering your sister or making Xiao Zheng angry. Jin Shu thought of a good plan. Xin, after we eat, come with me to the study. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, it was 9 o'clock. Yuan's tea had gone colorless. She drank a whole cup of water. The 2 women in the study hadn't come out yet. Yuan complained to Lin Yixuan, who was mopping the floor. How can your wife be so shameless to call me a terrible capitalist? It's already so late. She's still occupying Zheng Xin. I think she's the real terrible capitalist. If you can't compete with my wife, why are you angry at me? Lin Yixuan polished the floor until it shone and gave Yuan a disdainful look. He changed into his newspaper suit and went to the children's room, painted walls. Yuan was left speechless by his logic. It's not wrong, but she was still very annoyed. By nearly 10 o'clock, Zheng Xin came out of the study, looking a bit surprised as if asking, "Why are you still here?" Yuan was feeling miserable. What kind of expression was that? Jin Shu came out of the study, her face much more relaxed. "I'll find suitable people tomorrow," Zheng Xin told Jin Shu. Jin Shu nodded. "When Zheng Xin was with me, I even paid her overtime." "I'm volunteering to work for the boss," Zheng Xin said, almost choking Yuan. What does volunteering mean? Wasn't she with him voluntarily? "I'll contact someone tomorrow morning, and after we move at noon, we'll go to the stock market." "Move? Where to?" Yuan's ears twitched. Why didn't he know? "I asked a friend to help find a nearby apartment for her, and it's all tidied up." Lin Xuan peeked from the children's room. Yuan was hit hard again. Everyone knew, but only she was kept in the dark.
Take this with you.
It's getting cold at night, and there are still mosquitoes. Jin Shu took out a box of mosquito coils and handed it to Zheng Xin. Zheng Xin happily accepted it. Yuan almost turned her ears away in frustration. Mosquito coils cost just a few cents. Why was she smiling so happily? He gave her a bag and a watch, but she didn't smile at him. Good gifts aren't about how expensive they are. This mosquito coil was chosen by me personally. Unlike some people who give gifts with things their girlfriends don't want. What do you call that? Dog leftovers. Lin Xuan teased his older brother-in-law and added, "You can't compare it to my sincere handmade gifts." "Your bug doll? That's so embarrassing." Yuan almost fainted. The meaning of a gift is to give emotional value. I was full of hope those days. It was a thoughtful gift. Jin Shu spoke up for her man, noticing Yuan's distressed expression, and added, "If you understand his motivation, you wouldn't be angry about the silly ending. Life should be full of rich experiences." Thinking about it later, Jin Shu found it quite interesting. "I'm not donating those dozens of fruit trees anymore," Yuan said stubbornly. Lin Xuan and Jin Shu spoke at the same time. "Brother, we're sorry." Yuan was so annoyed by these two lively people that his temples throbbed. He turned and saw Zheng Xin smiling, and her mouth also twitched. It was hard to tell if he was annoyed into laughter or amused. "Brother, do you want some more tea?" Jin Shu asked politely. "Brother, do you want a shoulder massage?" Lin Xuan asked eagerly. These two were really going all out for just a few trees in the yard. Yuan waved them off in disgust. "Your cheap tea only has flavor twice. After that, no taste at all." "Thanks, big brother, for the durable, good tea." Jin Shu bowed. Big brother is generous. He gave a lot. Lin Xuan clapped enthusiastically. Yuan couldn't stay any longer. These two were too good at taking advantage. If he stayed any longer, they might empty his house. Zheng Xin watched happily and kept laughing. Noticing Yuan looking at her, Zheng Xin stopped smiling and quickly thought of a reasonable explanation for this scene. "Mr. Yan, ever since you became the older brother, you've become more lively and full of life. What else could he be? Was he a skeleton or just a frame before?" After seeing these two off, Jin Shu stood on the windowsill and looked out. Yuan and Zheng Xin walked side by side in the yard, their figures stretched long under the streetlights. Lin Xuan hugged her waist and rested his head on her shoulder. "Have you two come up with a plan?" "We plan to hire someone to transport the trash from the factory to the feed processing plant. Shrimp heads and shells are raw materials that can be processed, and the feed factory would be willing to take them." After the pig fever, pork prices rose, more people started raising pigs, and the feed market would also do very well. I calculated that even after paying for transportation, there's still a profit. It's a no-cost business. She just needs to connect the dots, and she can make money. The person she hires to transport the trash would also be happy to earn a little extra each day. My wife's mind is priceless. Lin Xuan was quite happy, giving Jing Shu a playful kiss. The trash problem in Wanga village was making Chu Buliang very worried. He had spoken to the village leaders several times. They nodded and promised everything, but then did nothing. They seemed eager to agree but refused to act, like stubborn old mules, not listening to reason. Jing Shu found their foolishness quite annoying. Dumping trash in Long Yuan's direction brought no benefit to them. It only made her dislike seeing others succeed. Some people in this world especially enjoy doing things that harm others without any benefit to themselves. This matter isn't hard to solve. The only thing to watch out for is that the person we send to transport the trash must keep quiet. It's best to find someone with a speech impairment.
Why?
Because when dealing with people with bad intentions, you need to suspect them of the worst. Think of the worst-case scenario, like those in Wangge village. Jin Shu explained to Lin Yixuan. If she told the villagers that the trash was being sold, they might cause trouble, possibly even tampering with it or adding rat poison. Such cases are common. In the 1980s and 90s, people jealous of others making money would poison their competitors' food. Jin Shu thought the people in Wangge village seemed to have that kind of malicious intent. It's best to find a disabled person who can't speak to carry the trash. That way, it's like helping the community, and we can tell Wangge village that the team is paying for trash cleanup, so they will cooperate. They need to feel they're getting a huge benefit. Only then will cooperation happen smoothly. Jin Shu could even imagine their reaction. The villagers would proudly say, "Those silly soldiers, they have so much money. What's the point of living in a building? They still have to help us take out the trash." Such fools, little do they know, Jin Shu not only managed the trash, but also gained profit from it. This is why I keep my reading habit. I always remind myself not to use limited intelligence to guess the endless world. Downstairs, Ruyan Lu took off her coat and draped it over Zheng Xin. Their figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Her brother also always maintains a mindset of learning. The strong never complain about their environment. They only look for ways to solve problems. "Sweetheart, I think what you said is very good," Lin Yixuan said while taking off his clothes. "How does what I say relate to you taking off your clothes? Your words really open my mind. People should learn throughout their lives."
So?
Jin Shu looked at the clothes on the floor. She felt that Lin Era's speed of taking off clothes was getting faster again. If he kept this up, he might even break the Guinness World Record. In a strange place, he unlocked a talent. "I have a few great ideas for new looks. I've calculated that today is an auspicious day, suitable for trying new things." Jin Shu silently cursed him, feeling embarrassed. Zheng Xin was very efficient. The next day, he contacted the local Disabled Persons Federation and found a suitable person, Lao Wang. Lao Wang had speech difficulties but retained some hearing. Jin Shu paid for him to get an electric tricycle and bought him accidental insurance. She gave him 1 yuan per trip, and running 20 trips a day was no problem. Lao Wang's life greatly improved. He valued this hard-won job very much. The feed factory also coordinated smoothly, giving Jin Shu 2 yuan for each load of shrimp shells. Jin Shu's used tricycle was modified by herself. She calculated that she could recover her investment in 2 months. In 2 months, she would start making profit from waste recycling. The garbage problem troubling Long Yuan family compound was easily solved by Jin Shu. Except for the upper management, no one knew that Jin Shu was behind this. It wasn't because she cared about small profits, but because she understood human nature's darker side. Not fearing a small loss, but fearing unfairness, attracting jealousy, and secretly playing small tricks was very tricky. Sui was not afraid of direct confrontation, but she was too busy now, with little time and unwilling to waste it on messy matters. In the morning, she handled the garbage, and at noon, she helped Zheng Xin move. In the afternoon, she took the company's carpool to the city stock trading hall to open a stock account. Driving the car was Lin Yixuan, who was going to attend a city meeting on behalf of the team. In formal settings, he changed into his military uniform, a neat and handsome outfit that made Jin Shu's heart race. No wonder men like uniforms, they look so attractive. Jin Shu also liked them. Seeing him in different styles of uniforms, each with its own strong presence, made her even more interested. Noticing her intense gaze, Lin Yixuan was very calm. He drove with one hand, put on his sunglasses, and secretly enjoyed himself. "If we're not there, do you think you'll be able to handle it?" A dull voice came from the back seat. Ruyan crossed his arms and looked coldly at the 2 people in front. "Are you jealous?" If you want to join, you need to find the right person. Lin Yixuan replied playfully, glancing at Jin Shu over his sunglasses. Yuan looked helplessly at Zheng Xin. He had the right person, but she wasn't willing to accept him yet. Zheng Xin silently raised the book in his hand, blocking his view. The book's cover was mostly black, with a small, striking red corner. 3 big characters, red and black. Why are you looking at that? It's not pretty, Yuan said disdainfully. I lent it to her. Love life, stay away from bad guys. Yuan seriously suspected his sister was making fun of him. After reading about the bad guy protagonist, I think Mr. Yen isn't so bad. Zheng Xin looked at the book and then at Yuan, nodding in agreement. Thanks for the compliment, Yuan said irritably. He noticed Zheng Xin's way of speaking was gradually influenced by his sister. Complimenting or criticizing, it's hard to tell the difference. Be careful with the cash you're carrying. Stay safe. Lin Yixuan parked the car in front of the stock trading hall and reminded Jin Shu. Jin Shu nodded. She divided the money into 3 packages, giving each person one, and pulled her brother over to be her bodyguard. The stock trading hall was very busy. After some policy adjustments earlier this year, the stock market had been sluggish. But at the end of last month, new favorable policies were introduced. The stagnant market suddenly became lively, with crowds everywhere. Yuan saw the noisy trading hall and could smell the strong human presence from afar. He was a bit of a neat freak and really didn't like coming to places like this. Making money, huh? No shame in that, Jin Shu comforted her neat freak brother. With the markets so busy now, sooner or later they'll take action. Policy-driven stocks, they go up and down with just a word. After Yuan finished speaking, the old investor beside him rolled his eyes wildly. Young man, you seem well-educated, right? In the stock market, having a degree doesn't mean you'll make a lot of money. Do you know how much I earned this month? I don't want to know, Yuan said with a blank face. Listen and you'll be shocked. I made 3,000 yuan, the old investor happily announced. Yuan responded with an O, realizing it was quite a lot. That scared him, he thought. Jin Shu looked at the old man with a hint of pity. The market is born from despair and ends in dreams. When you've made enough money, it's time to stop. That was the best advice Jin Shu could give. She knew the old man wouldn't listen. Everyone in the hall, lost in the joy of making money, also wouldn't listen. This wave of market activity was very short, lasting only 2 months. It was hard to tell if it was a rebound in a bear market or a small crazy bull market, because this market only lasted 2 months. Jin Shu, with her second chance at life, knew that in half a month, the market would end. Yuan, with his expertise, also judged that it was not wise to jump into this crazy market. Are you crazy? You sound so pessimistic. Why are you still here? The old man rolled his eyes at Jin Shu. The colorful stocks represented many people's dreams, and those dreams shouldn't be tarnished. Yuan raised his voice. Say that again? Jin Shu stopped him. She thought I shouldn't say more. The old man is right. This market is so unstable. Why are you here? Are you crazy? Yuan didn't let anyone talk about his sister, but he was happy to criticize himself. Zheng Xin nodded, agreeing with Yuan. In times of crisis, there's always a wave of excitement. Seizing the chance to make some money is fine. Jin Shu was an entrepreneur in the physical business, not very interested in stocks or futures. But she had no choice, she needed money. In the past 3 months, she had made quite a lot, and her investments were very accurate. But most of her money was in goods. She only had a few 10,000 yuan in cash. Her family was wealthy, but their funds were frozen. Now, she felt like she was holding a golden rice bowl, but begging for food. She wanted to build her own factory, but this small amount of money was far from enough. If she wanted quick money, she had to get into the stock market. Half a month was enough time. Now, stock trading was T+0, meaning you could buy and sell on the same day. The retail traders in the hall were waiting in long lines, and by the time it was their turn, the stock market had already gone through several fluctuations, causing delays. Jin Shu pooled all her savings together, borrowed a little from Zheng Xin and her brother, and gathered 200,000 yuan to enter the private trading room. The private room was less crowded than the retail hall, with 20 people per room and individual seats. Jin Shu chose a stock she remembered performing well and placed an order. The private room had dedicated traders who could execute orders directly, saving time waiting in line. Buying and selling were faster, which is a big advantage in the fast-changing stock market. Jin Shu placed her order with 2 hours left before closing. The waiting time was quite boring. Zheng Xin was reading a book, and Yuan was leaning back, watching the market. Jin Shu stared at the screen but felt a strange sensation behind her. It was as if someone was secretly watching her. For Yuan, who often played international markets, domestic stocks were not very attractive. They seemed too childish. However, he quickly noticed that his sister had a real talent for choosing stocks. The stock she picked was still green when she bought it, but within half an hour, it turned red, then another half hour later, it rose by 8%. Jin Shu's 100,000 yuan investment had already earned her 8,000 yuan. Should we sell now? Yuan asked Jin Shu. Jin Shu was drinking tea from a cup she brought from home, blowing on the tea leaves, and calmly replied, "Not yet." The stock hadn't reached its limit up or down yet. It was possible to see a 20 to 30% increase in a day. There was an hour left until closing, and Jin Shu's stock had already risen by 15%. She was aiming for an 18% increase. After drinking more tea, her stomach felt bloated, so she decided to go to the bathroom. Sell when it hits 18%, Jin Shu instructed Zheng Xin before heading to the bathroom. Yuan watched his sister, the light bulb, leave, then moved his chair closer to Zheng Xin. "It's at 18%. It's time to sell." Zheng Xin saw the stock hit the target Jin Shu mentioned and was about to sell. Yuan's hand rested on hers. "The volume is increasing and the price is rising along with it. Let's wait a bit longer. It might go higher," Yuan said very professionally. Ordinary investors focus only on the price, but Yuan, who is experienced in finance, pays attention to trading volume. When the volume increases, the price rise reflects real demand. If trading volume doesn't increase, then even if prices go up, it's just fake and could fall anytime. "But the boss said I can sell at 18, Zheng Xin hesitated. She is very loyal to Jin Shu, and Jin Shu's words are like an order to her. Yuan feels itchy and a bit jealous of his sister. He quickly comes up with an idea. "If it reaches 20, how about you kiss me?" Zheng Xin is about to argue. She is a serious secretary and doesn't do anything inappropriate. The big screen seems to sense Yuan's shamelessness. It flickers for 5 seconds. When it clears up, Jin Shu's stock price is changed from an 18% increase to a red 21%. Zheng Xin's eyes widen. Yuan gestures to his face, "Here, kiss me." "That doesn't count. I haven't agreed. Win or lose, accept it." "Can't handle losing?" Yuan raises an eyebrow. While he speaks, the stock's increase changes to 22%. Yuan thinks it's enough and asks Zheng Xin to place an order. After placing the order, she has to wait for it to be executed. Once done, the stock market closes for the day. Zheng Xin patiently waits after placing the order. Yuan's teasing bet distracts her. It makes it hard for her to focus on her book. The many black characters seem to form patterns, all spelling out Yuan's name. Zheng Xin can feel the change in Yuan. These days, he no longer calls her little pig Zheng and has started to show her respect. Every day, he quietly escorts her out of Jin Shu's house. Their relationship has subtly changed, but Zheng Xin still doesn't dare take a step forward. What kind of expression is that? "I'm not forcing anyone into anything. Let's leave it for now and see later." Yuan taps Zheng Xin's head lightly. "Want to learn how to trade stocks? I can teach you. The key is this volume." Yuan suppresses his disappointment and begins explaining stock technical analysis to Zheng Xin. His words attract a few nearby investors who come over to listen. Time passes slowly. Jin Shu's stock has been sold after deducting fees, earning over 20,000 yuan in the afternoon. He becomes famous overnight. "Young man, are you studying this? Do you have a girlfriend?" I can introduce my daughter to you, a passionate female investor says to Yuan. This really looks like a perfect match. Sorry, I have a partner now. This is my partner, and we plan to get married in the future. Yuan pointed to Zheng Xin beside him. Zheng Xin's heart skipped a beat. Although she knew he was just joking around casually, she still felt happy. Why hasn't the trash girl come back yet? Yuan finished his money and saw the investors leaving one after another. Jin Shu hadn't returned, which was very strange. Maybe she's got a stomach ache and fell into the toilet? Yuan said mischievously. You should get a net and fish her out of the toilet. From now on, the sister isn't just picked up from the trash. She's rescued from the toilet. Probably not, right? I'll go check. Zheng Xin also thought Jin Shu had been gone too long. The restroom was downstairs. Zheng Xin checked each stall but found nothing. All the stock market people had left, and Jin Shu was gone without a trace. Suddenly, Zheng Xin's eyes fell on a corner of the window. In the bathroom window, there was a bookmark made of a phoenix tree leaf, about half a palm in size. One corner of the bookmark had elegant small characters from Li He, reading, holding clouds and silk books, flying away with me. This was a handmade bookmark Li He made for Jin Shu, with a small poem containing Jin Shu's name written on it. Jin Shu cherished this bookmark very much. When she borrowed Zheng Xin's the red and the black, she secretly took out the bookmark and put it in her pocket. Zheng Xin saw Jin Shu put the bookmark in her pocket himself and couldn't understand how it ended up in such a strange place. Just then, Lin Yixuan finished his meeting and came to pick them up. Where's my wife? Lin Yixuan looked around but didn't see his wife. I didn't see her, but I found this on the bathroom window, Zheng Xin said, taking out the bookmark. Lin Yixuan's face changed drastically. Let me see inside. The transaction hall was about to lock up, but Lin Yixuan showed his ID, saying he had official business. The security guard saw his uniform and military ID, and although he didn't know what Lin Yixuan was doing, he didn't dare stop him and quickly let the group in. Zheng Xin led Lin Yixuan to the bathroom and pointed to where the bookmark was found. Lin Yixuan looked at it and immediately felt cold. Someone has kidnapped my wife. Really? Yuan found it hard to believe. She tucked the bookmark into the window, which was a message for me. Jin Shu didn't want anyone to touch the gift Lin Yixuan gave her, even her close friend Zheng Xin. She took out the bookmark and hid it. This delicate thoughtfulness, Jin Shu only used it on Lin Yixuan. Such an important thing, Jin Shu wouldn't casually clip it onto the bathroom window. So, there is only one possibility. Something has gone wrong. Little Jean is skilled at self-defense. The only ways they could take her are two. First, the other side has many people. Second, they have a gun. Lin Yixuan calmly analyzes. Jin Shu's self-defense skills are enough to handle one or two adult men. In such a noisy place, quietly taking her out of the women's bathroom probably means the other side has a gun. Let's call the police. Yuan worries deeply, still helping Zheng Xin. Zheng Xin's legs are weak, and her eyes quickly turn red. She is truly afraid of losing Jin Shu. Jin Shu is not only her boss but also her best friend in life. The police are too slow. I want to call my own people, Lin Yixuan says calmly. But only he knows how he feels inside. Jin Shu's hands are tied. She looks at the dark room in front of her, feeling helpless. The room is less than 10 square meters, filled with the smell of seafood. A small window, about the size of a baby's head, is covered with a curtain. Besides Jin Shu, there is another person in the room. A fat, big-eared, broad-shouldered man with a large waist, his hands tied behind his back, crying loudly. He is the factory manager, the village bully. Yesterday, he was proud when bullying Jin Shu and other military wives. Now, he is very miserable. Stop crying. You're giving me a headache. Jin Shu has been trying to find a way out since she was brought in. But the cowardly village bully makes so much noise that Jin Shu can't think clearly. That crazy guy will kill us.
I don't want to die.
My factory earns over 10,000 a year. I have 3 young wives outside, 2 of whom are pregnant. If Jin Shu weren't, she really wanted to slap this guy. If you want to live, shut up. The village bully finally stops crying. trembling and muttering nervously, like a crazy person. Jin Shu closes her eyes, thinking of a way to escape. After a while, she opens her eyes. Isn't your boyfriend from the rear troops? He will save us, right? The People's Liberation Army loves the people, doesn't it? I am also a citizen. Now you want to ask the People's Liberation Army for help? When you were dumping trash at our yard before, weren't you very proud? I never thought I would face such a disaster. If I had known I needed your help, I wouldn't have dared to do that. I really could have eaten all the shrimp skins myself. Jin Shu rolled her eyes silently. She really was a petty person. At that moment, I was inside roasting oysters. Suddenly, a woman burst in. I thought she wanted to make me feel good and was coming to hug me, but I was wrong. She was crazy, just a madwoman. The village bully still felt scared when he remembered that scene. This small, unfinished red brick house was built by the factory near the river for watching the water. Over the years, the river shrank and the house was abandoned. Sometimes he brought women here to hang out. Today, he was arguing with his wife and felt a headache, so he hid here, lighting a small charcoal stove and roasting oysters. While eating oysters and drinking some wine, the madwoman stormed in, pointing a gun at his head. Then he was. Next, Jin Shu was brought in. We're going to die, all of us. The village bully shouted hysterically. That woman has explosives tied to her. She wants us all to die. Jin Shu's eyes darkened. That was why she was captured. She was washing her hands in the bathroom sink when she looked up and saw a woman in the mirror. It was Li He. Jin Shu almost didn't recognize her. The thin, gaunt woman in the mirror was Li He. Her family had just moved in a few days ago, yet Li He had already become so thin in such a short time. If it weren't for the cold gun barrel pressed against her head, Jin Shu might have thought this was a dream. Li He, who shouldn't be here, holding that strange gun. Even more bizarre, Li He unbuttoned her coat, and Jin Shu saw something wrapped around her, like compressed biscuits. It was TNT. If detonated in a crowded trading hall, the consequences would be terrible. Li He looked like a demon crawling out of, smiling sinisterly at Jin Shu. Are you going to die alone, or do you want to take so many people with you too? Faced with Li He's question, Jin Shu chose to leave with her. Li He had a gun, and she was carrying dangerous items. Jin Shu didn't dare fight her directly. She could only follow her away from the crowd. Before leaving, Jin Shu secretly left a handmade bookmark made by Lin Yixuan at the window while he wasn't paying attention. But after Jin Shu was taken to this small house, she started to regret it. Li He's current mental state seems very abnormal. She is not alone. There is also a man with her, who looks very thin and strange, neither fully human nor ghostly. Jin Shu hears Li He call him Peter. This must be the boss Peter, who was sent by the top hitman to chase Jin Shu. Now, these two crazy people are discussing plans outside a small brick house. Jin Shu regrets deeply. Why did she leave a clue for Lin Yixuan? The incident happened suddenly, and she didn't think much. She acted on instinct, trusting Lin Yixuan could find her. But after seeing Li He and Peter's madness, Jin Shu hopes Lin Yixuan won't find her. She worries that if this place explodes, it might affect him. She remembers this small brick house. It's right across the river from the main gate of the family compound. Even if it explodes, it wouldn't reach the family compound. Jin Shu would rather die alone here than drag Lin Yixuan into danger. The door opens and Li He enters, with Peter beside her. Miss you. I didn't expect you to be in this situation. If we have any grudges, just come at me. No need to involve innocent people. The village bully nods repeatedly, agreeing, urging to release him quickly.
What's innocent about him?
That fat actually took advantage of me. Li He kicks hard at the village bully's groin. The bully screams in pain. How can a farmer from S City be involved with you? Jin Shu delays time. I've been tracking your news and rented this village house. This beast even broke into my room in the middle of the night. Li He sneers at the village bully. Fatso, you didn't expect to end up like this when you took advantage of me. Huh? He's breaking the law. We should bring him to justice, not use such extreme methods. Jin Shu tries to persuade. Shut up. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten sick. Even if no one paid for it, I'd still want to die with you. Li He screams hysterically. What illness? Jin Shu is a bit confused. What's going on? She talks incoherently. I have AIDS. What? Jin Shu is shocked. Her brother can't be okay, right? It's all your fault, you family. If your brother had treated me well, would I be with other men? If I hadn't been with other men, would I have gotten sick? You cheated on me when you were with my brother, and now you're blaming him for catching the disease? It's his fault. Li He yelled hysterically. If it's Yuan's fault, why don't you go find him? Why are you tying me into this? Yuan should be in prison, but it's all because of you. You gave him the idea to avoid jail. If I don't kill you, who will I kill? Jin Shu felt a little wronged, but she still caught the key words. Li He knew she was the one who suggested to her father and brother and mentioned that someone wanted to harm her. After gathering the information, Jin Shu reached a conclusion. How did Yu Hongwu bribe you? Neither of your families lack money, so why risk doing such things? Did he promise you a special medicine to treat AIDS? How do you know? Li He and Peter said in unison. Do bad people not need intelligence? They believe this? What is AIDS? The village bully didn't understand. What kind of disease was it? AIDS, the deadly disease of the century, spread through.
You might also have it.
The village bully screamed and fainted in fear. This disease was still incurable at the time, and it terrified everyone. Risking everything for a so-called special medicine, to Jin Shu, that's not something a normal person with an IQ over 80 would do. The cocktail therapy that could control the progression of AIDS wouldn't be available for several more years. Yu Hongwu used this as bait and managed to deceive Li He and Peter. In Jin Shu's view, this crude trick was even worse than modern scams. Claiming AIDS had a special cure in the early 1990s was like saying, I, Qin Shi Huang, am sending money. Li He actually believed it. Not only did he believe it himself, but he also convinced his lover to believe it too. While it hasn't caused a big disaster yet, stop now, let us go, and it's still possible. Jin Shu tried to reason. Yu Hongwu promised you the medicine, and our family can also help find it. We didn't have deep hatred before, so why push things to the point where there's no turning back? Li He was furious and refused to listen. Whether there's medicine or not, I will still kill you. If I do, Yuan will suffer, and your man won't spare him either. I want them to watch you die. Yin's heart rolled her eyes. Li He seemed to have lost his mind after a big shock. First, he broke off the engagement, then found out he was sick, and now he wants revenge on his family, chasing after them all the way. He was also assaulted by the local bully. All these bad luck events piled up, and he's completely unhinged. Ian gave up trying to talk to Li He and turned to Peter. Our family feud has nothing to do with you. Why get involved? Explosives are not a joke. If you're careless, you could get hurt too. Don't say it has nothing to do with me. My henchmen were caught, and they've turned on me. The authorities in the capital are after me. I don't want to go to jail. Peter shouted loudly. They only failed in their attempt. Even if they tell on you, what can they do? Just a few days in jail, and then it's over. Why has everything become like this? Ian thought that Peter and Li He together couldn't make a whole sane person. Do wealthy people not teach their children about the law? Why don't they know basic legal rules? I've lost all face, and now I've caught her disease too. I have no way out. If I kill you, I'll go back home. It's not the first time anyway. Peter's eyes were cloudy, his pupils unfocused, looking extremely excited. Ian could tell right away. He was clearly a drug addict. He probably just finished his fix and was high. This world is so chaotic. Li He and Peter have many things in common. They were both spoiled unconditionally by their families, lost discipline, and relied on their money to do whatever they wanted. From what he said, they might even have taken more than one life. In their eyes, kidnapping and killing people was just a crazy game. Come on here, take a shot too. Peter pulled out a syringe from his pocket and made a gesture as if unbuttoning his pants. In a little while, you'll be flying to heaven. First your soul, then bang bang bang. Peter made a fireworks-like motion with his fingers. Killing 2 people was as easy for him as setting off fireworks. Seeing Li He start to inject, Yin's temples throbbed intensely. Not injecting was already crazy enough. After the shot, he would be completely mad. Negotiation was impossible now. She had to be ruthless. Jin Shu, you didn't expect this, did you? You'll die right at your doorstep, haha. Li He sneered at Yin while administering the injection. I think about Ruyan. Whenever I remember him causing his sister's death, it hurts my heart deeply.
I think about you, man.
Whenever I think about you dying at the entrance of his army, and he can't find you, it makes me anxious and worried. Jin Shu watched Li He start to lose control and took a deep breath. It's time for her to use her special skill. Li He, do you want to make a bet with me? In front of the stock trading hall, armed soldiers in camouflage gathered. Lin Yixuan gave orders to set up a warning line and investigate vendors near the trading hall. He got a useful clue from an ant selling oranges at the entrance. The ant saw Jin Shu get into a van with a woman, driven by a man. Because Jin Shu is very beautiful, the ant remembered her clearly. The ant called the vehicle a van, which is common in S City. Since she didn't remember the license plate, it was hard to track down. 40 minutes had passed since Jin Shu disappeared. The more time passes, the more danger Jin Shu faces. Lin Yixuan felt terrible but had to stay calm and lead the team. He was about to send someone to the traffic police to check all vans of this model in the city when a short middle-aged man pushed in. Seeing Zheng Xin, the man excitedly called out twice. Zheng Xin looked over and told the team to stop before the man left. He's Old Wang, who helps us carry trash, Zheng Xin told Lin Yixuan. Old Wang was recently hired by Jin Shu to transport shrimp shells from the factory. Jin Shu is very thoughtful and chose someone with speech difficulties. Old Wang gestured and kept making sounds. Zheng Xin thought he was asking about his wages for the day. Lin Yixuan watched Old Wang's lips for a moment and suddenly his eyes lit up. He has seen Xiao Jin Shu. Old Wang has aphasia caused by an accident. He used to speak normally, so his lip movements look normal when he talks. People only hear him say ah, but Lin Yixuan understood his lip movements. When did you see her? Where did she go? Lin Yixuan asked. Old Wang said that he met Jin Shu in the morning and was impressed by her. No one would hire someone with his disability, so Jin Shu giving him a chance made him very grateful. He was passing by the factory when he saw Jin Shu get into a car with a woman. Because he saw the woman pressing a gun against Jin Shu's waist, Lao Wang felt something was wrong. Lao Wang used to be a militia member when he was young and knew what guns looked like. He thought he might have seen it wrong, so he looked more carefully. After confirming Jin Shu was being kidnapped, he rode his electric tricycle and followed from behind. Fortunately, Jin Shu is kind-hearted and thought that since the factory and feed plant are far apart, it would be too hard to transport workers by regular tricycle. She paid extra to modify the electric tricycle. The electric tricycle could go at top speed and follow the van from a distance. When Lao Wang saw Jin Shu taken to the factory, he decided to quickly report to Longyuan. When he saw people from Longyuan come out, he followed again and finally found Lin Yixuan. Where did they take her? To the factory. Lin Yixuan immediately ordered to go full speed, heading to the factory. Little Jean, you must wait for me. When Jin Shu proposed to gamble, Li He was not interested. You're about to die. What right do you have to make conditions? Blowing me up with explosives would only take a moment. It's not very fun. Your circle plays so wildly every day. Don't you want something more exciting? What kind of excitement? Peter looked very interested. For him, revenge or hatred didn't matter. He just wanted to play differently and seek thrill. With his background, he has everything he needs and lacks nothing. He just wants to pursue something different from others. Have you heard of Mao's Russian roulette? You hijacked my revolver, which is a 6-shooter. This kind of gun has 6 chambers, and if you remove 5 bullets, only 1 remains. I've heard of it. Sounds interesting. Peter's blood was boiling after Jin Shu explained, and he licked his lips. Point the gun at your own head. If you shoot an empty chamber, you win. If it goes off, you're unlucky. Your soul will return to the Yellow Springs. So, do you want to play with me? Jin Shu explained the rules. This game originally became popular in Mouse Country, where guards used prisoners as bets. Later, it spread among gamblers, and they started risking their lives in this way. In her previous life, Jin Shu studied abroad in D Country, where a popular variety show is called, "Hey buddy, wanna gamble around?" Jin Shu often used this phrase in critical moments. She had used it once with Lin Yixuan and later tricked Yuan with it. Now, her life was at stake, and she thought of this trick again. "Why do I have to play such a boring game with you? You were already going to die." Li He's poison hadn't taken full effect yet, and he still had a little bit of thinking ability left. An explosion is just a loud noise. You can't see the pain I feel before I die. Isn't that more interesting? Yes, play with her. Peter was completely caught up in the moment, pulling Li He's coat to find a gun. I don't want to play with her. Li He was starting to feel confused. Jin Shu took the chance to persuade him. You have 2 people, I have 1. There's a 1 in 5 chance that you 2 will shoot first. If it comes to me, I only have a 1 in 3 chance to survive. Don't you 2 dare to gamble with me? Gamble. Peter untied the rope from Jin Shu. Jin Shu weighed her options and gave up on kicking him away. She was a bit far from Li He, and her kick to knock Peter down would give Li He enough time to ignite the explosives on himself. Peter pulled out a gun and started unloading the bullets. His fingers trembled from excitement. Li He covered her head, feeling dizzy, but she sensed something was wrong. If these 2 weren't on drugs, they would definitely realize what was happening. Jin Shu was setting a trap for them. She had 5 chances to let them go first. If one of them blossomed first, Jin Shu could seize the opportunity to take the gun. The luckiest scenario was if Li He blossomed first. Because Li He was tied with explosives, Jin Shu hadn't dared to attack her. If luck was a little worse and Peter blossomed first, Jin Shu could also take back control while Li He was distracted. Soon, Peter finished unloading the bullets and eagerly pressed the gun to his head. His crazy state made Jin Shu feel that drug prohibition was very effective. People addicted to this stuff had no brains. Nothing happened. Peter was very lucky his shot was fine. He threw the gun to Li He and excitedly urged her. Li He was also caught up in the moment now, her eyes beginning to glaze over as she held the gun, confused and unsure. Jin Shu held her breath, waiting for a miracle to happen. But unfortunately, after Li He pulled the trigger, nothing happened. Your turn. Peter threw the gun to Jin Shu, licking his lips and staring at her with excitement, his eyes slightly reddened from the thrill. Jin Shu took the gun. Within 4 shots, it would definitely fire. She only had a 25% chance of surviving. Hurry up, or I will shoot her. Peter, who had no idea what he was doing, pulled out a lighter from his pocket and made a move to set Li He on fire. Put down the lighter. I will do it. Jin Shu grabbed a gun and aimed it at her own head. Nothing happened. Only 3 shots left. Peter took the gun and shot himself in the head. Jin Shu's eyes widened, her heart almost stopped. Still, nothing happened. Only 2 shots left, a 50-50 chance. The gun was now in Li He's hand. Suddenly, Li He screamed and threw the gun to Jin Shu. Let her go first. Jin Shu took the gun and slowly aimed it at her temple. Don't. Lin Yixuan burst into the room just in time to see this scene, his heart pounding. His most loved woman alone, facing 2 crazed, vicious criminals. Jin Shu wore jeans and a striped shirt, the bottom casually tied, her hair in a high ponytail. With one hand in her pocket, her expression was calm. If not for the gun pointing at her head, she looked like she was just shopping for vegetables. The scene inside made the rescue team members sweat nervously. Li He and Peter looked unstable due to the drugs, and Jin Shu's overly calm face between them seemed very strange. Don't come closer. Ah. Peter was slow to realize how many people had entered, and only then remembered to take Jin Shu hostage. Jin Shu kicked him away with her foot. Li He tried to detonate the explosives on himself, but as he raised his hand, he was shot in the hand. Lin Yixuan decisively fired his gun. His team members rushed in, subduing Peter and Li He. The special operations team had a demolition expert who quickly came to disarm the bombs. Everyone out, I'll handle it, Lin Yixuan ordered. He reached out and touched Jin Shu's face. Wait outside for me. I won't go. Stop messing around. Lin Yixuan's voice disappeared. Jin Shu pointed the gun at her own head. There are 2 more bullets inside, 50-50. Jin Shu didn't even know what she was saying or doing. She had never been so reckless in her life, but at this moment, only one thought filled her mind. Life and death together. Everyone else, retreat except for this disobedient woman. Lin Yixuan squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Military orders are like mountains. The team members, though worried about their captain, must obey. Yuan outside was pacing anxiously, pointing inside and cursing at Zheng Xin. Look at this girl. Is she brave or not? If this blows up, how can I explain to my parents? If it were me, I'd go in. Zheng Xin, with red eyes, grabbed him. She believes in Captain Lin. If she were Jin Shu and Yuan were Lin Yixuan, she would do the same. When we get out, I'll deal with you. Lin Yixuan quickly disarmed the bomb, still threatening fiercely. Seeing your current state, it doesn't seem too difficult, Jin Shu said with a sweat-covered forehead, trying to sound relaxed. The sweat droplets fell to the ground, blooming like small flowers, and Lin Yixuan decisively cut the wires. Lin Yixuan removed the detonator, making the TNT relatively safe, without explosion. Fortunately, domestic channels were limited, so Li He could only get this simple manual industrial demolition device. If it had been more complex, it wouldn't have been so easy to dismantle. They would have had to evacuate people and detonate on-site to reduce risk. After the crisis was over, Lin Yixuan told the team through the headset that they could come in. Jin Shu finally relaxed her tense shoulders. Now, she was ready to solve her inner confusion. That revolver in her hand would definitely fire 2 shots with live rounds. Jin Shu grabbed the gun and pulled the trigger at the floor. If Lin Yixuan hadn't come in, this shot would have been fired at her head. But nothing happened. Jin Shu smirked and suddenly pointed the gun at Li He. Li He screamed. Destiny has decreed I shouldn't die, and the last bullet is yours, Jin Shu said, aiming to pull the trigger. All the special forces behind Lin Yixuan were stunned. Lin Yixuan raised his hand to stop them, not letting them interfere with Jin Shu's action.
Bang!
Jin Shu made the sound of a gunshot with her mouth.
Ah!
Li He screamed. With your small courage, what kind of villain are you? Jin Shu lowered her gun, actually intending to on the barrel to look cool. Lin Yixuan snatched her gun and ejected the bullet. He hadn't forgotten that his wife wouldn't know how to use a gun. What if she accidentally shot? Can you face yourself? Jin Shu squatted down, looking at Li He, who was trembling in fear. This crazy woman caused her so much trouble that Jin Shu didn't plan to let her go. She grabbed Li He's hair and forced the already near breakdown Li He to look into her eyes. Do you think that by messing with some bad people, giving a few shots and holding a gun, you become a hero? No, you're still that coward who was scared stiff by authority on the train. No, that's not true, Li He screamed. Jin Shu knows how to break a person's mental defenses. Li He is afraid of what, so she says what she feels. Her whole act is just to avoid facing her old, weak self. She thought that after arming herself, she had become strong enough to crush someone like Jin Shu, who has a truly powerful soul. But she didn't realize that a coward is always a coward. Putting on armor doesn't make you a hero. Someone like you is not even worthy to be my opponent, Jin Shu said as she stood up, looking down at the unrecognizable Li He on the ground. Suddenly, she made a gun shape with her hand, pointed it at her own head, then at Li He.
Ah!
Li He's mental defenses shattered completely. After a scream of horror, she fainted. She was so scared she lost control, and it's uncertain whether she was mentally okay after waking up. The team members swallowed hard. Was this still the same cheerful sister-in-law they knew? When she got fierce, she was more intimidating than a villain. Look at that bullet in the captain's hand. My goodness, sister-in-law is playing Russian roulette with someone, and only one bullet left? Someone spotted a weak point and felt a chill. They thought their captain was an extraordinary tough guy. But it turned out that the captain's wife was the real tough one. However, thinking about Jin Shu's motivation for doing this, everyone felt a deep respect. Sister-in-law probably wants to fight the enemy to the end, right? This spirit of standing firm and dying rather than begging for life is hard to believe coming from a girl only 20 years old. Forget about the roulette for now. Just mentioning it made Lin Yixuan's face turn dark. It's really dark. The crisis was resolved, and it was time to settle accounts. Jin Shu's spirit was still high, but then she sensed a cold, ominous feeling. Lin Yixuan was looking at her with a cold stare. Is Russian roulette fun? Not bad. Jin Shu's confidence instantly dropped by half. Then am I fun? Lin Yixuan's tone grew colder. Are you referring to which aspect? Jin Shu tried to muddle through and get past the situation. The team members. They all felt something was wrong. Did the sister-in-law just flirt with the team leader?
No.
The sister-in-law dares to play roulette with fierce enemies. Someone so bold shouldn't be flirting openly with men, right? You Jin Shu. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't believe your man is willing to risk everything with the enemy, then don't try to retreat. If you refuse, you'll be in trouble. Jin Shu was frightened by his strong presence and took 2 steps back. She could see that Lin Yixuan was truly angry. Although maintaining a good image in front of others is very important to Xiaoyu, compared to saving her life, none of that mattered anymore. Jin Shu turned to run, but Lin Yixuan quickly stepped forward, grabbing her from behind in a bear hug. Oh my goodness! Someone among the team members voiced what everyone was thinking. Lin Yixuan moved so fast that Jin Shu was lifted upside down in his arms. Take the person back to the team. We caught her. After we finish questioning her, we'll hand her over to the police tomorrow. Yes. Everyone watched as their confused team leader carried the brave wife of the team leader, walking quickly outside. They swallowed hard. This was so exciting. Does the captain hit his sister-in-law? Should we go save her?
Save?
Can you beat the captain? Or can I? If all of us go together, do we stand a chance? Everyone fell silent. Only the distant sound of Jin Shu's yelling could be heard.
Lin, put me down.
Shut up. Lin Yixuan reached out and patted her little bottom. Jin Shu's face turned red. Did she want to lose face? Did she care about her image? It was hard-earned, standing bravely as the big sister in front of so many people. But just as she was about to enjoy her moment of being the boss, Lin Yixuan ruined it. Brother, help me. Lin Yixuan is crazy. Jin Shu called out to her brother for help from a distance. Yuan saw that his sister and brother-in-law had escaped safely, and he felt like he had just pulled her out of water. He suddenly realized that his clothes were wet, all from cold sweat. He was so scared that if there was a loud noise, his trash-can sister and her mouthy brother-in-law might both be lost forever. Now that he saw everyone was safe, Yuan's anger flared from within. Thinking about his sister-in-law's annoying behavior just now, he actually thought his brother-in-law's actions were pretty great.
Yixuan.
Take good care of this girl. Big brother is on your side.
Zheng Xin.
My dear sister, help me. Jin Shu saw her biological brother turn against her and begged Zheng Xin for help. Her head was tilted downward, making it hard to shout.
Ah.
Zheng Xin looked at Lin Yixuan, who was furious. Then she glanced at her boss. Although she wanted to help her boss emotionally, her rational mind told her she probably couldn't beat Lin Yixuan. Let's go. I'll treat you to some skewers. Yuan confidently hugged Zheng Xin, not forgetting to deliver a deadly to Jin Shu. Jin Shu, you're completely abandoned by everyone now. Jin Shu was carried home by Lin Yixuan in a way that looked like carrying a pig. Along the way, she felt the curious gazes of the neighbors' wives. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. Her reputation from 2 lifetimes was being ruined by Lin. Unable to struggle anymore, and after being warned about a public spanking, Jin Shu stopped resisting. She began insulting Lin Yixuan in 8 different languages. Besides the 5 foreign languages she knew, she also used Mandarin and Cantonese. If she included the northeastern dialect she learned from her brother, that made 9 languages. Lin Yixuan, are you crazy? Are you having a tantrum? You're like a kitten climbing a tree, and you're worse than a tiger looking at the sky. Lin Yixuan carried Jin Shu past Mu Feng, who was washing vegetables. Hearing Jin Shu's fluent dialect insults, Mu Feng dropped her vegetables into the water basin. The splash of water hit Mu Feng's face and also startled the other women nearby. But everyone was too focused on something else to blame Mu Feng.
Was that
Our sister-in-law just now? Sister-in-law's curses in northeastern dialect sound so nice. They're the same words, but she sounds so gentle when she curses. Mu Feng's attention was different from others. No human, idiotic. Jin Shu finished insulting in her dialect and switched to English. All the women looked at Xiao Hong, a college student and translator. She said the team leader looks bad and is also mentally slow. Xiao Hong translated, then was sharply glared at by Lin Yixuan. Scared, Xiao Hong shrank her neck and weakly covered her face with a cabbage. Why was she angry? That's just how her sister-in-law cursed. She was just a poor translator. Later, Jin Shu switched languages again, and Xiao Hong couldn't translate anymore. She could only tell that Jin Shu used several different languages. Everyone stared in shock as the amazing couple disappeared at the doorway. Suddenly, they could faintly hear Captain Lin's deep, pleasant voice. Save your strength, go back inside, and shout as much as you want. The sisters-in-law gasped. Oh my, what did they just hear? In the Lin family living room, Sun Ying and Chen Chen's couple sat on the sofa, chatting. When two families gather, to avoid awkwardness, they usually compliment each other's children. Our little Shu is really the nicest girl I've ever seen. She never argues with us at home. Sun Ying praised Jin Shu. Yixuan is the same. My daughter often encourages him to mop the floor or wipe the windows. I can't stand it, but he's so patient, she added. Chen Chen then playfully called Lin Yixuan a good man. The two mothers looked polite on the outside but secretly felt proud inside, thinking, truly, my child is outstanding, so talented and wonderful. Yu Hongwen silently sipped his tea, watching this scene many times. Aren't these two women tired of this? Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the door. Lin Yixuan. I swear, let go of me. Jin Shu yelled desperately.
Ha!
Yu Hongwen choked on his tea. Chen Chen looked stunned. Sun Ying froze. All along, you've cursed me in 8 different languages. Your language talent is impressive. If you shout like that in bed later, less than 8 won't do, you won't sleep. Lin Yixuan's cold voice responded. Snap. The teacup in Yu Hongwen's hand fell to the ground. Sun Ying covered her mouth. Chen Chen pinched her husband's leg. Does it hurt? Yes, it hurts. If it hurts, it's not a dream. What's going on? With the sound of the door opening, everyone looked over together. The first thing they saw was a pair of long legs. If those long legs weren't hanging from Lin Yixuan's chest, the scene wouldn't be so strange. All 3 elders gasped in shock. Clear the room. I've taken over this house, Lin Yixuan declared boldly. She was like a fiery kitten, meowing all the way, provoking him and making him angry. No, she was making his fury explode. Lin Yixuan was now furious, not caring that the 3 in the living room were elders. She was ready to settle scores with a disobedient woman. Lin Yixuan, what are you doing? Put Xiaoshu down now. Sun Ying was the first to react. Yixuan, if little book does something wrong, tell me. I will teach her. Girls are delicate and shouldn't be treated so roughly. Chen Chen feels heartbroken, and Yu Hongwen nods in agreement. Their daughter from the Yu family, they know how to educate her. How could they treat her so roughly? Do you know what she did? Lin Yixuan sneers coldly, explaining his wife's actions in 3 sentences. The room falls silent. Oh my goodness. Old Master Tian and Mother Tian. Sun Ying can only think of this phrase. I wasn't afraid of difficulties. My actions are effective. I am contributing to protecting people's lives and property. Jin Shu struggles desperately.
Dad. Mom. Help me.
Chen Chen pauses, then suddenly thinks that her son-in-law isn't so rough after all, and maybe he did the right thing. If I don't discipline her this time, next time she points a gun at her head or fights with bad guys, will I lose my wife, or will you lose your daughter and daughter-in-law? Lin Yixuan coldly surveys everyone, who either look at the ceiling or the floor. Proper criticism and education are okay. Yu Hongwen is the first to speak. Dad? You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have betrayed me? Jin Shu is heartbroken. I just remembered, the water at home is boiling. Mother-in-law, shall we go back and check? Chun Chen gives her son-in-law a supportive look, then pulls Sun Ying and leaves without looking back.
Mom.
You can't even cook properly. Why are you boiling water? Sun Ying doesn't even have time to criticize her daughter-in-law's behavior before being dragged away.
Mom.
Control your big son. Jin Shu raises her voice, trying to call back her beloved mother-in-law. But all she gets is the sound of the security door slamming shut. Cold and unfeeling. Ha, Jin Shu, I told you long ago, you've betrayed everyone and been abandoned by your family. Lin Yixuan carries Jin Shu back to the bedroom. Lin Yixuan, you came into the house with your shoes on. You didn't change into slippers. You're unhygienic. Jin Shu makes her last desperate struggle. Lin Yixuan throws her on the bed, pulls the curtain, and stares at her with eagle-like eyes. Why are you looking at me? Showing off your big eyes? Jin Shu feels guilty. Oh no, Lin Yixuan seems really angry. Maybe she should soften her attitude or use some charm. A good woman doesn't suffer losses in front of her eyes. Why didn't you leave when I told you to? Did you think about what would happen if I failed to defuse the bomb?
I'd have to take you with me.
When Lin Yixuan thought about her holding a gun to threaten him, he couldn't help but burst a blood vessel. Don't think so much. I haven't seen how you came into this world, so I need to see how you disappeared. And let you see how I disappeared. Nonsense. Is living just for your own pleasure? Have you thought about responsibility? About her parents? Just as Lin Yixuan was about to give her a lesson, he heard a ripping sound. His eyes instantly widened. The beautiful scene before him caused his mind to freeze for a second. He wanted to say something. Jin Shu tore off her clothes. She really tore them. Her striped shirt split in two, revealing a large expanse of white skin. Lin Yixuan's eyes widened even more. He had always been the one to understand and undress her, but Jin Shu suddenly used such a straightforward approach. Lin Yixuan's mind went completely blank. Comrade Jin Shu, don't use such outdated ways to corrupt me. Oh, then don't take your clothes off if you can do that. Lin Yixuan looked down. Where were his clothes? Why did his hand have its own ideas? Jin Shu smirked triumphantly, thinking her tactic of seduction was effective. She was already like this, so how could Lin Yixuan still be angry? The curtains fluttered in the wind, rising and falling, as the sun slowly set in the west. Jin Shu's senses were continuously heightened. Today, Lin Yixuan was not gentle. He was even a bit rough. But that was exactly what Jin Shu needed at this moment. She needed this extreme sensory stimulation, needed his incredible burst of energy to pull her back from the previous scene. Lin Yixuan did not disappoint her. He used the way she expected, pulling her from the bloodthirsty joy of gambling to another peak of happiness. The taste of blood, once tasted, is unforgettable. After she fired the first shot, madness was branded into her blood. For a moment, Jin Shu even doubted herself. She wondered what set her apart from Li He. If she ever lost her faith, would she become a fallen person like Li He and Peter? Even more, when Lin Yixuan was defusing the bomb, she chose to stay. Was it love, or was she worried she might lose control later? Jin Shu dared not think too much. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Lin Yixuan failed to defuse the bomb and died in that accident. Does she fully turn evil and seek revenge on everything, becoming like Li He, someone who uses any means to harm society and causes instability? This idea makes her feel scared. Today's events opened a Pandora's box deep inside her heart. Jin Shu suddenly realized that her understanding of herself might not be as clear as she thought before. Her knowledge of herself is only the tip of the iceberg. Much darker parts of human nature are hidden beneath. Is she just one step away from becoming an extreme villain? If she ever falls into evil, with her high intelligence and clever plans, she could be even more frightening than Li He and Peter. Without Lin Yixuan, the shining sun who keeps her from falling. She can't imagine what she would become. The sharp pain on her tongue briefly distracted her as Lin Yixuan kissed her forcefully. His heavy breathing brushed against her ear. It's different. Jin Shu looked at him with confused eyes. Her sweat-soaked hair stuck to her face, making her look like a stray kitten. Lin Yixuan felt a tightness in his chest, and his already rapid blood seemed to race even faster. He reached out and grabbed her chin, his dark eyes almost without pupils. You're different from her. Jin Shu's pupils widened. He saw through her deepest fears. She no longer hesitated. She raised her hand and wrapped it around his strong waist. Tears of physical pain and intense pleasure fell, but her heart felt peaceful and returned to its proper place. She embraced him and welcomed her lost soul back home. Jin Shu woke up peacefully, feeling as if her body had been taken apart and put back together. But this pain made her feel very satisfied. All her inner worries disappeared. Lin Yixuan saw her fear and helped her heal in his own way. Although the process was a bit intense, Jin Shu was happy with the result. Those restless, evil thoughts faded away after their passionate union. She tried to lift her hand to rub her sore waist and stomach, but found her right hand was unusually heavy. A clattering sound of metal rubbing against metal made her suddenly alert. What is this? A silver bracelet was fastened around her right wrist, connected by a hinge, with another on Lin Yixuan's right wrist. This bracelet is also called handcuffs. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Jin Shu wanted to slap him, but her hands were chained together, so she couldn't move easily. Instead, she elbowed him. Lin Yixuan hummed and lazily opened his eyes. Seeing Jin Shu's angry face, he whistled. Jin Shu grabbed a thin blanket to cover herself and pointed at the handcuffs, asking him, "What is this?" "Take it off."
No. No.
"Stop," he playfully refused. "Hurry up and take it off." What kind of situation is this? Jin Shu was getting frustrated. "Removing it is fine, but first kiss me a few times, then write a 5,000-word apology, and I'll unlock it." An apology? Jin Shu's temper flared. She grabbed a pillow and hit him. "Lin Yixuan, are you crazy? What kind of apology am I supposed to write?" The little personal heroism mistake she made had already been paid for with her own effort. Her whole body still ached from it. That's proof enough. Why is he still bringing up old scores? "If you don't write it, I'll keep you chained up." "Why should I care?"
You do whatever you want.
"I'm going to training and you're coming too. What was that little brat of yours saying? Want to see how I handle things, huh? Just wait, I'll show you." You're so reckless. Will the team agree? What if they see us training like this? Thinking about it, Jin Shu imagined both of them chained together like conjoined twins, appearing in front of everyone. No one would think they weren't some rare animals being watched. She felt embarrassed and furious at the same time. She still wanted to keep her dignity. "I'll talk to the political commissar. He'll agree." It's a good chance for the whole team to see what a female warrior playing Russian roulette with a villain looks like. Lin Yixuan was determined, acting as if no one could persuade him otherwise.
Lin Yixuan,
"Do you want to sleep in the study?" Jin Shu was about to explode with anger. Lin Yixuan raised their linked hands and showed his bright teeth. "Madam, if you want to come to the floor, just say so. Wherever I am, you are." Jin Shu took a deep breath and told herself silently, impulsiveness is the devil. Her emotions got the better of her, and she was still very angry. "Lin, I'll fight you." Jin Shu headbutted him. Lin Yixuan happily caught her in a hug, lifting her up, and Jin Shu sat on him. "Since Madam keeps hinting, I'll humbly accept your suggestion." "You big fool. Old man Lin is quite advanced in age, so let's just leave him be."
Come at me.
The stubborn man clearly cannot be easily fooled. Seeing someone about to succeed, Jin Shu clenched her teeth in frustration.
I
will write." Lin Yixuan suddenly pulled out paper and a pen from under the pillow, as if performing magic. It was obvious he had planned this in advance. "Just write. You want me to put on my clothes first?" "No need. Just write like this. If you try to cheat or don't write properly, I will punish you directly." He rested one hand behind his head, looking stern and unyielding. What kind of punishment? Jin Shu couldn't believe it. How could there be such shameless people in the world? All right. She almost whispered these words through her teeth. Once she was free, just watch her tear that guy apart. For dinner, Yuan wanted to invite the whole family out to eat, because he wasn't sure if his brother-in-law had finished his lesson. But then Lin Yixuan called and invited everyone, including Zheng Xin, to his house for dinner. He would cook. When everyone arrived, they saw 4 large military helmets on the table, filled with steaming noodles. Lin Yixuan, is this all you're serving us? Yuan complained with a look of disgust. The noodles are simple, but the ingredients are all there, Lin Yixuan said as he brought out a plate. The plate was neatly arranged with shredded cucumber, shredded radish, bean sprouts, green onions, celery, edamame, and peas, authentic Beijing-style toppings.
Wow.
What happened to your face? Yuan exclaimed when he saw Lin Yixuan's face. Fought with a cat, and the cat scratched me.
Mom. Dad.
Come see the Western scene. Your good son-in-law is disfigured. Everyone on the sofa turned to look. On Lin Yixuan's sharp face, there were medical bandages on both cheeks, and a bandage on his prominent nose. Why didn't you wrap your whole face? Then Hollywood's Mummy would want you to star in it. They even asked me to invest earlier this year, but I didn't agree. We have our own culture. Why invest in a foreign mummy, just because we're bored? Yuan looked at his son-in-law's face. With his looks and strength, he could easily play a powerful fighting mummy. It's not that he lacks the ability, it's because he has the heart of a true Chinese dragon. Did you or my sister scratch each other? You didn't let her beat you, did you? Yuan looked more suspicious the more he thought about it. Where did the stray cat come from? How brave does a cat have to be to scratch Lin Yixuan's face like that? Where's my sister? Yuan suddenly thought. He hadn't seen his sister since he entered. The 3 elders on the sofa all sat up straight and looked over at the same time. You're such a bad guy. Did you hurt my sister so she can't get out of bed? Not really, Lin Yixuan replied calmly. He used a little force, but making her unable to get out of bed was an exaggeration. The bedroom door opened, and everyone looked over. Jin Shu came out with a blushing face. She looked okay, but she was dressed very warmly. Aren't you hot wearing so much? Yuan looked at his sister's turtleneck sweater. Why wear that inside? I like it, Jin Shu answered hoarsely. Her voice gave a good reason for her outfit. The elders thought, oh, she caught a cold? Yuan stroked his chin, looked at his brother-in-law with medical bandages all over his face, then at his sister, who had already prepared for winter. Could they be secretly fighting? Jin Shu walked to the table. Lin Yixuan politely pulled out a chair for her. She sat down slowly, without even glancing at him. She wasn't actually fighting with him. Lin Yixuan forced her to write a self-criticism with some sneaky tricks. After she finished, she got angrier the more she thought about it. Taking advantage of his inattention, she bit him hard a few times. His face was covered with her teeth marks. Lin Yixuan didn't back down either. He pressed her down and left strawberry-shaped marks on her. They both wanted to make each other suffer, but in the end, they both lost. While they were playing around, time passed quickly. Lin Yixuan wanted to cook a full meal but didn't have time, so he quickly made Beijing-style fried sauce noodles, calling it Missing Hometown. Are you okay? Zheng Xin asked worriedly, looking at Jin Shu. I'm fine, just a small matter. Jin Shu wanted to act cool and crossed her legs. But as she moved, a certain overused part of her body started to hurt badly. She silently glared at Lin Yixuan. That shameless guy, why didn't he make her bald? Come, I have a suggestion. Lin Yixuan stood up and used a drink instead of alcohol. Today, comrade Jin Shu bravely fought the villain. Before reinforcements arrived, she risked her safety to play Russian roulette with the villain. Such behavior deserves reflection and should be used as a negative example for the next generation to serve as a warning. Lin Yixuan's opening made Zheng Xin feel very confused. Captain Lin, are you praising my boss or criticizing him? Look at the issue from a balanced perspective. Such behavior is very dangerous. Kids don't imitate her.
Ha!
Jin Shu crosses her arms and quietly watches him pretend. Now, comrade Jin Shu, please say a few words. Lin Yixuan finishes and tries to sit down. Jin Shu quickly and skillfully pulls his chair away. Fortunately, Lin Yixuan has training. Others would have already fallen on their backside. He only sees Captain Lin steady his stance, standing firm like a mountain. Even then, he still gives Jin Shu a confident glance, as if to say, "Your core strength is solid, right?" Jin Shu rolls her eyes at him and reluctantly speaks. "I was wrong. Would you dare to do it again next time?" Lin Yixuan clearly isn't happy with her dismissive words. "I will. Comrade Yu Jin Shu, watch your attitude." Jin Shu starts slurping her noodles loudly, deliberately making noise to annoy Lin Yixuan. "Should I add 2 spoonfuls of mustard to your noodles?" Lin Yixuan threatens playfully. Sunning lowers her voice and whispers to Qin Chen, who looks surprised. "Look at him, so timid. Does he look like someone who hits his wife?" After all that effort, he just wants to add 2 spoonfuls of mustard as a cruel punishment.
He's really fierce.
"Grandma, stay silent, or do you want his spoonfuls too?" Lin Yixuan looks at his mother. Sunning grabs a large scallion and hits him. "Are you endless? My daughter-in-law hasn't even complained about your slow rescue, and now you're excited?" Jin Shu nods vigorously while slurping her noodles, agreeing wholeheartedly. "Our speed is already fast enough. If I go any slower, she'll be shooting bullets at people in a circle. That's a bit dangerous." Sunning shudders just thinking about it. "Xiao Shu, don't play like that next time. It's too risky. You're taking all of Yixuan's work." What's he supposed to do? Yu Hongwen also advises. "Your dad was so scared he went home and took blood pressure medicine. You really shouldn't play like that." Chun Chin joins the scolding. Amid everyone's caring and scolding, Jin Shu finishes her bowl of fried sauce noodles. "One more bowl." Jin Shu hands her empty bowl to Lin Yixuan and commands him confidently. "Are you going to show some backbone?" Lin Yixuan looks proud, showing he's not without limits when it comes to loving his wife. "All right, all this fuss is just to keep me tied down, isn't it?
From now on,
I will handle things as I see fit." Jin Shu knows he brought the whole family here just to ease her fears. People with attachments rarely fall into deep trouble easily. She will never become like Li He. Even without Lin Yixuan, she still has many caring family members. Though his method is a bit old-fashioned and a bit verbose, Jin Shu admits it is indeed effective. Lin Yixuan, seeing that things are going well, knows this is the best promise Jin Shu can make, so he stops mentioning it. After all, he doesn't really want to sleep on the floor. He stands up to serve her noodles and carefully arranges the toppings for her. Yuan watches with a few clicks of his tongue and loudly complains to Zheng Xin. "Yixuan, isn't this like a teacher with many students, but your own family is like bitter gourds?" Yuan's voice is loud enough for everyone in the house to hear. He can do anything, disarm bombs with his bare hands, train the strongest soldiers. He's the perfect hexagonal warrior in the eyes of the leaders. But at home, he's covered in scratches and bruises. What's that? "Brother, you've been abroad too long. Your Chinese has clearly deteriorated." Many students is used to describe teachers. Lin Yixuan politely scoops food for his wife. Describing him, it should be said that Lin is clever enough to bring peace to the world, but he ends up losing both his wife and his soldiers. Jin Shu's cheeks are puffed out like a groundhog. "She's really hungry." Lin Yixuan smiles but says nothing. He doesn't think he lost. Aside from celebrating love and taking advantage of the situation, the letter of self-criticism she wrote in his pocket means a lot to him. After dinner, Lin Yixuan goes to the army. As he leaves, Jin Shu starts rummaging through the house. She searches everywhere, but can't find the self-criticism letter she wrote. Frustrated, she sits on the bed. Surely Lin Yixuan took it. The sneaky guy. Jin Shu guessed right. Lin Yixuan really took the letter. He went to the army for this reason. Chief Chu Buliang is working overtime when Lin Yixuan knocks on the door. Seeing who it is, Chu Buliang relaxes his brow. "You came just in time. Your wife's matter. The team wants to hold a commendation ceremony for her." "What kind of commendation ceremony?" "I just finished criticizing her at home, and she's still 7 or 8 people who disagree and are unhappy. If you hold a ceremony for her, with that kind of courage, what wouldn't she dare to do?" Lin Yixuan sits on the sofa, and thinking of that stubborn woman, he can't help but smile. Conceal that arrogant smile of yours. Provoking a single man is easy to get into a fight. Come on, are you not trying to show off to me intentionally? Chu Buliang asked with a smile. Lin Yixuan took out a self-criticism letter from his pocket and handed it to Chu Buliang. This, along with my will, if I ever meet my end, should be given to my loved one together. Chu Buliang took it and started reading. After reading a few lines, he chuckled softly. It was a very neat and well-written self-criticism letter, but the content could only be described as perfunctory. Even through the paper, you could feel that the person who wrote it was very reluctant. A lot of meaningless words were piled up, creating an attitude of I admit I was wrong, but not completely. Having served in the military for many years, Chu Buliang had seen many self-criticisms, but this was the first time he saw one so insincere. Seeing Chu Buliang laugh, Lin Yixuan didn't mind. God knows how much effort he put into making her write this, using charm and handcuffs. While reading and smiling, Chu Buliang found his niece-in-law to be very funny. She was naturally rebellious, turning her self-criticism into a comedy act. For example, this line, "If I lose at Russian roulette with a villain, then everything about me, my looks, my figure, my social manners, my good morals, my kind nature, even my soul, will be destroyed." Chu Buliang burst out laughing upon seeing this part. It's hard to imagine that this was written by his reserved niece-in-law. It was clearly meant to be funny, so amusing. Chu Buliang was puzzled. Why would Lin Yixuan bring such a self-criticism that lacked sincerity or remorse, even placing it with his will? Until he saw the last part, Chu Buliang's smile faded, and his expression became serious. The final part was spoken by Lin Yixuan, forced to write every word of the letter, even pressing her thumbprint. It read, "I, Jin Shu, swear to everyone I love and everyone who loves me that no matter what happens, I promise to live well." The previous parts were just humorous filler. Only this sentence was what Lin Yixuan truly wanted. Lin Yixuan's profession carried great risks. He was not an ordinary soldier, but one of those on the front lines, always ready for the honorable sacrifice. Therefore, everyone in the team has written a will in advance, which is kept by the squad leader. If someone sacrifices themselves by accident, this pre-written will be given to their family. Through the roulette event, both Jin Shu and Lin Yixuan discovered a hidden side of Jin Shu's soul. People who are usually calm can do extreme things when strongly stimulated, especially someone as intelligent as Jin Shu, whose outbursts can be very dangerous. Lin Yixuan forced Jin Shu to write this part, thinking that if he ever sacrificed himself, his will and her promise would help her move forward. His love wouldn't disappear even after his death. Even if he's gone, he still wants to leave a final light for the one he loves. Chu Buliang finished reading and was silent for a long time, only able to think of one phrase: "Live with all your might, die with all your might." Their line of work exposes them to death more often than ordinary people, whether it's stopping villains or risking their own lives or their comrades. Their attitude towards life and death becomes clearer. Living with all your might, being worthy of loving family, and not wasting this life. Dying with all your might, being worthy of the trust of the party and the people, and honoring the uniform on your body. Yes, that's true, but I still want to live well. I want to see what my wife will be like when she's old, whether she'll still be stubborn and... Lin Yixuan didn't finish his sentence. He wanted to say she's still stubborn and lovable. He loved everything about her. Even when she stubbornly pointed a gun at his head, shouting that she would die with him, he loved her to death. But living isn't just for love. So, even if he loves her deeply, he has to pretend to be angry, pretend to be furious, and sometimes hide his feelings with colorful gestures. Or maybe he uses these ways to release his love and hide his emotions. Lin Yixuan took the cigarette from Chu Buliang, though he didn't usually smoke, but at this moment, he wanted one. I owe her so much. What does a woman like her lack? She doesn't lack anything. Whatever she wants, she can earn herself. Being with me, isn't it just for my safety? I can't even guarantee that most basic thing for her. He took a deep breath. The cigarette was too spicy, making his eyes water. Chu Buliang silently smoked, feeling the same way about Lin Yishuan's words. Peaceful times are the greatest hope for families and the hardest promise for soldiers to keep. Putting down a gun means you can't protect your loved ones, but holding a gun means you can't love them properly. Doing this kind of work always makes me feel guilty about my family. But there's no way around it. Our family and country always need someone to protect them. Lin Yishuan sat outside, waiting until the smell of smoke on him faded before entering the house. In the bedroom, Jin Shu left a small lamp on and was reading by the bed. Lin Yishuan leaned over and gently kissed her forehead. "What are you so absorbed in?" he asked. "Studying how to deal with your secret techniques, knowing yourself and your enemy, winning every battle," she replied. Her secret techniques? Lin Yishuan became curious. He opened the book and suddenly became very angry.
What?
"What is this?"
Ah!
Jin Shu was holding a book in her hand. The large, bold words on the cover caught the eye. Playing and training Siberian Huskies. Her husband, returning late, saw her waiting under the lamp. The lovely image was shattered because of the inappropriate book title. Lin Yishuan's temper flared. He snatched the book and pointed at Jin Shu, accusing her. "What kind of understanding of your enemy is this? How do I compare to some crazy dog?" It was definitely an insult. Lin Yishuan felt very hurt, so hurt that even 100 kisses wouldn't be enough to comfort him. But it also has some useful references. Look at this part about psychological description. It's very accurate. Little Husky still maintains the primal state of a snow wolf in today's society, relying on its owner at home and expressing wildness when outside. Her husband is so wild when he goes out. Like today, he could shoot and disable Li He in less than a second. So wild. And this part, full of energy. Just like him. Jin Shu quickly flipped to the highlighted section. What's the difference between Lin Yishuan's behavior on the bed and a destructive husky? His destructive power is just as intense. All those visible marks on her body are bloody proof. Fortunately, she has a strong physique. If she were a more delicate girl, with his wild style of affection, he might even drain her of all her energy. So Jin Shu made a firm decision. To save other women, she was willing to sacrifice herself. Lin Yishuan should let her sleep alone. After all, she bore all the burden herself. Stop reading such messy stuff. Lin Yishuan quickly grabbed the book again and tore it apart in 2 swift motions. Jin Shu widened her eyes and watched as it happened. The ultimate move of the mischievous dog, destroying things. Lin Yishuan looked like he was upset and refusing to talk, lying on the bed after washing up, with his back to Jin Shu. That very comfortable nape of his head seemed to have a few words carved into it. "Can't be appeased." "Are you really angry?" Jin Shu reached out and gently tousled his hair twice. Although Lin Yishuan didn't turn around, his body honestly leaned toward her. Jin Shu's hand moved from his head to his back, softly stroking him. Then, the man who was sulking behind her turned around. His abs facing up, he struck a pose, ready to hum softly, "Honey, pet me, don't stop." Jin Shu played along, giving him a good rub. Not a habit for next time. How can you compare your man to such an unreliable dog? Lin Yishuan closed his eyes happily, enjoying her massage. He was considering that she was very tired during the day, so maybe some exercise was good for her. Jin Shu nodded obediently. But inside, she admired the book that Lin Yishuan had torn apart so thoroughly. The book said that the mischievous dog was a breed that loved gentle touches, which could strengthen their bond. Jin Shu secretly peeked at him, seeing him enjoy himself with his eyes closed, and couldn't help but feel amazed. Yes, she believed in his cleverness. Fortunately, as a businessperson, he always prepared for everything. Based on Lin Yishuan's tendency to destroy things, she bought 2 copies of the book. She planned to study them carefully tomorrow. Of course, she would learn from this experience and do some quiet research without him noticing. The incident of Lin Yishuan causing a fuss in the residential area became the talk of the neighborhood. The sisters-in-law had already heard the full story from their husbands. They admired Jin Shu for daring to confront the troublemakers with a gun. They also heard that the woman who played roulette with Jin Shu stayed overnight at Long Yuan and was taken to a mental hospital the next day. She was crying and screaming, apparently traumatized. Everyone admired Jin Shu's bravery, but also felt a little nervous for her. After all, Captain Lin was not someone to be easily messed with. He was very angry yesterday, so he might get into a fight when he got back. The next day, Mu Feng brought a basket of salted duck eggs she brought from her hometown to visit Jin Shu. Through this incident, she completely admired Jin Shu. Besides wanting to apologize for her previous gossiping, Mu Feng was also worried that Jin Shu might be bullied by Lin Yixuan, so she thought about visiting to mediate. However, she ended up empty-handed. Only Sun Ning was at home from the Lin family. Jin Shu had taken Zheng Xin to the stock market. Mu Feng nervously explained her purpose to Sun Ning, who waved her off. My daughter Jin Shu won't hold a grudge against you. If she really wanted to, she could have done so long ago. She initially wanted to say that if Jin Shu truly held a grudge, her worries would be pointless since her influence was already widespread, but she felt that wasn't appropriate, even though it was true. Jin Shu is very empathetic, especially towards women. When she was in the capital before, Sun Ning shared a few stories about Jin Shu's past in the city. How she turned rivals into helpful assistants, helped kidnapped girls, and supported relatives' children in improving their grades. She also emphasized how Jin Shu protected her after she became a vegetable. Mu Feng had previously thought Jin Shu's close relationship with her mother-in-law was just for show, secretly doubting it. In her view, good relationships between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were rare. Listening to Sun Ying's stories, Mu Feng felt ashamed and realized she was wrong. Just one of these stories could change her entire perception. She couldn't believe there were such broad-minded and generous people in the world. It wasn't that she lacked ability. She had the ability but never targeted the weak. Mu Feng started crying afterward. She thought how wonderful it would be if she had such a kind sister-in-law when she was being bullied by her mother-in-law in the village. The Jin Shu Sun Ning described was like a guardian angel for women. Having such a strong woman as a friend would bring great security. Auntie, you should tell my sister-in-law that I was just being immature before. She's a big person and doesn't hold grudges over small things. I will listen to her from now on. These salted eggs are homemade. Please don't dislike them. That's not right. Sun Ning politely declined outwardly, but secretly reached out to grab a salted egg. It wasn't greed. Her family was just very poor now. Truly poor. Early in the morning, Jin Shu gathered everyone from her husband's and her own family, confiscating all their cash. She took all the thousands of yuan that Sun Ning kept for household expenses. Even Lin Yixuan reluctantly handed over the 200 yuan he had hidden in his belt buckle, which he had secretly saved for Jin Shu's birthday gift. He had been planning to buy her a present for a long time. Sun Ning was worried about what to cook for dinner. The salted eggs were the best thing they had, given their poor family situation. Since they had no money to buy vegetables, they made a pot of porridge and used 2 salted eggs to feed the whole family. Although Sun Ning felt her family was a bit unlucky, she felt better when she thought about her neighbors next door. Yu Hongwen's over 20,000 yuan in cash was taken by his daughter for use, and the savings book he used for transactions was also taken by Jin Shu. Before leaving, Jin Shu said she wanted to gamble big, gather all the family's money, and bet 50,000 yuan to directly enter the big account room. She spoke confidently, but Sun Ning felt nervous. She didn't know what the big account room was. All she knew was that if Jin Shu lost all the money, the family would run out of food, and those 2 rooms would become the big account's ruins. Note: ruins here refers to a state of complete loss or destruction. The big account room in the stock trading hall is a room that only allows 3 people at a time. It has much better conditions than the middle account room, including a sofa and a dedicated order clerk who processes orders faster than in the middle room. When Jin Shu took Zheng Xin there, 2 people were already inside chatting, one of whom Jin Shu knew. Long Xiang was chatting with another investor about the incident yesterday outside the stock trading hall, where Lin Yixuan brought people and set up a warning line to find someone. Did they find the woman those soldiers were looking for? The investor asked.
Probably not. She's dead, I think, said someone.
I heard from the orange seller's wife that the woman was very pretty, probably kidnapped and killed afterward. Long Xiang imagined the details and felt excited. Rumors are spread like this. Zheng Xin wanted to speak, but Jin Shu pulled her back, telling her not to argue with fools. There were only about 10 days left of the market, and she had bet all her family's money on a big gamble. She couldn't waste time on outsiders. Long Xiang sniffed, noticing a familiar scent. Turning around, he saw Jin Shu enter, and his eyes lit up. You Jin Shu, why are you here? Which fleet are you from? What fleet? Not a fleet. How did you get in? Oh, I see you sneaked in, right? The condition to open an account in the big account room was a capital of 50,000 yuan. In the 1990s, 50,000 yuan was a very high threshold. Even someone like Long Xiang, who was in business, found it difficult to come up with that much money at once. However, the advantage of quick order placement in the large trader room was very attractive. So, clever people came up with a method called crowdfunding to open accounts. Several partners pooled their money to open one account and entered the large trader room. They traded by sending representatives to handle transactions. This way of opening accounts through crowdfunding was called a fleet by everyone. Long Xiang only knew that Jin Shu's family had gone bankrupt, but he didn't know Jin Shu had secretly raised funds by reselling airplanes. Therefore, he assumed Jin Shu had sneaked in secretly. Sneaking in to flirt with me? Long Xiang said with a mischievous smile. Zheng Xin wanted to argue with him, but Jin Shu gave him a warning look. Seeing this, Long Xiang thought he had figured everything out. Last time, Jin Shu had tricked him, and he lost 5,000 yuan. When he went home, his father scolded him badly. Thinking that this misfortune came from Jin Shu, he felt a strong hatred and wanted to meet her to scold her. But when they finally met, he couldn't help but keep looking at her, as if grass had grown in his heart. Looking was not enough. He kept talking to her, following her around and chattering non-stop. Jin Shu felt like there was a loud fly buzzing around her ears, making it hard to concentrate. You're probably having a hard time now. Can't even afford tea. Long Xiang had already noticed that Jin Shu's teacup only had plain water. Yesterday, Jin Shu had been with Lin Yixuan, and today she stopped drinking tea and started taking folic acid. Jin Shu, who was preparing for pregnancy, was seen by Long Xiang as a poor person who couldn't afford tea. You're in such trouble, yet you still pretend I get it. You're deliberately coming in front of me to attract my attention. Same old price, 2,000 a month. What do you say? Jin Shu looked at him coldly.
Twice already. What?
Long Xiang didn't understand. I've forgiven you twice. Once, twice, but not 3 times. Enough is enough, Jin Shu said with limited patience. Long Xiang had just spread rumors about her, saying she was involved in something shady, but she didn't mind. Now he brought up the topic of being kept, and if he didn't stop, she would take action. Long Xiang was so scared by her cold stare that he didn't dare to speak and sheepishly returned to his seat. The investor sitting with him saw he had been put in his place and immediately called Long Xiang aside to whisper. Zheng Xin watched them leave and quietly leaned toward Jin Shu, lowering her voice. I don't think they're up to something good. Be careful. 000005, Jin Shu said, giving a string of numbers. Zheng Xin looked at the display in front of her. 000005 is a stock code. The stock is Century Star Source, which she remembered Long Xiang and his accomplices kept talking about. It seems Long Xiang and his friends are waiting for the right moment to buy this stock. Zheng Xin glanced at the stock trend and shook her head. This stock is quite tricky. It had surged wildly last month, rising from just over 3 yuan per share to 5 yuan now, almost doubling. Most people wouldn't dare to buy it. Jin Shu lowered her voice and gave a few instructions. Zheng Xin looked surprised. Are you sure? Jin Shu nodded. She came here specifically for the stock. She wanted Zheng Xin to go downstairs to the trading hall and place an order for 490,000 shares of Century Star Source. It was the busiest time now, and Zheng Xin blending into the trading hall made it less likely to be noticed. Jin Shu only had 500,000 yuan left now. She was going all in on this risky stock, leaving only 10,000 yuan aside. Isn't there already a clerk placing orders?
Why go downstairs?
Zheng Xin didn't understand. Jin Shu went into the VIP room, probably for easier trading. Why go far away when it's unnecessary? Fishing. Although Zheng Xin didn't understand who Jin Shu was trying to attract, she followed her instructions and went downstairs to place the order, going all in on the stock. Jin Shu closed her eyes to rest, but she listened carefully to the sounds outside. The VIP room was on the top floor of the stock exchange. There were only a few rooms on this floor. Besides the VIP room, there were staff offices. Compared to the noisy trading hall, this place was much quieter, and she could hear even small sounds. Occasionally, someone would stand at the door, peeking in, but Jin Shu didn't mind. After a while, Long Xiang returned, carrying several lunchboxes, looking mischievous. The VIP room provides meals, you didn't know? Long Xiang pushed a lunchbox toward Jin Shu and pretended to be generous. I bought you lunch. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and some soup. When that little secretary comes back, I'll invite her too. Jin Shu glanced at the lunchbox, her eyes slightly raised. It was obvious the lunchbox had been opened before, the clips broken. Good, this was the 3rd time. Long Xiang had annoyed her 3 times. Since he wouldn't change, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Why aren't you eating? The box meal is best when hot. Long Xiang exchanged a look with his assistant, full of scheming and the joy of about to succeed. Jin Shu smiled. Her smile made Long Xiang feel dizzy, as if her charm was about to take his soul. Jin Shu beckoned with her finger. Long Xiang was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized she had something to tell him. He eagerly leaned in closer. Do you know Li He? Jin Shu asked. I'm not familiar with her. It's better if you're not. I heard she has AIDS. Long Xiang froze, his expression changing several times in an instant. It seemed that the young Master Long was also within Li He's close-distance social circle. Are you going to the hospital for a checkup since it's not closing time? I have nothing to do with her, Long Xiang said nervously, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. Jin Shu lowered her eyes, hiding her contempt. With such a low skill level, he still dared to come in front of her to drug her? Long Xiang didn't last long before he broke down. I'm going to handle some things. He hurriedly left. Young Master Long, isn't your father asking you to buy Century Star Source today? His assistant called after him. Just moments ago, they had been plotting outside, planning to drug Jin Shu first, then quickly buy stocks once she and Zheng Xin fainted. After buying the stocks, they would each have a woman in a hotel room. What a perfect day. Although the assistant thought Jin Shu was a bit prettier than Zheng Xin, he didn't dare covet the woman young Master Long liked. Instead, he thought Zheng Xin was also quite attractive. Jin Shu had just whispered something to Long Xiang, but the assistant didn't hear. Seeing young Master Long about to leave, his plan was thrown into chaos, and he felt a bit anxious. Buy again tomorrow, Long Xiang said without much thought, rushing out with a swift stride, his mind already at the hospital. Although he hadn't been involved with Li He in any intimate way, he had close-distance contact with some of her frequent friends. Fearing he might be infected, he wanted to go to the hospital quickly. Jin Shu watched Long Xiang say buy again tomorrow, her eyes full of schadenfreude. This stock was no longer within Long Xiang's reach. He wouldn't be able to buy it tomorrow, or ever in his life. Using sneaky tricks to harm her serves him right for not making money. The lackeys saw Long Xiang leave and started to hesitate. He hesitated about whether to buy that stock or to trick Jin Shu into eating the medicated meal. Jin Shu ignored his conflicted expression, pretending not to see. If this man could turn his life around, she might be a little gentler and make his defeat less embarrassing. Unfortunately, the lackey missed his chance. By noon, the order clerk in the big office had finished work. Zheng Xin just happened to come back, and seeing only 3 people left in the room, the lackey's mind sparked. Especially when he saw Zheng Xin. She had just waited in line in the hall for a long time, her face flushed from the heat. Her round cheeks looked so tender, her big eyes and full chest made the lackey's mouth go dry. His desire grew stronger, and his evil thoughts took over. He couldn't help but think of Long Xiao's promise, these 2 girls, 1 for each. If he took both down, he could leave the one Long Xiao liked and take the other himself. This way, he'd be fair to Long Xiao and himself. Thinking this, the lackey moved closer and eagerly invited, "Ladies, it's noon now. The market is about to close. Let's have a meal together. Please give me some face." "Sure." Jin Shu opened her lunchbox. In the lackey's expectant gaze, she picked up a meatball. His eyes nearly bulged out. Suddenly, Jin Shu reached out and grabbed the lackey's throat. Zheng Xin was stunned, watching the scene. "What's going on? Are you trying to make me eat this meal?"
Come on, eat.
Jin Shu grabbed the meatball and shoved it into the lackey's mouth. His throat was blocked by Jin Shu, making it hard to breathe. Overwhelmed with shock, he couldn't react. Jin Shu released him, and as he gasped for air, he swallowed the meatball whole. He was so scared, he tried to scratch his throat with his hands. But Jin Shu didn't give him a chance. She slapped his face sharply, knocking his head to one side. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed softly onto the ground with a muffled sound. All this happened in an instant. Zheng Xin grabbed a chair to help hit the man, but when she looked back, he was already on the floor. Jin Shu couldn't have knocked him out so quickly. She didn't have Lin Yixuan's strength to do that with one hand.
What?
"What's going on? Is there medicine in the food?" Zheng Xin quickly reacted, feeling scared when she saw the lunchbox on the table. If she and Jin Shu had eaten it, the consequences would have been terrible. It should be obedience water, and the effect is pretty quick. Jin Shu took a handkerchief from her pocket and gracefully wiped her fingers. Dealing with such as just dirtying her own hands. Is this kind of thing even available domestically? Zheng Xin had heard about it abroad. Some people add this drug to girls' drinks at bars. The term truth serum is a general name. There are many types like zolpidem, midazolam, and other drugs, basically, all harmful substances. Long Xiang and Li He are in the same circle. Many returnees from overseas are there, so it's not surprising they can get these things. Call the police. The country has zero tolerance for these drugs. If caught, they will be dealt with severely. Zheng Xin used his big phone to call the police easily. While waiting for the police to arrive, Jin Shu didn't sit idle. She quickly stripped the person down to just his underwear. It wasn't her choice to see this. The guy's underwear was too poor in quality, loose and sagging, with a side leak. She turned away in disgust. "What is this? It's too eye-catching." "Oh, he's as small as David?" Zheng Xin stared and couldn't help but mock. "What does David mean?" Jin Shu asked curiously, while writing big words on the S body with a black pen. "I'm a pervert. David has 3 treasures. Tall, handsome face and that little thing." Zheng Xin finished, and Jin Shu suddenly realized he really was. The two women shared a silent, understanding laugh. Yuan stood at the door with a strange expression. He had heard everything. He gritted his teeth in anger, almost deforming from frustration.
Zheng Xin.
"Explain yourself. You kept saying only David sculptures match my temperament. So you're implying I'm like that?" Zheng Xin had often used David as a metaphor for him. Yuan once thought it was a compliment. After all, David's sculptures are known for tall, handsome faces. Who knew there were those 3 words behind it, that little thing? Can people still trust each other? "Boss, save me." Zheng Xin didn't expect him to appear suddenly and shrank behind Jin Shu in fear. "Bro, forget about settling scores for now. Don't you think this is more important?" Jin Shu blocked Yuan's furious approach, kicking the on the ground. Yuan looked down. There's still a pair of underwear with a side leak. Too small. He couldn't help but glare angrily at Zheng Xin. This woman actually grouped herself with this trash. Seeing her brother's face turn black with anger, Jin Shu couldn't help but feel a bit emotional inside. Men really care about this kind of thing. Seeing her brother so upset, her logic was completely thrown out the window. Isn't it surprising for a normal person to see someone lying on the ground? She strongly suspects that if she weren't here, her brother might have unfastened his belt to prove himself to Zheng Xin. "Relax, sister. Look at him. He's so angry. Clearly different from what you guessed." "You underestimated him," Jin Shu said, trying to calm things down. "That's right. Ugh. I told you I won't discuss such strange topics with you. Why is he talking about such weird things with his sister? Just wait. I'll settle the score with you when we get back, Yuan said harshly to Zheng Xin, looking down at the unlucky person on the ground. What's wrong with this guy? Why did you knock him out and him to right? You went too far. He wanted to drug Zheng Xin to take advantage of him, but I caught him, she replied.
What?
Yuan exploded. He rethought his previous idea. His sister wasn't rough enough. Too gentle, in fact. He wouldn't mind giving him a few more hits. Yuan initially thought his sister was too rough. But when he heard that this shameless person's goal was Zheng Xin, he felt Jin Shu was too gentle. They dragged the person up, grabbed his hair, and slammed his head against the wall repeatedly. Don't kill him. Just after Zheng Xin finished speaking, a white object fell. Yuan knocked out the person's front teeth. Such a big commotion, and he's still not awake. The drug really works. How many girls has he harmed with this? Jin Shu leaned against the table, arms crossed. Thinking about how this person wanted to use dirty tricks on Zheng Xin made Yuan want to kill him. TSK, a sudden rage for a loved one, huh? Are you touched, my dear? Jin Shu asked Zheng Xin. Zheng Xin was very anxious. Quick, stop him. Jin Shu sipped her tea slowly, not in a hurry. If it had been someone like Lin Yixuan with a tough fist, she might have worried. She might really have been beaten to death. But her brother, who works in an office all day, would find it hard to actually kill someone. Jin Shu had no intention of stopping him. This scoundrel who drugged others and that useless Long Xiang. Everything they suffered was their own fault, and they didn't deserve sympathy. Long Xiang managed to escape after going to the hospital. He might run away from the first, but not the 15th. Jin Shu had plenty of ways to deal with him. Currently, she plans to use this man who is under the influence of medication to help her brother gain some good feelings in Zheng Xin's heart. It can be seen as a way to make use of someone who is otherwise useless. Seeing Yuan's fist swelling after a few punches, if he keeps fighting, he will only hurt himself. Jin Shu finally spoke. Thank you, General Yan, for standing up for my secretary. Don't talk nonsense. She's not just my secretary. She's the person I like. I'm not so weak that I can't even protect someone I care about. Jin Shu had been waiting for this moment. Zheng Xin's face turned red. She used to think Yuan's feelings weren't genuine, but now she believes they are. Look, you see, when people are angry, their intelligence drops. When their IQ drops, they can't lie. Jin Shu, why do your compliments sound so much like insults? Yuan realized she had been tricked by her sister again, but it was too late. However, seeing Zheng Xin's flushed face, she thought Jin Shu's plan was pretty clever. My brother really likes you, Jin Shu said, patting Zheng Xin on the shoulder. Good sister. Yuan's lips curled up wildly. But right now you're focused on your career and don't want to marry early, which is fine. With money, you'll have confidence after marriage. Not having a man won't kill you, but without money, life will be hard. Yuan's smile froze. Who is this girl really supporting? Is she a boomerang? Let's compromise. Consider marriage as a preliminary step. What do you think of this idea? Jin Shu quickly retracted her words before her brother lost his temper. This sounded somewhat reasonable, and Yuan's unpleasant expression eased a little. Zheng Xin also hesitated. Jin Shu shifted her tone and analyzed from Zheng Xin's perspective. He's a bit older than you. If you keep him around without giving him a title, you can test whether he's truly changed, especially since he has a past. This older man still controls many resources. We can use him to make some money. If he behaves well, give him a title. If he doesn't, kick him out. By then, he'll be old and useless, but we still have money. Women want eternal youth, and it's easy. Just spend money, and you'll look young forever. Old man? Zheng Xin was tempted by her words. Tomorrow, flirt with him a bit, and ask him to help me buy a piece of land to build a factory. Once it's built, I'll give you 10% of the shares. If he still acts like he used to, kick him out. Use the resources he gives to find a younger man, Jin Shu. I'm still here. Yuan was about to be driven crazy by her. The little sister of the trash can. He was present, Yet she dared to fill Zheng Xion's mind with so many messy thoughts. You can imagine that if he wasn't there, she might have taught Zheng Xion even worse. Xion is my partner, and maybe in the future, she will be my sister-in-law. You are my brother. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. I don't favor anyone, just standing as an observer to offer a feasible plan. Jin Shu put on a caring look, kind and gentle. Brother, although you've always called me the trash can sister, secretly said bad things about my man, stole my last chicken drumstick at dinner yesterday, fought me for the remote control while watching TV, complained that my tea isn't good enough, and didn't give me good tea. I've forgotten all that. Jin Shu, am generous and never hold grudges. Yuan was both angry and amused. Is this called not holding a grudge? He was taking notes as if he was writing in a small notebook. But no matter what, you are my brother. As long as I am here, I believe we can keep the family together. We earn money by our own efforts, and there's no need to rely on marriage to improve our status. With me here, you won't need to be sent away for an arranged marriage. What is an arranged marriage? To people like us, it's easy to gain wealth, but hard to find true love. Zheng Xion didn't leave you when you went bankrupt, which already says a lot. You can't blame all women for being vain just because you were hurt by one. Your ex set a trap, and your next partner fell for it. That's unfair. Jin Shu then turned to Zheng Xion. The world changes every day, and so do people. He's been through ups and downs, but he's different now. He met many people, but those people just passed through his life. True fate is about waiting patiently, like waiting for flowers to bloom. In just a few words, Jin Shu helped Zheng Xion and Yuan resolve their inner doubts. Their gazes met, and unexpectedly, it felt like the flutter of first love. Jin Shu moved aside all the messy things between them, leaving only the purest feeling of excitement. When you can't understand love, you think lovers are separated by mountains and oceans. When you understand, even the most complicated feelings are just about a man and a woman. Big difficulties can be overcome step by step. Yuan was about to praise Jin Shu, but then he heard Jin Shu mumbling softly. I still think Zheng Xion was at a disadvantage. If love is like a flower, my honest and pure man would grow into an icy snow lotus. You, who once had a chaotic private life, would grow into a black and yellow cucumber after blooming. Luckily, you have a heart to regret and start over. Xion, if he messes around again in the future, just cut him off and make him into a famous Northeast dish, cucumber salad. I think that's a good idea. Zheng Xion nodded, really liking it. The matchmaker, proud that her efforts were greater than the sky, ignored her brother's angry face and kept pushing forward. Brother, I have a question I'm very curious about. Are you really like David, with a big appetite for fun? Hey, you dare to push your little sister. I'll tell Captain Lin to scold you. When the police arrived, they saw a strange sight. The women selling goods around were excited and spreading the news. Someone was causing trouble at the trading hall entrance. Auntie selling roasted sweet potatoes several hundred meters away was so excited she stopped selling and ran over. In front of the stock exchange, a crowd had gathered in layers. Someone was standing in the middle of the circle. He was only wearing a pair of leaking shorts. On his chest, someone had written 4 big words with a black marker, I am a pervert. Looking at his face, he was fat and swollen, not looking human, with one of his front teeth missing. At this moment, this fat, swollen man was looking at the crowd with a clear but foolish expression. The drugs made his brain sluggish, and the cold breeze through his leaking shorts made his muddled mind a little clearer. This man was the unlucky guy who tried to drug Jin Shu and Zheng Xion. The police entered the scene, and from a distance, the man in shorts looked unrecognizable. Up close, he looked even worse.
Who reported this?
It was me. Zheng Xion stepped forward. How did this happen? We were trading in the big room, and after eating the lunchbox given by Long Xiao, he suddenly went crazy, tore off his clothes, and kept banging his head against the wall.
Who is Long Xiao?
Captain Long from room 3 of the big room, whose full name is Long Xiang. He runs an electronics store in this city.
No.
I woke up like this. It was them who beat me into this state. Hearing Zheng Xian's explanation, the shorts man almost fainted with anger. Wasn't that just nonsense? We two weak women. Where did we get the strength to do this? Look, his teeth are all gone, like we hit him. The police looked at Jin Shu and Zheng Xian. To be honest, these two girls are pretty and gentle, and their demeanor is very different. They definitely don't seem like people who would knock out a man's teeth. Am I crazy? Why would I hit myself? The man yelled. You suddenly went crazy after eating the meal. Maybe the meal from Long Shao had something wrong with it, Jin Shu suggested. Nonsense. It had triazolam. After eating it, you just fainted. You wouldn't see illusions. The confused man, overwhelmed by Jin Shu and Zheng Xian, started talking nonsense. When the police heard triazolam, they perked up their ears. Is it possible that the quality of the triazolam was bad, causing different effects? Jin Shu asked sharply. No way. Absolutely not. I've used it on more than 10 girls, and they were all obedient. Ah. The man realized he had said the wrong thing, but it was too late. Jin Shu shrugged at the police. Did you hear that? This person used illegal drugs and hurt over 10 people. In front of everyone, she couldn't say the words drugging, which was more respectful to the victims. But everyone understood what was happening. The police realized this was a big case, with over 10 victims. This was serious. Please come with us to the station for investigation. I can't go. The stock market changes so fast, I've lost a lot of money and can't afford more. Let my sister-in-law go instead. If you have questions, you can ask me in the VIP room, the man said loudly, emphasizing VIP room. He looked around at the crowd. When the words VIP room were spoken, the onlookers immediately showed envy, and some whispered to each other. These sounds of envy or jealousy weren't what Jin Shu wanted. She wasn't making such a fuss to show off her wealth. That was too shallow. She was fishing. Earlier, she had Zheng Xian secretly buy stocks in the retail investor hall. While she stayed in the VIP room, her goal was also to fish. She was fishing for the same fish. She was gambling, betting that Yu Hongwu would send spies to watch her. Li He suddenly appeared and talked about how Jin Shu helped her family. But Long Xiang didn't know Jin Shu had helped Yu's family. It seemed someone had secretly told Li He this information, and that person was very likely Yu Hongwu. Yu Hongwu is abroad, but he can easily send some spies to watch over Yu Hongwen's family, especially Jin Shu, who is an unpredictable factor that appeared suddenly. Jin Shu loudly promotes herself as being part of a wealthy family, hoping her spies will pass her stock trading activities to Yu Hongwu. The bank loan will be approved soon, leaving Yu Hongwu only a few days. That's why he is so desperate, he might send Li He to kill Jin Shu. Jin Shu is now creating distractions to make Yu Hongwu think she is a reckless spender, using all the family's money to trade stocks and losing money. He will likely seize this last chance to set a trap and frame Jin Shu's family again. When that happens, it will be the perfect moment for Jin Shu to fight him to the death. No one in this world can cheat Jin Shu and walk away unscathed. Yu Hongwu, this scoundrel, almost got her killed by a crazy woman and also made her write a confession with handcuffs on her wrists. She remembers all these things. Zheng Xian went back with the police to give a statement, leaving a police officer in the main room to ask Jin Shu some questions before taking away the lunchbox. The medicine inside the lunchbox is still there, and the police found some remaining drugs on the toothless man, which are enough to be evidence against him and Long Xiang. After the police left, Yuan returned to the main room. Jin Shu's eyes lit up when she saw him. Brother, my real brother. What are you trying to do now? He asked, suspicious of her usual flattery. What trick is she up to now? I saw you talking with the staff for a while. Do you know each other? Yes, he wanted to open an account for me before. Yuan, as a big client, can bring in a lot of money if the staff helps him open an account. That's great. Mr. Yan, now's the time for you to show your bossy CEO side. Go ask him for a few lunch boxes, Jin Shu said with her hands clasped. Yuan almost thought he heard wrong.
Are you asking me to? Do what?
Just ask for lunch boxes. The main room only gives each person one. But since you're the bossy CEO, he'll be willing to give you a few more because he wants to flatter you. Yuan's mouth twitched repeatedly. Does a bossy CEO only get a few lunch boxes? What kind of CEO is this? So worthless. Just a few lunch boxes. I'll buy them. Yuan reached into his pocket to give his sister some pocket money.
Suddenly, he froze. He remembered something.
All the cash on him was taken by his little sister to invest in stocks. He just returned from the development zone, even riding a three-wheeled vehicle. His cash wasn't enough to comfortably take a taxi. He was so poor. The company's money couldn't be used, and large checks required appointments, so even the boss was broke. He was truly poor. Jin Shu nodded to him, understanding. To catch the big fish, Yuan, she invested all her money in stocks, leaving only enough for the three-wheeled ride home. 3 boxes are enough. Why buy so many? Mr. Yen tried to keep some dignity. We've eaten enough here. What if we go home hungry? The whole family is still starving. Go ahead, now's the test. To keep the family from starving, Mr. Yen, keep going. The three-wheeled vehicle wobbled along the bumpy road. The driver looked annoyed, glancing back at the 3 people in the cart. For such a rough road, they only paid 1.50 yuan, and the driver felt he was losing out. Among the 3, one couple sat on one side, their hands occasionally holding each other. They filled the small cart, and the driver listened to their conversation, getting more irritated. Do you really believe in stock 0.00005? Why did you buy 500,000 worth all at once? Yuan asked Jin Shu. The driver snorted, blowing air. A 2 yuan fare was bargained down to 1.50 yuan. Where did the dozens of thousands for stocks come from? Aren't these people just bragging without thinking? I believe it can help us at least reach this amount. Jin Shu gestured with one finger. Whether it was 10,000, 10%, or something else, only she knew for sure. Long Xiang wanted to buy this stock today, right? If he missed today, he'll buy it tomorrow, right? Zheng Xin asked Jin Shu. Jin Shu shook her head. He definitely won't buy it tomorrow, or the day after. I've calculated, he has no fate with this stock. Yuan and Zheng Xin pondered, understanding the deeper meaning in Jin Shu's words. The stock they liked today but didn't buy had only one reason to buy tomorrow. It would rise tomorrow, and not just a little, but a big jump. Most investors are afraid to chase high, and the reason is simple. Suppose you have 10,000 yuan and want to buy a stock, but by mistake, you miss the chance. Tomorrow, this stock will rise, and its market value will increase from 10,000 to 11,000. People tend to want to get a good deal, so buying now might feel like losing $1,000. After finally gathering courage and spending 11,000 to buy the stock, the price drops again, and the market value shrinks back to 10,000. For this investor, the real loss isn't just the $1,000 on paper, but actually $2,000, which feels very painful. Jin Shu just said that Long Xiang won't buy tomorrow or the day after, implying that this stock can't keep rising for 2 days in a row. Today, she intentionally sent Long Xiang to the hospital to make him miss out on the stock. This is Jin Shu's way of punishing Long Xiang financially. Zheng Xin asked Yuan, you know how to read charts, right? Is what the boss said correct? Stock charts don't have much effect on market policies, especially for stocks with strange movements and big players controlling them. In simple words, Yuan was saying, don't ask, even I don't know. The coachman overheard everything the 3 said, but he didn't understand stocks or their rise and fall. All he caught was 4 words, making a guess. Little girl, you're young and seem to have some kind of special power? Can you tell the future? What kind of fairy are you? A yellow fairy, a fox fairy, a white fairy, or a willow fairy? Fox, white, yellow, and willow are guardian spirits believed in northern folk traditions, representing foxes, hedgehogs, yellow weasels, and snakes. In folk belief, these guardian spirits try to improve their powers by attaching themselves to lucky people called great immortals. Most of these so-called immortals are just scammers, and the coachman thought Jin Shu was one of them. These 3 people, who are willing to bargain over small amounts of money, are talking about deals worth hundreds of thousands, even discussing land and factory building. If they're not scammers, what are they? Do you think I'm a fairy? Jin Shu asked with a smile. You're so pretty. You must be a fox fairy, right? Fairy, can you tell what I'm thinking now? The coachman teased Jin Shu on purpose. Inside, Jin Shu rolled her eyes. She's young and pretty, good at everything, but she has to be a scammer. Are you thinking we're scammers? About the fare, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bargain with you. I just didn't bring money today. The coachman was stunned, unable to speak. It was shocking his secret was exposed. Long Yuan arrived. Jin Shu jumped down from the carriage and smiled at the coachman. If we meet again someday, I'll give you 3 times the fare. The coachman had never seen such a scene before and watched the 3 people walk away in shock. Before Zheng Xin entered the courtyard, he looked back and saw the coachman still standing there, probably frightened by Jin Shu. Scaring him a bit was deserved. That old guy is cursing us in his mind all the way. Yuan had already seen his thoughts through the coachman's expression. It was clear contempt, and he understood. Manual workers don't have it easy. 5 cents isn't much for us, but for them, it might be a whole day's worth of vegetables, Jin Shu said, showing she understood. If her family hadn't been planning a trick to fool Yuan, she wouldn't bother bargaining over the sweat and blood of manual workers. Now, not only does the coachman think Jin Shu's family is poor, but everyone else probably thinks so too. Yuan successfully begged for 6 meal boxes from the big household, and when he came out, Jin Shu specifically asked him to carry the boxes and walk around the entrance of the trading hall. She wanted those watching her family to see that they were truly poor. President Yuan and President Yu, 2 big bosses, riding in a tricycle home. Does that shock enough? If that's not enough, then let's add one more. 3 grown adults bargaining over a tricycle, unable to gather 5 cents. Does that shock enough? Old Yu, the cunning old fox with 800 tricks up his sleeve. Would he believe this? Yuan knew a bit about his uncle. He was smarter than his father, more cunning, and much better at work. The only thing he might lack compared to his father was luck. Would the clever Yuan, like a monkey, fall for his sister's tricks? Do you remember the sister-in-law who offended you in our courtyard? Jin Shu asked. Talking about her still makes me angry. Tell me where she lives, and I'll take Pig over to smash her windows. After smashing, I want her to see that we are a proper couple. Yuan no longer called Zheng Xin Pig, but had a nickname for him. Are you being childish? Jin Shu rolled her eyes and mocked her brother. The reason I mention her is because she has many similarities to old Yu, Jin Shu said. Lately, when she had free time, she also talked with Zheng Xin about old Yu. Although she hadn't met him, she had already investigated him thoroughly. A woman from the countryside and old Yu. How could they be similar? Old Yu looks down on women and doesn't believe women can have the ability to do everything on their own. He looks down on me deep inside, just like the sister-in-law who offended you. But the difference is, she has realized her mistakes and still has a chance. Old Deng, however, has no chance anymore. People tend to believe what they want to believe, so it's not easy for Yu Deng to admit that Jin Shu is more capable than him. But he still wants to believe Jin Shu is just a careless spender who has never seen money. Sometimes, Jin Shu feels that everyone, including herself, is like a frog at the bottom of a well, looking up at the sky from their own small world. The well she's in is just a bit bigger than others. Learning and seeing the world is just to help her climb out of this well and see a bigger sky. Yet, Yu Deng doesn't understand this simple, humble truth. As Jin Shu enters the house, she sees her mother-in-law standing with her arms crossed, staring sharply downstairs. Mom, what are you looking at? Jin Shu follows her mother-in-law Sun Ying's gaze. Downstairs, Mu Feng is arranging large cabbages in rows. It's the season for storing autumn vegetables. Mu Feng has brought back many cabbages and potatoes and turned the yard into a drying area. She's drying not only her own vegetables, but also helping other sisters-in-law. Some of them came from the south and don't understand the northern custom of storing autumn vegetables, so Mu Feng is guiding everyone. Besides cabbages, they are also drying radishes, potatoes, and green beans. These people have no awareness at all. There are so many vegetables spread across the yard. What if someone goes down in the middle of the night to take some? Sun Ying says. Do you think there are no careless people here?
Soon there will be.
If I steal 2 cabbages from one house, pick some dried green beans from another, and take a few potatoes from elsewhere. By the time I finish, I could make a big pot of northeast stew. Zheng scans the yard, and Jin Shu can't help but laugh and cry. So, her mother-in-law is just standing there, thinking about stealing vegetables? Grandma, your thoughts are too dangerous. You're already on the edge of trouble. Yuan pushes the door open, and here's her mother-in-law planning to lead her daughter-in-law downstairs to steal vegetables. What would happen if this got out? The team leader's mother leading her daughter-in-law to steal vegetables in the middle of the night. How embarrassing. What can we do if we don't steal vegetables? We only have one big cabbage at home. Zheng worries about what to cook for dinner.
No, wait.
Before I left, I still had a bag of potatoes left. Jin Shu is also planning to have a potato feast tonight. Shredded potatoes, sliced potatoes, potato chunks, changing their shape, then mashed into potato sauce, served with her brother's leftover rice box. It's simply perfect. Potatoes. They suffered so much. Zheng sighed deeply. Unexpected events happen, and beans can face good or bad luck at any time. The story begins from this morning, after Jin Shu left the house. Zheng Xin saw the sisters-in-law in the yard busy drying autumn vegetables, which reminded her of the happy days working at the forest farm. When she returned, she insisted on drying some dried potatoes. Thinking back to those glorious days and now facing hardship, she felt nostalgic and sad. Zheng knew her mother-in-law wasn't good at cooking, but she thought drying potatoes couldn't be complicated. Slice the potatoes, boil until they are almost cooked, then dry them in the sunny weather today and store them. That's how dried potatoes are made. Hearing this, Jin Shu already had a bad feeling. And then, I just went inside to watch TV. The matchmaking show was on, and I watched with tears and snot, feeling more and more like I was smelling something burnt. Suddenly, the door swung open, smoke billowed out, and there was her father-in-law and mother-in-law, as if they had gained magical powers, flying through the clouds. Cough, puff. Yuan choked. He was secretly eating the rice box Jin Shu brought back, tired after a day of training outside. He just took a bite of boiled egg when he was choked by her description of flying through clouds. The tough Captain Lin, who usually commands fiercely outside, nearly choked to death on an egg, clutching his throat in pain. Wife, it's over. I think I've suffocated. Hurry, do artificial respiration for me. Are you kidding? That's not even the same place. Jin Shu went over to pat him and handed him a glass of water. Yuan gulped it down, feeling better.
Mom, I'm eating.
Can you stop telling stories? The family's pretending to be alchemists and cultivating immortality. This is superstitious and embarrassing if it gets out. It's true, I was making alchemy. A pot of potatoes, burnt to a black lump, full of smoke and fumes. It looked like I was flying through clouds, with an immortal aura. A pot of potatoes was sacrificed to the heavens, and dinner was ruined. Luckily, I brought a rice box back, Jin Shu thought to herself, proud of her foresight. Where did you get the rice box? Yuan knew his wife was out of money. I tried to gather some old newspapers and toothpaste wrappers at home, but unfortunately, I just moved in and have no junk to sell. My brother got them by begging. When Zheng heard this, she was surprised that begging was involved. It would be better to go out quietly at night with a basin and collect some things instead. When will Yuan get his salary? Zheng had taken leave, waiting for family matters to settle. Once they did, she planned to return to Beijing. Since she was on leave, she wouldn't get paid, so she could only ask her son. He has already received an advance for a month, Yuan said, having prepaid next month's salary to support his wife. Zheng felt dizzy. What if they run out of money next month? They are too late to become traders in Mao country. They don't have money to buy goods, and they can't even afford train tickets. How did their family, once important, fall into such a sad situation? No night training tonight.
Perfect.
I can take Xiao Jin fishing, camp in the mountains tonight, and pick mushrooms in the morning. At least we can make food for 3 days. Yuan's words made Jin Shu clap enthusiastically. She liked this idea.
Oh, dear.
Zheng rubbed her temples in worry. She realized these two kids truly didn't understand worry. They are about to run out of food, but Still talk about romance? Seeing her daughter-in-law's happy expression, how could she look like someone in an economic crisis? She thought they were on an autumn outing. Jin Shu really thought so too. She had never camped in the mountains before. How fun! Yuan and his family often go on outdoor training for work, so they have complete camping gear, from tents to cooking pots. Jin Shu just wanted to have fun, but Yuan had some innocent and not-so-innocent thoughts. His innocent idea was from their time in Beijing. He wanted Jin Shu to taste his fish soup from outdoor survival, sharing a delicious meal he loved. He also wanted to show her the starry sky. The stars in the mountains are beautiful. His not-so-innocent idea was that after seeing the stars, he would give her a gentle understanding. He already thought of a nickname for her, Mountain Flower. It's very meaningful. When the mountain blooms, she will smile among the bushes. Listening to this, wouldn't little Jin Shu be moved to tears? Yuan had imagined everything beautifully. Tonight, only he and she would be on that mountain. No streams, no trees, no standing, lying, or crawling, bring it all on. For dinner, 2 families combined. Jin Shu heated the box lunch into a big stew, and Sun Ying brought out the salted duck eggs she collected in the morning. They managed to have a meal together. Everyone at the table looked unhappy about the stew, except for Yuan and Jin Shu, who stayed calm. Yuan wanted to talk to his daughter. Losing some money in stocks isn't that bad, is it? Why is it such a big problem? He could borrow some money from friends. His wife cried all afternoon over a pot of potatoes. It was very upsetting to watch. But after dinner, Jin Shu left with Yuan. Yuan wanted to talk to his son. In just a moment, his son was gone. And so was Zheng Xin, who had just confirmed her relationship with his son. Yuan had very happy thoughts. He borrowed a bike, packed his things on the back seat, and his wife sat on the crossbar. The evening breeze blew, and her hair brushed his cheek. Sometimes they shared sweet kisses. Could anything be more wonderful? As he pushed the bike over, he saw 3 figures at the door and couldn't believe his eyes. The 3 people hadn't disappeared. His beautiful wife was in the middle, no doubt about it. But the man and woman standing on either side. What's going on? Why is he here too? Yuan pointed at Yuan and Zheng Xin. Aren't they dating? If they're dating, they should be doing what lovers do. Why are they acting like they're just hanging around? Having one more person means more strength. My brother claims he's a fishing champion, so he's here to catch more fish. I can help pick mushrooms. Zheng Xin volunteered, raising her hand. She grew up on a farm. But isn't this about teamwork? Yuan's earlier fantasy about fishing by the creek was now ruined. All his hopes vanished. He could only sulk inside the tent, feeling disappointed. What's that look? Are we interrupting your fun? Yuan asked knowingly, seeing his brother-in-law's embarrassed expression, feeling secretly pleased. These 2 kids had been showing off during the time he and Pig were having conflicts, showing off all kinds of things. To deal with such lovey-dovey types, just interrupt them. Of course, Yuan had his own little secret plan. He wanted to sneak over to Zheng Xin's house, pretend to have a coffee, and then refuse to leave. However, he was caught and kicked out after his thoughts were seen through. Just then, he overheard his sister whispering to Zheng Xin about picking mushrooms and other things. Yuan suddenly had an idea. In the deep mountains, he and Zhu lived in the same tent. Could love be coming his way? Yuan looked coldly at the 2 overly obvious people approaching and thought, "You're quite bold." Although he looked down on these 2, he still borrowed a bicycle from the team out of respect for Jin Shu. Watching Yuan fuss around, he made a face in disgust. Don't your team have cars? Driving is much better. At this moment, he missed his BMW from the company in Beijing. Do you think the army is run by us? That's public property. Yuan handed the bicycle to Yuan. He spoke earnestly, but with a hint of hope. I think you're all weak and unskilled, and you don't seem suited for outdoor survival. Maybe you 2 should go back? Who do you look down on? Back in the day, my brother was a famous offshore fishing expert in the Chinese community. Fishing was so easy for me, Yuan said, looking at Zheng Xin. He still cared about his reputation in front of his woman. Could it be that they're trying to flatter you by secretly diving and hanging fish on your hook? Jin Shu's words made Lin Yixuan nod wildly. Yuan coldly looked at his sister, who was picked up from the trash. I was thinking of giving your man an off-road vehicle in a few days. Since you two look down on me so much, Big brother, you're not just a fishing expert, you're the king of fishing. One day, I'll hang Lin Yixuan on your hook like a fish. Jin Shu suddenly changed her tone, smiling flatteringly. Wife, you really don't have to? Lin Yixuan said helplessly. Why hang him? Jin Shu nudged him with her elbow, saying, he's just trying to get sponsorship. You're so proud. Brother, the place where I and Yixuan live has bad roads and bumps, so a BMW or Porsche isn't suitable. For off-road, my man hates small cars, so a Pajero is definitely out. Just keep it simple and give us a big G that's plain and sturdy, she said. Why do I feel like the fish they're catching is a bit expensive? Yuan's mouth twitched. She was really shameless to say that. The Mercedes G-Class is rare in China now. Most have to be shipped from overseas. She called that plain and simple? Jin Shu tiptoed like a sneaky merchant to her brother, lowered her voice, and whispered something only the siblings could hear. Yuan's body trembled slightly. How is it? Not too expensive, right? Still. Okay. Yuan clenched his teeth. Such a sneaky sister. The four of them smoothly set off. Yuan rode his bike, leisurely leading Zheng Xin. He usually rode mountain bikes abroad, so riding this type with a crossbar took some getting used to. Lin Yixuan sped ahead, with Jin Shu on his bike. Did you say something to my brother? Why does he look so strange? Jin Shu was facing away from Lin Yixuan, so he couldn't read his lips. Oh, nothing much. I just told him that if he doesn't buy me a big G, tonight I'll make him share a tent with you.
Wow.
That's so mean. Lin Yixuan's hand trembled, and his bike made a small circle on the road. He wanted to be close to his wife in nature, not share a sleeping bag with his brother-in-law. Coincidentally, his brother-in-law was thinking the same thing. That's why he agreed without hesitation to his sister's sneaky plan. Jin Shu squinted happily, leaning comfortably against him. The wind carried the scent of the season, and the bicycle wheels crunched over yellow leaves, making a squeaking sound. Faint evening light shone on the road leading into the forest. Behind him was the man she liked, and occasionally she could hear Zheng Xin's startled shouts.
Ah!
We're going to hit a tree. Be careful. And her brother's angry roar. This bike hasn't been oiled in a long time. It's hard to ride. Plus her man's teasing provocation. You're useless, and you still look for reasons outside. Jin Shu closed her eyes in enjoyment. For her, such slow, peaceful moments, away from the tricks of the market and the intense struggles with difficult relatives, were wonderful. Even if the Yu family was struggling, it wasn't hard to make some money. But she still wanted her whole family to experience days without money. Even just 2 or 3 days, a different experience, would make for special memories. After defeating Yu Hongwu, it became very hard to find such a family experience of hardship again. Lin Yixuan slowed his bike and looked sharply behind him. What's wrong? About 800 meters behind to the side, there's a suspicious vehicle. Should I go over and deal with it? No need. Just pretend we don't see it. They probably just glanced at us and are too scared to chase. Long Yuan's information was kept highly secret. Yu Hongwu only knew that Jin Shu's husband was a major, but he didn't know that this major was part of a special forces unit. The military camp still held some intimidation for them. After all, guards at the gate carried guns, so they only dared to watch from afar. Poor and destitute, going up the mountain to pick mushrooms and fish, I, as a fallen noble daughter, feel more and more connected to Lao Deng. Jin Shu was very confident about winning against Lao Deng in their competition. So this is the little prince of fishing you mentioned? Lin Yixuan teased, looking at Yuan with a smirk. The 4 of them had already entered the mountain, and Lin Yixuan led everyone up to the halfway point of the hill. In less than an hour, Lin Yixuan had already caught more than half a bucket of creek fish, and Jin Shu caught a few as well. In the bucket beside Yuan, a thumb-sized fish was happily swimming around. Maybe we should let it go. Zheng Xin couldn't help but look a bit uncomfortable. Over the past hour, Yuan had repeatedly tried to excuse himself with reasons like the bait is bad or the fishing rod isn't good enough. Lin Yixuan was a very straightforward man. When Yuan complained about the bait, Lin Yixuan dug up some earthworms for him. When Yuan said the fishing rod was no good, Lin Yixuan swapped it out for him. Strangely enough, the bait worked well in Lin Yixuan's and Jin Shu's hands. They caught fish easily. But with Yuan, it was as if he was cursed. He caught nothing. An hour passed, and he only caught one small fish. These little fish are delicious when fried. I'll make some for you when we get back, Yuan stubbornly insisted. Our mom's pot of potatoes is already like a magic elixir. If you fry fish and waste a whole pot of oil, our already not rich family will be in real trouble. Jin Shu casually cast her line, and a plump, big fish was pulled up effortlessly. Yuan stared at his sister's big fish and then looked at the small fish in his bucket. Getting so angry, he poked his rod into the ground. This tiny creek can't match my style at all. I should go to the vast ocean, sit on our family's yacht, and fish there. Big brother, are you planning to give us a yacht? That would be so embarrassing. Jin Shu giggled happily. You're laughing so hard I almost see your little tongue. I didn't realize you were so shy, Yuan said, pulling Zheng Xin away. He couldn't stand being in such a place that hurt his pride, even for a second. Lin Yixuan finished fishing and then took out a scoop net to catch river shrimp. In a short time, he gathered a basket. The vast Milky Way spread across the sky, and the fish and shrimp in the river suffered. Jin Shu directed her older brother to start a fire and set up a pot. Lin Yixuan began making his famous fish soup. Spring water mixed with fresh creek fish can be cooked into the most delicious dish without complicated seasonings. The hot fish soup, steaming under the starry sky, warmed the heart with every sip. Is it tasty? Lin Yixuan looked at Jin Shu expectantly. Jin Shu squinted her eyes and nodded. It was truly very delicious, better than any banquet she had ever had. Rising smoke, food, and loved ones around should never be wasted. I brought 3 tents. After we eat, we can set them up, Lin Yixuan said. But then he felt 2 gazes fixed on him. Why does Yanji seem so fierce? I'll go set up the tents. Zheng Xin volunteered after finishing the fish soup. Yuan took the chance to glare at Lin Yixuan while Zheng Xin was away. Does he really just use a big G for work? With such skills, what kind of big G is he running? Maybe just weld a big patch onto that old bicycle.
Why are you looking at me?
Lin Yixuan still didn't understand what he had done wrong. TSK, isn't a man who's always craving more just so disgusting? Jin Shu saw through everything and exposed her brother's secret thoughts in one sentence. Her brother probably thought Lin Yixuan would bring 2 tents so he could boldly sneak into Zheng Xion's bed. But Lin Yixuan, being honest and upright, never thought that way. A single man and woman without a marriage certificate. What's there to sleep about? Back then, when Lin Yixuan wasn't sure if he could give her happiness or if their marriage could continue, he'd rather sleep on the sofa than share a room with Jin Shu. To Lin Yixuan, if you don't sleep together, you don't take responsibility once you do. As for how shameless he might be after confirming their relationship, that's another story. I hope you two get so tired of each other you can't stand it. Yuan's plan to hide in the quilt was interrupted by her straightforward brother-in-law, and she was annoyed by their overly intimate looks. They stopped drinking the fish soup and went to help Zheng Xian set up the tents. Jin Shu drank 2 bowls of fish soup in a row. She felt full and satisfied, then put down her bowl. It was still early, and Jin Shu couldn't sleep. Lin Yixuan took her to climb a tree and watch the stars. Yuan looked coldly at the 2 objects hanging from the sky and said coldly, "Are you not afraid of falling and getting hurt?" Zheng Xian appeared behind him unexpectedly and said, "Actually, you really want to climb the tree too, don't you?" Caught off guard by her words, Yuan froze. He didn't have Lin Yixuan's skills, so he quickly climbed up the tall tree, which was over 10 meters high. The most frustrating thing was that he could not only climb up himself but also carry Jin Shu with him, which made him very annoyed. All right, Yuan admitted he was jealous. He really wanted to take Zheng Xian up the tree to see the starry sky and the mountains. It was truly beautiful. His palm felt cool, and he looked down. Zheng Xin had placed her hand in his, and his large hand wrapped around hers. There's beauty in the trees, and there's stability on the ground. The place that suits you best is the best for you. Yuan's brow relaxed, and he looked up at the starry sky with her. Having traveled through many countries and seen many skies, he thought this starry sky before him was the most beautiful. He realized that the world could really become better because of loving someone. Suddenly, Yuan remembered the strange words Zheng Xin had spoken earlier in a language he didn't understand.
月ですね。Yuan said while looking at the moon.
Zheng Xin thought she had misheard. What did you say? He repeated himself. Zheng Xin's eyes reddened, and she covered her heart with her hand as if afraid that if she didn't, the birds in the tree might overhear her feelings. I don't mind dying, Zheng Xin answered with tears. Yuan was stunned. What did that mean? She said she's okay with dying. She hates you and curses you to die? Lin Yishuan's voice came from the tree, but what it meant was unclear. Anyway, the literal translation was she's okay with dying. Don't listen to his nonsense. She means she's willing to accept your feelings. Jin Shu quickly spoke up. If she didn't speak now, the couple she had helped to match would be disrupted by her man. Zheng Xin blushed and quickly walked toward her tent, leaving Yuan standing there, trying to process everything.
Do you
want to come see the stars? Zheng Xin poked her head out and invited Yuan. Lin Yishuan was on the tree, holding his wife with one arm, swinging his legs back and forth. Seeing the couple disappear into the tent, the bright flashlight inside the tent went out. Why are you looking at the stars for so long? I'll call my older brother out to play poker. I brought the cards. Lin Yishuan made a move to climb down the tree. Jin Shu quickly grabbed him. It's okay to play less poker for a day. At this moment, her big chest seemed to grow wings and fly away. Why is this book so confusing? Confessing love should be just one sentence. Why talk about the moon or death? What's going on? Jin Shu shrugged. Who's to say she's wrong? I'm different from those who speak in circles. Listen carefully, wife. Lin Yishuan took a deep breath and shouted loudly into the empty valley. You, Jin Shu.
I
love
you.
Love you. Love you. Love you. The echo bounced back, never fading. Inside the tent, Yuan was holding Zheng Xin, about to kiss her. Just as they leaned in, Lin Yishuan's powerful voice suddenly rang out. You, Jin Shu, I love you. Yuan paused, then regained her composure and prepared to kiss again. Lin Yishuan,
I
also love you. Jin Shu's voice also came through.
Puffed.
Zheng Xin couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Yuan, unable to bear it anymore, flung open the curtain and yelled at the two people on the tree who were interrupting her moment. Are you two done loving each other? Hurry up. Don't delay me. I love you, love you, love you. Lin Yishuan was putting on a concert in the tree. Jin Shu waved to her already about to lose her temper brother. Friend under the tree, are you okay after being interrupted? Let me see your waving arm. Yuan bent over in anger, clutching a stone. She was ready to throw it at the couple on the tree.
Ha ha ha.
Zheng Xin laughed until tears rolled down her face. Her stomach hurt from laughing, but she was truly happy. In the end, two men with mischievous intentions decided to eat vegetarian. Yuan was reluctant to waste Zheng Xin's first experience in such a wild place. Lin Yishuan wanted to eat, but Yuan, after a whole night of playing poker, pulled him away. Yuan always had a petty side. He couldn't get what he wanted, so he insisted that Lin Yishuan, who was married, also eat vegetarian. At first, the four of them played a game called Upgrade. Later, Jin Shu got sleepy, Zheng Xin couldn't hold on, and they each went back to their tents to sleep. Only two men remained, but they refused to stop. They switched to playing fishing, where each person laid down a card, and if the top card matched, they could take all the cards. The one with the most cards wins. At first, Jin Shu could hear Lin Yishuan's arrogant laughter, but she eventually fell asleep from exhaustion. She really wanted to remind her brother not to gamble with Lin Yishuan, as this man could cheat by stealing cards. His hand speed was too fast. Half asleep, she heard Yuan quietly scolding Lin Yixuan, and Jin Shu change her mind again. With her eyes closed, she curled her lips, thinking that life is often better when not overthinking. A little different experience is also good. In the morning, Jin Shu happily woke up inside her sleeping bag. When she stepped outside the tent, she saw a large basket of mushrooms covered with dew. Lin Yixuan had woken up early and picked all the mushrooms. There are mainly two kinds of edible mushrooms in the mountains. One is the porcini mushroom, and the other is the small yellow mushroom found only in pine forests, which tastes great when dried. Why are you so diligent? Aren't you sleeping? Jin Shu leaned over to look at the mushrooms and picked one to smell. It had the unique fresh scent of mushrooms. If cooked with chicken, it would be delicious. I picked them early in the morning. There are enough for everyone to eat, right? Lin Yixuan said, showing that it was just a small effort. Enough to last all winter. With you so capable, what am I supposed to do? Jin Shu casually said.
Me.
She didn't react at first. When she connected her words with his, her face suddenly turned red. She raised her fists to punch him. Cough, cough. I didn't hear anything. Zheng Xin awkwardly came out of the tent. She really wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. It was just that these two had been so passionate since early morning. Cough, cough. What am I doing?
Me.
Zheng Xin kept repeating this question in her mind, feeling like she could never face Captain Lin again, such a serious man outside, but at home, so shameless. On the way down the mountain, Lin Yixuan casually shot 2 wild chickens with a slingshot, hitting each one accurately. Everyone was stunned, thinking that if Lin Yixuan stayed in the mountains for months without food, he could still survive well. His survival skills were incredible. Jin Shu looked at the 2 unlucky wild chickens and thought, luckily, hunting wild chickens isn't illegal these days. Thinking about how adorable wild chickens are, yet they would be cruelly cooked with mushrooms, tears almost welled up in Jin Shu's eyes. 2 buckets of fish, 2 baskets of mushrooms, and 2 wild chickens. This harvest was quite good for one night. Suning saw the spoils her son brought back and was so excited she almost cried.
Great.
No more midnight sneaking to steal neighbors' cabbages and potatoes. Jin Shu had to go to the stock market during the day, so she entrusted her mother-in-law with the task of preparing meat and mushrooms. She repeatedly warned her not to let her mother-in-law get involved. Since Jin Shu couldn't find a ride this time, she borrowed 2 bicycles from neighbors and rode for nearly an hour to reach the market. By the time they arrived, the market had already opened. Riding a bicycle to the big trader's office is quite unique. Jin Shu happily locked her bike. Zheng Xin locked his bike, and the 2 waited at the door for Yuan. Yuan didn't need to go to the development zone today. He had already arranged to open the factory yesterday and was just waiting to start work in the next few days. Originally, Yuan was supposed to bring Zheng Xin, but Yan Xiao was proud and didn't want others to see him riding a bike, so he pretended to be more important than he was. He got off at the front intersection and insisted on walking over. To Jin Shu, this was just about saving face at the expense of comfort. After waiting a while, Yuan finally came over, and the 3 of them entered the securities trading hall together. On the roadside, a van with Electronic City written on it stopped. Long Xiang got out with a serious face, and a woman with curly hair and a tight dress followed from the passenger seat. Yu Tingmei initially thought she had seen wrong. She reached out to tousle her newly styled hair, her face turning pale with shock. Was that Yu Yaomei just now? How could she be here? Their whole family moved from Beijing to S City to avoid Yu Yaomei. They were running out of money, so Yu Tingmei had to find ways to earn. She couldn't get into a state-owned enterprise, and she found working as a small vendor too tiring, so she decided to work as a waitress at a disco dance hall. Disco halls had only recently become popular, a mix of karaoke bars and nightclubs. In the past, dance halls mainly played social dances, but in recent years, young people sought more individuality, and disco became trendy. At that time, there were no hostess girls or anything like that, at least officially. It wasn't like later scenes where girls were called out by the boss to be picked at karaoke bars. However, like Yu Tingmei, Many women worked as waitresses in dance halls, and if a wealthy young boss liked them, they would willingly go out with him. Last night, Yu Tingmei was approached by Long Xiang, who was feeling down. After talking, they discovered they were from the same hometown, and they ended up in bed together. Long Xiang used half a box of condoms, but still didn't feel satisfied. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He thought Jin Shu was really shameless. First, he tricked him into going to the hospital for a checkup. After a false alarm, he was chased and scolded by his father on the phone. Only then did he find out that Biaozi had been taken to jail. Biaozi is the unlucky guy from yesterday who tried to drug Jin Shu. Father Long kept looking for people and giving money to Biaozi's family. Finally, he managed to save his son and let Biaozi take the blame alone. But Long Xiang also got into big trouble. His father was already on the way, and he knew he would definitely get beaten today. Since getting beaten was certain, he decided to have one last wild celebration. Find a girl to have fun with first, then go to the stock market and give Jin Shu a hard time. If 2,000 yuan a month isn't enough, just look at the girl I sleep with for 30 yuan a night, more cost-effective. Young Master Long, maybe I shouldn't go in. Yu Tingmei was afraid she might run into Jin Shu at the stock market. Long Xiang frowned and scolded. We're already at the door. And you're telling me this? Don't you want to keep messing around? Seeing he was angry, Yu Tingmei, afraid of offending him, forced herself to go into the trading hall with him. Inside, she saw a huge crowd, more people than at her neighborhood market. The retail investors in the small investor room outnumbered the people at her home's big market. Her worries eased. With so many people, she probably wouldn't run into Yao Mei. Long Xiang led her upstairs to the top floor, still giving her instructions along the way. When we get to the large investor room, don't act like a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Don't embarrass me. There's a woman in the big room. When you see her, give her. Did she offend young Master Long?
Yu Tingmei asked.
She's an ungrateful woman. Her family went bankrupt, but still dares to act high and mighty in front of me. Long Xiang's teeth clenched with anger. Thinking about Jin Shu riding a bicycle over early in the morning, he felt frustrated. They were so poor, yet she refused to accept him. Was he really that bad? If he couldn't get her, he wouldn't let her have a good life either. Bankrupt? Yu Tingmei was excited when she heard this. Living on the run with her family recently had changed her mindset. Back in Beijing, she had a stable job, and her subordinates called her director respectfully. Now, serving tea and water for others, meeting many wealthy people, she realized her previous boss was too low class. When she encounters generous people, they can give her hundreds of yuan in tips in one night, more than she earns in a week at work. Of course, she often meets more stingy people like Mr. Long. He promises to buy her clothes and bags, but when it's time to pay, he makes excuses and avoids it. She spent the whole evening with him, only sharing a meal, which felt a bit unfair. However, Mr. Long promised that if she could annoy the woman who upset him today, he would give her some money. Yu Tingmei has always wondered what kind of woman could make Mr. Long so angry. Now she hears it's a bankrupt wealthy girl, and she suddenly feels excited. Even without the money Mr. Long promised, she would still do this. She enjoys the feeling of stepping on her former high-status superior, which makes her feel very happy. In the wealthy household, Jin Shu sits in the center seat. Yu Ruyan and Zheng Xin sit on her left and right. Today, the stock market is slightly down, but the stock Jin Shu bought yesterday is doing well, opening with a gap up of 4 points. Jin Shu bought 490,000 shares, with a 4-point increase, earning nearly 20,000 yuan. Zheng Xin is amazed and wants to praise Jin Shu's foresight. Yu Ruyan straightens up and points at the screen. 4 points is just the beginning. It's about to take off. The MACD on the minute chart has a golden cross and is sounding the alarm. Yu Ruyan explains to Zheng Xin, and Jin Shu takes the chance to learn a bit. If you ignore her brother's silly behavior when he's in love, her workability is unquestionable. Sure enough, after Yu Ruyan finishes speaking, the stock starts soaring. It quickly rises by 8 points, and Jin Shu's profit becomes 40,000 yuan. Mr. Yen, you're so impressive. When the capital chain has problems, why don't you jump into stock trading? Zheng Xin still addresses the senior managers with respect at work, keeping her personal and professional life separate. Policy-driven stock markets have too many uncertainties. Instead of risking it, I prefer to keep the last bit of money for my family's backup. I didn't expect. Yuan points at Jin Shu. This girl is too crazy. When I was crazy, you didn't stop me. Jin Shu shrugs, pretending she doesn't know her brother is secretly proud. Her family trusts her and is willing to give her all their cash. She believes in her family, which is why she can turn the information gap brought by her rebirth into profit. If her feelings weren't genuine, she wouldn't be so aggressive. It's rising again. Zheng Xin keeps her eyes on the stock chart. While chatting, the stock price has gone up another 2 points. In just one day, the stock price increased by over 10%. Zheng Xin looked at the chart. There was half an hour left until the market closed. Those who didn't buy this stock yesterday must be kicking themselves now. What's that dishonest man who drugged someone called? Long Xiang, the typical spoiled rich kid among the second-generation wealthy, a bad example of not taking work seriously. If you have children in the future, make sure to teach them well. Don't spoil them. Raising kids like Long Xiang, no matter how wealthy we are, won't be enough to cover his mistakes. Long Xiang stood at the door, his face changing from pale to flushed. He just heard Jin Shu talking behind his back. Jin Shu didn't realize the person she was talking about was standing right at the door, so she continued sharing her parenting opinions. Even if you're busy with work, you can't ignore your child's education. Don't neglect your kids just to make money. If you spoil them, you'll end up raising someone like Long Xiang. Do you think your earnings are enough to cover his mistakes? Long Xiang was furious and about to explode when his name was mentioned again inside. His father told me about Long Xiang. He's supposed to be a good person, very loyal. How did he turn out like this? Most naughty kids are spoiled, like Long Xiang. But some, like Yu Tingmei, come from bad family environments, so their character is poor too. The faces of the man and woman at the door turned very unpleasant at the same time. Being named together like that was not easy. Are you talking about that bankrupt woman? Is it her? Yu Tingmei glared at Jin Shu with hatred. Yes, it's her. Jin Shu used Long Xiang as a warning example, and his anger reached its peak. If you're so angry at her, I'll give you another 100 yuan. When Yu Tingmei heard Jin Shu was bankrupt, she looked energized, her face shining as she pushed the door open. Today's your lucky day. Zheng Xin rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had seen correctly. Was this the Yu Tingmei she had been searching for a long time? Yuel's family had moved to City S, and Zheng Xin was assigned to investigate their connections in this city. After so many days with no progress, Zheng Xin was worried. Did she just come to her door? Yuan chuckled and said to Zheng Xin, dating me must be good luck, right? Zheng Xin nodded. It really was. Yu Tingmei went straight to Jin Shu and pointed at her, smiling. I heard you went bankrupt. You really are a bad omen. Move aside so I can watch the stock chart. Jin Shu gave Zheng Xin a look. Zheng Xin took the big phone and went out to report the crime. Jin Shu filed a lawsuit against Yu Saifu in Beijing. The whole family ran away, and Zheng Xin called the police to hold Yu Tingmei accountable, which helped uncover Yu Saifu and his wife. Do you know them? Long Xiang asked. She's a troublemaker, causing my family to leave our hometown. Yu Tingmei took a deep breath, ready to vent her anger about her younger sister. Although Long Xiang didn't know the details between Jin Shu and her, he looked forward to the scene, sensing that Jin Shu would be very angry this time. She deserved it. Zheng Xin finished the call and nodded at Jin Shu. The police had been informed, and they would arrive soon. Jin Shu smiled slightly. Just as Yu Tingmei was about to start yelling, she moved quickly and decisively. After Zheng Xin reported the incident, Jin Shu didn't want to argue too much with Yu Tingmei. She grabbed Yu Tingmei's arm. Having learned this move from Lin Yixuan, twisting an opponent's arm behind their back, she used it now. Yu Tingmei still had many words to say, but was suddenly caught, stunned. Then, she let out a loud, pig-like squeal. What are you doing? Long Xiang was also shocked. This turn of events was not what he expected. He thought the woman he found would be arguing with Jin Shu, pulling hair and spitting. He planned to mock Jin Shu afterward, saying, "If you don't want my support, others will," to humiliate Jin Shu and make her feel bad. But instead of arguing, they skipped that part and moved straight to physical action. Jin Shu, with overwhelming strength, easily subdued Yu Tingmei. Seeing her sister start to fight, Yuan didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, grabbed Long Xiang, and smiled with a hint of a fierce look. "Is it you trying to drug my girlfriend and sister?" She was angry that he had run away yesterday, and now he dared to come back. If she didn't teach him a lesson, she wouldn't be able to celebrate the new year. She launched a series of punches, determined to beat him up. The clerk at the large household's notice board saw the fight and quickly stood up, trying to stop it. "Young Master Long, what's going on? Please let go. No fighting here. If you keep talking, I'll fight you too." Yu Rui glanced over, and the clerk dared not speak. They are sneaking into the big client's room. They don't have the right to open an account. Especially her. Her family has already gone bankrupt. Long Xiang was pressed down by Yu Rui, feeling pain in his arm, and in his panic, he spoke recklessly. "Yes. Sister Yao has been bankrupt for a long time. She has no money now. She's a poor girl. Why is she here in this place?" Yu Tingmei shouted loudly. The commotion drew the attention of the stock manager, who came in and saw the chaotic scene. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Mr. Yen, what's going on? You're still calling him Mr. Yen? Don't you know he's bankrupt? He even rode his bike here today. If you don't believe it, go downstairs. His bike is parked there." Long Xiang's out-of-control behavior made Jin Shu curl her lips. He really fits her stereotype of a spoiled, rich second generation. His current behavior is just helpless anger, isn't it? "I think you deserve a beating," Yu Rui said, tightening her grip when he mentioned the bike. Jin Shu kept her eyes on Yu Tingmei from start to finish. She was no longer the same as when she was in Beijing. Back in Beijing, Yu Tingmei often annoyed her, but Jin Shu rarely fought back and preferred clever tricks. Now, the conflict between the two families has escalated to the legal level, so there's no need to hold back. Yu Tingmei was so frightened by Jin Shu that she forgot all her words. When the police arrived, she realized how serious the situation was. She stared blankly at Jin Shu, her dull mind still trying to understand what was happening. Things should be done in order. You need to understand what you want, then act. You, both of you, don't understand what really matters. Jin Shu handed Yu Tingmei over to the police. Considering she made money from stocks, she was willing to give these two confused people some advice. "What do you mean?" Long Xiang asked. "Recognize the current situation and think about the bigger picture. For example, your partner was just caught yesterday for drugging someone, so you shouldn't be in front of me today. And you." Jin Shu looked at Yu Tingmei, who seemed to be stunned and looked a bit dazed. "Have you forgotten how your whole family came to S-City? It's so late, and you're still thinking about petty arguments? You two share one thing in common. You love writing scripts. But what's the use of that? They write scripts about things that haven't happened, imagining themselves as kings in the story, trying to control everything. But the world is so big, and only a few people can control themselves, let alone control others." The police already met Jin Shu yesterday and have a strong impression of her. They haven't forgotten how she dealt with the man who drugged someone. Biaozi is still in the detention center, mourning his lost tooth. They look at Long Xiang and the others with some sympathy. Why bother with troublemakers like Jin Shu? Then we'll take them back for questioning. Wait a moment. Jin Shu stops the police. Long Xiang lifts his chin proudly. Regret it now? Wanna beg me? My dad is Long Body, and he's coming soon. Offending me won't end well. It's still not too late to admit your mistake. No, I just want to show you. Jin Shu gestures, signaling to bring the person in front of a screen. On the screen, the stock chart for 000005 shows a strong upward trend, with a rise of 10%. Yesterday, this stock rose slightly. Today, it's a big jump. If you had focused your energy properly yesterday, instead of wasting time on tricks, you'd already gained over 11% profit. It's A to his pride. Jin Shu is the woman he can't have. 0.00005 is the stock he can't get. Even if she's taken away, she wants him to see this impressive stock rise. Long Xiang's pupils shake. He originally wanted to annoy Jin Shu, but compared to her methods, his childish tricks are just child's play. Business people's main goal is to make money. Everything else must take a back seat. If you can't tell what's important, you deserve to lose so badly. Jin Shu, tired of the nonsense, picks up her teacup and drinks. Do you think your man is more important than your money? Long Xiang is deeply hurt by Jin Shu's words and starts to roar. Of course he's important, but I know how to choose the right time. She often gets distracted by Lin Yixuan's good looks, six-pack abs. Who wouldn't love that? But if Lin Yixuan, without clothes, appeared in front of her at the same time as a stock about to skyrocket, she would definitely focus on trading stocks first. Ahem. If she's not wearing clothes and faces an urgent task at the same time, she believes Lin Yixuan would prioritize the task. Always knowing who you are and steadfastly doing what you should do is the way to attract a truly good partner. If you can't handle losing, then don't play. If I were your father, I would regret that moment of hesitation. It was not worth shooting at the wall, Yuan said confidently. Jin Shu raised an eyebrow. Was her brother really completely losing control? Suddenly, Jin Shu looked toward the door. At the door, a middle-aged man appeared, looking under 50, with a big belly like a pregnant woman, and an appearance that suggested he was quite wealthy. This wealthy man was currently frowning, his fists clenched and trembling. Jin Shu raised her eyebrows. Such a strong reaction. Could he be the man her brother mentioned? The one who created Long Xiang with a single hesitation? Long Xiang was so angry with Jin Shu that he felt dizzy and had trouble breathing. Suddenly, he saw Long Beitian standing at the door. He was so excited he wanted to rush over, but the police officer in charge of arresting him quickly held him back. The strong pull on his arm made Long Xiang cry out in pain.
Dad, help me.
I am innocent. You said you were looking for someone. Shut up. Long Beitian snapped after hearing him shout about finding someone. He slapped him in anger. You can't just shout about finding someone in front of others. Be good and go back with the police to cooperate with the investigation. Don't interfere with other things, Long Beitian hinted, and Jin Shu and the others understood. This was a way of telling his son that he was working outside to handle things, and as long as he didn't talk nonsense, he would be out soon. But Long Xiang didn't understand this. He couldn't grasp what Long Beitian really meant. After listening for a while, he only heard go back with the police.
Dad.
Don't you want me anymore? Do you have a secret family outside?
Dad. Dad.
The police were escorting Long Xiang and Yu Tingmei out. Long Xiang's shouting could be heard on the entire floor, and others in the large room came out to watch. His heartbreaking voice gradually faded away. Long Beitian stood there angrily and sadly, his fists clenched and loosened repeatedly. Jin Shu watched Long Beitian as an outsider and felt a bit sorry for him. He had worked hard all his life, had done nothing wrong, but he ended up raising a useless son. That's all for today. Not much will change this afternoon. Let's go home, Jin Shu told her brother and Zheng Xin. She calmly passed by Long Beitian. Stop, Long Beitian said. What's wrong? Want to fight again? Yuan looked at him sideways. No, I want to apologize for my son. On the train in Mao country, you saved him, but he treated you like that and caused so much trouble. He was wrong. Long Beitian bowed to Jin Shu. I want to ask for a private apology. He made mistakes, and I will make it up to you. I refuse to apologize. Jin Shu replied firmly with 5 words. As long as you're willing to apologize, everything can be discussed. Long Beitian is different from his foolish son. Before coming here, he tried to find information about Jin Shu's family. He looked through several layers of connections, but couldn't find out which military unit her husband belonged to. Although military information is kept secret, if he asked around in normal departments, he could at least learn the branch of the army. What shocked Long Beitian was that no matter how many connections he used, he only got 2 words, highly confidential. This shows that Jin Shu's husband is not an ordinary person. Even though her family is now bankrupt, her husband's family has the power to restore things to how they were. Desperate for his son, Long Beishu could only humble himself and beg Jin Shu for reconciliation. Mr. Long, there's something I only say because I think you are a good person. Spoiling a child is like killing him. Better to face the pain quickly. Every time you clean up after him, his mistakes get worse. I promise, next time if you don't give him a real lesson, he will keep doing this. Do you want to lose your son completely, or do you want to use this chance to teach him and help him start anew? It's just a matter of a thought. Jin Shu finished speaking and left, leaving Long Beishu alone to think deeply. Outside the main office, a clerk and a stock manager whispered, "Did Mr. Yen really go bankrupt?" Young Master Long said, "He went bankrupt and is still riding a bicycle. I think their trading volume in the main office hasn't exceeded 10,000. He must be bankrupt. No wonder he asked for so many meals yesterday." When Yuan passed by them, they looked at him with strange eyes. "Tomorrow, if you can still get meals, once our funds are unfrozen, come open an account," Jin Shu said with a smile. Judging by their snobbish attitude, I know I probably won't be able to open that account." When Yuan walked past those two, he already felt a lot of hostility. If his family hadn't gone bankrupt, he wouldn't have seen these double standards and hypocritical faces. Yu Tingmei and Long Xiang's argument made everyone at the stock exchange know that Mr. Yen had gone bankrupt. He arrived riding a bicycle, and Yuan also became more relaxed. After leaving the trading hall, he no longer avoided being seen or hesitated to ride his bike in public. He followed Jin Shu to get his bike and then rode the bicycle in front of everyone's eyes, waving to Zheng Xin.
Come on up.
"Are you not pretending anymore?"
Jin Shu asked.
"There's nothing to pretend about. My strength as your brother can't be hidden by just a bicycle." Jin Shu smirked slightly. It seemed that the recent financial crisis at home had some benefits. Her brother not only found a loyal partner, but also became more mature in his thinking. Double standards were not only held by the stock exchange staff, but also by relatives of the Lin family. When Jin Shu returned to the family residence, she immediately saw a few annoying people in the yard. Sun Ing was drying mushrooms, while Lin Meili and Lin Luo stood in front of her, with a young man nearby. They were gesturing and talking, but from a distance, it was clear they were saying unkind things. It was definitely not nice talk. Jin Shu frowned. Why had these people come? She had kept her relationship with her wealthy relatives a secret to avoid trouble. Even her visit with the military was kept secret from those relatives. How did they find us? Jin Shu wondered. The pretty woman and the annoying man in front move aside. Lin Yishuan's voice came through a loudspeaker. Jin Shu turned around and saw a group of people running in formation. Lin Yishuan was standing on the back of a pickup truck, holding a fire hose, spraying water at the soldiers running past. Their clothes were soaked.
He's so mean.
I really worry about my sister getting attacked or beaten up outside. Wait, who is that annoying man? Yuan finally realized. The pretty woman was Jin Shu, and it was obvious that the annoying man was him. That's part of their training. Jin Shu signaled to Lin Yishuan, who jumped down from the pickup truck. What's going on with those strange people in the yard? Jin Shu pointed at Lin Meili and the others. Oh, my uncle wants me to arrange for his son to join the army. My aunt found out you had wealthy parents and wanted to get some benefits. But after they arrived, they felt disappointed, and now they're like this. Lin Yishuan explained the background clearly. Jin Shu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the situation. When they first met, these people were slow to send news and only tried to flatter her family later. Now that her family is bankrupt and they've come back again, even if they eat dirt, they wouldn't be as hot as this, Yuan commented. Jin Shu rolled her eyes. Her brother's Chinese skills definitely needed improvement. I'm going to train now, Lin Yishuan said as he ran back to get into the car. What about these people? Look at how uncomfortable they make our mom. Her face is twitching. Jin Shu pointed ahead. Poor mother-in-law, surrounded by troublemakers. This is simple. You all step back. Lin Yishuan grinned and gestured towards the hose in his hand. All units, turn right. Lin Yishuan gave the command. The running team quickly headed toward the yard. Big Aunt Lin hadn't realized the storm was coming and was still chattering away at Sun Ing. Your daughter-in-law, is she cursed or what? As soon as she got engaged, she ruined her family's finances? Sunning, annoyed, was about to reply when she saw Jin Shu gesturing from a distance. She understood immediately, grabbed a plastic sheet, moved aside, and took away her mushrooms. Then she covered Xiaohong's cabbage with the plastic sheet. I need to talk to Yao Mei's mom later. If they're bankrupt, they shouldn't be living in my nephew's company house. Do they expect us to support her? How much face does her troublemaker daughter have? Ah. Big Aunt Lin was talking excitedly, spitting words as she enjoyed herself, while Lin Yixuan sprayed her evenly with the hose. Big Aunt Lin was soaked like a drowned rat, and her two accompanying family members also got splashed. Yixuan's aim is really good, Yuan said approvingly, seeing that only the Lin family members were hurt by the spray, while the vegetables remained unaffected. My husband is a professional, Jin Shu said proudly, lifting her chin.
Ah.
It looks like they're pretty angry. Zheng Xin observed the people jumping around in front, feeling the intense resentment from so far away. I think my husband's ability to annoy people shouldn't be limited to this. There's probably room for improvement, Jin Shu said just as Lin Yixuan started acting. After spraying the water, he raised his voice and began singing loudly. Military camp. The weather is sunny, but it rains. Prepare to sing. With that start, the team quickly followed his rhythm, singing together. The clear sky in the military camp sometimes rains. That's the sweat of soldiers. The loud military song echoes over the family courtyard. Aunt Lin was about to explode with anger, pointing at Lin Yixuan and scolding him. However, the voices of dozens of soldiers singing loudly drowned out her shouting. Aunt Lin stood there with her lips moving silently, as if performing a mime. When Lin Yixuan passed by her, he playfully tapped her forehead in her angry gaze. Jin Shu found this amusing. Compared to her, her husband would never disappoint her. Big aunt, big uncle. The hot water at the guest house will run out in half an hour, so hurry up with your shower, Lin Yixuan cheerfully announced through a megaphone to the angry family members. His cheerful tone, combined with the orderly military song, was oddly funny. The Lin family was now upset, but they could only wait and handle their anger later. They quickly ran toward the guest house, worried that they might miss the hot water. Lin Yixuan shouted a few encouragements through the megaphone, full of blessings for his family. From Aunt Lin's angry lip movements, it was clear her family wasn't moved and even wanted to scold him more. Lin Yixuan, having dealt with difficult relatives, looked at Jin Shu with a teasing expression, clearly seeking praise. Tonight, we'll have chicken and mushroom stew, Jin Shu told him. Report to the team leader, we also want to eat chicken and mushroom stew. Xiaohong's partner led the cheer. If you want to eat, let your wife cook it. Don't think about my rations. Lin Yixuan retorted, making everyone laugh. He put his hands on his hips, tossed the water gun onto the car, and joined the running team. Everyone, target the number 3 training ground. Who can outrun me? Then you'll get to eat the chicken and mushroom stew my wife makes. Someone challenged.
Dream on.
If you beat me, I'll tell you how delicious my family's dishes are. Lin Yixuan's teasing was relentless, and everyone was impressed by his show of love, forcing themselves to run hard. Jin Shu watched the scene with a smile. Youth is truly wonderful. Sister-in-law, what does your mushroom taste like? Teach me, please?
Xiaohong asked, amazed.
She had never seen such a bold move from Captain Lin before, but she was more curious about how good her sister-in-law's mushrooms really were. Once it's cooked, I'll share a plate with you. That's so kind of you. Thank you, sister-in-law. Xiaohong quickly expressed her gratitude, worried Jin Shu might change her mind. Brother-in-law, I want to try too. A few other sisters-in-law gathered around, and Jin Shu smiled warmly. 1 plate each. Everyone gets a share. Everyone cheered, while Sun Ying looked worried. There are only 2 wild chickens at home. The Lin family is probably coming over tonight to eat. My daughter-in-law is serving food as if she's giving away everything. Our family isn't wealthy, and now it's even worse. Don't worry. We have a bundle of dried noodles at home. We'll cook that. If Hong Hong wants a few potatoes, we can give some. When the time comes, we'll share the chicken with the people in the yard. My older aunts are coming from far away, and they just want to try the local potatoes. If it's not enough, we can soak rice in soup. The main rule is, we must not let the Lin family eat too comfortably. Jin Shu borrowed a large iron pot from the team and set up a simple stove downstairs. The women in the yard volunteered to help. Some gathered firewood, others chopped the chicken. The big fire boiled loudly, and the aroma of chicken and mushrooms spread quickly. These mushrooms are really excellent. I think they're even better than the ones back home, one aunt praised. Tomorrow, I don't have much to do. How about we go mushroom picking in the mountains? We can dry them for winter. If we can't eat them all, we can sell the extras, Jin Shu suggested. This idea quickly gained support from many people. Mother-in-law, if you go, what about your relatives? Chun raised her hand. Noticing Sun, Ing also raised hers. If they want to help, that's great. If not, they can do whatever they want, Sun Ing thought to herself. She didn't want to stay at home and see those annoying faces. That's why she decided to go along. Soon, the chicken and mushroom stew was ready. Jin Shu evenly divided the food among everyone. She remembered those who didn't come and asked Mu Feng and Xiao Hong to deliver some to them. 2 chickens with potatoes and dried noodles and mushrooms were cooked in a full iron pot, authentic iron pot stew, with flatbread stuck to the edge. It smelled wonderful. Her husband had caused so much trouble outside, but she still thought it was necessary to win people's hearts from behind the scenes. She would rather share the meat with neighbors than let those terrible relatives from the Lin family have a bite. When Aunt Lin and the others finished their hot baths and came over, they saw the rice soaked in soup and fried shredded potatoes on the table. Their faces darkened. We came all this way, and this is what you give us to eat. Just having shredded potatoes is good enough. These potatoes were given by the neighbors, Jin Shu explained, counting on her fingers. My family is now broke. We owe a lot of debts from the famine. Our whole family only has 2.5 yuan now, no more. Since you're here, maybe you can lend us some money? Aunt Lin was stunned. What? Borrow money? She came only to get some benefits, but didn't receive anything and still asked to borrow money. Everyone, don't worry. Although my family is having a hard time now, I specially kept a pot of soup. Tomorrow, we'll still have rice soaked in soup, and the day after tomorrow, we'll have plenty of rice. I can buy vegetables. We're relatives, so it's only right, Lin Luo said. Jin Shu raised an eyebrow. If she didn't know what kind of person Lin Luo was, she might have been moved by his seemingly sincere words. Lin Tianxi is old enough. Let him come to Yishuan's unit for a few years of training, Lin Luo said in a condescending tone. Jin Shu twitched her ear. I didn't hear clearly, could you say that again? I've looked into Yishuan's unit. It's okay. Just let Tianxi come for a few years. He doesn't need a high rank. I think starting from the bottom is fine, Lin Luo said, pretending to be generous. He looked as if he had suffered a great injustice. Sun Ying's first reaction was to pat her chest in relief. She knew the Lin family couldn't produce anything impressive. It was too embarrassing. That's why she didn't invite her in-laws to eat together. Jin Shu had left a chicken leg for the neighbors and also cooked a pot of fish. Originally, Jin Shu wanted Sun Ying to eat with her parents, but Sun Ying saw her son working overtime at night and didn't come back. Not wanting her daughter-in-law to face those shameless people alone, she decisively stayed. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had a good understanding. They left some dishes in the fridge, waiting for the Lin family to leave so they could have a second round. Eating with such people makes your appetite bad, and you can't swallow your food.
Dad, I saw it.
It's just that team of soldiers. None of them have a rank below 1.2. Why am I only a 1.1? Lin Tianxi was very wronged. He came here to show respect to Lin Yishuan, which was already a big favor. Why is he not as good as others? Start from the bottom. It usually takes 3 to 5 months to get promoted, Lin Luo told his son. Your dad is right. Your brother Xian also started from the bottom. It's only been a few years, and he's already promoted. Lin Degu nodded repeatedly. Jin Shu rubbed her temples. These people really couldn't understand the situation. I'll correct your common sense. Every soldier here is 1 in 10,000. A regiment only has 1 or 2 spots. Take back what you said about shameless soldiers, she said. Most of the members of Long Yuan's team are officers. Non-commissioned officers are rare. Because here, soldiers are professionalized. Regular troops are recruited from local civilians, but here, soldiers are selected from the military, and only the best soldiers, the top warriors, have a chance to come here. The military isn't run by Lin Yixuan. He doesn't have the authority to recruit soldiers at will. Ranks are awarded by the state. You can either study hard at a military academy or serve for several years in local troops and earn a commission based on your skills. Not attending a military academy and getting promoted as an ordinary soldier is almost as difficult as passing the entrance exams for top universities. Lin Tianxi could see that he wasn't suitable for this either. Don't talk to us about official rules. Didn't Yixuan also get promoted easily back then? Lin Luo impatiently interrupted Jin Shu. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the entire army. How many Lin Yixuans are there? When you say easy, he risked his life for it. Do you know how many times he was awarded second-class merit? Do you understand what second-class merit means in the military? Jin Shu brought along Lin Yixuan's medals and trophies, which she kept in a special cabinet at home. These were earned through risking his life. She treasured these beliefs and honors deeply, considering them valuable spiritual assets to pass on to the next generation. On matters of principle, Jin Shu's tone became strict. She wouldn't allow anyone to tarnish Lin Yixuan's beliefs. Your family is bankrupt. Where do you get the nerve to talk to me like that? Lin Luo slammed the table. Now everything can be arranged through connections. Our company's top employees are all pre-selected. Who gets promoted or not depends on the boss's word. So your company is about to go bankrupt. This is the military, the purest place. If you start doing your tricks here, the country will be in trouble too. Jin Shu raised her voice even louder than him. Seeing his daughter-in-law genuinely angry, Sanning immediately stood up to support Jin Shu. If you're here to eat, then eat properly. If not, go back. Talk to my son about military matters. What was there to say to Lin Yixuan? Lin Luo thought about Lin Yixuan's expressionless face and felt a headache. He had thought that since Jin Shu's family was bankrupt, giving her some small favors would help her handle the situation. But he didn't expect that Jin Shu and Lin Yixuan were in the same boat. Eat or not, I'm so angry I could burst. Lin Luo looked disdainfully at the kanji, thinking it was better to go back to the guest house and eat instant noodles. The group left disappointed, while Lin Tianxi, putting on his shoes, muttered to himself. Just a lousy soldier. What's so special about him? Ow. He rubbed the back of his head as Jin Shu threw a pair of chopsticks over. What are you doing? Lin Tianxi touched his head in anger, and Lin Luo also looked like he was ready to lash out. Try saying one more word about soldiers. See what happens, Jin Shu threatened, pretending to throw a bowl. The three members of the Lin family didn't dare stay any longer and hurriedly left. After they closed the door, Lin Tianxi spat at it. Phew. Who do you think you are? A woman from a poor family, ugh. Lin Tianxi's face pressed against the door. Yuan took the opportunity to open his door and used his door handle to knock on Jin Shu's door. Who's making noise at my door? Yuan carried a plate of braised pork and looked sideways at Lin Tianxi, who was stuck to the door. Don't think he didn't hear. This little brat was insulting his sister. You must have heard wrong. It's nothing. Lin Tianxi didn't dare offend Yuan and nodded politely like a puppy. Lin merely sniffed and looked at the plate Yuan was holding. So much meat. Chun Chen came out from behind her son, also holding a plate of bright red braised fish. Zheng Xin stood next to Chen Chen, holding 2 bottles of large white pears. Yu Hongwen was the last to come out, and he surprisingly carried a big crab. For the Lin family, who had been hungry all day, this was a real feast. Lin merely watched as everyone carried delicious food into Jin Shu's house, drooling with envy. Big brother, did we come out too early? If she had known there was such good food, she would have stayed longer. After all, her son wasn't going into the army. You're so useless. Do we just want that one bite? Lin Luo scolded. Then his stomach started to rumble. This place was a bit far from the city, with no restaurants around, so even if they had money, they couldn't buy vegetables. The guest house originally had a cook, but the kitchen staff was just doing part-time work. However, Lin Yixuan had thoughtfully ordered the kitchen staff not to serve his relatives, only leaving a few boxes of instant noodles. Eat or not, up to you. I think that crab looks pretty fat. It even pushed the lid open, Lin Degu said, just as they heard 3 gurgles. All 3 of them salivated at the same time. But what could they do? They had already torn their faces apart, so they could only go back and eat instant noodles. Inside, Sanning brought out the leftover chicken, and Jin Shu looked at her parents' big meal and blinked. Where's this from? Your sister-in-law from a yard sent it, this chicken and a few dishes that haven't been brought out yet. When the outsiders leave, we'll go and get ours, they said. I really like the atmosphere in this courtyard. Jin Shu was happy. Okay, her mother, the noble lady, is becoming more down-to-earth. She's starting to protect her food. Jin Shu stood by the window, watching the Lin family leave the courtyard. The whole family went together to bring back food. They divided a pot of chicken stew with mushrooms, and it was a big success. They brought back many dishes. They tasted food from all over, and the table was full. When Lin Yixuan came home, he saw the happy family dinner scene. The variety of dishes made him whistle. I heard that Annie was scolding at the guest house, saying we have no food. The staff at the guest house specifically asked Lin Yixuan for instructions. Lin Yixuan understood how hard it was for family members. He ordered the kitchen to cook 6 eggs and send them over, along with 2 packs of pickled vegetables. When they arrived, they really didn't have any food. Jin Shu didn't lie. Just like they say, if you don't shoot the eagle, it won't leave the rabbit. Yuan showed off his literary skills. Lin Yixuan was amused. Truly, his wife's brother has that kind of big family but never taking anything outside attitude, just like his wife. During the meal, Jin Shu told Lin Yixuan about taking the family members up the mountain tomorrow to pick mushrooms. Lin Yixuan praised her greatly. Coincidentally, they also planned to go up the mountain for training and to protect the family members. The mountain's resources are quite rich, including mountain delicacies and medicinal herbs. Jin Shu sensed a business opportunity. Before her factory opened, she wanted the women in the courtyard to earn some extra money this way. They only needed to pick the items. She would handle the market expansion. Regarding the stock market, Jin Shu didn't plan to go there these days. She already knew how much her stock would rise later. When it reached a certain point, she would sell it. The couple quickly agreed. To be considerate of her, Lin Yixuan was especially thoughtful the next day. They only did the child-making project once. To develop the courtyard economy, Captain Lin felt he was working too hard. According to the law of conservation of energy, fewer times mean more time needed to increase a lot. Jin Shu almost didn't get up the next day and was angry with Lin Yixuan. Fortunately, Lin Yixuan was not so heartless and knew how to care for his wife. He took the trucks out for the team, letting the women ride up the mountain in the trucks, while he sat in the back of the other vehicle. The trucks swayed gently, and the journey was long. Xiao Hong was the most lively, standing up and shouting behind, "Can we pick some songs?" From the back, a neat chorus responded, "Peace for our country, happiness for our people." The sisters-in-law exclaimed in surprise, "What's this?" They answered together in harmony. It seemed they agreed to choose songs. Each sister-in-law wanted to hear different songs, whispering to each other, then finally looking at Jin Shu, waiting for her to give the go-ahead. Kids only make choices. Adults want everything. Jin Shu confidently replied. The sisters-in-law thought that made sense and decided to take turns singing. The military songs sounded loud and proud, filling the air with joy, and everyone on the truck was laughing and chatting happily, except for the Lin family members, who felt out of place. Sun Ying was also unhappy. She came out to avoid seeing the Lin family, but they kept sticking close like glue. They stubbornly followed her up the mountain to pick mushrooms, knowing full well they wouldn't hold back their burps. Big Aunt Lin looked impatient. Her plans to borrow money and visit the autumn fair had fallen through. She was eager to return to Beijing. Lin Luo wanted to find a chance to bring up his son's job again, but the environment didn't allow him and Jin Shu to speak privately. Lin Tianxi looked disdainful. Since the friendly interactions earlier, he seemed impatient, as if that made him seem very noble. Just a few wages, and it's not enough to entertain clowns, Lin Tianxi sneered. Jin Shu's ears twitched. What? Did he just call her husband a clown? If you can't understand the honor and dignity here, why do you want to join the army? Jin Shu asked loudly. The sisters-in-law on the truck quieted down, and all looked at Lin Tianxi. If Lin Tianxi had any sense, he could have made up some excuses and shouted slogans to get by, surrounded by military folks. But unfortunately, he lacked intelligence. To get a good transfer and a better job after leaving the army. Now it's hard to get into official positions. Stay here a few years, then you can move up. Your men probably think the same, he rambled on. He thought everyone was paying attention to him, so he kept talking confidently. We only earn a little, and if it weren't for the promise of a better job after transferring, who would want to be yelled at like a fool? I see many of you are almost 30, right? Big men, running around and singing, all for the money. Several sisters-in-law looked upset. Mu Feng, the most straightforward, took a deep breath and lowered her voice to ask Jin Shu. Sister-in-law, can I say something? Jin Shu smiled kindly and gestured for her to go ahead. Show your strength. Who do you think is the fool? I think you're the real fool. You keep thinking everyone is the same as what's in your mind. Lin Tianxi blushed from her scolding. Lin Luo felt embarrassed and wanted to say something, but Jin Shu led the applause and said, Good. The sisters-in-law clapped. Mu Feng felt recognized and energized. She crossed her arms, puffed out her chest, and became more lively. Think about what you've done when you talk nonsense. Do you have the right to criticize others? Look at your small build. How dare you look down on soldiers? Are you blind? You can't see what kind of person you are. Elegant. Jin Shu led the applause again. Sister-in-law, say a few words too. Mu Feng felt a little shy from the praise. She was curious how Jin Shu, who could curse in 8 languages, would express herself in this situation. Everyone's eyes focused on Jin Shu. She was the hope of the whole yard. Jin Shu felt a little pressure from their trust. She tilted her head slightly and thought carefully. As the daughter-in-law of the team leader, her attitude was very important. A bad answer could affect team unity. But Xiaoyu was a bit worried about losing face. Although she really wanted to curse Lin Tianxi in the straightforward way Mu Feng did, since others had already used that approach, she wanted to be more original. Chun Chun was amused by her serious little expression. This child was really adorable. She was trying her best. Jin Shu looked up just as a flock of wild geese flew overhead. An idea suddenly struck her. Southbound wild geese, seeing your big face, turned around and flew west. Your face is so intimidating. It's a pity you were born in peaceful times.
Why?
Someone else, Sun Ing, joined in. He's so ugly on the battlefield, the enemy would be scared half to death just looking at him. Such a person shouldn't be a soldier. Pull over and stop the car. Jin Shu gave the order, and the car stopped. Zheng Xin, sitting by the car, saw Jin Shu's signal and immediately lowered the car window. Jin Shu pointed at Lin Tianxi and said, Kick him out. How dare you? Lin Luo came out to defend his son. Kick out that old fool too. Jin Shu said. What was there to be afraid of? With 2 muffled sounds, the truck bed was lifted back up, and Lin Luo and his son could only watch the truck drive away in front of them. Lin Yixuan saw this and raised an eyebrow. Captain, what's going on? My wife thinks these 2 haven't exercised enough, so she gave them a chance to work out. Don't delay their exercise. Not to mention Lin Yixuan's high emotional intelligence, his words were perfect. Basically, he meant, my wife will kick them down, and we can't pick them up again. As if in response, the family members in the truck bed started singing in unison. Goodbye, my friends, goodbye, my friends, goodbye, let's say goodbye, goodbye to heck with your goodbyes. Lin Tianxi felt embarrassed in front of everyone, blushing and shouting at the truck. Lin Yixuan passed by him and casually reminded him, her grandpa seems to be her dad. Lin Tianxi froze. It seemed, indeed, to be true. Also, just a reminder, it takes about 40 minutes to run back to the family compound. Do you have the strength to go back? 40 minutes of running. The Lin family father and son looked pale. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't run that far. They would be exhausted. Let's get in the car. It's not far. If we run, it's only about 20 minutes. Just catch your breath and go. 20 minutes. On this road, there might be wolves. Lin Yishuan's voice drifted from afar as he gradually ran ahead. The Lin father and son dared not stay still and sprinted wildly. They thought 20 minutes was doable. Just grit their teeth and they'd make it. But they had no idea that Lin Yishuan's 20 minutes was based on special forces running speed. When Jin Shu and the others arrived at their destination and got off the car, Lin Yishuan just happened to arrive with his people. Where are those two silly guys? Jin Shu referred to Lin's father and son. They fell behind, but don't worry. I left someone at the intersection to watch over them. If they can't catch up, your people will carry them? Aunt Lin asked curiously. Lin Yishuan shook his head. No, my soldiers are not babysitters. If they can't catch up, my men will cheer them on. I even gave them a whistle. If they can't run, just the whistle. Mental strength can conquer all. Ha! Jin Shu laughed. That scene alone was quite amusing just to imagine. Lin Yishuan, are you daydreaming? Your great-uncle traveled a long way to see you, and you are so unkind to family. Lin Meili wiped her tears and complained, we are all your real relatives. And do you also want to run back? Jin Shu said in one sentence, which instantly silenced Lin Meili. Well, I'll go see your mother-in-law. Fearing that Jin Shu wouldn't let her take the car, Lin Meili quickly ran away from Jin Shu. It seems her relationship with the great-uncle isn't very close. Jin Shu shrugged. Lin Yishuan nodded. Who said otherwise? The team members entered the mountain and soon dispersed. In the large forest, no one knew where they were. Lin Yishuan gave Jin Shu a walkie-talkie so she could call him in case of an emergency. Before officially starting to pick mushrooms, Jin Shu gathered the family members and took out a notebook to give everyone a training lesson. This was the secret she learned from Lin Yishuan last night. After autumn begins, snake activity increases. I asked Captain Lin for a rhyme, so everyone remember it. In early autumn, snakes are active more often. Many are out at dusk and dawn. Snakes fear humans. Biting is self-defense. Respect and avoid. Steer clear of caves. Watch your steps. Stay safe and sound. Sister-in-law, you're so right. Don't be afraid of snakes. If you don't provoke them, they won't attack. A family member from the mountains admired Jin Shu's rhyme. These few lines contain a lot of life experience. Who are you trying to scare with this? Looks like a lesson for elementary students, Lin Meili muttered softly. Why does she love acting like a teacher? And why are so many people praising her? Lin Meili only listened to the first part and felt annoyed. She never liked studying in school. Now, having a younger person teach her was embarrassing. She didn't want to listen. She caught a glimpse of Sun Ing and Zheng Xin listening intently, and she thought, haha. Two elders being controlled by a younger person. She's got no face left. She was different. She didn't want to listen at all. Picking mushrooms was so simple, with no skill involved. When she was in the capital, she also went mushroom picking in the woods with others. It's not hard, just use your hands. Lin Meili looked down on Sun Ing and Zheng Xin, thinking they were so embarrassing she didn't want to learn from them. She just wanted to pick lots of mushrooms and show Yao Mei that she was just as capable without listening to this nonsense. Jin Shu finished talking about snake prevention and then began to introduce the second safety rule, which was also very important. There are several types of mushrooms in the forest. We mainly pick two kinds. Jin Shu took out the mushrooms she brought from home and passed them around for everyone to see. Next, I will show you some poisonous mushrooms. Please do not pick them. Jin Shu showed her booklet, which contained drawings of poisonous mushrooms made by Lin Yishuan. She turned to the last page and explained carefully. In this area, people call this mushroom the ghost girl. When you see this black, ball-shaped thing, be sure to stay away. It is a very toxic mushroom. Just a small bit can kill a cow. The bigger the black ball, the more poisonous it is. Lin Yishuan had explained this type of mushroom to her for a long time. She didn't know its scientific name. It's a local species. It looks quite cute, so some people get curious and pick it up to look at. Some people think that as long as they don't eat poisonous mushrooms, they're safe. But just touching them can also be risky. If someone picks a poisonous mushroom in the wild and doesn't wash their hands right away, and then they have a cut or eat something with their hands, they could get poisoned. Regular poisonous mushrooms might not be so dangerous, but this black, ball-shaped mushroom is extremely toxic. Just a tiny amount can kill a cow, so touching it is unsafe. Lin Yuan and the others, during their outdoor training, are very careful to dispose of these black balls properly to prevent anyone from accidentally picking them while hiking. Just as Jin Shu finished speaking, she heard Lin Mei's proud laughter coming from nearby. Everyone looked in that direction at once. They saw Lin Mei holding a black ball about the size of a baby's head, walking confidently toward them. Sunning, look at this. Is this a Tai Sui? I'm going to get rich. Lin Mei eagerly showed off her find. She remembered that Tai Sui looked like this, just a different color. It's said to cure all diseases when soaked in water, and it's very valuable. Everyone looked at the black ball in her hand, and then at the booklet Jin Shu held. They gasped in surprise one after another. Getting rich? Might as well see the king of. Lin Mei didn't realize how dangerous her actions were. She held up the large black ball and moved toward everyone. The family members all stepped back at the same time, as if they had written on their faces, "Don't come any closer. Big Aunt, look at that. What is it?" Jin Shu bravely pointed ahead to encourage her. Li Mei instinctively looked over, and at that moment, Jin Shu quickly put on her gloves, snatched the mushroom away in a flash, and threw it on the ground. "Why are you doing this? Stealing my lucky charm?" Li Mei didn't realize she was almost face-to-face with danger. From her point of view, this was Jin Shu jealous because she found the wealthy charm and wanted to take her treasure. Li Mei rushed forward, trying to take back her treasure. "Stop her quickly." Sunning carried a basket and went up, smashing it onto Li Mei's head. Li Mei didn't see what was happening clearly. Everything went black, and punches rained down like raindrops.
Li Mei.
You can't be confused now. That thing is poisonous. Don't worry, I'll save you. Sunning was very eager, smashing the basket repeatedly. After many years of grudges, this was a good chance to settle scores and express resentment. After hitting twice, Sunning felt her hand hurt. Nearby, a small basket appeared. She looked up. It's Chen. Use this to save her, it's easier. Later, I'll help too, Chen said, already eager to act. She knew very well that the woman under the basket had bullied her daughter many times. Li Mei had only been here for 2 days, and she had already completely offended Chen. It wasn't because Li Mei mocked her family's bankruptcy or called Chen a fallen phoenix. Chen was angry that Li Mei bullied her daughter. The name Yao had been corrected many times by Sunning and Chen, but Li Mei insisted on calling Jin Shu that way. Her words showed contempt for Jin Shu, which made Chen unhappy. So Sunning used the basket to hold Li Mei back, saving her. Chen carried her basket and came over, waiting in line to save Li Mei. We want to save her too. Mu Feng, Hong, and other sisters-in-law also rushed over. Some carried small mushroom digging shovels, others used their own bamboo baskets, all working together to make a stronger effort. These people originally had no conflicts with Li Mei, but Li Mei was too combative. On the way here, she kept criticizing the Chen family, saying soldiers earn little, suffer a lot, and that Jin Shu was showing off. Her real intention was to scold Jin Shu and make her stop being arrogant. But Lin Mei forgot that all the people in the car were family members. Her rude and boastful attitude not only failed to impress the strong-willed Jin Shu, but also offended everyone else in the car. This was truly a case of everyone rushing to help when someone was in trouble, but now they all saw an opportunity to criticize Lin Mei. Lin Mei was trapped in a basket and couldn't see who was hurting her. She struggled, but there were too many people. She could only scream loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. "Let me out," she shouted. "If I let you out, you'll do something foolish." "I won't let you out," Sunning said, while hitting the basket hard. The walkie-talkie signal isn't good. I need to find a better spot, Jin Shu said, pretending to look for a signal while actually moving away from the scene of helping Lin Mei. When Lin Yuan received the distress message and came rushing over, 5 minutes had already passed. By then, Lin Meili had been dragged to the water's edge and was being forced to wash her hands in the water. This is going too far. You all are bullying me. Lin Meili was furious. She still believed they were after the treasure. It wasn't until Lin Yixuan caught a field mouse and, in front of Lin Meili, fed it a poisonous mushroom that the mouse wobbled, then fell to the ground foaming at the mouth and died. Such a crime. Because you refused to see reason, this poor mouse died a terrible death, Sun Ying sighed. Lin Meili was suddenly scared. She realized it really was a poisonous mushroom. She was so frightened her legs went weak, and she sat down under a tree, unwilling to move. She had forgotten her original purpose and just wanted to go home. The poisonous mushroom was dealt with, and Jin Shu felt relieved. They spent half a day gathering herbs and mushrooms on the mountain. At noon, they cooked fish and food outdoors, enjoyed a hearty meal, and then resumed working happily, chatting and laughing. Time always flies when working with everyone. Jin Shu vaguely felt like she had forgotten something. Until the afternoon, when 3 figures slowly appeared on the mountain trail, Jin Shu remembered. Hadn't Lin's father and son been missing for a while? Lin Tianxi was limping, supporting Lin Luo, each holding a wooden stick. Those unfamiliar might think they were part of a disabled persons group outing. A soldier walking behind them blew a whistle and impatiently urged them on. These two had the worst physical condition Jin Shu had ever seen. Even new recruits wouldn't be this weak. Report, sister-in-law. I've brought the people, the soldier said to Jin Shu. Why did it take so long? Jin Shu wondered. The soldier spoke about this matter with a sense of helplessness. This father and son are truly rare and strange. They ran for a while but kept fussing and getting tired, sitting on a stone by the roadside, refusing to move. They would rest for 10 minutes after every 5 minutes of running, showing laziness and a bad attitude. On the way, they saw an old villager with a donkey cart stuck in the mud and unable to get out. The soldier went over to help push the cart. In the process, he didn't notice that Lin Tianxi caused a problem. He saw a horse by the roadside, probably brought by villagers from nearby mountains for gathering herbs. The people had gone up the mountain, leaving the horse behind. Lin Tianxi somehow misunderstood and insisted on riding the horse. In the suburbs of the capital, there are tourist spots where people rent horses for rides and photos, costing 5 yuan each. The horses are led by their owners, making it very safe. Lin Tianxi mistook this horse for a tourist attraction and pulled on the reins to get on. Suddenly, the horse ran uncontrollably. The soldier helped the villager push the donkey cart aside, turned around, and saw Lin Tianxi riding far ahead, completely out of control. Luckily, the soldiers from Long Yuan are highly skilled and agile. Ordinary people wouldn't have been able to bring Lin Tianxi back safely. They rescued Lin Tianxi, calmed the frightened horse, and only now returned. Such trouble. Who did that horse offend? Sun Ying shook her head. The horse was peacefully grazing by the roadside when a crazy person insisted on riding it. The horse must have been terrified. Are you my real aunt? I was so scared I might die. Lin Tianxi's face turned pale, probably crying from fear, looking very distressed. He started as a confident young man, but in just half an hour, he looked like he had escaped from a mental hospital. Who told you to touch other people's things? You deserve it. Hurry back. You're not fit to be a soldier, Sun Ying advised patiently.
Who said that?
This was purely an accident. If a real emergency happens, I'll show what I can do. If there's danger, I'll be the first to step up. Lin Tianxi knew he had messed up badly and just wanted to sound impressive. Just after he finished speaking, a special alarm sounded from nearby, causing the soldiers responsible for to tense up. It's an emergency assembly call. Something serious has happened. Just as Lin Tianxi was boasting loudly, he heard about the trouble and immediately looked for a place to hide. A large group of people was hiding behind a tree, trying to stay out of sight, giving off the vibe of "you can't see me." Jin Shu no longer cared about disliking him. Her attention was on Lin Yixuan, who was rushing over with the team. What's wrong? Jin Shu asked. We received news that a nightclub in the city caught fire. The fire department is short-staffed and needs our help, Lin Yixuan replied. After speaking, He got into the car and left quickly, without even glancing back at Jin Shu. At that moment, he was fully focused on his work, with no distractions. Jin Shu watched the truck speed away, feeling anxious inside. Firefighting isn't really their job. Why did they call them in? Sun Ing wondered aloud. For ordinary fires, there are firefighters. When they're overwhelmed, there are also armed police. It shouldn't be special forces, right? It's okay. Maybe it's just a drill, Jin Shu said casually, pretending to be unconcerned. She looked like a steady anchor, so everyone else thought the situation wasn't too serious and continued picking mushrooms. Jin Shu pretended to be calm in front of others, turning to pick mushrooms, her fingers trembling slightly. Her disguises were just to deceive these people. If it was just an ordinary fire, how could Li He and the others be dispatched? There are many other departments nearby. Sending them means the situation is very serious. In an instant, Jin Shu remembered. Back in her previous life, at this time, she was still in middle school. The school had organized several large fire drills and invited firefighters to teach students how to escape during a fire. The incident seemed to have started with a fire at a nightclub in a northern city. She was still quite young then and didn't remember many details, only that many people died, an infamous large fire that made history. At that time, fire drills were held nationwide to raise awareness. Could that deadly fire be the one Li He and the others were heading to now? Jin Shu felt dizzy. She quickly grabbed a tree to steady herself. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Xiao Hong, who was closest, hurried over to support her when she saw Jin Shu's face was pale. I might be tired. It's nothing. I just need a rest, Jin Shu said, trying to hide her worry. She couldn't show panic because if she did, the entire family compound would fall into chaos. The men have already gone to the dangerous front lines, while they stay behind, worried and unable to help with the fire. Jin Shu can only hold back her panic. Li He left so decisively, which shows he trusts her to keep the situation stable behind the scenes. She must not betray his trust. Jin Shu sits under a tree, watching everyone chat happily, feeling as if a transparent shield surrounds her, isolating her from the joy around her. She doesn't know if Li He will be safe this time. The fire situation changes quickly, and there might even be explosions. She quickly stops her wild guesses. There will be many more days like this, and she must get used to it. But saying it is easy, doing it is much harder. Choosing a man with a mission means she will always worry and fear, but she has no regrets. The forest is filled with a thin mist. Thinking of the day he took her camping, when they confessed their love in the open wilderness, feels like it was just yesterday. Since she dares to enjoy love's sweetness, she also dares to face the anxiety of waiting. Rights and duties are equal. If she takes his love, she must endure everything that comes now, including mental pain. She trusts Li He and believes he will return safely. He has his battlefield, and she has hers. Sitting there doing nothing makes her prone to overthinking. She needs something to do to distract herself. Jin Shu stands up to pick mushrooms, moving much slower than before because she looks at each mushroom as if it were Li He. She's glad only she knows how dangerous this task really is. If she told others, everyone here would be just as worried and scared. But just when Jin Shu's emotions are at their lowest, someone unexpectedly comes to her side. That person is Lin Tianxi. Lin Tianxi had just been hiding behind a tree, afraid Li He might also pull him away. When things are calm again, he jumps out to cause trouble. He walks up to Jin Shu and starts talking loudly. Brother Xian has been called away again? Wherever he points, that's where he goes. He only earns a little money each month. What's the point? Maybe you should let him change careers. With his level, he could get a good job. Then I could get in too. At first, Jin Shu doesn't get angry, but she does when Lin Tianxi says the next part. He's doing such dangerous work now. One day, he might even die heroically, like during the last flood when he went missing. Do you know what this is? Jin Shu casually plucked a bright red mushroom and stuffed it into his hand. The mushroom had a red cap and a white stem, clearly a poisonous mushroom. However, it wasn't as deadly as the one Lin Meili had previously taken. Lin Tianxi didn't understand why she was giving him a mushroom and looked at it carefully. Is this mushroom poisonous? Are you trying to poison me? Not exactly. I accidentally ate a poisonous mushroom. Everything I do now is a side effect of that. When did you eat it?
I didn't see,
Lin Tianxi screamed. Jin Shu grabbed an empty basket nearby and pressed Lin Tianxi into it, then started punching the basket. She cursed Lin Yixuan to die, and she still kept hitting him? Finding an excuse to hit someone is easy. She's crazy.
Come save me.
Lin Tianxi's screams sounded like a pig being slaughtered from inside the basket. Sitting on a nearby stone, Lin Meili sat up straight. She knew this scene well. She had just been beaten like that herself. I'll save you. Sun Ying came over with a basket, hitting the basket hard while shouting, Xiao Shu, what's wrong? I ate a poisonous mushroom. I'm hallucinating now. Jin Shu punched and kicked the basket. While she was worried about Yixuan's safety and had to accept his mission, every cold remark Lin Tianxi made hit Jin Shu's sore spot perfectly. Lin Luo tried to come over and stop her, but Jin Shu waved her fist at him. She was already furious. Sun Ying held Lin Luo back. My daughter-in-law is going crazy from mushrooms. Don't go looking for trouble. Crazy from mushrooms? Lin Luo hesitated, having heard of drunken madness, but never of mushroom-induced madness. Other sisters-in-law pretended not to see, picking mushrooms in the wild and hallucinating, then beating the worst person. This was quite reasonable. On the way back in the truck, the Lin family father and son sat in the farthest corner, afraid Jin Shu would have another mushroom madness. Hitting her was effective. From then on, Lin Tianxi was psychologically scarred by Jin Shu. He was afraid whenever he saw her, and after returning home, just seeing mushrooms made him think of being beaten by Jin Shu. The men didn't return all night. When the family saw the news the next day, they were very alarmed. The news reported a fire. It could only be described as devastating. The dance hall was located on a busy street, and business was thriving before the fire. The boss is very greedy for money. To earn more, he was afraid people would skip tickets, so he ignored fire safety and blocked all doors, windows, and entrances. Also, to sell more tickets, the dance hall, which could only hold about 100 people, was packed with over 300, not counting the staff inside. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. On the news, the dance hall, now just a burned frame, looks shocking. Firefighters are constantly carrying out people covered with white cloths, which means they are dead. Good heavens! Sun Ying covers her mouth, and Chen Chun is also very scared. The family stops eating breakfast and watches the screen carefully. How many people died? You should ask how many were saved. Jin Shu stares at the screen, trying to find Lin Yixuan's figure. No wonder this fire made headlines across the country. It was very tragic and heartbreaking. It looks like the fire is under control, but search efforts are still ongoing. Since everything is burned so badly, it's unlikely any survivors are found. Suddenly, Jin Shu's eyes catch a corner of the screen. A woman with burnt hair is lying on top of a man in camouflage clothes, crying. Though their figures are blurry, Jin Shu recognizes them immediately. The man is Lin Yixuan. The woman is Yu Tingmei. Lin Yixuan is holding Yu Tingmei, seemingly trying to place her on a stretcher. Jin Shu's eyes nearly pop out. Then the scene cuts away. The news begins talking about how the higher-ups are paying close attention, with many leaders on site giving orders. That brief glimpse left a deep impression on Jin Shu. Her supposedly modest husband, Lin Yixuan, was holding Yu Tingmei in a princess-style hug. Jin Shu takes a deep breath. She doesn't care. She really doesn't care. It's work, after all. There's nothing she can do. No matter how bad Yu Tingmei is, as long as she's a citizen in danger, Lin Yixuan has a duty to save her, right?
Such a sin.
Why are you so obsessed with that salted duck egg? Yu Ruyan watches as his sister crushes a precious salted duck egg with her bare hands. He tries to stop her, but it's too late. The egg is already deformed. It's just an egg, I can replace it. Chun Chen casually snatches the unbroken egg from his son's hand and throws Jin Shu a battered one, squeezing it so it's no longer egg-shaped. Yuan?
Thank you, Mom.
Jin Shu calmed down and ate an egg while feeling the jealous eyes of her brother. Why do you look so distracted early in the morning? Are you hungry already? Yuan asked. I just saw Yuan.
He's fine.
Although seeing him hold Yuding made her a little uncomfortable, her safety was more important than that. If he's fine, why are you still holding the egg? Yuan's words drew the attention of the elders at the table. Worried that Suning might be concerned, Jin Shu only said she saw Lin Yuan holding the injured Yuding. So, it's just jealousy spilling over. TSK, Jin Shu, you're having a day. Yuan said with a bit of glee. His sister was like a little robot, and only in moments like this did she seem a little lively. But wait, why was Yuding at the dance hall? Her family is so poor, why would she want to dance? Suning found it confusing. Yesterday, Jin Shu mentioned meeting Yuding at the big house, but the police hadn't given any feedback about the Wealth family's address, so they probably didn't find out much. She works at the dance hall, living day by day relying on men. Everyone sighed upon hearing this. Chun Chen's mood was complicated. Although their families were enemies, hearing that Yuding relied on selling her looks made him feel strange. He instinctively held Jin Shu's hand. He imagined it was his own daughter, and he was truly worried that if he couldn't find Jin Shu, she might end up like Yuding in such a strange family environment. He couldn't imagine how painful it would be if his daughter dressed in very short skirts, hugging and cuddling with men. Don't worry, I'm different from her. I'm just at the end of my rope, with no money at all. But I'll find a way to get some. When Yuan comes back, I'll go sell mushrooms and also check the prices of herbs. Jin Shu patted her mother's hand to comfort her. Today is the weekend, so the stock exchange is closed. Although there are mushrooms and vegetables at home, they have no cash. Jin Shu planned to sell the mushrooms she gathered yesterday to make some money. She needed to keep enough for transportation, and by Monday, she could go to the bank to withdraw money. Bank cards weren't as common then, and transferring money was less convenient than now. Jin Shu estimated that the earnings from the audiovisual store would be transferred by Monday. She just needed to sell things for a couple of days to cover their living expenses, so their difficult days could end soon. Beauty is the least important talent that Jin Shu possesses. With her ability to earn money, she would never resort to trading her looks for resources. The phone rang, and Yuan casually answered it. At the dining table, everyone was discussing Sister Tingmei's fall into the entertainment industry. Sincere mothers like Suning and Chun Chen couldn't understand why some parents would be so cruel as to push their own daughter into this line of work. Yu Kai-fu and his wife's treatment of Jin Shu was bad, but they could say it was because Jin Shu was not their biological child and they didn't see her as a real person. However, they couldn't do the same to their own daughter, Sister Tingmei. Jin Shu understood this better. Yu Kai-fu and his wife were too eager to have a son, and their obsession with having a male heir had become extreme. In their hearts, their daughter was just a money-making tool. As long as she could bring in money, they didn't care where it came from. When they were in Beijing, Sister Tingmei had an affair with the factory director, and Zhang Xiaodi was very happy about it. Another important reason was that Sister Tingmei had already tasted the benefits of exchanging power for favors, and she was willing to make quick money this way. All these reasons combined explain the current situation, and it was not surprising.
Our Yuan is really not easy.
He still believes in equality at work, even saving enemies. Do you think he's disgusted by having such a woman? Chun Chen sympathized with her son-in-law. That's just his job. He doesn't care who it is, as long as it's the people, he has to save them. No wonder soldiers have a hard life, Jin Shu sighed. Even people like Sister Tingmei, who are considered bad, are still part of the masses and need help. Everyone immediately sympathized with Lin Yuan for a second. Sister Tingmei couldn't walk on her own now. She was probably badly hurt. Hanwen saw this as an opportunity. As long as he stayed at the hospital, he could definitely catch Zhang Xiaodi and her family. But Jin Shu didn't hold much hope. She had seen how cold-hearted Zhang Xiaodi and her husband were. When Sister Tingmei was attacked and hospitalized before, these two didn't even show up to save money. Now, it was even less likely they would appear. While they were talking, Yuan put down the phone and crossed his arms, laughing loudly. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him.
What are you laughing at like that?
Chun asked her son, who was laughing wildly. We got the loan approved. Now we're rich again. Yuan raised his eyebrows proudly. Yesterday, they were poor, but now it was like a mighty river flowing eastward, gone with the wind. He was no longer short of money. Now he was rich. He waved his hand grandly and acted like a wealthy person in front of everyone. My younger sister doesn't need to sell mushrooms anymore. Tonight, we're having a big feast and it's my treat. I also arranged for someone to drive our car. From now on, you won't have to take the three-wheeled vehicle when you go out. The days of being looked down upon by three-wheeled driver are gone forever. These past few days, Yuan has been so frustrated. As the CEO, he has fallen so low that he rides a three-wheeled vehicle to beg for meals at the big household, and his sister has to pick mushrooms to support the family. It's so humiliating. He wants to indulge in a shopping spree, taking the whole family out for a feast and buying treats for his sister. Oh, Jin Shu nodded. The loan was approved sooner than she expected, but there was a technical issue. Your car probably won't arrive until tomorrow, right? Yes, Yuan replied. The distance is so far that the driver won't arrive until tomorrow. Your money is all in the bank, right?
Exactly.
The bank is in the city, right? How will you get to the city? Yuan froze. So, is it too early to say goodbye to the three-wheeled vehicle now? Half an hour later, a grim-faced Yuan sat on the side of the three-wheeled vehicle, coldly watching the unlucky Lin family group across from him. Lin Meili and her companions were preparing to return to Beijing. They had hired the three-wheeled vehicle through Jin Shu. Today, at the guest house, they heard about the fire and were terrified. Lin Tianxi was crying and begging to go back to Beijing, refusing to talk about joining the army anymore. They thought that serving under Lin Yishuan meant relaxing, drinking tea, reading newspapers, earning a military rank, and then returning to Beijing after a few years. But after seeing it firsthand, they realized that Lin Yishuan and his team were risking their lives, and the place was nothing like they imagined. Not to mention the sudden fire. The soldiers had to fight the blaze, risking their lives if they were careless. He just wanted to live a peaceful life and had no interest in dangerous jobs where life was at risk. He couldn't understand the honor and dignity of soldiers. He felt that Lin Yishuan, such an outstanding man, was wasting his talent here. This time, the Lin family group didn't accomplish any of their goals. They spent a lot on travel, ate instant noodles for several days, and were very angry. On the three-wheeled vehicle, they desperately tried to mock Jin Shu, trying to disgust her and the people next to her, Yuan and Zheng Xin. Are you used to being rich? Do you still get used to riding a three-wheeled vehicle? If you ask me, a person's life is destined. The heavens decide how much money you have. Lin Meili deliberately teased Yuan. Normally, Yuan would have argued with her already. But now that Mr. Yan is about to regain his wealthy status, hearing Lin Meili's words only made him laugh. Seeing that he was silent, Lin Meili thought he was feeling insecure, so she became more confident. She continued to stir up trouble. Yu Yao, you are born unlucky. So, what if you recognize a stepmother? She's even made your own mother poor. Zheng Xin wanted to speak up after hearing her boss being spoken to like that, but Yuan held her hand and shook his head. Didn't you see his sister's mischievous expression? She must have a way to handle these people, so Yuan wasn't worried. Aren't you afraid I might make you poor too? Big aunt. We're relatives, right? Jin Shu deliberately baited Lin Daegu. Don't say we're relatives. I don't have relatives like you. In the future, we keep our own paths. Don't ask me for money. Lin Daegu's face was sharp and mean, clearly trying to draw a line. Oh, then uncle, what do you think? We're relatives, right? Can you lend me some money? Before Jin Shu finished speaking, Lin Luo sharply interrupted her. My family has nothing to do with yours. Look what you did to my son yesterday. Lending money was impossible, never in this lifetime. So, you're saying you've given up on being relatives with us? Jin Shu silently pressed the record button on her portable player to record evidence.
Exactly.
We're unlucky, and we can't withstand someone as tough as you trying to ruin us. In the future, don't say we're relatives. Zheng Xin understood Jin Shu's intention and looked at the reckless trio with some sympathy. Some people are truly cut off from wealth and status. Such a good opportunity was right in front of them, with wealth easily within reach, yet they casually gave up. If only these people had helped a little when Jin Shu's funds were tight, just 300 or 500 yuan, they wouldn't have to leave empty-handed due to pride. Even a small amount of money from the Yu family's top-tier wealth, just a little slip from their fingers, would be enough for these families to enjoy benefits for a long time. The chance to change their fate was right there, but they didn't cherish it. So, what if you need my help in the future? Jin Shu continued to dig a hole. We'd never ask you. Even if I, Lin Tianxi, were starving, I wouldn't take a penny from you. Lin Tianxi boasted loudly, and Lin Daegu and Lin Luo nodded in agreement. Yes, they definitely don't want to be burdened with poor relatives. They will cut ties completely in the future. While talking, the tricycle had already taken everyone to the bank. Why are we here? Didn't you say you would take us to the train station? Aunt Lin asked. The train still has a long time before departure. We're here to handle some matters and have a cup of coffee, Yuan said as he jumped off the tricycle, signaling the driver to leave first. This was the last time he would ride a tricycle in his life, he swore. Are you hallucinating? Coming to the bank for coffee? Do banks serve coffee? Lin Luo and Lin Meili laughed at the same time. They had been to the bank many times but never even drank a glass of water, let alone coffee. You can say you've never seen it, but you can't say it doesn't exist. Jin Shu gave them a meaningful smile. This was the biggest bank in City S. Yuan led everyone inside, where the manager, who had been waiting, greeted them with a big smile. Mr. Yen, you're here? The manager's respectful attitude made the Lin family members stare in amazement. Is the money all prepared? Yuan asked. Once we received your call, we started preparing. Mr. Yen, since you made the effort to come here, please do visit my office for a cup of tea. My sister wants to drink coffee. She's just a young girl, always craving snacks, Yuan said affectionately, glancing at Jin Shu. Jin Shu rolled her eyes inwardly. Clearly, he wanted to drink it himself, right? Blaming her for it. What a real brother.
Puffed.
Yes, yes, yes. The manager was so happy that he smiled like a blooming flower, pleased that Yuan was willing to stay. Yu's family was here to set up a factory, and their funds were huge. Securing this big client meant their performance for this year and next would be enough. How could their attitude be bad? A simple coffee was nothing to them. The Lin family looked confused as they followed into the manager's office, something they'd never had the chance to do before. This was an eye-opener. And it got even more embarrassing later. The Lin family members entered the large office, feeling like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Here, they not only enjoyed freshly ground coffee, but also exquisite small pastries. The manager was extremely respectful towards Yuan, insisting on inviting him to the best hotel in the city for a meal. When Yuan politely declined, the manager persisted, flattering Jin Shu from start to finish to curry favor with Yuan. The Lin family, 3, had never seen such a scene. They sat uncomfortably in the president's office for a while. They couldn't taste the coffee, but they could smell a lot of money. This level of place was beyond their reach. Just this experience would be enough for them to talk about for a long time. This was not an ordinary small bank. It was the head office of a provincial bank. Such a grand place, Yuan said. He could come any time. Yuan waited until Zheng Xin and Jin Shu had finished eating before politely saying they should leave. The president took a secure box from his secretary and handed it to Zheng Xin. Usually, only secretaries carried such bags. Zheng Xin was dressed very professionally, clearly a secretary. Yuan casually took the box and, with a slightly surprised look, shook Zheng Xion's hand. This is for internal use. This is my fiancé. Jin Shu raised an eyebrow and thought, oh, so he's subtly promoting his status? He caught a glimpse of Zheng Xian looking touched, and Jin Shu just sighed. Young people are still too inexperienced. Zheng Xian loved her brother very much and forgave him easily. If Lin Yixuan had treated her like that, she wouldn't rest until she had taught him a lesson. When she heard that Yu Ruiyan's car hadn't arrived yet, the president offered to borrow his own car and driver. He signaled to his secretary, who hurried out and soon returned with 2 boxes. Since I didn't know about Miss Zheng's happy event, I didn't prepare a gift in advance. Please accept this small token of my congratulations. Lin Meili stretched her neck to look and saw the secretary giving 1 gift box each to Jin Shu and Zheng Xin. The boxes had the bank's logo on them. Lin Meili had never seen such a scene. She got into the car, ignoring the driver, and asked Jin Shu eagerly, "What's inside this small box?" "It can't be a silver bracelet, right?" To her, giving a silver bracelet as a gift was already impressive. She hoped it was something cheap like a rusty silver lock or a worthless agate. Jin Shu opened the box and saw a small gold bar, issued by the bank, weighing 50 grams. Lin Meili's face changed dramatically. Her first thought was, impossible, absolutely impossible. Gold is now worth over 80 yuan per gram. 50 grams would be 4,000 yuan. That's more than half a year's salary for an ordinary person. The bank suddenly gave out 2 of these, 8,000 yuan. Is it fake? Made of copper? You guys just saved his mother, and he can't give such an expensive gift to you all. Big Andy, the gold bars our bank issues all have the national 999 pure gold stamp. Counterfeit gold is illegal, so we can't do that. The driver couldn't listen anymore. Why would a big customer's family have such rude relatives? If he weren't worried about offending the big client, he would have scolded them already. Questioning whether the bank's gold bars are fake. Are they crazy? What exactly did you do? Why is he giving you so many good things? Lin Luo's voice changed. It softened quite a bit, even making Jin Shu feel a little creeped out. Do these people have such obvious double standards? I didn't do much, just saved a little money. How much is that? Not much, just 3,000 in liquid funds. This year, they're still using last year's interest rates, 3.15% for savings and 10.98% for 1-year deposits. Even after 30 years, the interest would be close to high-interest loan standards. To attract Yu Ruiyan's deposits, the bank would even give away valuable gifts, not just 250G gold bars. They only chose such a conservative gift because they were afraid Yu Ruiyan wouldn't accept it. Only 3,000, and they give a gold bar? If I deposit, will they give me one too? Lin Meili's eyes almost popped out at the gold bars in Jin Shu's hand. She hesitates to buy a gold ring, but this is a gold bar, gold bars. If melted down, it could make several gold necklaces, or enough for a bracelet. If you can deposit that much, of course they would give you one too. Oh, by the way, he said 3,000 is in 10,000s. 3,000. 10,000? Lin Meili gasped, nearly fainting. 30 million. She had never heard of such a number. Even if she sold herself by weight, it wouldn't be worth that much. It's just initial working capital. Later, we plan to build factories domestically, so the cash flow will be much higher, Yu Ruiyan said calmly. After a few days of living modestly, he almost forgot what it felt like to spend freely. Didn't your family go bankrupt? It's just frozen funds. Without the troublemaker you mentioned, we might have gone bankrupt for real, Yu Ruiyan said, holding back his words just to say this. His sister doesn't care about gossip, but he remembers every insult. Their family, which accumulated blessings through good deeds in past lives, shouldn't be called a disaster star for causing trouble. Her? Zhu Yaomei. No. Jin Shu? Under the influence of money, Lin Meili suddenly learned to be polite to others. Despite Yu Yaomei repeatedly correcting her name, Sunning, Lin Meili seemed to forget everything and couldn't remember it at all. Now, with money, Lin Meili found her lost sense of reason and became polite. It was my sister who handled this. As a relative, you should know how capable she is, right? Lin Meili hesitated. She truly didn't know. Jin Shu is just someone who runs a small video store, doing a modest business. But from Yu Ruiyan's words, it seems she's quite capable. Let me put it this way. These and the money in the bank all belong to her, Yu Ruiyan said, patting the box and opening it with a mischievous smile, revealing a lot of money inside. The three members of the Lin family almost had their eyes bulging out of their heads, their thoughts turning into little hands reaching for the money. So much money. Lin Meili even instinctively reached out her hand, but just as she was about to touch the money, the box was closed. She watched the large sum of money slip away right in front of her, feeling short of breath. The Lin father and son also had their hearts pounding like drums. All the dismissive words they had just said about Jin Shu were forgotten. They all put on flattering smiles. Lin Meili even pushed Zheng Xin, who was next to Jin Shu, aside and squeezed into Jin Shu's side. Little Shu, since you came in, I've seen that you're a lucky person for your husband. I genuinely like you. Uffed. Yuan was amused. If someone was shameless, they truly were unbeatable. A tree without bark will surely die. A person without skin is invincible. Lin Meili and Lin Luo's father and son were now in an invincible state. The first time I saw Xiao Shu, I felt a connection. This girl is almost like my own daughter, not just my niece. Yes, having such a relative in our old Lin family is truly fate. Fate indeed. Sister-in-law, you're like my own sister. Their flattering expressions perfectly showed what it means to be overly familiar and ingratiating. If they have a mother, she's their mother. Yuan and Zheng Xin found their shamelessness disgusting. They had seen shameless people before, but never so shameless. Faced with this family's overwhelming display of affection, Jin Shu calmly took out a tape recorder from her pocket. While the three of them stared in surprise, she rewound the tape and explained what she was doing. I heard that fish only have a 7-second memory. I guess that you wouldn't remember what you said, but luckily, the recording device will help you remember. Jin Shu pressed play, and Lin Meili's voice came through clearly. Don't ever say we're relatives. I don't have relatives like you. From now on, a bridge is a bridge, and a road is a road. Please don't borrow money from me. Our lives are tough, and we can't stand people with strong wills like you. Never say we're relatives again. All these harsh words came from these few people. The driver couldn't help but whisper, "That's so shameless." Lin Meili's face turned sour. She didn't expect her words to be recorded. Lin Luo and his son also didn't expect Jin Shu to be so ruthless, leaving no room for them to speak. What you say and what you release into the world are things you can't take back. I wanted to be your relative, but Jin Shu shook his head seriously and even showed off his wit. I wanted to be close to the bright moon, but the moon shone into the ditch. Please listen to my explanation. It's all a misunderstanding. Lin Meili hurried to defend herself. Being able to see you off is already the greatest respect I can give. From now on, as you wish, bridges are bridges, roads are roads, and everyone goes their own way. Jin Shu finished speaking politely, and the car stopped. They arrived at the train station. The Lin family members regretted their decision and even tried to argue with Jin Shu, but Yuan grabbed their arms and threw them out. Goodbye. The car drove away. Lin Meili thought about the box of money and the shiny gold bars she had just seen, and tears of anger welled up. It's all your fault, you two. You said such unpleasant things. Now, what do we do? You said worse than us. Lin Luo regretted even more. If he had known the Yu family wasn't bankrupt, would he have said such harsh words? They started blaming each other like dogs biting dogs. Yuan watched this scene through the back window of the car, feeling pleased. He instructed the driver to go to the best restaurant, ordered the most expensive dishes to be packed, and originally planned to take his girlfriend and sister shopping, but Jin Shu stopped him. Carrying a box of money and wandering the streets, wasn't that foolish? Was he afraid of being robbed? Yuan had to give up his reckless spending plan and return to the residential compound. Lin Yixuan hadn't come back yet. The fire was out, and the rescue work was finished. They stayed mainly to clean up the scene. Jin Shu knew he was fine and was not worried. At noon, the family enjoyed a luxurious meal. His cooking isn't better than Xiao Shu's, Chen said, which everyone agreed with. No matter how high quality the ingredients or how skilled the chef, the dishes always lack a taste and that special flavor from the wok. Yuan waved a few stacks of cash in front of Jin Shu. Tell me, who is the most handsome man in the world? Your brother or Lin Yixuan? Definitely Lin Yixuan. that I'll deduct 10,000 yuan from your allowance. Here's a chance. Do you prefer your brother or Lin Yixuan? You have no bottom line and are even more shameless. I think you just don't want to admit it. Yu Ruiyan pretended to grab the money and leave, but Chun Chen quickly snatched it away. You're grown up, yet still bullying your sister. You're really something. The wealthy Yu's plan to bribe his sister with money was ruined, and he was also looked down upon by his own mother. He grumbled as he went back to his room to make a phone call. The startup funds were already in place, and building the factory was urgent. Yu Ruiyan worked in the study until he was almost sweating. When he came out, he looked frustrated. In the living room, Jin Shu had become a barista, brewing coffee for the women in the family. Everyone was happily enjoying afternoon tea. Pushing him out to do the work? The bank manager had given a full set of manual coffee equipment and coffee beans. The aroma of coffee filled the house. Jin Shu's excellent brewing skills earned praise from everyone except her mother-in-law. This tastes better than any coffee I've had abroad, Chin Chin said, praising enthusiastically. The nutty flavor in this coffee is really fragrant, Zheng Xin said, squinting and enjoying it. It was much better than what he had in the bank manager's office. With the same quality coffee beans, different people brewing can create different tastes. Jin Shu's precise control over her brewing technique and water temperature made it easy for her to produce a flavor everyone was very happy with. Sanning forced a stiff smile, feeling that this dark, bitter drink looked like soapy water and tasted as bitter as pig's bile. One sip, and her whole life seemed to turn the same dark color as the coffee, completely black. What was so good about this drink? If it weren't brewed by her daughter-in-law, Sanning even wanted to shout, "Quick, give me the antidote." Jin Shu added 2 sugar cubes and some milk to her mother-in-law's cup. It was normal to feel unaccustomed at first. Sanning took another sip, still not very tasty, but at least it was easier to swallow than before.
Good.
I work hard inside, and you all are outside having afternoon tea? Yu Ruiyan said sarcastically, grabbing Zheng Xion's coffee. What's so good about this stuff? He tilted his head and drank it all in one gulp. Zheng Xion looked at his empty hand. He's a big boss, and he's stealing someone else's coffee? Does he have no shame? Just SOSO. Pretty average. Pour me another, double the milk, Yu Ruiyan said, handing over the empty cup. You're still drinking it if it's not good? Zheng Xion's eyes looked sharp. I'm drinking with a critical spirit. I didn't taste anything, so I can't criticize deeply. Hurry up and pour me another one. Yu Ruiyan got addicted. He took his girlfriend's coffee and now wants to take his dad's too. After being politely refused by Yu Hongwen, he patted the sofa, urging Jin Shu to cook faster, trying to justify his shameless actions. Do you all have a conscience? I work myself to death, and you all are free, chatting and drinking coffee. Even the mules in the collective farm aren't as tired as I am. Just as Yu Ruiyan finished speaking, the door opened. A very dark-skinned person entered the room. Yu Ruiyan, who had just been complaining, blinked in surprise. Let the title of the big mule go to him, he thought, since this black man looked more exhausted. Where did this African friend come from? Sir, I think you came to the wrong place, Jin Shu politely asked. Sweetheart, my face is broken, the dark-skinned man said with a slightly aggrieved tone. His face was truly shattered, literally broken. Lin Yixuan's face was broken more precisely. His skin was split open. His face, burned by fire, had caused burns, turning black and difficult to clean. Looking closely, his once healthy, elastic skin looked like a dried-up land, with cracks forming. Yu Ruiyan saw his handsome brother-in-law in this state and stopped drinking coffee. He stood up and looked around Lin Yixuan. There was a strong smell of smoke and fire on him, and his clothes were full of torn holes. The worst part was his handsome face. From a distance, it looked like a refugee from Africa, dark and frightening. Up close, it looked like someone who lived in the mountains, hadn't washed his face or used skincare for hundreds of years, with rough, cracked skin. Yu Ruiyan wanted to look more carefully, but suddenly a huge force pushed him aside. Jin Shu pushed him away. How did this happen? Jin Shu saw the large wound on Lin Yixuan's left hand and started to tremble. Seeing her eyes turn red, Lin Yixuan quickly comforted her. I got burned a little while saving Sister Yuding. It's not a big problem. I've already applied medicine. Look at my face, honey. Do you know what cracked skin looks like? It will probably split open tomorrow. It's kind of funny. When he returned, he saw his face in the car window and found it quite interesting. His face, burned by fire, won't recover quickly. In the next day or two, it will start peeling, dry and flaky. At that time, he could tear at it with his hands to relieve stress. What do you mean, not a big problem? A healthy person, and now your face is ruined after just going out. Jin Shu wanted to touch his face but was afraid it would hurt him, so her hand stopped midair. When he first came home, she didn't look closely and thought his darkened face was from smoke and that washing it would help. So she still had the energy to joke with him. But when she realized it was skin burns from fire, all her playful mood disappeared. Her injury hurt him, and her heart ached for him. Hurry, find out how to treat this face. Yuan saw his strong sister about to cry and became nervous, signaling Zheng Xin to find a phone book quickly. He knew people in the hospital and planned to ask a burn specialist for advice. No need trouble. Our team's people are all like this. The military doctor said it will heal in a few days, Lin Yixuan reassured Jin Shu, but it didn't help much. Seeing his injuries, Jin Shu felt deeply upset inside. Lin Yixuan saw her silence and felt very nervous. He was really afraid she would tell him to stop. Just now in the yard, Mu Feng had already cried once over her man, Wei Dashan. While preparing pickled vegetables, Mu Feng saw her man turn black from burns, got angry, and threw a big cabbage on Wei Dashan. She rushed over, hugged him, and cried, saying she wouldn't let him do this anymore. She also said they should go back to farming. Who wants to do such dangerous work? She cried and yelled, hitting Wei Dashan's head with a cabbage, and finally Wei Dashan carried her home for a talk. Though her way of expressing herself was a bit fierce, the officers and soldiers around couldn't bear to say anything, and the family members understood their feelings. A good person went out and came back like this. Dangerous situations are common, and it's normal for family members to be upset. But the mission is like that. Everyone fears risks. Who will protect peace? In this line of work, the ones who suffer the most are always the closest family members. Lin Yixuan was worried that Jin Shu might do something similar again. After returning home, he deliberately acted pitiful, trying to appear weak to gain his wife's sympathy. Normally strong and brave outside, Lin Yixuan wanted to make his wife happy, so he chose to soften himself and use what he thought was the best way to solve the problem with Jin Shu. However, from Jin Shu's dark face and silent attitude, Lin Yixuan knew he might have gone too far. Not only did he fail to cheer up his wife, but she also seemed upset. What should he do now? Jin Shu dragged Lin Yixuan to sit on the sofa, her face serious, but her movements gentle. She raised his hand to look at the burn, her eyes turning redder. The wound had been treated, but it still looked very shocking. Jin Shu wanted it to cool it, but was worried about pushing bacteria into the injury. The living room was very quiet. The elders were also surprised by Jin Shu's strong presence. Chun Chen secretly nudged his wife, signaling her to think of a solution. Jin Shu was always confident and calm when doing things. She was the youngest among the three yes in the house, but also the most steady. She never showed her emotions openly. But now, she looked very serious, which was quite frightening. Yu Hongwen quickly thought through everything but didn't dare speak, afraid of upsetting his daughter or making things worse. It seemed like she wouldn't listen to anyone right now. The most anxious person was Lin Yixuan. Seeing Jin Shu upset made him more worried than anyone else. Actually, my injury isn't serious. Shut up, Jin Shu cut him off. Lin Yixuan didn't dare say anything. He sat quietly like a student who had done something wrong, feeling nervous and imagining the worst. If his wife also lost her temper like Mu Feng and forced him to change jobs, he might have to give up everything. He remembered there was a washboard in the bathroom. His mother had also placed a large salt-pickled cabbage stone in the hallway. Maybe it could make her smile if he mentioned it. The atmosphere was very tense. Yuan hung up the phone and spoke. The head of the burn department said that for Yixuan's face, Using fresh milk mixed with water and applying it can help reduce pain. It's not a big problem, she said. Jin Shu shot a cold look at her, and Yuan quickly changed her words. It's not a big problem, but we need to pay more attention. We must protect my brother-in-law's handsome face. Little sister, I promise you, if in 10 days his burn scar doesn't heal well, you can scrape my face with a knife and stick it on him. Then I won't be such a shameless person? Who told you to have such a thick skin? Lin Yixuan found an opportunity to speak, making everyone in the room laugh. Jin Shu couldn't smile. She took a deep breath and adjusted her mood. She also wanted to vent like Mu Feng, shouting and grabbing his collar, telling him to stop, go home, and that her mother raised him. But reason still ruled her. Anyone could lose control emotionally, except her. Jin Shu picked up the remaining fresh milk on the table used for making coffee, mixed it with warm water, and gently applied it to his face. Subscribe to a month of fresh milk for all the firefighters in the hospital. I'll pay for it. I'll arrange it right now. Zheng Xin immediately stood up, escaping from the oppressive scene, and casually pulled her silly boyfriend along. The two left the room, and the tense atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Did you feel it? That invisible pressure. Zheng Xin felt much more relaxed after leaving. Yes, it was terrifying. Yuan wiped his forehead, pretending to sweat. Although he really wanted to see how his sister would handle this, whether she would turn into a shrew, crying, making a fuss, or even threatening to hang herself, he was also intimidated by the heavy atmosphere inside. He could only support his poor brother-in-law mentally. The whole family was waiting for Jin Shu's reaction. Jin Shu acted as if nothing had happened. After applying milk to Lin Yixuan, she continued to make coffee. I heard you say it was because Yuting was injured while rescuing her, right?
Tell me the story.
Jin Shu started gracefully, her voice gentle, with a calm expression like a gentle rain, making everyone think she had already adapted to the situation. Lin Yixuan's keen sixth sense told him that things were not that simple. But he couldn't resist her smile. She was smiling. Who could refuse a woman with such a beautiful smile? So, impulsively, Lin Yixuan told the whole story. When they received the call, the fire was already burning. They couldn't determine how the fire started, but one thing was certain. The person in charge of the dance hall was responsible. He was too slow to call the fire department. At first, only one private room was on fire. The manager was afraid of making a big deal and delayed calling for help. But the dance hall used a lot of flammable curtains for decoration, so once the fire started, the curtains all became combustible materials, quickly setting the entire hall ablaze. There was only one exit. When everyone saw the thick smoke, they desperately tried to run outside, which caused a stampede. Several people died in the crush. The crowd felt very heavy-hearted. Such a tragedy was hard to hear and deeply upsetting. As special soldiers, Lin Yixuan and his team's main task was to move the explosive materials from the fire scene. This was very dangerous work, and even a small mistake could be deadly. Fortunately, Lin Yixuan and his team trained strictly and had strong military skills, so they quickly completed their task. After moving the explosives and reducing casualties, they helped extinguish the fire and rescue people. After a while, the fire was under control. Up to this point, Lin Yixuan was uninjured, but the problem involved Ting Mei. Ting Mei was among the first to escape. When she saw the fire was mostly out, she probably thought it was safe, and suddenly, in the chaos, she ran back into the blackened fire scene. Although the fire was out, anyone with a bit of sense knew it was still dangerous to go inside. After the building materials burned, everywhere was risky. Walls and pillars could collapse at any moment. Ting Mei was not very smart. Her mind was focused on money. Long Xiang's father paid her a lot of money to help him buy a fake certificate at the police station to clear Long Xiang of suspicion for giving drugs to Jin Shu. When Ting Mei escaped, she forgot her bag. Seeing the fire was out, she wanted to go back and try her luck. Lin Yixuan heard from his soldiers that someone in a short skirt went inside, so he returned to the fire scene. There, he saw Ting Mei, half her body pressed to the ground by a fallen wall. Her half outside, half under the collapsed wall. Lin Yixuan helped rescue her. Just then, A red-hot pillar was about to fall on her face, but he used his hand to block it. This prevented her from being disfigured, but his hand was burned. The fire was out, but the residual heat was still strong. The whole process was very dangerous. Jin Shu listened anxiously and concluded, "So, your injuries were caused by Ting Mei's reckless actions?" She's already been criticized and paid the price. She fractured her leg and was badly burned, leaving scars. She won't be able to wear skirts anymore. From Jin Shu's calm tone, Lin Yixuan sensed a storm was brewing. After she was rescued by you, did she voluntarily reveal her parents' hiding place? Jin Shu continued to ask calmly. No. She cried and was carried away immediately after being rescued. It's been a whole night since you saved her. If she truly regrets, she should have told you where her family is hiding, but she didn't. Jin Shu stood up and walked to the phone. First, she asked which hospital Yu Tingmei was taken to, then looked up the hospital's phone number through the directory, and finally called the hospital to check if Yu Tingmei was there. Throughout the process, Jin Shu remained very calm and controlled. But everyone could sense the underlying tension beneath her rational exterior. Sunning called Lin Yixuan over and whispered, "What is Xiaoshu trying to do?" "I'm not sure, but one thing's certain. Someone is about to face trouble."
Can you talk to her?
Chen whispered as he leaned in. Lin Yixuan shook his head decisively. He would rather face danger himself than see his wife in this state, knowing that anyone who intervenes might make things worse. So she left this morning and didn't pay the medical bills? Oh, she left a note, asking the officer who was helping her to demand payment? Jin Shu's cold voice reached everyone. The three elders saw things were getting bad and made excuses to leave. Unrepentant to the end. Very well, very good. Jin Shu hung up, her anger almost at its limit. Chu Buliang's visit made Jin Shu lose her temper completely. I received an anonymous tip claiming that Yixuan took advantage of a waitress while helping her and even touched her chest. Jin Shu's voice suddenly rose. Chu Buliang looked embarrassed. If it weren't for the necessity, he wouldn't want to come and say such offensive things. But protocol required it. The team believes Captain Lin and won't doubt him based on just one phone call, but we still have to follow procedures. I am willing to cooperate with the investigation. Lin Yixuan patted Jin Shu's shoulder. He was acting upright and was not afraid of being investigated. Chu Buliang asked a few questions, then told Lin Yixuan to rest for 2 days while waiting for the results. Uncle Chu, if we catch that cheap woman spreading rumors about my husband, what kind of punishment will she face?
Jin Shu asked.
She spoke confidently, firmly believing that Lin Yixuan was being framed. The instigator will face legal consequences. We have contacted the telecommunications department to trace the report's phone number. However, it was a public phone, so in the end, this matter will probably be left unresolved. We can't find who spread the rumors. Once the situation is clarified, Lin Yixuan can probably return to work after resting at home for a day or 2. Being falsely accused is definitely upsetting, but pursuing legal action against the rumor spreader won't be easy.
Just take it as a short break.
Yixuan has worked hard these days, Chu Buliang advised. After seeing Chu Buliang off, Jin Shu's face was dark. Leaving it unresolved? That means her husband was unfairly slandered without reason. She absolutely wouldn't allow this to happen. I have a guess that Yu Tingmei is behind this.
Only she would be so shameless, she said.
Honey, you won't make me transfer jobs, will you? Lin Yixuan asked carefully. He knew Jin Shu never let herself be wronged. All these things happening today were like testing her limits. He was really afraid she might, like Mu Feng, push him to change careers. I won't do that. Although I did think about it for a moment, I won't ruin your dreams. I respect your choices, she replied. Just as Lin Yixuan relaxed, she changed her tone. As your legal wife, I have the right to fight back against those I believe deserve it. Yu Tingmei, I won't rest until I make her suffer and regret. The moment of revenge has begun. Lin Yixuan took a deep breath. As long as his wife didn't want him to transfer jobs, everything was negotiable. Do you have any objections to me dealing with Yu Tingmei? Jin Shu asked. Lin Yixuan shook his head like a rattledrum, daring not to oppose. Sacrificing Yu Tingmei for his family's happiness was his mission. His job was only to save people in fires. Everything outside that was not his concern. Plus, his wife had principles and wouldn't do anything illegal. Good, Jin Shu said, giving him a gentle kiss on the lips, a bloodthirsty smile appearing. Don't think hiding in your shell will keep me from finding her. I will make her suffer 100 times what she put you through. Seeing Jin Shu's fierce eyes, Lin Yixuan felt deeply moved. In truth, such slander and framing didn't bother him much. The innocent will clear their name, and the strong won't bow to schemes or tricks, nor will they be defeated. However, Jin Shu's feelings for him moved Lin Yixuan deeply. He, who is so strong, never thought he would be protected by a woman in such a gentle way. But this feeling, how should I say, is quite nice. When they became a couple, he promised they would be two equal souls. He kept his promise, and she did too. Only Jin Shu and Chu Buliang knew about Lin Yixuan's leave from the team. Others thought he was just recovering at home after a fire rescue injury. Jin Shu was worried that elders might find out about Yu Tingmei's false accusations against Lin Yixuan, so she kept it secret. Privately, she was planning and organizing people. First, she asked old Wang, who transports trash, to help find some people, even disabled individuals or those with family difficulties, prioritized. Jin Shu paid each person 30 labor units per day to watch over things. Since Yu Tingmei's leg was injured and needed treatment, Jin Shu only needed to send someone to monitor several private, family-run orthopedic clinics in the city. She was sure she could find her. Jin Shu even guessed that Yu Tingmei, being short on money, would prefer not to go to a formal hospital and would trust cheaper, unlicensed folk orthopedic doctors. These clinics are often family traditions, cheaper than hospitals, and some have good skills. Every city has them, maintained by reputation. Jin Shu cast her net, and indeed, within 3 days, she found Yu Tingmei. After locating Yu Tingmei, Jin Shu didn't rush to close the case, but instead had people follow her and found the hideout of Zhang Xiaodi and her husband. Once she confirmed their location, Jin Shu immediately contacted TV stations and newspapers, asking reporters to help block this family. Her mother's show had already caused a stir, and the media was eager to interview the person responsible for switching the children. When Jin Shu heard about Zhang Xiaodi's family, she immediately sent reporters and photographers to follow her. Jin Shu was determined to deal with this family, whether it was Yu Tingmei or Zhang Xiaodi's family. She had no intention of leaving any clues behind for them. Coincidentally, Zhang Xiaodi's family still had some ties to Jin Shu's family. They were currently hiding in a village near Yu's factory. Yu's factory site had already been chosen, and the development zone had allocated an existing factory building to them. With just some repairs and moving in the machinery, they could start production. As soon as the news spread, it caused a collective protest from nearby villagers. The village chief and a group of villagers ran to the factory to hang banners and post large notices on the street, protesting against the construction of the sanitary pad factory there. Their reason was silly. They said sanitary pads are for women and are worn in the crotch area. Below the factory, there is a cemetery that local villagers claim is their ancestral graveyard. The villagers strongly opposed the factory, feeling it disrespects their ancestors by placing sanitary products in such a sacred place. Yu Jiao and his son were shocked by this reason. The world is full of strange things, but this reason was particularly absurd. To secure the factory, the father and daughter worked together, overcoming many obstacles. Just when profits seemed near, they faced this issue, delaying the factory's construction despite being ready to start production. In recent days, Yuan has spoken multiple times with village representatives, but their demands became more and more unreasonable. They first agreed to assign some jobs to villagers, which Yu Jiao accepted happily since workers were needed for the factory and any suitable labor could be hired. However, their later demands became outrageous. They asked the factory to build roads in the village, relocate the ancestral graves, and eventually even demanded the entire village be moved. The villagers wanted new apartment buildings and compensation for relocation. Such unreasonable demands caused negotiations to break down. Jin Shu focused on tracking Yu Tingmei these days, leaving negotiations with villagers to her brother, thinking it was a minor issue Yuan could handle easily. But when the villagers refused to back down, they resorted to stubborn tactics. They first had some elderly villagers sit in the middle of the road to block transport vehicles from entering the factory. Yuan called the police, but it was useless. The villagers sent only older people. When the police tried to reason with them, these elders simply lay down on the ground. They were extremely stubborn. Nothing seemed to work. Yesterday, Yuan, frustrated, secretly had equipment moved into the factory in the middle of the night, not believing the old villagers would stay awake. The equipment was finally delivered, and they thought the factory could start working in the next few days. But today, another problem arose. When Jin Shu and her husband arrived with reporters, they saw a crowd surrounding the factory. The reporters were curious. Although they were there to follow Zheng Xiao's story, they also wanted to understand this sudden incident. After asking around, they learned that there had been a conflict between the villagers and the factory. Yuan was not there today. Her assistant Kevin, who came from Beijing, was in charge. Jin Shu watched from the car at a distance. She saw villagers gathered in circles, shouting to make the factory leave. Lin Yuan took out a small telescope he carried and looked at it, then said, "What's wrong?" Jin Shu asked. Lin Yuan handed her the telescope, and Jin Shu started cursing. Right in front of the factory gate, there was a coffin. A woman dressed in mourning sat kneeling in front of the coffin, crying loudly. Behind her, a group of villagers shouted slogans. "Bad for our good land. The sanitary pad factory deserves bad luck. Pay up." The slogan sounded too coordinated, clearly planned for a long time. Reporters all got out of their cars to get the news. Jin Shu stroked her chin, thinking, "I used to think these villagers were just greedy, causing all these scenes. Now I realize I might have missed an important point. Are you saying someone is inciting them?" Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. "As long as the factory opens, our business will survive. Who wouldn't want to see us fail?" "Yu Hongwu?" Lin Yuan frowned. The trouble caused by Yu Tingmei's family hadn't been resolved, and now Yu Hongwu was secretly encouraging villagers to cause trouble. Suddenly, Jin Shu's eyes fell on the woman in mourning. She smiled. "It seems even heaven doesn't want wrongdoers to get away. Yuan, the two problems bothering us can be solved at once." Lin Yuan looked where she was pointing and smiled too. This was just a coincidence, a perfect storm of bad luck. In front of the coffin, the middle-aged woman in mourning was crying loudly. Behind her, villagers shouted slogans. A young woman with a crutch limped over to the middle-aged woman and, spotting a mat on the ground, suddenly collapsed onto it with a thud. The middle-aged woman pounded on the coffin and shouted loudly, "Is there no justice? No humanity? You built this broken factory and ruined our ancestors' land, causing my husband's death. Look at them. They even hurt my daughter. Oh my, it hurts so much," the limping woman cried out in pain. Flashbulbs went off as reporters took pictures. Realizing there were TV crews, the middle-aged woman looked a bit guilty and covered her face with her hand. But no matter how she tried to hide, Jin Shu and Lin Yuan saw clearly. Wasn't that Zheng Xiao? When did Zheng Xiao become a member of this village? The crippled woman kneeling on the mat is Yu Tingmei, who completely offended Jin Shu. Her leg was burned in a fire while running away to be a dancer, but Zheng Xiao falsely claimed she was beaten by people from Yu's factory. Zheng Xiao became addicted to crying, pounding her thigh, and singing "Cry 7 Passes." The villagers brought an old speaker and handed a microphone to Zheng Xiao. And there was even background music. 1. A stick of incense. The smoke rises to the sky. The door hangs New Year's paper. The second door hangs white banners. The husband has gone to heaven. The wife kneels on the ground singing "Cry 7 Passes." Zheng Xiao's crying voice carried far and wide. People who didn't know better might think she was very wronged. Yuan analyzed the situation. Jin Shu said, watching the noisy crowd like they were performing a show. "Based on what we know now, it seems the villagers might have been incited by Yu Hongwu to cause trouble. Look at that speaker. It doesn't seem like something from the countryside. Why did they make Zheng Xiao and Yu Tingmei come out to cause trouble instead of their own people? From their reasons for stopping the factory from opening, it looks like the villagers are probably ignorant and superstitious. They might think acting like the dead is unlucky, so they hired outsiders to perform. Yuan quickly understood the key point. Jin Shu nodded, her reasoning tight and very reasonable. Carrying an empty coffin obviously lacked credibility. But they couldn't find a recently deceased person, so they had to use living actors. The villagers are superstitious and unwilling to act as the dead, and Zhang Xiaoti's family rents a house and is short on money. Yu Tingmei's injured leg from the fire also gave these people a reason to exaggerate. People who don't know the truth might see this family's tragic appearance and believe the factory is bullying them, forcing the husband to death and breaking the daughter's leg. This scheme is extremely cruel, spreading rumors with one mouth and struggling to dispel them with many legs. If they used different actors for this show, Jin Shu would find it hard to break the situation, but these people chose Zhang Xiaoti's family. This problem could be solved easily and all at once. Thinking of this, Jin Shu no longer hesitated and directly got out of the car. Yuan helped clear the crowd and escorted her forward. He is wearing casual clothes today, a black leather jacket with dark jeans. Jin Shu deliberately chose matching couple outfits, also black jackets and jeans. Tall Lin Yuan gives the troublemaking villagers a strong sense of authority as he escorts Jin Shu forward. Zhang Xiaoti uses her wide mourning sleeve to cover her face, thinking of finding an excuse to run away. She doesn't want to be photographed by the media. Suddenly, she hears Yu Tingmei scream, "Oh my goodness! Quiet! What are you shouting for?" Zhang Xiaoti scolds her daughter in a low voice.
Yao Mei.
Yu Tingmei trembles as she points ahead. Zhang Xiaoti lowers her sleeve and sees, frighteningly, kneeling on the ground. In front of the factory, a young man and woman are talking to the factory manager. The woman is clearly Yao Mei. Yuan is not here today. His deputy, Kevin, is in charge of the scene. Kevin is worried because things are getting out of control. When he sees the young lady arriving, he quickly gives her the main position and wants to whisper the current situation to Jin Shu. Jin Shu waves her hand. There's no need to say more. Leave it to me. She casually takes the megaphone from Kevin, adjusting the volume. The villagers see a beautiful girl and think the factory is negotiating with new people. The village chief and some key villagers whisper among themselves. Whatever she asks for later, we won't agree. She's just a girl, easy to bully before they finish. Jin Shu's calm voice comes from the megaphone. The woman in mourning clothes is Zhang Xiaoti. She is a fugitive. Catch her. The person in the coffin is also alive and a fugitive. The woman kneeling on the ground with a limp is also a fugitive. This statement surprises everyone and causes chaos. The villagers are stunned. The reporters are stunned. Even Zhang Xiaoti's family is stunned. Who talks like that in negotiations? Calling someone a fugitive right away. Are they here to cause trouble? You are talking nonsense. It's obviously your factory bullying us ordinary people with its wealth. Someone has died, and you're still talking nonsense. The village chief steps forward, trying to suppress Jin Shu with the idea that a life is more important than the sky. Jin Shu pulls out a can of gasoline from her pocket with a cold smile, walking toward the coffin. Don't ask why she carries gasoline. She's ready to burn Yu Tingmei. Yu Tingmei, this vile woman, used such disgusting methods to slander Lin Yuan, stuffing nasty things into Jin Shu's mouth. Jin Shu will never forget this grudge. What are you going to do? Yu Tingmei saw Jin Shu walking over and was so frightened she wanted to stand up, but her leg was badly injured and she couldn't move. Zhang Xiaoti turned around and tried to run away. With Lin Yuan present, how could she escape? He took out a slingshot from his pocket and aimed at Zhang Xiaoti's leg. With a flick, he shot, causing Zhang Xiaoti to scream painfully and kneel on one knee. Now, like Yu Tingmei, she was also lame. Jin Shu ignored the crying mother and daughter and went straight to the coffin. He poured gasoline over it, and the strong smell made Zhang Xiaoti and her daughter look horrified. Why what are you doing? Don't pretend to be tough. You wouldn't dare. Huh, do you think I wouldn't dare? Jin Shu took out a match from his pocket, lit it elegantly, and gently threw it. The burning match flew in an arc and landed on the coffin. The fire immediately ignited. Two screams sounded at the same time. one from inside the coffin, and one from the village chief. The village chief, screaming, rushed to the coffin and shouted loudly, "This is the darkwood coffin I kept for myself. Just one bite, so precious." The village chief thought he would hide the coffin after causing trouble, but unexpectedly, a fierce person appeared and burned it directly. Inside the coffin, Yutsaifu let out a scream. Forgetting that he was pretending to be dead, he pushed open the lid and sat up.
Help me.
A dead person coming back to life? Several reporters looked at each other. Is this a moral collapse or a loss of human nature? No matter what, it's big news, huge news. Yutsaifu resurrected from the coffin, becoming the key evidence Jin Shu used to take down them. The reporters quickly realized that these villagers were causing trouble through improper means. Seeing the situation was turning bad, the village chief led people to leave quickly. When reporters asked questions, they didn't reply, thinking they had escaped, and it was over. Unbeknownst to them, the scenes of the chaos were all recorded by the cameraman following behind. All of this could serve as evidence for Jin Shu to defend the factory's rights, so Jin Shu wasn't in a hurry to chase after the villagers, letting them scatter like birds and beasts. Yutsaifu jumped out of the coffin, accidentally caught fire in his pants, and fell to the ground, screaming loudly. Lin Yuan, out of humanitarian spirit, went over to help him extinguish the fire, but then stomped on him a few times. Yutsaifu screamed in pain, and finally, his eyes rolled back as he fainted. It's unclear whether he was hurt by the fire or by Mr. Lin's enthusiastic stomping. Zhang Xin also wanted to run, but her legs were numb from a slingshot, and she was unable to move, only watching nervously as Jin Shu approached step by step. "Don't touch me, I'm pregnant. If you hurt me, I might lose the baby. I will report you," Zhang Xin said anxiously, clutching her belly. Her stomach was already slightly swollen, and she was very afraid that Lin Yuan would kick her like Yu Kaiwishwang did. Jin Shu didn't even lift her eyelids and continued to walk slowly toward her, deliberately creating a slow, pressuring effect. Every second she delayed, Zhang Xin and Yu Tingmei endured more suffering. "Your man is in the army, right? If you hit me, aren't you worried he might get into trouble?" Zhang Xin seemed to grasp a lifeline, thinking she could use this to control Jin Shu. But once she mentioned it, Jin Shu's anger grew even more. His role is to protect the country, not to be threatened or harmed by you dirty, mean people. Thinking of Lin Yuan being suspended after Yu Tingmei's phone call, Jin Shu's fury burned fiercely. She first intimidated Zhang Xin with slow, relentless steps, then suddenly turned around and grabbed Yu Tingmei's hair. Yu Tingmei thought Jin Shu was targeting her mother, but unexpectedly, Jin Shu spun around and pulled her hair fiercely. Jin Shu dragged her to the burning coffin, curling her lips slightly with a stern look in her eyes. "That day, my man rushed into the fire to save you. Did you thank him? Why you? What are you going to do?" Yu Tingmei was pressed close to the flames, the flickering fire just a finger's width from her face. The intense heat burned her face painfully, like needles stabbing her. She tried to struggle, but couldn't overpower Jin Shu's strength. "Yu Yaomei, I apologize to you. I thank him now. I thank him for saving me." Yu Tingmei could smell something burnt, as if her hair was on fire. Or maybe her eyelashes, but in any case, it was the smell of burning hair. Only when the fire was right in front of you did you remember kindness and morality. Too late. "I don't care about your thanks. So what do you want? Don't you remember how he saved you? It's okay, I'll help you recall." The fire back then was much bigger than this one, wasn't it? The flames flickered in Yu Tingmei's pupils, and she thought of the people burned alive in that dance hall. Jin Shu increased the pressure, forcing Yu Tingmei closer to the fire. The fire roasted Yu Tingmei's face until it was very hot, and she could even hear the crackling sound of her hair burning. Jin Shu wanted to recreate Lin Yuan's injuries on Yu Tingmei's face. She wouldn't stop until Yu Tingmei was burned to look like Lin Yuan. Do you know why, during the same big fire, your skin remains unharmed while the soldiers saving you have cracks and burns? Because you ran out and didn't look back, but they had to keep rushing inside. Jin Shu's voice was very controlled, cold like a robot without any emotional fluctuation. You couldn't hear anger, only facts. Because her tone was so calm, it sounded even more frightening to those feeling guilty. You Yaomai, what are you doing? You just want me to thank him, right? I thank him now. I thank him and his ancestors. Isn't that enough? Please let me go. I don't need your thanks. I just want to take back what belongs to me, Jin Shu said, pulling her closer to the fire. The distance was just right, hot enough to hurt Yu Tingmei but not enough to ruin her face. Yu Tingmei shouted loudly, desperately asking for help. The reporters had all gone after the villagers. Only employees from the Yu family factory remained, and they couldn't help Yu Tingmei. Jin Shu saw that she had roasted enough, released her, and suddenly grabbed Yu Tingmei's hand, pressing it onto the burning coffin. With a scream like a pig being slaughtered, Yu Tingmei cried out, and Jin Shu coldly let go. The matter at the fire scene is settled. Jin Shu returned the injuries Lin Yishuan suffered to him exactly as they were. Kevin took out a cigarette and offered it to Lin Yishuan, who waved to refuse, then exchanged a few words with Kevin, showing no concern for the ongoing battle. Zhang Xiaodi watched everything, her legs trembling with fear, unable to stand, and could only scoot away on her buttocks, trying to stay far from Jin Shu. Jin Shu squatted with a slight smile, gently placing her hand on Zhang Xiaodi's stomach. With just a look, she made Zhang Xiaodi too scared to move. More precisely, she was stunned with fear. Jin Shu's lips curled into a smile, but her eyes were sharp like knives. How have you been feeling lately? What are you doing? Do you want me to have a miscarriage? Zhang Xiaodi asked nervously. Having a miscarriage? No, that's too easy for you. Forcing someone to have an abortion is illegal. Someone like me would never do something illegal. Jin Shu's smile grew wider, but her eyes were filled with more sharpness. Zhang Xiaodi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She swallowed hard and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Help you with a checkup. It should have been done in Beijing, but you ran too fast. Since I couldn't check you earlier, I arranged for the maternal and child health hospital to give you a full exam this afternoon." Jin Shu reached out and touched her belly again, then stood up. "What are you going to do to my baby? Are you jealous because I'm pregnant with a boy?" Zhang Xiaodi stubbornly believed she was carrying a son. Recently, she enjoyed talking with women in the village who had sons. She explored how her body changed when expecting a boy, like craving sour foods, her face looking uglier, and her belly being pointed. Whenever she found a feature that matched her expectations, she would be very happy. If anyone said she was pregnant with a girl, she would curse that person's family. Sometimes, to match her imagination, she would deliberately push her belly with her hands, trying to make it look pointed. "I'm just curious about what kind of child you will have," Jin Shu said as she stood up. "All right, I vented about the fire incident. Now let's talk about the rumors. Yu Tingmei, do you want to confess, or should I send you to the police station?" "What confession?" Yu Tingmei asked, confused. "I've always been straightforward. I've recovered the money from the fire incident. Now, I'm here to talk about your rumors," Jin Shu said, grabbing Yu Tingmei's chin and forcing her to look into her eyes. "The phone call reporting my husband's workplace. Was that you?" "I checked the number. It's from a phone booth near your village." "I don't know what you're talking about. Who can prove I made that call?" Yu Tingmei looked away nervously, too afraid to meet Jin Shu's gaze.
To her, it was just a small prank.
She thought that as long as she apologized when caught, everything would be fine. Why was it now considered a confession? "You're spreading rumors and wasting public resources. The team has spent a lot of effort investigating, and your actions have affected my husband's reputation. Don't think a sincere apology will fix everything. Confess, or I'll have you taken to the police station. Choose one." Yu Tingmei didn't want to choose either option. Seeing Jin Shu unwilling to let it go, Yu Tingmei panicked. Just then, she saw some reporters and cameramen carrying their equipment back, and her eyes lit up.
"Help me.
This woman is crazy. She burned my hand. Look, I'm injured. Expose her. Take photos of her and report it to the newspaper." Yu Tingmei raised her burned hand in protest. "Who can prove I did this? Who saw it happen?" Jin Shu dismissed Yu Tingmei's recent excuse. Yu Tingmei looked at the people from the Yu family factory, and Kevin stepped forward. We were just talking, and we didn't see anything unusual. This is the level of a professional manager, telling the truth, but only half of it. He said, we didn't see, but he didn't mention whether he heard anything. A female reporter approached with a microphone, followed by a cameraman carrying a video camera. Ms. Yu, is the person lying on the ground Zhang Xiaodi, the one who swapped the baby? Jin Shu nodded. She showed the reporter the grudges between the two families and the court summons issued to Zhang Xiaodi. Ms. Zhang, why did you swap the baby back then? And have you reflected on your actions over the years? The reporter held the microphone close to Zhang Xiaodi. Yu Tingmei snatched the microphone and raised her hand to protest. Do you see the injury on my hand? She burned me. I want her to pay. I will sue her. The day before yesterday, there was a big fire. She was working as a hostess in the burning dance hall. My husband risked his life to save her, but she falsely accused my husband of touching her. Jin Shu summarized the situation in one sentence. She also had the skill to tell only half the truth. Everything she said was true, except she concealed the fact that she burned Yu Tingmei. Her clever and subtle guidance made it easy for people to believe Yu Tingmei's hand was burned in the fire. Yu Tingmei was speechless. She knew she couldn't explain the injury clearly. Afraid Jin Shu would take her to the police station, she had to insist that Lin Yixuan took advantage of her. Only then could she escape legal punishment. If luck was on her side, she might even drag Lin Yixuan into it. Yu Tingmei made a bold decision and pointed at Lin Yixuan to accuse him. Yes, I admit I made the call.
But he really took advantage of me.
Do you have any proof that he didn't touch me? Your man covets my beauty and took advantage of me. That's the truth. Jin Shu sneered coldly. Foolish. Utterly foolish. My husband isn't blind. How could he possibly be interested in you? You must be naive to think I, Jin Shu, would go into battle unprepared. If you want proof, I have it. Yu Tingmei's pupils trembled. Proof? Impossible. I can testify. The female reporter declared confidently. On the day of the fire, I was on the scene, recording the entire process of this hero rescuing people. I captured him rushing into the fire several times, including the moment he carried you out of the fire. Yu Tingmei looked blank, unable to believe that Jin Shu could find all this. Jin Shu looked at her with disdain. I contacted media friends in advance and asked them to help find videos from that day. Thanks to their efforts, I finally found the full footage. I also want to thank the diligent media friends. Thanks to you, my husband's name has been cleared. Jin Shu smiled gratefully at the reporters and cameramen. The person who switched the child, Zhang Xiaodi, is a big news story that all major media outlets want to get exclusive coverage of. The incident of switching children is very popular right now, and TV stations and newspapers receive many calls and letters from the public every day. Everyone is angry at the person who switched the child and wants to see media reports about Zhang Xiaodi's family soon. Jin Shu specifically gave the interview rights to local media on the condition that she would get the video of Lin Yixuan rescuing people that day. This wasn't difficult. With such a big fire, media outlets had cameras and crews everywhere at the scene. It was impossible not to capture the full footage of Lin Yixuan saving Yu Tingmei. Things went more smoothly than Jin Shu expected. She just made her request, and the female journalist quickly found the video from that day. Because Lin Yixuan was very handsome, the female journalist was impressed by him. He was the first to carry the gas tank out, and he repeatedly rushed into the fire, risking his life, all captured on film. What was even more remarkable was that, during the rescue, this handsome man used gentlemanly gestures, avoiding all female body parts. The female journalist noticed this detail and was impressed, thinking, how can there be such a good man? She wanted to use the photos of Lin Yixuan rescuing people as the front page headline, but the editor said that this soldier's uniform was different from ordinary soldiers and they needed permission from the military to broadcast his footage. They contacted the military, and indeed, this handsome officer's identity was classified, so the footage could not be aired. The female journalist was disappointed for a long time. So, Jin Shu was eager to find evidence and cooperated immediately. Even without an exclusive deal to follow Zhang Xiaodi, the female journalist was willing to help. Our footage fully records how you ignored warnings and went back into the fire, and how he rescued you. The footage is high definition, the female journalist said disdainfully to Yu Tingmei. The brave firefighter hero was maliciously slandered, and a conscientious media worker could not stay silent. She decided to write a report to expose Yu Tingmei's wrongdoings and call for social attention. You only filmed outside the fire scene.
Did you see what was happening inside?
Maybe he was touching me inside. Yu Tingmei argued stubbornly. Jin Shu raised her hand and hit her hard in the face, causing Yu Tingmei's face to tilt to one side. Are you crazy? When lives are at stake, who has time to touch your dry little beans? Save your excuses for the police. She hit me. Did you catch that on camera? Yu Tingmei shouted at the cameraman, knowing her situation was hopeless. Even if she was going to die, she wanted to drag Jin Shu down with her. The cameraman blinked. Sorry, the camera just broke and didn't record anything. I forgot to tell you. In Yu Tingmei's shocked eyes, the cameraman cleared his throat and spoke firmly. Before I joined the radio station, I served in the army for 8 years. He turned and saluted Lin Yishuan. Comrade, hello. Thanks for your hard work. Lin Yishuan returned the salute. Before getting into the car, he had already noticed that the photographer was tall and upright, like someone who had served in the military. Yu Tingmei was hopeless. The photographer's background meant he wouldn't help her. You're all in this together. You're working together to trap us. Yu Tingmei yelled hysterically. Jin Shu took out a rope from her pocket and tied her up, then casually stuffed a handkerchief into her mouth. Everything went quiet. If resisting darkness is what you call a group, then we are a group. All the good people in the world are in one group. Jin Shu took Yu Tingmei to the police station and also took Zhang Xiaodi and her husband away together. The rope and gasoline had been prepared by Jin Shu in advance. Since she planned to confront Lin Yishuan, she carried these items with her. Xiao Yu always fought prepared battles. The Zhang Xiaodi couple's case, involving the kidnapping of a child, had attracted significant media attention and public interest. Yu Saifu had previously tried to run away with his family, so after his arrest, he would face heavier punishment. Zhang Xiaodi, pregnant at the time, was not taken into custody with Yu Saifu. Jin Shu arranged for her to have a full medical checkup. After a thorough examination, they indeed found some issues. I don't know if Zhang Xiaodi ate too many random things during pregnancy, or if she reaped what she sowed from her bad deeds. The child she was carrying had a foot deformity. In the 1990s, medical technology was limited, and prenatal tests were not as advanced as today. But even with just ultrasound, it was clear that Zhang Xiaodi's fetus was missing a left foot. To avoid mistakes, the doctor looked multiple times and even called other doctors in for a consultation. No matter how they examined, the child clearly had a problem. However, when the doctor told Zhang Xiaodi about this, her reaction surprised everyone. Is it a boy? Zhang Xiaodi seemed to ignore the words foot deformity and eagerly asked about the gender. It's a boy, but his left foot has a birth defect. Haha, it's a boy. I knew it was a boy. Zhang Xiaodi laughed loudly. After so many years of trying, she finally had a son. She didn't care about the missing foot at all. There's only a few months left. He'll grow it out on his own, she explained, shocking everyone. At this stage of pregnancy, if the foot doesn't develop, it's usually a deformity. Zhang Xiaodi had no basic knowledge about this. Despite several doctors explaining, she didn't listen at all. All she cared about were two shining words in her heart. Son. The doctor suggested she consider what to do about the baby, but Zhang Xiaodi cursed loudly and even bit the doctor. Jin Shu had already left the examination room when Zhang Xiaodi went into a frenzy. She no longer cared about what might happen next. Zhang Xiaodi was pregnant again with a deformed baby. Jin Shu felt both expectant and a bit sad, though she couldn't quite explain why. She wasn't happy, but she also didn't feel sympathy. I really don't understand what she's thinking. She already harmed one baby, and now she's eating all sorts of things during pregnancy, which caused another deformity, Lin Yishuan sighed. It was strange how many different kinds of people he kept meeting. If you could understand her weird way of thinking, you'd be just as strange, Jin Shu said. Some people become obsessed with having a son. Look, if Zhang Zhaodi was pregnant with a daughter, even a healthy one, she might have a miscarriage. Could she be taking more medicine later on to help the baby grow a foot? Lin Yixuan guessed boldly. Jin Shu shrugged. Clearly, Zhang Zhaodi would do exactly that. A whole group of doctors explained her deformity, but she didn't listen. She openly challenged modern medicine using her so-called experience, and thought she knew better. She also took many unnecessary medicines. It's just sad for the baby in Zhang Zhaodi's belly. Such a mother is very unlucky. Regarding her extreme belief in valuing boys over girls, Jin Shu thinks respecting others' choices is enough. After Yu Saifu and Yu Tingmei were caught, Lin Yixuan was reinstated to his job. To vent her anger, Jin Shu demanded that Yu Tingmei apologize publicly. Even if Yu Tingmei hadn't apologized in the newspaper, this incident would still have caused a lot of discussion. Turning against the hero who saved her and falsely accusing soldiers is unforgivable in any era. It crosses the line of social morals. Yu Tingmei quickly became famous nationwide, but unfortunately, for the wrong reasons, she gained a bad reputation. She and her parents became topics of gossip, not only in their city, but across the country, from south to north. Everyone was talking about this shameless family. This was exactly what Jin Shu wanted. The current situation made Zhang Zhaodi too afraid to become famous. Whenever she went out, people pointed at her and whispered. Stories like Mr. Donghua and the wolf, Lu Dongbin and the dog, the farmer and the snake, and Yu Tingmei and the firefighter became well-known moral stories about betrayal and ingratitude. Recently, elementary and middle school students have been writing essays about the firefighter being falsely accused. As the situation develops, this might even be a topic for exams. Throughout it all, the public didn't know what the hero who saved Yu Tingmei looked like because Lin Yixuan's work was classified. But Yu Tingmei's appearance was already exposed by tabloids. They also revealed that she worked in a dance hall and was involved in money and power exchanges with customers. Today's tabloids are bolder than those in later years, and their reviews are less strict. The more conscientious tabloids only published high-quality photos of Yu Tingmei, mentioning her affairs in Beijing and her involvement in illegal activities in S City. Less ethical tabloids wrote much more openly. 3 days after Yu Tingmei's arrest, Jin Shu sat at the family dinner table, holding a magazine, reading intently, and making little sounds of disapproval. Ugh, this is unbearable to look at. Lin Yixuan, munching on a red bean bun, casually flipped her magazine cover as he passed by, almost choking on a snack. What is this? The cover featured a close-up of Yu Tingmei in a swimsuit, and nobody knew where these tabloids got such photos. The shocking large yellow characters on the photo read, "The downfall of a girl struggling in the sea of vice." After glancing at the page of the beautiful book, which detailed how Yu Tingmei was received by clients in a private room, so detailed it seemed like the reporter was lying behind the sofa at the time. Why are you looking at this? It's too disturbing. Lin Yixuan pulled out the book. Reading inappropriate stuff early in the morning, is that okay? Flip to the next pages. There's more interesting stuff. It describes how she fell in love at first sight with a handsome officer, couldn't be with him, took risky actions, falsely accused someone, and finally ended up in legal trouble. Lin Yixuan was shocked by her description, trembling all over, and looked at her in disbelief. That unlucky handsome officer. Could it be? Jin Shu nodded. Yes, you guessed right, it's you.